Traversing the continent of Battle Chi, the unfortunate Soul Ruo has become the daughter of the Soul Emperor. On one hand, she is burdened by a villainous father who demands the sacrifice of her entire clan. On the other, she faces a rival protagonist destined to oppose her. It seems that her only chance of survival lies in taking action before the protagonist rises to power to confront Xiao Yan. Absurd Soul Ruoruo has never intended to engage him in a direct clash. As a cunning enchantress, she possesses methods that require no bloodshed. Being a delicate maiden, what harm can befall her? Chapter 1. The Exile Village Girl. In the Soul Realm, in the village of sacrificial souls, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe impatiently scrutinized the list in his hands. The silent crowd below him was drenched in cold sweat, too fearful to utter a sound. After a prolonged pause, he cast his gaze towards the ethereal sun in the sky and finally spoke nonchalantly. The last one, Soul Ruo. Yes, my lord, came the response. To these words, a timid girl with gray hair, dressed in coarse linen, stepped slowly from the fringes of the crowd to stand before him. Her complexion was pale, and her hair appeared dry and disheveled. The untrimmed bangs obscured part of her face, accentuating her already unrefined village girl appearance with an added air of gloom. The man in black surveyed her frail figure with disdain and declared, Soul Ruo, according to past testing results, the bloodline power within you is exceedingly thin. If this test yields no sign of bloodline strength, your only fate will be expulsion. Do you understand? On the fringes of the Soul Realm, countless descendants of the Soul Clan reside in humble villages, existing at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Yet, the mere fact that they survive in the Soul Realm indicates they possess a trace of the Emperor's bloodline. Should an unexpected mutation occur, their bloodline ability could strengthen, granting them the potential to ascend as true members of the Soul Clan, thus elevating their worth. Conversely, should their bloodline power vanish entirely, they would hold no value whatsoever. Mere breaths would be a waste of the Soul Realm's air, rendering their existence futile. My lord, I will try my best, Soul Ruo stammered, her voice trembling with anxiety as her feet instinctively drew closer together. After a moment, she seemed to summon her courage and placed her small hand upon the center of the testing disc. 1 second, 2 seconds. Time flowed quietly, yet no fluctuations emanated from the disc, leaving the girl's arms suspended in the air. Observing this, the man in black displayed no surprise. After all, if the mutation of bloodline power were that easy, the Soul Clan would have long since dominated the continent of Battle Chi. Soul Ruo, no bloodline power detected. Your identity as a descendant of the Soul Clan is hereby revoked. He stowed the disc away, announcing the outcome with a detached tone, as if pronouncing the girl's fate. From this moment on, you may either traverse Sword Soul Mountain and leave the Soul Realm, or attach yourself to another descendant with bloodline power and become servant. The choice is yours to make. Upon hearing these words, the villagers below let out a collective sigh, unable to suppress their whispers. Alas, the fate of the women stripped of their identities is worse than death. She remains utterly motionless. Perhaps she has been rendered senseless by fear. Needless to say, the Sword Soul Mountain is not a place that a mere girl can hope to traverse. In the eyes of the villagers, the identity of a descendant served as their final bastion of protection. In the Soul Realm, a woman stripped of her identity, lacking strength, faced a fate akin to that of livestock waiting for slaughter. With a stroke of luck, she might cling to a powerful individual due to her beauty, but with misfortune, she would likely find her final resting place in an unknown graveyard. Oh, the man in the black robe raised an eyebrow, mockingly stating, I have heard such sentiments countless times. You should reserve your rhetoric for the clan leader. Only he possesses the authority to alter the rules. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted in laughter. Clearly, they were deriving amusement from the girl's terror. The clan leader was a figure of great stature, capable of traversing the vastness of the central plains. Certainly not someone, a dying individual, stripped of their identity, could hope to meet as anticipated. Upon hearing this, the frail figure of the girl trembled, as if the very bones had been extracted from her. You jest, sir. My life is of little worth, hardly a matter for the clan leader's concern. Her voice quivered slightly as she spoke, and she raised her head, her pale hand grasping desperately at the man's sleeve, as if clinging to her last hope for salvation. You little village girl. You. The man in the black robe was taken aback. Completely unprepared for the timid girl to dare seize his sleeve, he instinctively opened his mouth to chastise her audacity. But before he could finish, he caught a glimpse of her features emerging from behind her bangs as she tilted her head up. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the captivating beauty concealed beneath her hair. Her eyes narrowed with an oceanic depth, seemingly capable of drawing in his very soul.my lord, please show some leniency. I would be inclined to do so, but the clan's rules are stringent. I am aware of my limited strength. I do not wish to cross the Sword Soul Mountain and leave the Soul Clan. I merely hope to find a place to reside within this realm, to avoid a fate as tragic as my father's, left to rot in the wilderness. Thus, if it pleases you, my lord, I wish to become your servant. She averted her gaze shyly, speaking with a hint of timidity. Servant? Unbeknownst to him, the man's self-reference had subtly shifted. A sweet smile graced the lips of the girl, and she bowed deeply, seemingly expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The man in the black robe inhaled sharply, his heart racing. After a moment of composure, he called down to the bewildered crowd. Enough. The test has concluded. Those whose bloodline powers do not meet the standards have been clearly recorded on the disc. In 3 days. If you have not registered as servants, I shall personally escort you to the Sword Soul Mountain. Upon hearing that there were only 3 days remaining, the audience erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, their earlier mockery of Hun Ruoruo forgotten. Those who had succumbed to despair due to their stripped identities turned pale, incessantly muttering prayers to their ancestors for protection. Ha! They are indeed a bunch of spineless cowards. The man in the black robe sneered, surveying the pitiful figures below. He turned to Hun Ruoruo and commanded her to leave the testing ground with him. After circling around the village of Spirit Offering, Hun Ruoruo led the man in black to a secluded corner where they came to a halt. This area was sparsely populated, considered one of the most impoverished parts of the village, with only a dilapidated wooden hut standing at the foot of a small hill, creaking as if it would collapse with the slightest breeze. Forgive my humble abode, my lord. This is where Ruoruo resides, she said timidly, pointing at the hut not far away. I'm truly grateful for your assistance, but I do not yet know your name. I could see this moment. The young girl had swept her bangs aside, her pure and delicate features accentuated by her gem-like eyes, radiating an extraordinary beauty. The man in the black robe licked his lips and replied, I am Hun Huan. From now on, you may refer to me as Lord Huan. But let us not dwell on that, Ruoruo. It is getting late. Why not allow me to stay in your humble abode for the night? I shall take you on your journey tomorrow. Ruoruo's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She shyly glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky and stammered, My lord, how can I permit you to lower yourself to sleep in my modest dwelling? Moreover, my family is quite poor. There's only a small wooden bed in my room, and with your stature, you may not fit to I care not for such trivialities. In my earlier days of undertaking missions, I have endured far worse conditions. I have slept in bird nests of magical beasts, so do not waste words. Just prepare yourself, he replied dismissively. If it is your command. Ruoruo would not dare disobey. Her gaze faltered as she clutched the coarse fabric of her garments, as if hesitant to voice her request. But, my lord, may I ask you for one favor before we depart? Seeing her earnest demeanor, the man's heart softened, and he instinctively nodded in agreement. Satisfied with his response, Ruoruo let out a gentle sigh, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Leaning in closer, she attempted to mimic the innocent tone of a child and whispered, Could you do me a favor and perish? Chapter 2. The resurrected father. In the softest tone, the young girl gently articulated her thoughts, which should have been an utterly enchanting experience. However, upon hearing her words, Hun Huan's body trembled violently, collapsing as if all strength had drained away, leaving him incapable of even twitching a finger. You, Hun Ruoruo displayed a curious expression. Oh, Master Hun Huan, your prowess is indeed commendable. Even under the influence of my soul captivation technique, you can still articulate words. Alas, possessing the strength of a battle emperor yet unable to harness it, it would be wise for you to cease your struggles. The more you resist, the faster your soul shall be consumed. Hun Huan's face contorted with terror as he shouted, Soul captivation technique? Soul combat skill? You, a wild girl devoid of any bloodline power, where did you learn such soul techniques? Soul combat skills are among the most precious types of combat techniques. Even within the Soul Clan, renowned for their spiritual prowess. In the realm of Duki, they might even be deemed extinct. The rarity of such techniques surpasses that of ordinary flight skills and earth-tier methods, so it's no wonder Hun Huan was so astonished. Being flustered is one thing. But must you attack someone without bloodline power? Can't a wild girl learn soul combat techniques? Is the bloodline power of the Soul Clan that precious? To insult the bloodline of the Soul Clan, you wretched girl, if this were to reach the ears of other clan members, your soul would be extracted and condemned to endure the eternal torment of soul fire. Upon hearing this, Hun Ruoruo's gaze narrowed, and with a light leap in her little cloth shoes, she kicked the incapacitated Hun Huan over, sending him crashing to the ground. Still daring to threaten? I must say, your loyalty as a dog is commendable. Unfortunately, These words can only accompany you to hell, where you can share them with the ancestors of the Soul Clan. A treacherous woman repaying kindness with malice. Hun Ruoruo, overwhelmed by his emotions, had his soul power drained further by the soul captivation technique, leaving him gasping for breath. Yet, he continued to vehemently berate the girl towering over him. Repaying kindness with malice? Hun Ruoruo chuckled lightly. Master Huan, even if I were a treacherous woman, it would have little to do with you, would it? Was it not you who first mocked me? As a frail village girl, how could I ever engage in conversation with a clan leader like you? You wretched woman, even if by sheer luck you have mastered a soul combat technique, you cannot surpass Jinhun Mountain. Once my soul mark extinguishes, the commanding lord will undoubtedly sense it, and then you shall learn the consequences of offending my clan. So, you've not engaged in battle, yet you resort to invoking your background? Hun Ruoruo pouted in disappointment, preparing to retort when her gaze suddenly darkened, inexplicably drawn to a direction behind her despite the stillness surrounding them. There, a handsome young man with the appearance of a cultured scholar had appeared at some point not far behind them, dressed in gray and white garments. He lounged lazily on a stone pedestal, exuding an air of casual elegance as if he had been observing this farce for quite some time. He exuded no trace of imposing presence. Had it not been for his ethereal demeanor and transcendent visage, one might have mistaken him for an ordinary young man unversed in the art of combat. The previously intrigued, scholarly gentleman, upon catching the maiden's gaze, let out a soft exclamation, remarking, "Your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable," leaving me quite astonished. His eyes, bright and profound, mirrored those of the enchanting Hun Ruoruo. Yet perhaps due to his age, they bore an extraordinary aura of insight that rendered most unable to meet his gaze. Why is it that you address this soul Huan with you while still using you for me? I did not expect you to be one who frets over wording, Ruo interjected, offering her apologies. No matter, today marks your coming-of-age test. My presence here is, after all, quite warranted. Yet you, with such blasphemous words, risk severe punishment according to the clan's laws. Huan, who had been holding his breath, strained to glance toward the distant stone pedestal, his voice hoarse as he questioned, "Might I inquire about your relationship with this woman? She has insulted my clan and assaulted an elder. Her crimes are unforgivable." Relationship, you say? The scholarly gentleman chuckled softly. In that case, I am indeed the father she claims to have perished over a decade ago. Despite her profound resentment toward the elegant scholar, a hint of unnatural discomfort graced Ruo's countenance. She had never anticipated her words would reach him. Was this, then, a curse upon her own father? This wretched woman even dared to malign her progenitor, truly a duplicitous harpy. A fleeting thought crossed Huan's mind, extinguishing his last flicker of hope. He bellowed in bitterness, "Do not let your appearance deceive you. If the commander learns of your connection with her, you shall both meet your demise." Ruoruo, with a playful expression, murmured, "Ah, Lord Huan, you remain as amusing as ever. I find myself somewhat reluctant to take your life." Huan gazed at the elegant scholar, who had begun to rise, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes bewildered. The scholar sighed gently, "Ruo, do not incite him further. Though his words are disrespectful, he remains steadfastly loyal to our clan. This man plots against me and insults you. And you are not angered? Merely empty words. In truth, it is you who have concealed your strength. In this realm of combat, only the powerful merit respect. Had you not hidden your true abilities, such farcical incidents would not have transpired. Indeed, you speak the truth." The maiden's tone suddenly reverted to its previous sugary sweetness, though, upon closer inspection, it bore a faint hint of perfunctory dismissal. This was indeed the case. Ruo was disinterested in the hollow platitudes he espoused. Even disregarding her past knowledge of him, this so-called father, appearing before her merely twice in over a decade, could not evoke even a sliver of emotion within her heart, regardless of his grandiloquent proclamations. Aware that the scholar was uninterested in her grievances, he could only smile helplessly. With a flick of his fingers, the soul Huan, once half buried in the coffin, shimmered as if enchanted by some arcane spell. In a mere instant, his once ravaged spirit, gnawed upon by the rigors of combat, underwent a miraculous internal restructuring. As silence enveloped the two, Huan gradually regained consciousness, incredulously rising to his feet. He cautiously moved his body, the thundering of his heart and the rush of blood reverberating through his mind, birthing an almost unbelievable thought within him. With little time for contemplation, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, trembling with trepidation as he inquired, "Might I ask who you are, esteemed sir?" The voice of the refined scholar remained clear and gentle, reminiscent of a long-lost friend reuniting. "I am the Emperor of Souls." Chapter 3. Does the Soul Clan have women? Upon hearing the title Emperor of Souls, Huan's heart raced as if on the brink of explosion, his teeth clenched tightly, blood streaming from the corners of his mouth. He trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way beneath him as he fervently bowed his head. Yet, deep within him, He recognized the profound fear and submission emanating from his very soul, along with the unparalleled power displayed by the one who had effortlessly restored his spirit, none other than the sole ruler of the Soul Clan, the Emperor of Souls. Daring not to shield himself with his combat aura, blood and cold sweat mingled with the sand beneath him, forming small pools of murky water. The keen-eyed Ruoruo even spotted a small segment of a severed tongue on the ground. Whether due to fright or intention, she remarked, "Enough with the bowing. It's rather unbecoming. Of course, if you were to knock your head against the ground until you died here, I would be quite supportive of that." With blood pooling in his mouth, Huan mumbled, "I truly did not know your identity, Mississippi." He was not foolish enough to directly mention that Ruoruo's bloodline power was so weak that it could not even elicit a response from the testing disc. To utter such a truth would surely seal his fate, and likely drag down his entire lineage in the process. The daughter of the clan leader, possessing almost no trace of bloodline power, yet wandering to such a humble village as a peasant? To encounter such misfortune was indeed a stroke of bad luck for Huan. The Emperor of Souls sighed, interrupting, "This matter reflects my failure to fulfill my duties as a father. Huan, you may take your leave. Furthermore, I hope you will keep today's events to yourself." Grateful and tearful, Huan responded, "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your trust. I shall guard this secret with my life. Depart now." Yes, having received the Emperor of Souls' pardon, Huan felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Scrambling away toward the outskirts of Soul Ritual Village without daring to pause, summoning his combat wings to flee rapidly toward the heart of the Soul Realm, Ruoruo cast a glance at the receding figure, no longer entangled in trivial matters. For the esteemed presence of her father was far more challenging to contend with than that inconsequential pawn. Moreover, based on her understanding of the Soul Emperor, even the most tyrannical of contracts would not quell his suspicions. Allowing Soul Huan to depart was merely a fade for his own benefit. Survival was but a fleeting ghost. "Ruoruo, must you maintain this appearance?" Upon hearing these words, the young girl felt a stir within her heart, her pallid complexion transforming with remarkable speed into a delicate, rosy hue. She gently swept her hand from top to bottom, and her originally dull, parched hair metamorphosed into resplendent, sea-blue tresses. When she mentioned the term father, she deliberately emphasized it, her soft, melodious voice blurring the line between affection and sarcasm, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning in her words. The Soul Emperor shook his head and replied, "Though the rules are as such, you are, after all, my daughter. No one would dare to object if I were to make an exception regarding the past. Had you not forced my hand, I could never have sent you to live alone in such a remote place." "Really? Father is willing to breach clan rules for Ruoruo? How deeply moving," she responded, her tone laced with irony. If the Soul Emperor were to share such sentiments with the other clansmen, they would likely express their gratitude fervently, bowing in respect. Yet, for Soul Ruoruo, fear was perhaps the only sentiment left in her heart towards the Soul Emperor, mingled with a profound disdain. Before her first encounter with this so-called father, she had merely perceived herself as a transmigrator to a land of martial arts, becoming a young lady of the Soul Clan, bereft of a father. Despite the significant gender disparity, the lavish lifestyle and the joy of enhancing her martial prowess gradually helped her let go of her inner grievances. Seeking divine intervention in this realm appeared futile. It was only by chance that she first laid eyes on her biological father. His distinctive appearance alone was insufficient for her to ascertain his identity, yet after a negotiation, he inexplicably abducted her mother, and the dreadful aura emanating from him was unmistakable. A whirlwind of emotions surged within the young girl's heart. Amidst her terror, she forcibly suppressed her fleeting hopes, pondering, does the Soul Emperor have a daughter? Why has the original narrative never mentioned this? Furthermore, it was possible that his daughter had perished under some unknown misfortune, which could explain the absence of any mention in the original tale. While this notion might seem conspiratorial, Soul Ruoruo was unwilling to take such a gamble. Thus, for the sake of survival and in hopes of one day rescuing her mother, she had to master the art of emotional disguise, enduring the chilling dread within while feigning amiability towards other men, ultimately cultivating her beguiling demeanor. Alas, setting aside the chaotic matters of the mixed-blooded populace, among the notable figures of the Soul Clan, Soul Ruoruo had yet to encounter a single woman. Consequently, navigating the company of men was a decision made out of sheer desperation. Experience? The Soul Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking in a soothing tone. "Ruoruo, with your mid-level king of combat strength, you cannot adequately protect yourself in the central continent, even with the name of the Soul Palace as your shield. Countless and scrupulous individuals would covet your beauty. Relying solely on your soul techniques for disguise may not suffice to conceal you from certain powerful figures in the central continent." Although the words spoken in a bid to retain her were rather earnest, the remarks of the Soul Emperor were undeniably candid. Ruoruo, aware of her own limitations, harbored no illusions regarding her strength, and thus had no aspirations of venturing into the central continent. To refrain from going to the central continent? Indeed. The realms beyond posed little threat. However, the energies of those regions were exceedingly barren, which would considerably hinder her cultivation progress. Even if her innate talent for training was truly remarkable, she would still find it challenging to catch up with the prodigies of her clan. Suppressing the turmoil and sense of helplessness within her, Ruo blinked and said, "It's simple. All you need to do is provide some cultivation resources." Chapter 4. The Severed Bloodline. It's simple. Just grant me some resources. Upon saying this, her delicate hand unfolded before the Soul Emperor, beckoning him with an innocent expression that, coupled with her youthful purity, resembled a most alluring poison, captivating the heart and soul. The Soul Emperor chuckled softly. "Is this the first time you've asked me for cultivation resources, Ruoruo? In the past, you were quite averse to such matters." "Hee. Dear father, you are truly amusing. I dare say you have encountered me fewer times than Soul Taiju, who guards the entrance of our ritual soul village. How much could you possibly know about me?" Ruoruo's charming eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and she continued sweetly, "Besides, this is an equitable exchange. I shan't take your treasures for free." Was she referring to the spatial ring placed in the small room? Naturally, that would not escape your notice, but do refrain from peeking at its contents beforehand. Observing the blush on her cheeks, a fleeting glimmer appeared in the depths of the Soul Emperor's gaze, and he nodded gently. Very well. At last, she had secured permission to venture out, and despite her long-honed composure, a ripple of excitement coursed through her. Accepting the spatial ring that hovered in the air, Ruoruo tossed her long, dark hair back, and her ebony wings unfurled magnificently behind her. The powerful gust of wind stirred her hair and garments, creating a rustling sound. As the black feathers scattered, they fell to the ground like the first snow, dissolving into glimmering specks that melded into the earth. Indeed, the Soul Emperor gazed appreciatively at the splendid scene before him. His robes and hair remained curiously unaffected by the howling winds, creating a stark contrast between his stillness and the chaos surrounding him. He extolled, "This flying combat technique of yours, Ruoruo, would likely rival even the peak speed of a battle emperor. With such a skill, the realms beyond the central continent would indeed be your playground. Thank you for the praise, dear father." As he voluntarily mentioned the flying combat technique, Ruoruo found it increasingly difficult to maintain her previously playful tone, a flicker of coldness passing through her gaze. This very technique was one of the possessions left behind by her mother, and it was after that moment that Ruoruo resolutely abandoned her previous life of luxury, choosing instead to survive alone in this remote mountain village. In bringing it up now, one could not help but wonder whether the Soul Emperor had merely forgotten due to his lofty status, or if it was a deliberate act. "Are we to leave now? Logically, you should have 3 more days for preparation." He paused mid-sentence, catching the depths of her thoughts in her eyes, and then amended, "Very well then. Time is of the essence. I have only prepared a single soul jade slip, yet I believe the token of the Soul Hall will sufficiently ensure your safety." As his words fell, he suddenly shifted his stance, shrinking the distance to stand before Hun Ruoruo, gently caressing the girl's soft, flowing hair. "You." A tremor coursed through her neck, every inch of her radiating reluctance. Before her words could fully escape, Hun Ruoruo had already transformed into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. As her figure retreated into the distance, the black feathers, swept by the fierce wind, gradually descended from the sky, their speed astonishing enough to leave even the mightiest of Dou emperors in awe. Hun Tiandi extended his hand, catching a fallen feather, and watched the girl depart, his deep-set eyes narrowing, concealing his thoughts. He turned away, choosing not to shrink the distance, but instead walking step by step toward the dilapidated wooden cabin. With a creak, the cabin door slowly opened, the unlatched entrance seemingly indicating that its occupant had anticipated his arrival. Peering into the dimly lit room, created by the small window, Hun Tiandi noted how even in its decrepitude, the space remained meticulously organized. A small wooden table, a bed, and a cushion comprised the most valuable items within, though sparse. The atmosphere of life was palpable, and one could distinctly detect the faint fragrance belonging to Hun Ruoruo, a scent incongruous with the allure she exhibited, a sweetness reminiscent of droplets sliding from petals. The room was small, and a few steps brought him to its end. Upon the black soulwood table lay a silver ring, quietly resting. Hun Tiandi gently picked it up, infusing a thread of soul energy into it. In but a moment, he retrieved an exquisite jade vial from the ring, reaching into his robe to place a star disk, roughly the size of a bowl, upon the table. Drip. Dark red blood dripped from the jade vial, splattering the surface of the star disk with mottled stains. In the next instant, brilliant golden patterns erupted across the surface, coiling like roots. As the star disk was fully illuminated, a radiant, multicolored light transformed the once dim room into a space as bright as if the gates of heaven had swung open. Hun Tiandi chuckled softly. clutching the star disk as he leisurely exited the wooden cabin, making his way to the stone pedestal outside where he sat down. Hun Ruoruo, clan leader. A distant voice, ethereal yet tinged with respect, echoed as if traversing through multiple realms. Yet, scarcely had the words settled when a shadowy figure, enveloped in darkness, knelt before Hun Tiandi. Arriving in haste, Hun Ruoruo observed Hun Tiandi seated calmly upon the stone pedestal, seemingly disinclined to offer an explanation. He took a moment to attune to the surrounding energy fluctuations. After a brief pause, his pupils constricted as he inquired, "Clan leader, have you let the young lady go? Is that not permissible?" He hesitated, his unease palpable. "I dare not presume, but the bloodline power within the young lady." Hun Ruoruo faltered, revealing his tension. Even with his position as the master of the Soul Palace and the formidable strength of a 5-star Do Saint, he did not dare to speak lightly of Hun Ruoruo's bloodline in the presence of Hun Tiandi. The Soul Emperor observed the hesitant demeanor of his counterpart and decided to reveal the fluctuations of the star map in his hand, presenting it before him. Initially, he believed that the girl's diluted bloodline stemmed from her mother not being one of the Soul clan, yet she surprised him unexpectedly. "What is this?" Listening to the Soul Emperor's nonchalant remarks, even the resolute Soul Ruoruo found himself momentarily entranced. After a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. "The young lady, at less than 10 years of age, could exhibit such ruthlessness. If allowed to depart unchallenged, it may lead to dire consequences." After much contemplation, Soul Ruoruo refrained from voicing the potential calamity he had in mind. "I am well aware of the resentment that dwells within her heart, yet." The Soul Emperor's gaze drifted into the distance, his profound eyes flickering with light and shadow. As he calmly stated, "One who does not attain the rank of 9-star Do Saint will ultimately not command my respect. There is no need for undue concern. Indeed. By the way, everyone who has interacted with Ruoruo should be sent into the formations of your soul hall, correct? As you command." Having always been wary of the affairs of the clan leader, Soul Ruoruo quietly sighed in relief, promptly rising to take his leave, shattering the void as he departed. With a casual gesture, he mended the shattered void of the Soul Realm, and the Soul Emperor gazed softly at the star map in his hand, revealing an enigmatic smile. "After years of seclusion and recuperation, I have comprehended countless techniques and combat arts. Amusingly, it is the daughter born of this dual cultivation technique who has become my greatest asset." Chapter 5. Leaving the Soul Realm. In the Soul Realm, at Sword Soul Mountain. Despite its imposing name, the height of Sword Soul Mountain is far less exaggerated than one might presume. For those capable of utilizing Do Chi to form wings or possessing advanced flight techniques, it is not much different from a mere hillside. After effortlessly scaling Sword Soul Mountain, Soul Ruoruo did not feel particularly cheerful. Upon reaching the summit, she eagerly summoned her water attribute Do Chi, causing spheres of water to rain down upon her, drenching her elegant, flowing hair. After vigorously rubbing the strands that had been touched by the Soul Emperor, Soul Ruoruo finally paused to catch her breath. Wiping her face dry, she disdainfully flung the moisture to the ground, exclaiming in disgust, "How revolting! Were it not for my desire to leave the Soul Realm, I would likely be wary even of uttering his name. If I were in the Central Continent, the Soul Emperor would not possess such exaggerated capabilities. Even at his peak as a 9-star Do Saint, he would fall short. Yet, this is the Soul Realm, and as its master, Soul Ruoruo must prepare with utmost vigilance." After a moment of calm, she shed the water vapor enveloping her and turned her gaze toward the expanse beneath Sword Soul Mountain. Lush forests dominated the landscape, with a scattering of small villages, akin to the scale of Sacrificial Soul Village, unevenly distributed within, resembling patches of white on the forest skin from above. According to the map imprinted in her memory, if she traversed southward to the end and crossed the boundary Soul River, she could exit the Soul Realm. Once she navigated through the spatial wormhole to the northwest domain, the remaining journey should not prove too arduous. The northwest region, as a relatively barren territory, can almost be described as feeble within the entire Duki continent. In comparison to the Soul Realm, even a modestly powerful faction from Central State could easily crush it. However, this is merely the present situation. As a transmigrator, Soul Ruoruo is acutely aware that within a diminutive empire of the northwest region lies a terrifying potential capable of overturning the entire structure of the Duki continent. Bearing the weight of destiny and possessing unparalleled mastery over flames, an extraordinary prodigy will ascend to the rank of Do Emperor at an unmatched pace. While the villainous Soul Tiandi will ultimately sacrifice the entire Soul clan, only to be slain by the righteous protagonist. Considering this, it seems that whether through the sacrifice of Soul Tiandi or being eradicated by the protagonist group, her fate appears sealed. At this thought, Soul Ruoruo harbors a deep-seated hatred for Soul Tiandi. While other transmigrators enjoy a smooth journey, Charming countless beauties, she finds herself constantly threatened by this villainous progenitor, enduring unjust ire from the protagonist as well. It seems the heavens are rather unfair. Fortunately, she feels no attachment to the Soul clan and harbors an even greater loathing for Soul Tiendi. The only person she cares for, her mother, is not of the Soul clan, thus aligning her more closely with the protagonist. Given this context, rather than awaiting her sacrificial fate at the hands of Soul Tiendi, it would be wise to seek out the protagonist early, investing in him before his rise. Perhaps, when the time comes to vanquish Soul Tiendi, she might even reveal herself and experience the joy of vengeance. In her recollection, regardless of Xiao Yan's character, he is undeniably a reliable ally. A friend? She intends to utilize the protagonist, hoping he remains true to the original narrative. With a sigh, her gaze no longer reflected the earlier confusion and hatred. Her lips curled into a charming smile, as if donning an invisible mask once more. Though she harbors admiration for Xiao Yan, the notion of friendship seems overly extravagant for Hun Ruoruo, who has lived in constant trepidation. Departing from Sword Soul Mountain, she hastened to the ominous gateway guarding the entrance to the Soul Realm. Despite not being the main portal, its imposing presence still instilled fear. Flanking the gateway were 2 rows of guards clad in dark armor, standing firm with their long spears, scrutinizing the throngs entering and exiting the Soul Realm. A cursory glance revealed that even the lowest-ranked guards possessed the cultivation of Dohuan. Should one attempt to force their way through, even a Dozun would likely meet their demise at this threshold. Faced with these formidable sentinels, Hun Ruoruo had her own methods to navigate the situation. She donned a black cloak that enveloped her entirely and quietly employed a sound-altering Do technique. Coughing hoarsely, she produced a voice that was both raspy and eerie. Comparing it with her memories of Soul Huan's voice, making adjustments until it was passable, this should suffice. As the ethereal spirit traversed the realm of the soul, it became increasingly evident that the guise of a humble village maiden was insufficient to cross the treacherous Sword Soul Mountain. To evade the scrutiny of the guards, it proved far more expedient to masquerade as an emissary of the Soul Hall. Clutching the emblem of the Soul Hall retrieved from her spatial ring, the cloaked figure of Hun Ruoruo glided through the twilight with deliberate slowness. Rather than lingering at the rear of the line, she boldly bypassed the throngs awaiting inspection and approached the guards directly. Upon encountering the unexpected arrival of this shadowy figure, the previously impassive guard was momentarily taken aback. Softly inquiring, "Milady, are you of the Soul Hall?" A glimmer of surprise crept into his stony demeanor. It was common knowledge that members of the Soul Hall typically lacked the privilege to enter the Soul Realm. Despite their formidable prowess, they were not of the Soul Clan. However, this did not imply that those of the Soul Hall were deemed inferior within the Soul Realm. On the contrary, individuals who could appear there as members of the Soul Hall were invariably of high rank and considerable strength, their status surpassing that of ordinary Soul Clan denizens. With this realization, the guard's attitude shifted to one of sycophantic reverence. Lowering his voice further, "Milady, might I request to see your token?" With a subtle flourish of her dark cloak, Hun Ruoruo produced the token bestowed upon her by the Soul Emperor, for it was only fitting to utilize the resources granted. A mere glance at the token rendered the guard momentarily speechless, his breath caught in his throat. The Celestial Order, after a prolonged silence. Sensing the impatience of the cloaked figure, the guard swallowed hard, hastily returning the token with both hands, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. "Esteemed master, please follow me." Without further delay, he abandoned his inspection and led Hun Ruoruo directly towards the gateway of the Soul Realm, their passage unimpeded. As she crossed the bridge over the Boundary River, the young woman discreetly glanced back at the bowing guard, curling her lip in bemusement. "Even I am uncertain of what I am saying. It is indeed peculiar that they comprehend me." Thus, under the cloak of night within the Soul Realm, Hun Ruoruo traversed the Boundary River, finally liberating herself from the oppressive confines of a 16-year existence. Chapter 6. Journey to Wutan. Upon her exit from the Soul Realm, Hun Ruoruo did not make her way to the Central Continent, as previously indicated to the Soul Emperor. Instead, she skillfully donned various identities, dedicating considerable time to exchanging the resources provided to her. While this approach appeared somewhat arduous and thankless, it ensured a reliable path, devoid of treachery. After all, she harbored the utmost suspicion regarding the intentions behind the gifts from the Soul Emperor. In the northern region of the Central Continent lies Jiang City. As an edge of the Central Continent, Jiang City lacks the opulence of the Central Domain, but stands as a vital nexus between the northwest and central regions, maintaining a steady flow of vitality. Within Jiang City, numerous factions vie for power, among which the esteemed Zhenjiang Auction House reigns supreme. Despite its facade as merely an auction house, its director, a formidable high-ranking Dozong, effectively monopolizes the economic lifeblood of the entire city. Beneath the protection of such formidable beings, the auction house maximized its advantages, amassing wealth, information, and connections in abundance. Its neutral stance ensured that other factions in Jiang City harbored no resentment. In fact, should anyone offend the auction house, they would likely face ostracism or even expulsion from the entire city, a unified front that intrigued many passers-by. It is indeed reasonable. Who would dare to oppose wealth? In a lounge atop the Zhenjiang auction house, a figure clad in a black robe, Hun Ruoruo, leaned against the window, gazing down at the sprawling scenery of Jiang City. Observing the seemingly endless array of shops and the throngs of people on the streets, the young woman contemplated aloud. Time has flown by. The contents of this ring are rather excessive. As the most powerful being in the continent, Hun Tiandi's casual offerings included a treasure trove within the storage ring. A veritable ocean of collectibles. It was precisely because these items were given without much thought that most had not been carefully curated, resulting in a haphazard collection. Upon her estimation, there were as many as 20 volumes of Earth-level combat techniques, not to mention an overwhelming number of profound-level ones whose names she could scarcely recall. Should she auction off all these techniques, it would likely suffice to purchase an entire city in the northern region. Fortunately, after thorough verification, she confirmed that these techniques were not authored by Hun Tiendi, alleviating her concerns about any potential manipulations. Once she exchanged the remaining celestial materials and elixirs from the ring, she could finally set aside her suspicions and embark on her journey to the northwest. Distinguished guest. As she pondered, a gentle knock echoed at the door, and a voluptuous mature woman, dressed provocatively, entered the room. With a respectful demeanor, she bowed and stated, "The items you entrusted for auction have concluded bidding. As per your request, they have all been exchanged for medicinal herbs and low-tier elixirs. I have also brought the remaining gold coins." With that, she delicately retrieved a storage ring and an ornate crystal card from her bosom, placing them upon the nearby tea table. Additionally, the maps of the various nations in the northwest that you requested have been prepared within the storage ring. Given the high value of the items you provided, there will be no extra charge for the maps. Thank you. In response, the mature woman displayed a professional smile, engaging in light conversation before excusing herself from the room, granting Hun Ruoruo ample privacy. Once the woman departed, Hun Ruoruo picked up the card from the table and glanced at the amount inscribed. Oh, the life-saving pill truly lives up to its name, fetching nearly double the price of a typical 7th-grade elixir. She tucked the card into her pocket and then extracted the map of the Gamma Empire from the plethora of herbs within the storage ring. The young woman licked her lips, her enchanting eyes blinking playfully, their glimmer adding an air of allure to her innocent visage hidden beneath the black robe. Leaving Zhongzhou would finally allow her to shed these damned disguises. 2 months later, in Wutan City, gazing at the familiar dark stone monument before him, the young boy could not help but press his hand against the stone with increasing force. 1 second, 2 seconds, after a brief moment. The 5 grand characters inscribed on the testing monolith remained utterly unchanged, their brilliant glow now seeming almost blinding. As his words fell silent, a wave of derisive murmurs surged through the bustling training ground, the spectators seemingly having anticipated this outcome all along. Alas, this worthless fool has brought shame upon the family. Were it not for the fact that the clan leader is his father, this inept individual would have long been expelled to fend for himself, rather than indulged in this lavish existence. Listening to the jeers and lamentations from those around him, the boy, standing as still as a wooden post, felt his breath quicken. He lifted his head, revealing a youthful face with a touch of delicate charm. These people remain as cruel as ever. The power they once displayed before me with such humility now manifests in their arrogance. Is this a form of retribution? Xiao Yan revealed a bitter smile that held an enigmatic quality, then numbly nodded towards the examiner before turning to retreat to the back of the line. That solitary figure seemed to stand in stark contrast to the world around him. So be it. After all, this world was never truly mine. The boy cast a disinterested glance at the raucous crowd, then busied himself with wiping the blood that oozed from his palm onto the inside of his garment. The wound throbbed painfully, the crimson stains on his clothing stark against the fabric. Ah, so be it. After all, this world was never truly mine. Who? A wave of shock coursed through Xiao Yan as he abruptly turned towards the source of the voice. Beside him stood an empty space, with only the gentle breeze rustling fallen leaves, as if mocking him in silence. A hallucination? The agitation within Xiao Yan intensified as he turned his gaze back to the crowd. As expected, in response to his sudden outburst, the previously derisive crowd redoubled their scorn, casting glances laced with pity, as if to mourn this fool who had lost his wits due to an overwhelming disparity. A torrent of malice washed over the boy's heart. He clenched his teeth tightly, disregarding all decorum, and resolutely turned to leave the training ground. Next, Xiao Suner. The examiner's voice rang out perfectly, causing Xiao Yan to hesitate in his departure. The clamorous crowd fell into an abrupt silence upon hearing the name, most having cast aside the memory of Xiao Yan's ludicrous antics to fix their gaze upon the stage. There, where the eyes of the onlookers converged, a beautiful young girl clad in a purple dress gracefully ascended the platform, her serene countenance and ethereal elegance eliciting waves of cheers from the audience below. Sooner, he took a step forward, leaving behind a solitary figure that seemed to be detached from the world. Chapter 7. The golden wind and jade do meet for the first time. The moon hung like a silver disk, surrounded by a tapestry of stars. Atop the cliff on the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan leaned against a rise in the grassy expanse, a blade of grass clutched between his teeth. Gently chewing, the bitter juices of the grass roots mingled with a hint of earthiness, quietly dissolving in his mouth. He raised his fair hand high above his head, shielding the vast silver moon from view, and then made a grasping motion, as if he intended to seize the luminous orb within his palm. Sigh. 15 years have passed. The boy's murmurs drifted through the air, tinged with an inescapable sense of confusion amidst the mundane. 15 years have passed. Suddenly, a sweet, melodious voice broke through, shattering the melancholic atmosphere that had enveloped the boy. Xiao Yan was startled by the unexpected voice, coughing violently to expel the grass root lodged in his mouth, his spine tingling with unease as he turned to the side. There lay a girl clad in a black robe, having seemingly appeared by his side without notice, her posture mirroring his earlier gesture of resting her head upon her arms. Xiao Yan's voice quivered as he exclaimed, "You are you? Oh, does the third young master recognize me? Were you imitating my speech during the afternoon test?" "Imitating your speech?" The girl remained poised, yet her tone shifted to one of despondency. "After all, this world was never meant for me." "Indeed, it is you." Xiao Yan forcibly suppressed his inner trepidation, retorting angrily, "Why mimic my speech? If it weren't for you, I would never have." "Oh dear, third young master, you are wronging me." Though her face was obscured by the black robe, her voice conveyed a sense of deep grievance. "I merely didn't comprehend the meaning of your words and unconsciously repeated them." "What does it mean that the world does not belong to you?" Xiao Yan faltered, rendered speechless, his earlier anger doused by an icy chill. After all, his identity as a traveler was a secret he could never divulge. It is understandable, after all. It is inevitable to feel a sense of disparity after falling from such a high position. "You know my past? You are quite the renowned figure in Wutan City. Your name even reaches the imperial capital." "The imperial capital," Xiao Yan mused. "So, it seems the young lady is not from Wutan City after all. No wonder she possesses such strength." After a brief pause, he continued, his tone tinged with bitterness. "As for that reputation, it is merely a stain. 3 years have passed, and I have gradually become accustomed to it. Seeing you today, I must say you still possess your charm," the girl remarked, rising to stretch, her black robe billowing in the mountain breeze at the cliff's edge. "Third young master, do you wish to grow stronger?" The mountain breeze intensified, causing her hood to slip, revealing her waist-length blue hair that danced like ocean waves in the wind, enhancing her flawless beauty with an air of effortless grace. Her lips curled into a smile that could enchant even the moonlight. The silver moon, the starry river, and every blade of grass and tree upon the cliff seemed to serve as her backdrop. Her profound eyes gazed silently at the entranced boy across from her, allowing time to pass quietly. "Let me assist you, shall I?" At her words, Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment before gently shaking his head. "When you inquired earlier, I already had my suspicions. I indeed wish to grow stronger, but there is no need for your concern. I believe there is nothing worthy of your assistance." In his eyes, the enigmatic girl who suddenly appeared before him was enveloped in an aura of mystery. Setting aside the question of why she had come to the small town of Wutan, merely the phrase still maintaining her elegance made Xiao Yan feel quite uncomfortable. Therefore, despite acknowledging her formidable prowess and the tempting conditions she proposed, Xiao Yan resolutely chose to decline, for he had no desire to become a mere puppet for such a powerful individual's amusement. Observing the wariness reflected in Xiao Yan's gaze, the girl clasped her hands behind her back and scrutinized him from head to toe. With a playful smile, she remarked, "Do you think, third young master, that my words are insincere?" Xiao Yan remained silent, yet his somewhat aloof demeanor evidently conveyed his tacit agreement. "Your cold demeanor is rather disheartening," she said, her eyes glistening with a hint of sorrow, her lips slightly pouting, evoking sympathy. "Third young master, while others may not notice, surely you must perceive your own uniqueness." "What uniqueness could I possibly possess?" he retorted. "Ah, your soul power appears to be quite extraordinary, for I sensed it the moment you entered Wutan City," she teased. Soul power. As a reincarnator, Xiao Yan's soul strength far exceeded that of ordinary people, granting him exceptional perceptive abilities and talent for cultivation. In his understanding, there seemed to be no specific techniques available to aid in the cultivation of soul power, Not even those of celestial grade could yield such effects. Thus, it was this remarkable soul power that had earned Xiao Yan his reputation as a genius. It could be said that this extraordinary soul power was his greatest secret aside from his identity as a reincarnator. Now that it had been unveiled by her, his unease intensified. Had their power disparity not been so vast, he might have even considered fleeing. I see, he responded. However, I still find the notion of assisting in cultivation somewhat troubling. The girl remained silent, her ocean-like eyes gazing deeply into his. Just as Xiao Yan felt the weight of her stare, she suddenly smiled and said, "It seems too soon for you to make such declarations. Why not provide your answer tomorrow?" Tomorrow? Indeed, tomorrow. Before he could respond further, she vanished without a trace. This woman undoubtedly harbored secrets. His expression shifting, Xiao Yan let out a soft sigh and turned to greet, "Father, you've arrived." As the words left his lips, a middle-aged man emerged slowly from between the branches of the trees, his face radiating concern and warmth. "Yinner, why are you still awake at such an hour? Are you still pondering the afternoon's examination?" Even his father had not perceived her. "A special matter?" he mused. "In that case, I must remind you that we shall be hosting esteemed guests tomorrow, so do not forget your manners." As expected. "Haha, Yinner, what are you whispering about? Do share with your father." "Ah, nothing. You rascal." Chapter 8, The Esteemed Guest. The following day, in the reception hall, Xiao Yan sat somewhat distractedly beside Sun, listening to her incessant chatter. "Brother Xiao Yan, it has been 3 years since we last sat alone together, hasn't it?" "Brother Xiao Yan, have you read the book that Sun sent earlier?" Sun asked, noticing the indifferent response from the other party. A deep sense of melancholy appeared on her delicate face, prompting her to gently poke the soft flesh at Xiao Yan's waist with her tender little hand. "Ouch, what are you doing, girl?" he whispered. "Brother Xiao Yan, do you perhaps have something weighing on your mind?" Sun pouted and said softly, "During yesterday's family test, you left without waiting for me, and I had to search high and low for you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression stiffened slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. "Well, now that you are a genius in the family, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find someone to accompany you, so why concern yourself with me?" Sun didn't need anyone else to accompany her. Her bright, clear eyes darted around, aware that her companion harbored some unspoken worries. She gently shifted the topic, asking, "Brother Xiao Yan, are you pondering the identities of those individuals on the platform?" "Yes." After observing for a while, Xiao Yan concluded that among the three, the one in charge was not the formidable dome master, but rather the striking young woman adorned with green earrings, situated to the right of the elder. In the center of the hall, 3 elders were engaged in an animated conversation with the elderly man, who seemed to have something troubling him, as his words abruptly shifted to different topics, creating a rather disjointed dialogue. This absurd scene left Xiao Yan feeling quite incredulous, especially as the delicate young woman shot a reproachful glance at the elder. Noticing Xiao Yan's rare willingness to continue the conversation, Sun closed the ancient book she had been holding and, with sparkling eyes and a smile, asked, "Brother Xiao Yan, do you wish to know their identities? You know?" Curious, Xiao Yan turned to her, surprised. "Just look at the luminous accessories on their sleeves." "Oh." Intrigued, Xiao Yan shifted his gaze to their sleeves, and indeed, each bore a silver little sword shaped like a cloud, glinting in the light. Cloud-shaped silver swords? So they are from the Yunlong clan. What could they possibly want with our family? Perhaps it concerns you, Brother Xiao Yan. Me? How could I possibly have anything to do with them? Though the Xiao family was a dominant force in Wutan City, the Yunlong clan was a powerhouse throughout the entire Jiamai Empire. The chasm between them was like a vast gulf, making it hard for him to fathom any connection. Could it be related to the Yunlong clan? As Xiao Yan's expression darkened, Sun cast a fleeting glance at the exquisite young woman on the platform and softly remarked, "Her name is Nailin Yinran." I trust Brother Xiao Yan understands now. Nailin Yinran. 5 years ago, she was accepted as a direct disciple by the Yunlong clan's leader, Yun Yun, and her exceptional talent had lived up to those expectations, earning her immense favor. The only connection between her and Brother Xiao Yan was Sun. Xiao Yan waved his hand, his voice quivering with barely concealed emotion. No need to elaborate further. The trembling was not born of fear, but rather a culmination of pent-up rage. It was abundantly clear that Nailin Yinran had but one objective in her visit, to annul the engagement she regarded as a thorn in her side, a pact with a mere wastrel of the Xiao family. In truth, Xiao Yan had never aspired to forge any beautiful union with her. The disparity in their social standings was one thing, but how could one expect affection from a fiancé they had never met in 15 years? He considered himself devoid of such allure. Should she act as if this matter had never existed, Xiao Yan would remain silent. Yet if she were to publicly demand the dissolution of their engagement, not only would he lose face, but so too would his father, the clan leader. At that moment, his expression was as somber as the depths of a still lake, finally grasping the enigmatic implications of the previous night. The delicate girl who had whimsically referred to herself as the third young master had, through some means, already learned of this affair and had planted seeds of doubt in her heart, clearly waiting for this very moment. Such scheming sent a chill through Xiao Yan's heart. Brother Xiao Yan, the young lady murmured, her head bowed in contemplation, making it difficult for Sun to discern his expression. The once innocent visage now bore a hint of worry. Just as myriad thoughts raced through Xiao Yan's mind, Guyi in the center of the hall could no longer remain seated. He rose, clasping his hands together, and said, "Clan leader Xiao has come here primarily to seek a favor." "Ha, Mr. Gu, please speak freely. If it is within my capacity, I shall not decline," Xiao Yan replied, careful to show his respect. However, as he was unaware of the specifics of the request, he did not elaborate further. "Clan leader Xiao, do you recognize her?" Guyi asked with a forced chuckle, gesturing towards the young lady beside him. I must apologize. As I am unable to recognize this young lady," Xiao Yan replied, momentarily taken aback as he appraised the girl, then awkwardly shook his head. "Ahem. Her name is Nailin Yanran. Uncle Xiao, it is I who should apologize for not visiting over the years," Guyi said with a beaming smile. "However, clan leader Xiao, what I seek today relates to Yanran, and this matter has been personally requested by the esteemed leader of our sect." "The esteemed leader?" Xiao Yan mused, pondering what a figure of such stature could desire from a mere clan leader. As a certain possibility dawned upon him, his lips twitched violently, and his sturdy hands could not help but tremble slightly. Seeing the smile fade from Xiao Yan's face, Guyi decided to eschew any further pretense. And with a steely resolve, he stated, "Clan leader Xiao, our Yunlan sect has a long-standing rule that forbids the successor to the sect leader from engaging in romantic entanglements with the opposite sex prior to assuming their role. Therefore, could we kindly request the annulment of this engagement?" At that moment, the whispers that had previously filled the air abruptly ceased, and the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. "What did you say?" Xiao Yan exclaimed, slamming his hand upon the table, causing the teacup in his other hand to shatter under the strain of his grip. His father's gaze was fixed in shock upon the stage, veins bulging in his clenched fists. As Xiao Yan's fury began to surface, Nailin Yanran, in a state of panic, rose to her feet and stammered, "Uncle Xiao, I understand your dissatisfaction, so I specially had my teacher bring a token of apology." With that, the young girl urgently tugged at Guyi's sleeve, prompting the elder to awaken from his reverie and produce an exquisitely crafted ancient jade box. He gingerly opened the box, and in the next moment, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the center of the hall, bringing a sense of comfort to those present who had yet to reach the level of combatants. Inside the box lay a verdant medicinal pill, the size of a dragon's eye, resting quietly in a central indentation, its alluring scent emanating from it. "Is this the chi gathering powder?" Within the hall, the startled exclamations of the three elders caused the youth and maidens seated below to widen their eyes in astonishment, their fervent gazes fixating on the emerald pill. "Haha, this was personally refined by our esteemed elder, Lord Guhi." Observing the crowd's unrestrained reaction, Guyi could not suppress a sense of pride and smiled. To think this pill was crafted by the Pill King Guhi himself? Upon hearing this, the three elders, who had managed to retain some semblance of composure, could no longer restrain their emotions, visibly stirred. The Pill King Guhi not only possessed the prowess of a Do Wang, but also boasted a remarkable alchemical skill rated at 6 stars, making him the finest in the Gamma Empire. Such a figure, with his chi gathering powder, was surely worth several times its weight in gold. Indeed, the elder, well versed in reading the room, felt a surge of confidence, and his previously hesitant demeanor grew more assertive. "Surely, everyone present has heard of Lord Guhi's reputation. I wonder if this gift suffices as an apology?" Seeing Xiao Yan's sullen face, which refused to lift, Guyi could not help but feel a sense of triumph. Just as he was about to press his advantage, a derisive laugh echoed from a distant corner. "Oh, the chi gathering powder? The Yunlan sect is indeed generous. But I fear the Xiao family has no fortune to enjoy such a boon." The previously bustling discussions in the hall came to an abrupt halt, and all gazes shifted towards the sullen-faced, handsome youth in the corner. "Xiao Yan, this is not your place to speak. Be silent." "Xiao Yan, step back. I understand your discomfort, but we shall handle matters here." It was out of the question to expel him as the son of the clan leader. And as the situation grew awkward, a silent curse escaped at the boy's audacity. Reluctantly, he allowed Xiao Yan to confront the Yunlan sect members on stage. Ignoring the hypocrisy of the three elders, the young man took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury, and spoke slowly. "Nailin Yanran, may I inquire if the matter of the annulment of the engagement was ever consented to by your grandfather?" "My grandfather did not consent. But this is my affair and has nothing to do with him," the girl replied, her voice soft yet laced with undeniable pride. "Since the elder has not spoken, I hope you will understand. My father will not acquiesce to your demands either. The initial arrangement was made by our two grandfathers, and none dared to dissolve it. Otherwise, it would be a desecration of our deceased elders. I trust that no one would commit such an act of rebellion, would they? Xiao Yan's words were not only directed at Nalan Yinran, but also served as a veiled jab at the three elders who consistently opposed him. Overwhelmed by such a heavy accusation, the three elders fell silent, clearly struck at their Achilles' heel. As the crowd refrained from retorting, Nalan Yinran's face turned a deep shade of anger, and she stamped her foot heavily, finally revealing her well-concealed temper. With a look of disdain, she irritably inquired, "How can the engagement be dissolved? I offer you 3 qi-gathering pills instead of 1. Furthermore, I shall grant you permission to practice the profound Do Qi techniques of the Yunlan sect. Is this not sufficient?" The young lady continued to present one enticing condition after another, causing those present to involuntarily swallow their saliva. Contrary to what they anticipated, Xiao Yan, with his head bowed, allowed his hair to obscure his expression. His body trembled slightly before he lifted his gaze. In the next moment, Nalan Yinran found herself inadvertently locking eyes with his dark orbs, filled with an icy intensity that sent shivers down her spine, making her legs quiver and forcing her to take a step back involuntarily. Is this murderous intent? Does he wish to kill me? Nalan Yinran grappled with this unprecedented sensation, a thought surfacing unbidden in her mind. The young man clenched his fists tightly, gradually raising his head, the previous coldness in his gaze having vanished, replaced by a peculiar smile. The earlier aura of menace seemed to dissolve like a dream. Had it not been for Gu Yi and the handsome youth standing beside Nalan Yinran, they might not have comprehended the reason for their young master's uncharacteristic retreat. This fellow can so swiftly rein in his emotions even in such circumstances. Even if he is deemed a waste, he is far from ordinary, Gu Yi mused coldly. As expected, apart from Gu Yi and the 2 others, nearly everyone else perceived Xiao Yan's expression as a sign of him having suffered a severe blow and losing his sanity. However, in stark contrast to their expectations, Nalan Yinran no longer held her previous haughty demeanor. Instead, she appeared to be fearful of something as she spoke. "Xiao Yan, you should dissolve this engagement. My master is a Do Huang, the leader of the Yunlan sect, and she personally endorsed it." The young man internally scoffed, responding with a cold smile. Miss Nalan's esteemed status is well known throughout the Jiama Empire, and there is no need to elaborate. But do you understand the humiliation that a man faces if the woman calls off the engagement in the Dochi continent? Yes, I have thick skin, and I can still smile in such a situation, yet I suppose all present believe me to be mad, don't you? Your opinions of me do not concern me. But my father, he is the head of the Xiao family. If I acquiesce to you, what will happen to him? How will he manage the Xiao family in the future, and what face will the Xiao family have to survive in this Wutan city? When mentioning Xiao Zhan, even with Xiao Yan's current temperament, he could not help but be overtaken by emotion, his aura erupting like a volcano, leaving everyone in the hall momentarily stunned. The words spoken were fierce and resonant, compelling even the previously mocking members of the Xiao clan into silence. The matter at hand concerned the dignity of the family. Even if they secretly looked down upon Xiao Yan, they could not deny the validity of his statements, and a flicker of respect inevitably arose within them. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to challenge authority, especially in their most desolate moments. Nalan Yanjun's gaze faltered slightly as she glanced at Gu Yi, who was persistently signaling her from the side. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Today, I admit I was somewhat impulsive. Let us do this. I am willing to make a concession. 3 years. I shall grant you 3 years. After that, I will provide you with an opportunity to challenge me at the Yunlan sect." Challenge? Xiao Yan's gaze lowered, obscuring the emotions concealed within. Chapter 10. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Nalan Yanjun had never entertained the thought of losing. Thus her proposal lacked any mention of what would happen should her opponent emerge victorious. In truth, it was not just her, even the Xiao clan members, reluctant to betray their own, likely had not considered the possibility of Xiao Yan winning. They merely perceived that the conditions she proposed would preserve some semblance of dignity for the Xiao family. Miss Nalan, you are well aware of Yan's circumstances. What do you expect him to challenge you with? Should he endure public humiliation at the Yunlan sect once more? Xiao Zhan slammed his palm on the table, rising in anger. Uncle Xiao, someone must bear the responsibility for breaking this engagement. Were it not for preserving your reputation, Yanjun would have already forcibly annulled the betrothal and made it public. After being humiliated several times, Nalan Yanjun had finally grown impatient and turned to Xiao Yan, coldly demanding, "Since you previously stated you did not wish to tarnish Uncle Zhao's reputation, will you accept this challenge? Are you afraid? Huh? Do you truly believe I, Xiao Yan, covet a talented wife like you?" Ultimately, youthful impetuosity prevailed. Despite his depth of character, he still maintained his own principles. Now, Nalan Yanjun had repeatedly crossed his boundaries, successfully igniting a fury within him that was beyond his control. The youth fell silent, striding forward, casually grasping an ink brush and elegantly inscribing several flowing characters. With a resounding clap, he slammed the brush onto the table, then swiftly drew a short sword resting atop it. Without the slightest hesitation, the gleaming blade sliced into the center of his left palm, opening a gash. Crimson droplets cascaded to the ground alongside the short sword, the sound crisp and clear. Blood gradually spread across his palm, and Xiao Yan forcefully pressed his hand onto the white paper, leaving an exceptionally vivid blood imprint, Nalan Yanjun, as it stands. There is no need for you to leverage the power of the Yunlan sect against me any longer. I, Xiao Yan, shall accept this challenge. Furthermore, in consideration of old Master Nalan, I offer you a few words. His gaze was icy. Yet the emotions within him boiled like molten lava. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. With that, Xiao Yan casually tossed the blood-stained contract, the paper slicing through the air, spiraling gracefully before it finally descended to the ground. Oh, what a profound statement. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. I, Xiao Zhan's son, am indeed extraordinary. At the pinnacle of my being. Xiao Zhan's eyes glimmered with intensity as he forcefully struck the table, causing tea to spill. The young man drew his sword, unleashing a torrent of blood, exuding an extraordinary aura that left all present in awe, rendered speechless. For a moment, the hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. In this eerie stillness, the once haughty Nalan Yanran could not help but lower her proud head, her gaze falling upon the blood contract that lay on the ground. This divorce decree? As she read the bold characters on the paper, Nalan Yanran felt dizzy, her voice sharpening. You dare to divorce me? She had never imagined that the long-desired dissolution of her engagement would conclude in such an absurd manner. As the young master of the Yunlan sect, she had always been the one bestowing favors, high above others. Never did she anticipate that a fallen scion from a humble family would seize her agency. In that moment, she felt no relief or joy, only the weight of the contract on the ground, as if it were a mocking reminder of her predicament. Casting a cold gaze at Nalan Yanran's astonished expression, Xiao Yan suddenly turned, kneeling before Xiao Zhan, bowing his head heavily, blood seeping from his tightly clenched lips. Yet he stubbornly remained silent. Witnessing this scene, the initial surprise on Xiao Zhan's face gradually morphed into a smile, his expression one of contentment. I believe my son will not remain a wastrel for life. These slanders shall inevitably be proven false in the future. Father, 3 years hence, Yenner will return to Yunlan sect to personally avenge today's humiliation. Tears glistening in his eyes, Xiao Yan bowed once more with fervor before resolutely departing, devoid of any hesitation. As he passed by Nalan Yanran, he paused momentarily, cold words escaping his lips. In 3 years, I shall seek you out. The silhouette of the young man elongated under the sunlight, yet the moment he stepped out of the door, he seemed enveloped by an unseen shadow, becoming indistinguishable. Departing the hall with an expressionless demeanor, Xiao Yan was lost in thought, his steps faltering as he ascended the family's rear mountain, calmly gazing at the mysterious maiden who had long since taken her place atop the peak. Indeed, you had foreseen today's events. The enigmatic girl had shed her disguise, now clad in a flowing black gown, her expression no longer the charming allure of the previous night, but rather a sinister smile, mocking him, even with the warning given. You still acted so impulsively, young Master Xiao Yan. His breath grew heavier, teeth biting down on his lip, allowing the metallic taste of blood to seep forth. Certainly, her reminder had tempered his initial fury, yet Nalan Yanran's words cut like a knife, causing him to tremble with unrestrained emotion. That Nalan Yanran, exploiting the prestige of the Yunlan sect to bully my inferior strength, has inflicted unimaginable suffering and pressure upon my father. How could I possibly endure this? The insults of today, I shall not endure a second time. Xiao Yan's voice was hoarse, yet resolute, his gaze brimming with resentment. If that is the case, I shall pose yesterday's question once more. Xiao Yan, do you wish to grow stronger? The girl's eyes remained profound, her tone unperturbed. In response, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply a few times, slowly extending his hand, palm open before the girl, blood continuing to drip from his wounds, the gaping injuries revealing raw flesh and trailing a narrow stream of crimson. Then he clenched his fist tightly, allowing sweat and blood to stain the wounds, a piercing pain coursing through him. He yearned. Recalling the moment when his father's visage aged in an instant, the boy's heart surged with an unprecedented desire and frustration. Even knowing the other had ulterior motives, he found himself with no alternative. No wonder you are held in such esteem. You possess remarkable spirit. Upon receiving a satisfying answer, the girl's expression abruptly shifted, and with a charming demeanor, she remarked, Third young master, that Nalan Yinran truly lacks discernment. In the future, she shall certainly regret her actions, kneeling before you as a servant. A servant? Indeed. Does the third young master not despise her? Does he not wish for her to kneel before him, serving tea and water? This despite having some understanding of the enigmatic girl's peculiar disposition. Xiao Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, swallowing hard as he declared, 3 years hence, if I can indeed triumph over Nalan Yinran, I, Xiao Yan, shall compel her to bow before my father and apologize. As for being a servant, let's forego that, as the junior master of the Yunlan sect. If I were to tarnish her reputation, my Xiao family would likely find it exceedingly difficult to navigate the Jiaomai Empire. Yet, third young master, did you not just suffer a loss at her hands? That was indeed a letter of divorce. I noticed her face turn pale. You saw that? Why not take a guess? Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's awkward expression, the girl smiled softly and drew closer. Her breath, fragrant and warm, brushed against Xiao Yan's ear, causing a delightful shiver to run down his neck. Without backing, without hidden cards, to dare confront Nalan Yinran's provocation, such audacity is indeed endearing. Chapter 11. What is the purpose? You. The boy's previously somber visage flushed with color due to this unexpected gesture, and he hastily retreated, losing his footing and tumbling onto the lawn. Instinctively, he braced himself with his injured palm, and after a moment, the anticipated pain did not materialize. Realizing this, Xiao Yan opened his palm. The wound vanished. Gazing at his hand, now pale with a hint of crimson, Xiao Yan experienced profound shock. His perception of the mysterious girl transformed irrevocably. With satisfaction, the girl observed Xiao Yan's bewildered state, revealing her thumb and index finger, gently waving them before him, a quaint black ring materializing at her fingertips. She flicked the ring with a delicate motion, causing it to spin gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Is that my spatial ring? My lady, this is a keepsake left by my mother. It holds little value, so I beseech you not to take it from me. The third young master could not possibly regard someone as a thief, could he? It is merely a temporary borrowing. I shall return it to you by nightfall. If you would permit. Xiao Yan's face twitched as he reluctantly replied, but I do not even know your name. Ruoruo, the girl murmured softly, her demeanor shy. Miss Ruoruo. Ruoruo? Upon hearing this, a sudden flush crept across Ruoruo's cheeks, and she shyly remarked, Third young master. To be calling me Ruoruo after just a day of acquaintance, you are quite audacious. Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Did you not ask me to call you that? With a playful chuckle, Ruoruo interrupted him, her expression turning serious. See you tonight, third young master. I hope to see you again without missing limbs. It would truly pain my heart. With that, Ruoruo vanished in a blink, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering around the boy's attire, refusing to dissipate. Missing limbs? What sort of nonsense is that? After pondering over her words, Xiao Yan shook his head in resignation. This woman is truly something. His thoughts trailed off abruptly as he stiffened, turning to glance behind him. There, not far away, a graceful figure clad in purple flitted by like a sprite. Instinctively inhaling the lingering scent that clung to him, Xiao Yan cursed vehemently, Enchantress. Meanwhile, after departing from the Xiao residence, Ruoruo walked briskly through the bustling streets, toying with the ring she had obtained from Xiao Yan. Strangely, regardless of her actions, the people around her seemed oblivious, as though she were merely a figment of the air. After making several rounds and feeling somewhat bored, she tapped the ring in her hand, elongated her tone, and said, Isn't it time for the old gentleman inside the ring to come out? After a moment of silence, Ruoruo pouted and swiftly moved to a more secluded grove. With a surge of energy, she spun the ring in her hand like a top. Little girl, cease your spinning. A voice, steady yet tinged with exasperation, suddenly emanated from the ring. Following this, a white mist began to rise from the ancient ring, transforming in the blink of an eye into a dapper elder clad in blue and white robes. Ruoruo blinked, taking in the elderly gentleman's appearance, feeling a wave of surprise wash over her. This figure seemed rather dissimilar to the description she had read. Was he not supposed to be an old, decrepit man? The elder's visage was quite unique, his skin as radiant as jade, the blue and white robe flowing past his waist and dissolving into wispy tendrils at the knee. Were it not for his head of silver hair and the deep, wise golden eyes that exuded both age and sagacity, one might struggle to believe he was indeed an elderly man. Sensing the elder's discomfort under her gaze, he cleared his throat twice before continuing, Little girl, do I possess some sort of blemish upon my face? Regaining her composure, Ruoruo beamed brightly. Esteemed elder, how shall I address you? What does a solitary spirit like me need a name for? The old man stroked his beard and said, Little girl, perhaps you should tell me your purpose. With your remarkable cultivation talent, you would surely stand out not only in Zhongzhou, but even among the enigmatic ancient races. Why then, have you chosen to come to this desolate land of the Northwest? And as for that young lad, Xiao Yan, while he possesses considerable talent and exceptional soul power, I suspect he still pales in comparison to you. Hun Ruoruo tilted her head and replied, Xiao Yan is not merely talented, if I am not mistaken. He is also destined to receive your invaluable teachings, is he not? The old man, intrigued, acknowledged, indeed, I have contemplated accepting him as my disciple. But how did you come to perceive this? Given Xiao Yan's meager fighting spirit, merely awakening your soul entity is already an impressive feat. The subsequent absorption of fighting spirit is likely more a means for you to refine and observe his character, is it not? The soul entity has long been regarded as a mysterious symbol within the Duqi continent. Even common Dozong experts possess only a rudimentary understanding of it. While only a select few advanced alchemists in the Soul Palace, which preys on soul entities, possess extensive knowledge on the matter. The insight displayed by the young girl regarding the soul entity evidently surpasses her expected capabilities. Noticing the old man's aura gradually expanding, Hun Ruoruo's thoughts stirred, prompting her to swiftly activate the barrier she had previously set up, concealing both of their presences. As expected, any discussion involving soul power would inevitably reveal the truth. Fortunately, I never intended to conceal it from him, Hun Ruoruo mused inwardly, before gesturing to indicate that the other party harbored no malicious intent. Realizing the barrier had been established, the old alchemist slightly reined in his aura, although the wariness on his face intensified, as if he regarded the exquisitely beautiful girl before him as a venomous serpent. Indeed, you are from the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace? I am not one of those faceless wretches cloaked in black robes. If I were truly a member of the Soul Palace, I would not be here alone. Countless guardians and even esteemed elders would be vying for the soul entity of the continent's foremost alchemist. There would be no possibility of a cordial negotiation as we are having now. With that, Hun Ruoruo scoffed dismissively, her expression suddenly filled with disdain. However, I must admit that I do indeed share the surname Han. Old sir, or rather, esteemed elder Yao, you wish to know my purpose, do you not? It is quite simple. I seek assistance in eliminating someone, nothing more. The old alchemist's expression shifted as he grappled with the revelation of her identity, ultimately suppressing the swirling doubts within and cautiously inquiring, who is it? The girl replied, her face void of emotion, Hun Tiendi. At this, the old man seemed to momentarily lose his ethereal form, the fluctuations of fighting spirit in his palm flickering erratically, before dissipating into the air like a candle extinguished by the wind. Who? Chapter 12, A Sincere Lie. Quietly observing the ethereal old man, who stood entranced in midair, Hun Ruoruo let out a slight sigh of relief. As the foremost alchemist on the mainland, renowned for his exceptional prowess and insight, Yao Lao found himself in a perplexing predicament. It was undeniably arduous to maintain discretion while simultaneously seeking to curry favor with the protagonist. It was hardly feasible to divulge that Xiao Yan was the chosen one, and that he had come to forge connections to avert being implicated. Such a notion was far too absurd. Given the sensitivity of her identity, she decided to lay her cards on the table, with her motives shrouded in ambiguity. She deftly redirected the blame. After all, the Soul Emperor was destined to sacrifice himself and his clan at the climax of the tale. Was she not permitted to retaliate in advance? Where was the justice in that? Senior Yao Chun reminded Hun Ruoruo, no matter how hard he pondered. He could not fathom how a girl of such extraordinary talent could possibly harbor animosity towards him. After all, she was the daughter of the leader of the ancient clan, the Soul Clan, which was second only to the archaic clans in terms of might. The chasm in power and status between them was akin to that between heaven and earth. How could enmity arise? I am your biological father, she declared. What? Yao Lao gaped at Hun Ruoruo, feeling as though the number of shocks he had experienced in a single day surpassed those of the past decade combined. You are the daughter of the Soul Clan leader? Impossible. The Soul Emperor possesses the strength of a 9-star Do Saint. His daughter must undeniably possess a potent Do Emperor bloodline. Even if you conceal it with secret arts, you cannot possibly deceive me. As a former member of the Yao clan, Yao Lao's understanding of the Do Emperor bloodline far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and his skepticism only deepened. The matter of the Do Emperor bloodline was critical to the fate of the 8 clans. Such distinctive fluctuations could not be masked by any common secret art. The more potent the bloodline, the more challenging it was to conceal, let alone that of the direct offspring of a clan leader. Little girl, though I currently exist merely as a wandering soul, I am not easily deceived. This clumsy fabrication is evidently insufficient to fool an old man like me. It was abundantly clear that the girl's solitary word held no credibility before Yao Lao. Whether this matter is true or false, the elder can ascertain with a glance. To this, Hun Ruoruo had long anticipated. She promptly rolled up the sleeve of her right arm, revealing a small portion of her smooth forearm. What is this? In stark contrast to the delicate skin of the girl was a series of ghastly wounds crisscrossing the upper part of her fair arm. The grotesque disparity sent a chill down Yao Lao's spine, leaving him momentarily unsettled. Has your bloodline power been siphoned away? A wisp of spiritual energy swept across the scars on the girl's skin, causing the previously dull marks to erupt with violet radiance, presenting an exceedingly eerie spectacle. Such ruthless methods. Could they truly have been executed by the Soul Clan leader? After a prolonged silence, Yao Lao's voice bore a hint of compassion, as he had already come to believe a significant portion of her claims. Such wounds, forged over countless years, could not have been the result of a mere whim. Although I inflicted this upon myself, it is not inaccurate to attribute it to the Soul Emperor, Hun Ruoruo mused inwardly. With a gentle nod, the girl swiftly lowered her sleeve and smiled faintly. Senior Yao Chun, if I were truly a member of the Soul Palace, the price I would have paid would be far too steep. Now, do you believe me? The expression on the elder's face was intricate. Even stripped of his Dou Emperor bloodline, the young girl before him possessed a formidable strength nearing that of a high-ranking Dou Wang. One could only imagine the breathtaking talent she exhibited. It was inconceivable that her mere soul, uncertain of whether it was alive or dead, could incite such a substantial sacrifice from the Soul Clan. This implies that the girl's seemingly rebellious and cunning disposition was likely a result of the harm inflicted by her father, the clan leader. After much contemplation, despite being misled by the Soul Ruoruo, the elder astonishingly arrived at the correct conclusion. With a sigh, he relinquished any animosity, stating, "Child, as one who has also been wounded by those closest to me, you and I share a striking resemblance. However, even at my pinnacle, I would be akin to an ant before the clan leader. I fear I cannot be of much assistance to you. As for that lad, Xiao Yan, though he is still young, his potential remains uncertain. If you wish to nurture him into a formidable ally capable of contending with the likes of the Soul Emperor, it may prove exceedingly arduous." After reiterating the difficulty, the elder shook his head gently. Even if the elder wished to take Xiao Yan as his disciple, it was merely to aid in reconstructing his physical form and to pass on his legacy. As for cultivation, merely achieving the rank of Dosheng seemed a distant dream. After all, in his prime, Yao Chun had barely reached the pinnacle of Dozun, with the path to becoming a half-saint still stretching out of reach. The prospect of becoming a Dosheng, let alone a 9-star Dosheng, seemed almost fantastical. Perhaps it was possible. Yet the odds were so minuscule that one might question their very existence. Without attempting, one would never know the outcome. Furthermore, I trust you have witnessed the scene today. Despite lacking any background or trump card, Xiao Yan still possessed the audacity to confront the authority of the Yunlan sect's young master. The disparity between them was indeed as vast as a chasm. The girl's eyes sparkled, compelling the elder to momentarily lose himself in her gaze. After a brief silence, he chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him. Perhaps the past blows have dulled the fervor within me. I no longer resist my fate as I once did. You are right. We cultivators should not wallow in self-pity. Very well. This solitary soul of mine shall make a rare effort. The Soul Palace has nearly obliterated my spirit. Seeking revenge will inevitably disrupt the interests of the Soul Clan. Therefore, it would be wise to collaborate with you, placing our bets on the two of you. The elder's soul brightened significantly, and he unexpectedly acquiesced to the girl's seemingly fantastical proposal. With a sly smile, Ruoruo pouted, her expression tinged with melancholy as she sighed. Senior Yao Chun, why does it feel as though I have become the one to counsel you? Upon hearing a young girl admonish him, the elder's demeanor faltered, the earlier bravado dissipating like mist. A hint of embarrassment crept in as he cleared his throat, saying, I am but an old man, prone to such sentiments. Do not mock this weary soul, my dear. He paused for a moment, as if recalling something, his expression tinged with a hint of confusion. Initially, while observing her within the spatial ring, he believed the girl to lack depth. However, after their recent exchange, he discerned something amiss. If she held such high regard for that lad Xiao Yan, why did she leave him with the impression that she was, well, manipulating him? To the naive Xiao Yan, the actions of Hun Ruoruo seemed enigmatic and inscrutable. Yet, with Yao Lao's keen insight, the peculiarities were unmistakable. Given that their relationship was one of mutual cooperation, why create an air of suspicion on the other side? Was it merely a matter of personal interest? The young girl's expression stiffened as she blinked, casually fabricating a response. Deep down, Hun Ruoruo was acutely aware that having forced herself to masquerade for so long in the soul realm, her eccentric nature could not easily be altered. She feared that if Xiao Yan harbored even a hint of fear or resentment, it could complicate matters should he pursue her in the future. This was not mere vanity. It was a conclusion drawn from years of devouring the souls of countless individuals who coveted her. It is essential to note that she harbored no affection for men. Rather, she relished the sensation of having them at her mercy. Stealing a discreet glance at the girl's somewhat rigid smile, Yao Lao shook his head in resignation. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, It was evident that she had no intention of revealing the truth. However, this was understandable. Even with her profound cunning, she was still limited by her youth and unable to completely mask her emotions. After all, she was still but a young girl. Yao Lao stroked his beard, secretly chuckling to himself, adopting a rather mischievous demeanor. Chapter 13. Interruption of Spellcasting. Xiao Family, Xiao Manor. As dusk fell, the once boisterous Xiao Manor gradually settled into a tranquil calm, melding into the serene night. The silver moon ascended as usual, but the vast expanse of stars was largely shrouded by heavy clouds, with only a few twinkling lights breaking through, faint yet luminous. Inside the room, that enchantress truly is. It must be said that to provoke such a reaction from Xiao Yan, a boy wise beyond his years, Hun Ruoruo was indeed a remarkable figure. To describe the girl's fragrance as akin to a parasitic worm that burrows into the bone suggests the extent of Xiao Yan's embarrassment. After all, he had just drawn his sword in the hall, shedding blood and severing ties, only to emerge moments later enveloped in the scent of a woman. How could he possibly explain that? The peculiar act of her stealthily pilfering the spatial ring from him left Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. In his eyes, those spatial rings were rare treasures in Wu-Tin City. They should not have been of such significance to a girl who identified herself as Ruoruo that she would go to the lengths of borrowing it from him. Claiming to assist him in becoming stronger, yet merely taking his spatial ring, she truly was an oddity. As for his decision to accept the 3-year agreement, he held no regrets. Even if, after 3 years, he remained an ineffectual individual, he would undoubtedly venture to Yunlan sect, determined to claim a piece of flesh from Nalan Yanran, regardless of the derision or grave injuries he might endure. This was not about himself. It was a matter of preserving his father's honor. Certainly, if it can be avoided, it is best not to proceed in such a manner. Even though some may speak fancifully, he is still striving for victory. After a chuckle, Xiao Yan began to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Yet his heart remained restless and anxious. Thud, thud. After an indeterminate period, a slight weariness began to creep in, and at last, the crisp sound of knocking on the door was heard. Upon closer listening, the sound resembled that of a hard object colliding with the door. However, it was evident that the exceedingly excited youth had no time to ponder such matters. The fatigue on his face vanished in an instant, and with a sudden leap, he sprung from his bed, hastily making his way toward the door. Hun Ruoruo, he exclaimed as he opened the door, only to be struck dumb. His face a mask of astonishment and disbelief. Instead of the smiling blue-haired girl he expected, there stood a ghostly, bizarre old man outside. Their figures, appearances, and even ages were worlds apart. The only semblance they shared was the smiles gracing their faces. Xiao Yan's youthful features twitched involuntarily. He instinctively rubbed his eyes and focused once more. It was still the old man, and he appeared to be nothing more than a disembodied torso. Observing the youth's expression of sheer horror, the old man stroked his beard and remarked, "Little one, it seems you are a bit." Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Yan forcefully slammed the door shut, sealing it tightly. 1 breath, 2 breaths, the room fell into an eerie silence. Ugh, this impudent child has no sense of courtesy, leaving me out here unattended. Shaking his head in resignation, the old man's ethereal form shimmered and passed through the closed door, materializing before Xiao Yan. "How did you get in? Who on earth are you?" Xiao Yan had never encountered such a scene before. Was this sorcery? No, this was clearly a ghost. How could any form of sorcery render a body in such a state? After a brief silence, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, managing to quell the turmoil within. "Are you the one residing in the ring?" "To be precise, I dwell within the ring," the old man chuckled ominously. "However, those details are of little consequence. Although this is our first meeting, I must thank you for your 3 years of offerings. Otherwise, I would have likely remained in slumber." "Offerings?" Xiao Yan paused, his initially panicked expression suddenly darkening, icy words spilling forth from between clenched teeth. "Is the mysterious disappearance of my Chi your doing?" The old man's spectral form flickered as if a light bulb were about to extinguish, crackling briefly. If a soul could blush, this would be the reaction. Seeing the implied acknowledgement, Xiao Yan could not restrain his fury. "Damn you. Whoa, hold on. There's no need for such outrage, little one. It was merely 3 years' worth of your Chi," the old man interjected quickly, raising an eyebrow. After all, he was to be recognized as the future mentor. He could not allow the youth to finish that unsavory remark. "Old man, since you've been hiding in the ring, you must be acutely aware of the ridicule I've endured because of this matter, right?" Xiao Yan nearly shouted as he spoke those words. "Yet, the experiences of these past 3 years have surely nurtured your growth, have they not?" Could the Xiao Yan of 3 years ago have maintained his composure and patience amidst such a series of events? However, the Xiao Yan of 3 years ago should not have had to endure such humiliation. Enough. As the tempest of anger subsided, Xiao Yan gradually regained his calm. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, The ring was originally in the possession of that enchantress. It seems she was the one who dragged you out. Enchantress? The aged alchemist, with his pale golden eyes darting about, chuckled awkwardly. That young lady has indeed been quite concerned for you. It appears you are rather unappreciative. Yet, it is understandable, as she has never revealed these matters to you. In light of this, allow me to take the liberty of stating plainly, under her negotiation, I am willing to accept you as my disciple and impart my knowledge to you, although I had intended to take you on as a disciple regardless. This generous offer is a favor she has procured on your behalf. After speaking, the aged alchemist regarded the young man before him with a sense of self-satisfaction. Exuding an air of confidence, Xiao Yan remained expressionless. If he were to describe it, this individual bore more resemblance to a member of a fraudulent organization from a past life, while he himself felt akin to a Na'vi fool unwittingly ensnared in their schemes. Consequently, now that he had come to his senses, left with little more than his undergarments, he yearned to swiftly rid himself of this insatiable leech, resolute in his refusal to trust a single word further. Chapter 14. An Unexpected Encounter. At this juncture, the aged alchemist paused, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, it seems you may never rise again in this lifetime. After all, Nalan Yinran's talent is merely a shade superior to yours. The cumulative progress from her diligent cultivation will be exceedingly difficult to match in a short span of time. His breaths grew heavier, a flicker of temptation crossing his features, yet his expression remained shrouded in caution. Ah, what a sharp-tongued young lad you are. Indeed, I possess skills that she cannot hope to attain. With a resigned nod, the aged alchemist descended to the ground, scrutinizing Xiao Yan for a moment before a fleeting expression of cunning triumph crossed his face. His demeanor shifted to seriousness as he discreetly conjured a soul barrier to obscure their perceptions. Then, with an outstretched palm, a sphere of icy white flame suddenly materialized at the center of his jade-like hand. An intensely chilling presence emanated from it, laced with an unparalleled fervor, as if seeking to envelop Xiao Yan in an endless purgatory. What is this? Xiao Yan exclaimed, terror etched across his face as he instinctively recoiled. Hee, little one, do you aspire to become an alchemist? At these words, Xiao Yan, trembling from the cold, swallowed heavily, his heart racing uncontrollably. The next day, as he strolled along the streets of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan's eyelids drooped, a clear indication of his sleepless night. It may seem enticing, but first, I must break through to become a fighter. Whether one wishes to become an alchemist or to cultivate combat techniques, the prerequisite remains the same. One must first become a fighter, for only a fighter can transform their internal do-chi into do-chi, coalescing it into a do-chi cyclone. The distinction between do-chi and do-chi is but a single character. Yet the magnitude of their differences is nothing short of astronomical. Only through the cultivation of fighting spirit can one sustain the practice of martial arts. And it is only after mastering such arts that the attributes of fighting spirit manifest, thereby qualifying Xiao Yan to become a pharmacist. This is a truth that Xiao Yan, once a fighter himself, understands all too well. Thus, it is essential for him to remain grounded in his current endeavors. With hurried steps, he disregards his fatigue and swiftly exits the Xiao family estate, heading directly towards the market to gather medicinal herbs. After parting ways with the medicine master, Yao Lao, and the girl, Hun Ruoruo, the young lady had already prepared gold coins and the necessary herbs in her spatial ring, a fact that Yao Lao had informed Xiao Yan about. Given Xiao Yan's frail physique, he is unable to withstand the potency of medicinal pills. Hence, to expedite his training, he must resort to a gentler method, the foundational spirit liquid created by Yao Lao. As a low-level potion, the ingredients for the foundational spirit liquid are not difficult to procure, requiring merely 3 stalks of purple leaf orchid, 2 ghost bone flowers, and a level 1 wood-type magic core for its concoction. However, Xiao Yan is exceedingly frustrated, for while the resources provided are abundant, they are not complete. The spatial ring contains 300 stalks of purple leaf orchid and several hundred level 1 wood-type magic cores, yet conspicuously lacks a single ghost bone flower. Xiao Yan cannot bring himself to believe that the other party is not toying with him. Nevertheless, he has no choice. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Xiao Yan decides to regard this errand as simply a task to undertake. That girl Ruoruo truly enjoys using me for her amusement, he muses with a bitter smile, as he hastens into the market to seek out ghost bone flowers. The market is bustling with activity, throngs of people filling the streets, yet the flow is remarkably swift, devoid of congestion or quarrels, exhibiting an orderly management. This marketplace is one of several medium-sized markets under the auspices of the Xiao family. After surveying his surroundings, the 15-year-old Xiao Yan, hindered by his height, cannot fully view the shops around him. Reluctantly, he resorts to inquiring a street vendor crouched nearby. How much for your ghost bone flowers? He asks. Ah, young master, they are 100 gold per flower. and if you buy more than a handful, you'll receive a 10% discount. Comes a playful and teasing voice, utterly devoid of the usual demeanor of a merchant. This voice. Xiao Yan gasps, abruptly lifting his head to behold the girl before him. Swathed in a black cloak, she gazes at him with her hands cupping her face, her large eyes sparkling and her thick lashes fluttering. Ruoruo, you truly are everywhere. Do you wish to buy the ghost bone flowers, young master? I knew you would have them. Why make me run this errand? Xiao Yan retorts. I don't mind. But won't this delay your training progress? To gain without effort is not a good habit, even if the cost is minimal. Young master must learn to contribute, she replies. Her small hands propping up her cheeks, her eyes narrowing as if imbued with some special meaning. Yet it all seems to drift away like clouds. I understand, he acknowledges. Hee, you truly are the young master that has caught my eye. The momentary seriousness on the girl's face dissipated, replaced by a melodious peal of laughter. Her voice, crisp and delightful, resonated with a soothing quality, yet beneath that laughter lay a blend of sincerity and deception, leaving Xiao Yan utterly perplexed. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply and finally voiced a long-buried question. Miss Ruoruo, why does it seem as though those around us are completely oblivious to your presence? As he uttered her name once more, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, compelling him to address her simply as Ruoruo. Indeed, whether it was during their first encounter beneath the moonlight, the furtive glances in the Xiao family hall, or now amidst the bustling marketplace, it appeared as though the people surrounding them were entirely unaware of her existence, evoking a complex emotion within Xiao Yan that was difficult to articulate. It was not precisely fear, but rather a curious resistance toward the unknown. Upon hearing Xiao Yan inquire about her, Hun Ruoruo tilted her head and replied, Third young master, since you are already aware of the matter regarding soul power, there is no reason for me to conceal anything from you. Chapter 15. Unrelated Matters. The fascinating concept of soul power had surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind for the first time, and he was filled with confusion. As far as I know, soul power is innate and predetermined, capable of only increasing with age. Even with a celestial grade technique, one cannot cultivate additional soul power, can they? Xiao Yan understood that his reputation as a prodigy stemmed from his extraordinary soul power, which allowed him to advance with remarkable speed, ultimately leading him to break through to the fighter stage at the tender age of 11. Thus, when Hun Ruoruo spoke of manipulating soul power, his initial response was disbelief, followed by an uneasy acceptance. After all, his soul power, cultivated over 2 lifetimes, was his greatest asset. If it could be trained or utilized, would he not be rendered no different from an ordinary individual? Seemingly sensing the doubts in his heart, Hun Ruoruo tilted her head and remarked, Indeed, there are techniques for cultivating soul power, but that depends on the innate strength of one's soul power. If it is no different from that of an average person, how can one expect to possess any remarkable talent in this regard? Haha, that is indeed true, Xiao Yan chuckled, shaking his head and deciding not to dwell on the matter further. Aspiring for unattainable heights was never his style. After a brief conversation, Hun Ruoruo promptly packed up her stall, binding it into a large bundle, and gestured toward Xiao Yan, her intent unmistakable. It is noteworthy that, due to the surrounding individuals being unaware of Hun Ruoruo's existence, Xiao Yan appeared as a weary youth, conversing with himself as he carried the burdensome load. His flushed face drew the sympathetic gazes of onlookers, many of whom approached, intending to confront the unscrupulous stall owner. Young brother, who made you carry such a heavy burden? Inquired a seemingly jovial uncle, his brow furrowed in concern. Little one, which family do you belong to? You seem familiar. Asked a vendor who frequently set up shop in that area, nearly leaning in toward Xiao Yan. Child, do you need me to help notify the market guards? A multitude of individuals gathered around an elderly woman, transforming the once orderly market into a scene of disarray, nearly obstructing Xiao Yan's path. My youthful lips twitched in frustration, and the head I had managed to lift sank back down in defeat. How had my efforts to assist the third young master in his physical training led to his being branded as a nefarious villain in their eyes? Hun Ruoruo clenched her tiny fists, brimming with indignation. In the backyard of the Xiao residence, a narrow stony path was flanked by lush green willows, their verdant foliage swaying gently in the light breeze, invigorating the spirit of those who paused to admire the scenery, except for those too weary to appreciate such beauty. Just then, as Xiao Yan was calming his breath and attempting to engage Hun Ruoruo, the sound of light, quick footsteps in the distance interrupted his thoughts. He turned towards the noise and beheld a cheerful young girl walking along a fork in the stony path, her gaze wandering over the surroundings. A delicate smile graced her lips, and though her innocent visage bore a hint of allure, she bore a striking resemblance to Hun Ruoruo. However, in both temperament and beauty, the girl in the distance paled in comparison to Hun Ruoruo, akin to a firefly next to the radiant moon. The girl was named Xiao Mei. During the time when Xiao Yan was celebrated as the foremost genius of the Xiao family, she had been inseparable from him, akin to a devoted shadow. The duo was endearingly likened to two little tailing insects, evoking a mix of annoyance and affectionate indulgence. Alas, such bliss was fleeting as Xiao Yan's talent waned. Xiao Mei swiftly distanced herself from him. Although she never uttered a word of mockery, her demeanor undoubtedly pierced the already isolated heart of Xiao Yan. Upon emerging from the shade of the trees, the girl's footsteps abruptly halted, clearly taken aback by the sight of Xiao Yan, who sat slumped on the ground. His face flushed as if he had just emerged from a pool of water. "This cousin of mine," Xiao Mei gasped in a hushed tone before hastily sealing her lips. The sight of him in such a pitiful state astonished her. Even though she was aware of the pressure he was under, this was indeed a tragic sight. In recent days, Xiao Yan's peculiar behavior beneath the testing platform had spread among the younger generation, with his startled reactions leading many to speculate that he had succumbed to a form of madness. However, most attributed it to the overwhelming blows he had faced. Deeming it an inability to cope, Xiao Mei's delicate brows furrowed, then relaxed as she internally resolved to inquire about his condition. After all, he was still her cousin, and his dismal state seemed to reflect what others had claimed. He truly appeared to be on the verge of losing his mind. As Xiao Yan approached her, he furrowed his brow, took a heavy breath, and slowly hoisted the massive cloth bag onto his shoulder. Without a glance in her direction, he turned his back to her, walking away with slow, deliberate steps, betraying no hint of longing. Astonished, Xiao Mei's rosy lips parted slightly as she gazed at the figure of the youth who had chosen to disregard her presence. When had she ever been treated in such a manner, given her beauty and status? A surge of inexplicable shame and anger welled up within me, compelling me to exclaim, "Cousin Xiao Yan." The bland and unfamiliar tone caused Xiao Mei to falter, and the emotions that had been on the brink of spilling forth evaporated in an instant. Disinclined to engage further, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and continued his strides towards the Xiao residence. Meanwhile, the previously silent Hun Ruoruo stretched leisurely ahead, her enchanting figure, even cloaked in a dark robe, remained utterly unconcealed. Unperturbed, Xiao Yan maintained his silence. While Hun Ruoruo's words might go unheard by others, his own speech would undoubtedly be crystal clear. Thus, the youth chose to abandon this conversational thread and focused intently on his journey. Chapter 16. Enhanced Foundation Establishment Elixir. After the two traversed the stony path, in a bid to avoid drawing too much attention, Hun Ruoruo graciously lifted the heavy burden from Xiao Yan's back and stored it within her spatial ring. Suddenly liberated from the weight, even for just a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan sensed a distinct lightness within him, as if the flow of his dou qi had become markedly more vibrant, leaving him astonished. Evidently, he had previously overlooked the fact that the burden of carrying heavy objects could directly impact the cultivation of dou qi. Freed from the constraints of the load, the young man moved with remarkable swiftness, eagerly pushing open the courtyard door and making a beeline towards the house. In such sweltering weather, he was drenched in sweat. The damp fabric clinging to his skin rendered him thoroughly uncomfortable. He scarcely registered his fatigue, consumed instead by the desire to take a quick shower and cool off. With a sudden thrust, he flung open the door, only to shiver as a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. The abrupt shift in temperature caused him to sneeze violently. "Teacher, what is this?" Initially pondering why this young lad was taking so long to procure medicinal herbs, it soon became clear that he had been rigorously trained by that girl Ruoruo. Upon turning to see Xiao Yan's disheveled state, the esteemed apothecary chuckled. "Well, your timing is impeccable. I have just completed the refinement of the purple leaf orchid and the demon core. I merely need to crush the bone-cleansing flower to extract its essence, and the formulation of this foundation establishment elixir will be complete." Meanwhile, as Hun Ruoruo stepped into the room, she surveyed the walls, noticing a thin layer of frost forming in the slightly damp corners, creating a rather intriguing spectacle. The apothecary's bone spirit cold fire was indeed extraordinary. Such extreme fluctuations of heat and cold could only be achieved by it. Momentarily caught off guard, Hun Ruoruo nearly uttered the apothecary's name, but swiftly corrected herself with an understated compliment. Seeing the bone spirit cold fire piqued her interest, even though she had discovered a fragment of the void-devouring flame within the spatial ring exchanged with the Heavenly Emperor. Her dou qi attribute clearly rendered her incapable of refining it into her body, if that had not been integrated into one's being. The methods to conceal its aura would be inherently flawed. While ordinary individuals might fail to detect any anomalies, those who also possessed would find such concealment nearly futile, easily perceiving it and becoming wary. In order to conceal the essence of the fiery energy contained within the ring from the perceptive Su heir, who possessed the formidable Golden Emperor's burning sky flame, Hun Ruoruo had meticulously devised a plan during her journey to Wuten City, hiding it in an exceedingly perilous location. A vision of treacherous peaks shrouded in mist flickered through her mind as she smiled brightly, remarking, "This marks the second time I have witnessed the formidable power of the flames on the stupid boy. Have you frozen your wits? Given Ruoruo's background and strength, how could she have not encountered?" After slightly retracting the diffusion range of the bone's spirit cold fire, Yao Lao chided with a chuckle. This boy usually displayed considerable cleverness. Yet before Hun Ruoruo, he consistently appeared utterly inept. Such a reaction upon encountering was understandable, but if he were to learn of her true background, one could only imagine how astounded he would be. Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, his expression a mix of indignation. Not to mention her background. I have yet to witness her true strength. I truly wish to know. Although he had indeed chosen to accept her assistance and had reaped benefits, his knowledge of this mysterious young woman was limited to her wealth, formidable prowess, and peculiar temperament. Even her surname remained undisclosed to him. With his experience and insight, if she chose to remain silent, what could he do? He could hardly resort to mere speculation. Upon hearing this, a blush crept onto Hun Ruoruo's delicate face. A blend of shyness and delight. Master, third young master is so concerned about my personal privacy. While it may be acceptable to inquire in private, how could you dare to ask such questions before Elder Yao? With that, she turned her head, unable to resist twirling a strand of hair, playfully rubbing it between her fair fingers, both innocent and alluring. You. Xiao Yan's face turned a deep shade of green. He stiffly turned to Yao Lao, who, as expected, was watching him with an exceedingly peculiar expression, clearly relishing the spectacle. This enchanting girl was indeed toying with him. Cursing inwardly, Xiao Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he stammered, "Ruoruo, considering that I am about to cultivate, perhaps you should take your leave for today?" Seemingly feeling his argument lacked persuasion, Xiao Yan pointed to his black shirt, now marked with white sweat stains, indicating his need to change clothes. Hun Ruoruo, understanding his implication, blinked her eyes and said, "Master, third young master, are you suggesting that I assist you in bathing and changing? What are you saying?" Xiao Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, having completely forgotten his earlier inquiries regarding her background. He did not consider himself a Navi youth. Yet that did not mean he wished to lose face. With his rather unrestrained teacher observing from the sidelines, he felt utterly embarrassed to entertain such banter. Should he exhibit any inappropriate reaction, he would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule for an extended period. Once her objective was achieved, the young woman feigned a sigh of regret and ceased her teasing. "I do not particularly wish to see you. Quickly, go undress and sit in the wooden tub. You must do so before Elder Yao finishes refining the medicine." After Hun Ruoruo's repeated assurances, Xiao Yan reluctantly shed his garments and settled into the somewhat cramped wooden tub. The small wooden tub, long criticized for its size, had now become his sole means of modesty. After Xiao Yan settled into the wooden basin, a colossal sphere of water materialized instantaneously in Hun Ruoruo's hand. Unlike ordinary clear water, the orb in the young girl's grasp emanated a faint, azure luminescence from its exterior, exuding an exquisite allure. Moments later, the water sphere was gently introduced into the wooden tub, imparting a refreshing and invigorating sensation. Xiao Yan felt as if subtle waves have penetrated his skin, continually nourishing his bones and blood. This extraordinary sensation was both delightful and invigorating, almost causing him to moan in pleasure. Meanwhile, the elderly pharmacist, having completed the refinement of the medicinal herbs, cast a glance at Xiao Yan in the tub, stroked his beard, and remarked, "You, my boy, are indeed fortunate. The purest water attribute is one of the finest tools for enhancing one's cultivation. The effects of this foundational spirit liquid are likely to elevate your prowess significantly." Having spoken, the pharmacist flicked his fingers, causing a jade-green liquid to fall into the basin, transforming the previously icy, clear water into a verdant hue. Xiao Yan's heart brimmed with joy as he nodded repeatedly. For him, nothing was more gratifying than the prospect of becoming stronger. With the hope of realizing his fervent desire to grow in strength, his urge to improve intensified rather than waned. "Oh, I almost forgot," the pharmacist interrupted, somewhat inopportunely. "Although Ruoruo has already refined the other herbs into essence, there is no remainder of the bone-washing flour. This means you will need to procure another batch of it within 2 months." The pharmacist's words abruptly halted Xiao Yan's fervor, leaving him frozen in place. A mournful expression etched on his face as he looked towards the distance. There stood Hun Ruoruo, her lips pursed and eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her enchanting smile suggesting she had long seen through his intentions. "Third young master, one cannot expect to reap rewards without effort," she teased. Chapter 17. The Limitations of Wu-Tan City. A full month had elapsed since Xiao Yan began cultivating with the foundational spirit liquid. Although both he and Hun Ruoruo had made significant contributions, it was ultimately Xiao Yan's fervent desire to enhance his strength, born from 3 years of ridicule, that drove him. He understood all too well the paramount importance of power in the Doqi continent. Consequently, he secluded himself, rarely appearing before the others of the Xiao family, save for trivial matters, which gradually shrouded his image in a veil of mystery among them. The boy who often sat alone in a corner of the training grounds seemed to have undergone an unrecognized transformation. Outside Wuten City, in the forest, a girl clad in a black dress sat gracefully upon a mat, her eyes closed, exuding an unwavering aura. Circles of pale purple light expanded outward around her, reminiscent of ripples on a lake. Yet, as the light reached a certain threshold, it appeared to touch an invisible barrier, merging with it and gradually fading into nothingness. The only Do Huang powerhouse of the ancient clan, you truly have caused Ruo much distress, a languid, soft voice spoke, imbued with a hint of mockery. Such a tone could only belong to Hun Ruoruo. While assisting Xiao Yan in his continuous cultivation and progress, she naturally would not neglect her own training. Due to the unique fluctuations produced by the cultivation of soul techniques, Hun Ruoruo chose to construct a modest wooden cabin for her daily living in the remote mountains outside of Wuten City, setting up several barriers to conceal her presence. This decision was not made to guard against Yao Lao, but rather to address the ancient clan Do Huang, Ling Ying, who lurked within Wuten City, occasionally using his perception to protect his young mistress. Although Ling Ying's soul power might merely be at the level of an inexperienced novice, the years of living in fear within the soul realm had rendered Hun Ruoruo's approach exceedingly vigilant and cautious. She would preemptively extinguish any potential risks. Setting aside her playful demeanor, the young woman immersed her consciousness into the realm of souls, quietly sensing the subtle changes in her soul power after her cultivation. Indeed, it was impossible to enhance her soul power in Wuten City as she had previously done. Hun Ruoruo sighed, her expression conveying no surprise. Lacking the ability to become an alchemist, it seemed she could only rely on the use of soul techniques to consistently elevate her soul strength. The path of an alchemist, regarded as the most esteemed profession across the Doqi continent, came with exceedingly stringent requirements. Firstly, one must possess extraordinary soul power. Secondly, one must have a unique Doqi attribute that combines fire and wood. These two criteria were not merely a choice of one or the other. Both were essential to qualify for the title of alchemist. Hence, possessing pure water Doqi, Hun Ruoruo, despite her soul power vastly exceeding that of ordinary individuals, could no longer aspire to become an alchemist. However, within Wuten City, it was evident that there was little opportunity to fully unleash her soul techniques. With no one around, Hun Ruoruo found no need to maintain any facade and simply reclined upon a mat, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she mused aloud. Consuming souls truly offers the quickest enhancement. I almost forgot about the potential prey within Wuten City. Those lowly minions likely lack even a shred of soul power, making them utterly worthless. Pouting in mild regret, she murmured, "Never mind. Those minions are better left for the protagonist to utilize in boosting their soul power." Once outside Wuten City, opportunities to devour souls abound. To Hun Ruoruo, everyone aside from the protagonist group was merely a supplement for strengthening her abilities, hardly worthy of excessive concern. Only the protagonists and Yao Lao warranted her investment of effort, as she meticulously plotted and awaited the eventual joy of her rewards. Perhaps she herself was unaware that in this regard, her actions bore a striking resemblance to those of the Soul Palace. At the Xiao residence, Xiao Yan emerged cautiously from the wooden tub after his training, careful not to spill the precious spirit liquid contained within. Although foundational spirit liquid could be concocted at any time without financial worry, the thought of returning to Hun Ruoruo to purchase the cleansing bone flower sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Well, I should make the most of what I have today, Xiao Yan murmured to himself, his expression tinged with bitterness. The reason for saying make the most of each day primarily stems from his fear of being toyed with by the enigmatic Ruoruo. The rumors surrounding Xiao Yan's madness over loss and gain have lingered since the younger generation of the Xiao family spread them, and they have yet to dissipate. Although it is somewhat displeasing, Xiao Yan holds no animosity towards this peculiar girl, for aside from her penchant for teasing and embarrassing him, she has never crossed any lines. In fact, he owes much of his current progress to her resources and support, and thus he harbors a sense of gratitude within. A girl who, even in his most helpless and downtrodden moments, did not shy away from him, but rather offered her unwavering assistance, makes it impossible for Xiao Yan to genuinely dislike her. As for any ulterior motives, he finds them inconsequential. After all, what good fortune falls from the sky without strings attached? Even the esteemed Yao Lao has his own intentions. Assistance is assistance. As long as her motives do not threaten him or his family, Xiao Yan remains indifferent. A gentle breeze wafted through the cracks of the window, caressing the boy's skin, still damp with spiritual essence, bringing a refreshing chill that interrupted his thoughts. He chuckled softly, realizing that he had only just made some progress. Yet his mind was already wandering to future concerns. Rubbing his nose, he felt as though he was becoming a bit too carried away. After 3 long years, the sensation of surging within him was intoxicating, and it was only natural to dream and anticipate what lay ahead. Observing the sunlight outside gradually dimming, he noticed the room growing cooler, and he took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly against his chest. All the despair and resentment had now crystallized in the past, and what Xiao Yan needed to do was to continue his relentless and fervent training until the once-renowned genius of the Xiao family resonated once more. Chapter 18. Just in time at the Xiao family's, the arena is divided into eastern and western sections. The eastern part serves as a repository for the family's combat techniques, while the western side boasts a sizable training ground. This layout is both reasonable and intriguing. After immersing oneself in the study of combat techniques, moving to the training area for sparring often yields unique insights, thereby accelerating the cultivation of these skills. Consequently, the serene atmosphere of the eastern section starkly contrasts with the clamor of the western half. Low-level yellow grade, shattered stone palm. Low-level yellow grade, stone strike. Low-level yellow grade, stone hammer. Xiao Yan stood beside the bookshelf, stuffing the scrolls of combat techniques into a burlap sack in hand, puzzled by the peculiar titles. It seemed rather odd that these low-level yellow-grade techniques were all centered around stones. Not only these few scrolls, but a cursory glance revealed that the entire shelf was filled with combat techniques bearing names related to stone, to the point where he could scarcely recognize the character for stone itself. Never mind, they were merely for collection purposes. Why dwell on such matters? With a few dry chuckles, Xiao Yan kept busy, shoving the bundles of techniques from the shelf into his sack. Previously, he had been so consumed with the joy of enhancing his cultivation that he had entirely overlooked the refinement of his combat techniques. Ultimately, when compared to dedicating time to honing combat techniques, the enhancement of one's cultivation is far more evident and readily observable. It is precisely for this reason that, despite possessing commendable battle experience among his peers, Xiao Yan's performance in actual combat was rather dismal. He could not withstand even a single strike from the esteemed Yao Lao, who had deliberately restrained his prowess to match their tier. After recognizing the significance of combat techniques, Xiao Yan resolved to prioritize their cultivation. Thus, during a moment of leisure from his previous training, he inquired with Hun Ruoruo if there were any techniques available for his practice. In Xiao Yan's view, given Hun Ruoruo's extensive collection, acquiring a suitable technique should be a trivial matter. However, much to his dismay, none were available. The lowest tier of combat techniques in Hun Ruoruo's possession began at the profound level, which necessitated at least a high-level fighting spirit to unleash their corresponding might. Left with no other choice, he devised an alternative plan. Slowly, he stuffed the techniques into a sack and brushed off the dust that had inadvertently settled on his attire. The young man hoisted the sack over his shoulder and turned to amble towards the entrance of the combat techniques hall. To borrow a technique for study, one must first register at the entrance. As he passed by, he would conveniently traverse the western training grounds. With ample time at his disposal, he decided to rest for a moment. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Yan found a secluded corner and aimlessly surveyed the individuals training on the field. Though he had little interest in the skirmishes of the young fighters, it was essential to balance training with relaxation. Thus, taking some time to unwind his taut nerves was not an unwise choice. He was unaware of how long he had lingered when he sensed an increasing number of gazes directed towards him. Originally lost in a state of mental vacuity, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow in confusion. He was not particularly fond of the attention he was receiving. No, it seemed the crowd was more focused on the direction behind him. He was taken aback. Sun Er? When did you arrive? Sun Er herself could not recall. Perhaps it was around noon. Glancing at the sun, partially obscured by the eaves and having dipped halfway into the sky, Xiao Yan jested. Unknowingly, so much time has passed. Have you been so captivated watching me? After their parting at the back mountain, due to Xiao Yan's relentless dedication to his training, this was their first encounter in an entire month. Xiao Yan, your rate of improvement is astonishing. Could it be related to that woman from the back mountain? This girl, indeed, remembered that incident. After such a long time, Xiao Yan had nearly forgotten about it, only to find himself at a loss for words in explaining it to her now. After all, his current strength is indeed closely linked to the woman mentioned by Sun Er. Noticing the troubled expression on Xiao Yan's face, Sun Er expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, Xiao Yan, dear brother, although I do not know who that person is, it is rather disheartening that she has led you to select such low-level yellow-ranked Do techniques. The significance of Do techniques in battle is paramount, and these low-level ones are likely to be disregarded even by those of lesser talent within our clan. At this moment, he felt an indescribable bitterness. for he could hardly disclose to Sun Er that his selection of these inferior Do techniques had absolutely no connection to that woman. Rather, he intended to use them to garner sympathy from a miserly old man in exchange for better techniques. While Sun Er remained oblivious, the old man in the ring would certainly not be so easily deceived. Just as he was racking his brain to formulate a response, he suddenly spotted a rather handsome young man with a somber expression approaching their direction. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as he had never perceived the figure in the distance as so amicable. Hey, he leaned towards Sun Er and whispered, "You doubt my combat abilities, don't you? Just watch closely." "Huh, Xiao Yan, I don't." Before Sun Er could finish her sentence, Xiao Yan abruptly stood up, disregarding her perplexed reaction, and marched directly toward the stairs, colliding squarely with the displeased young man. Upon seeing this, the young man retracted his earlier grim demeanor and donned a warm smile, saying, "Ah, Cousin Xiao Yan, are you leaving? It seems that I have arrived at an inopportune time." "And no, Cousin Xiao Ning," Xiao Yan responded with a broad smile, his youthful countenance rendering the situation rather peculiar. "Your timing is impeccable." Chapter 19. Mischief. For some inexplicable reason, Xiao Yan's face was adorned with a smile, which was entirely out of character for him based on past behavior. Contemplating the rumors circulating among the younger generation of their clan, Xiao Ning's expression softened with a hint of sympathy as he remarked, "Cousin Xiao Yan, I have heard from some clan members that you have recently suffered significant setbacks, leading to certain delusions, often conversing with yourself. Initially, I did not believe it, but seeing you like this now, I cannot help but be concerned about your mental state." After saying this, he cast a glance at the large burlap sack nearby that had been carelessly opened, further solidifying his suspicions. "Furthermore, Cousin Xiao Yan, have you not heard the adage that one cannot bite off more than they can chew? That entire sack of low-level yellow-rank Do techniques is hardly a wise choice for cultivation. Would you like me to assist you in finding some higher-rank techniques? Is that so? I truly appreciate your concern, Cousin Xiao Ning." Xiao Yan seemingly failed to grasp the sarcasm in the other's words and readily agreed. "In that case, I would be grateful if you could help me select a high-level yellow-rank Do technique, preferably one focused on close combat, as I am in urgent need." Xiao Yan's smile widened, revealing a hint of a mischievous glint in his eyes. Since the opportunity had presented itself, it would be remiss not to take advantage of this moment to vent the frustrations he had endured from being toyed with for so long. Moreover, he had to admit that cornering the other party like this was rather amusing. High level. As anticipated, Xiao Ning's eyelids twitched violently, and his tone shifted dramatically. In the realm of advanced yellow-level combat techniques, even as the grandson of the Grand Elder and a prominent figure within his clan, he could barely lay claim to 2 scrolls. Yet, Xiao Yan audaciously requested one, specifically demanding a close combat type, as if he were merely a benefactor to Xiao Ning. The effort to steal a chicken resulted in losing a rice grain. Xiao Ning's expression darkened instantaneously. After a moment, he gradually masked his irritation, once again donning a facade of concern. It was rather tiresome to see such a blatant display of pretense. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan inwardly sighed with boredom. Those who feign sophistication while lacking depth may not perceive their own folly, but to others, they appear utterly ridiculous and foolish. Xiao Ning, clearly, was a prime example of this. A sardonic smile crept upon Xiao Yan's lips as he found no inclination to continue the charade with him. After all, he had never genuinely expected Xiao Ning to produce a scroll of advanced yellow-level combat techniques. "Your motives are transparent. You merely wish to attract Sun Er's attention, correct?" Resuming his previous nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Yan remarked, "To entangle yourself in such a deceitful act, how foolish it is." Originally attempting to maintain a semblance of dignity, Xiao Ning's countenance darkened further in response to the merciless taunt. He decided to shed pretense, retorting with a cold smirk, "Xiao Yan, you've truly adopted a sharp-tongued persona since losing your sanity. Since you harbor such strong opinions about me, why not? Why not have a spar? What purpose does engaging in banter serve? Do you dare?" Though his words were abruptly interrupted, Xiao Ning did not lose his temper. Instead, he continued with provocation. As long as he could save face in front of Sun Er, the earlier humiliation would be deemed worthwhile. "Very well, merely a spar, is it?" Xiao Yan's expression revealed a hint of hesitation. Within the clan, sparring among siblings naturally adhered to certain limits. "You need not worry, cousin. I shall show mercy and not render you a cripple." Xiao Ning felt elated, his tone softening slightly, wary of revealing any vulnerabilities. A faint scoff seemed to echo in the air. When Xiao Ning refocused on Xiao Yan, he noticed the latter ambling towards the training grounds. Surely, it must be a mere illusion, he mused, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Recalling the results of the prior family assessment, he shook his head, dismissing the strange thoughts. In just 1 month, there was no way this lad could have significantly improved. In the training arena, The bout between Xiao Yan and Xiao Ning captivated numerous clan members already present in the combat techniques hall. Some even set aside their own training to witness this combat, eager to observe how Xiao Yan, who had not sparred for 3 years, would fare in his first contest against an opponent of significantly greater strength. Aside from Sun, who stood guard over a large sack, she clenched her small fists and called out towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, brother, give it your all. Soon after Sun declared her support for Xiao Yan, many who had previously backed Xiao Ning swiftly changed their allegiance, their loyalties shifting as rapidly as the turning of a page. Thus, Xiao Yan was not entirely devoid of support. With Sun's assistance, the backing from both sides transformed from a tenuous 10 to an advantageous 8. Be wary, cousin, Xiao Ning warned, jealousy unmistakable on his face as he observed Xiao Yan, who stood nonchalantly before him. With a cold, mocking smile, he clenched his fists tightly. An invisible wave emanated from him, swirling the dust on the ground into circles around his position. His concern for Xiao Yan was anything but genuine. After all, this was merely a private spar. Should Xiao Yan suffer any hidden injuries before the adult ceremony, even as the grandson of the Grand Elder, he would likely be unable to withstand the wrath of Xiao Zhan. Xiao Ning, clearly lacking the audacity to gamble his future, was acutely aware of this. Are we going to fight or not? Xiao Yan's expression remained calm, as if he had not heard Xiao Ning's taunts. You. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Ning's eyes. You leave yourself unguarded. Should you sustain any injuries, do not blame me. With that, he forcefully stomped the ground, launching himself toward Xiao Yan. As he advanced, he channeled his Do Qi through his meridians, gathering it in his right palm. The next moment, a faint stream of energy enveloped his hand. With Xiao Yan drawing ever closer, Xiao Ning gritted his teeth, abandoning all hesitation, and struck directly at Xiao Yan's chest. Stone-shattering palm. Though it was merely a low-grade yellow rank technique, Xiao Ning was confident that, given Xiao Yan's unguarded stance, he would not withstand even a single blow. As a gust of wind rushed forth, the speed of Xiao Ning's palm, enhanced by the Do technique, appeared almost blurred, showcasing the might of his strike. Observing this, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, suddenly shifting his body, his hand raising slightly, deftly slipping into the inner side of Xiao Ning's arm. With a subtle exertion of force, the blade of his hand, infused with Do Qi, ruthlessly struck below Xiao Ning's wrist. Xiao Ning's expression changed drastically as he had fully concentrated his Do Qi in his fingers. He had not anticipated such a swift counter from Xiao Yan. The sudden attack on his vulnerable wrist halted his momentum, forcing him to retreat rapidly, his attack trajectory interrupted. This speed, combined with the powerful strike, made it clear to even the dimmest observer that Xiao Yan's earlier demeanor was not one of cowardice, but rather a well-conceived strategy. Indeed, as Xiao Ning voiced his thoughts, the spectators, already astonished, erupted into a chorus of disbelief, feeling as if their understanding had been entirely upended. Only Sun, seated on the platform, wore a smile, seemingly foreseeing the outcome. Although his opponent's speed had increased dramatically, it was not a case of hastily forcing growth. Rather, it was remarkably solid and stable. Reflecting on Xiao Yan's previous cultivation and innate talent, it was not hard to comprehend. Undergoing a second round of refinement would inherently yield rapid and robust results. One of the few benefits of experiencing a fall in cultivation level. The tranquil demeanor of the clouds drifting lazily across the sky starkly contrasts with the previously taciturn youth, who now appears as a different individual altogether. Today, I shall unveil to you the distinction between mid-tier and high-tier fighting energy. Fueled by rage, Xiao Ning no longer held back. He shook his swollen wrist, and a torrent of fighting energy erupted from his being. Observing the surge of power emanating from his opponent, Xiao Yan felt a weight of gravity settle in his heart. Lowering his stance slightly, he grounded himself, exuding a sense of solidity and stability. In the next moment, he charged directly at the poised Xiao Ning. The young man secretly clenched his fists, leaning forward slightly in an aerodynamic posture, akin to a swift swallow in flight, embodying a grace born from extensive combat experience. The audacious little fellow dared to confront him head-on. Witnessing his opponent's boldness, Xiao Ning couldn't suppress a grin, his palms curving slightly as a glimmer of cold light flickered across his fingertips. As Xiao Yan advanced, Xiao Ning's body quivered, and his claws traced a cunning arc, viciously aimed at Xiao Yan's arm. The mid-level yellow-tier technique, cracking claw strike. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan gauged the fluctuations of the fighting technique, a glint of sharp insight flashing in his eyes as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom, boom. In the clash of fists against claws, Xiao Ning held the absolute advantage. Bolstered by the technique, his claws viciously tore into Xiao Yan's fists, leaving behind elongated trails of blood. Indeed, he found that the force of Xiao Ning's right hand was somewhat diminished. The stalemate between the two was shattered in an instant. Xiao Yan's gaze turned frigid, as if he were not the one at a disadvantage. Seizing the moment when Xiao Ning's previously injured right claw exhibited a hint of rigidity, he bore the excruciating pain of the claw strikes and concentrated all his fighting energy into his left fist. Redirecting the force, he narrowly grazed the edge of the claw marks and launched a ferocious attack towards Xiao Ning's unguarded chest. A dull thud resounded as Xiao Yan's fist struck Xiao Ning's chest with tremendous force, while his arm was brutally grazed by Xiao Ning's claw, leaving several fresh wounds. Blood trickled from the torn fabric onto the stone tiles of the training ground, a stark and vivid sight. Although blood was shed, the exchange was effective. Trading injury for kill. In a life-and-death battle, this very strike could have claimed the opponent's life. Reeling from the immense impact, Xiao Ning stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Stunned as he felt the tearing pain in his chest, his complexion pale. Xiao Ning had lost. The spectators fell into a hushed silence, gazing at the young man standing proudly in the arena with a mix of awe, confusion, and fear, a myriad of complex emotions swirling within their hearts. Wrapping the wounds on his arm with torn cloth, Xiao Yan exhaled softly. You have lost. From concealing his true abilities to deliberately injuring his wrist, and ultimately seizing the opportune moment to trade injury for kill, Xiao Yan had executed his strategy with remarkable precision. Admittedly, there was an element of cunning involved, yet Xiao Yan felt no sense of wrongdoing. After all, he was not adept in fighting techniques. If he did not resort to cleverness, would he foolishly engage in a head-on confrontation? Xiao Yan, you cunning little rascal. I still possess advanced combat techniques that remain untapped, if you have the courage. Do not flee. Recovering from his earlier exertion, Xiao Ning's face turned taut with rage as he bellowed. Oh, then I shall eagerly anticipate your challenge at the coming rite of passage, dear cousin Xiao Ning. The boy's voice lingered, seemingly unremarkable, yet it carried a heavy undertone of mockery. With a scoff, disregarding the murmurs of those around him and Xiao Ning's venomous glare, Xiao Yan turned and sauntered towards Sun Er. What say you? I shall hold true to my word. Xiao Yan, your injuries. Sun Er's eyes sparkled with concealed delight, though she still inquired with concern about his condition. Ha ha, merely a trifling scrape. In 2 or 3 days, I shall be as good as new, my dear. After accepting the hefty sack from Sun Er, Xiao Yan hoisted it onto his back, their figures gradually fading from the arena. Though unspoken, after today, the reputation of the Xiao family's prodigy would surely be reverberated among the masses once more. He internally lamented the complexities of women, setting the sack down and tugging it toward his door. Oh well, I suppose I am home now. A moment of respite is in order. As he pushed open the door, Xiao Yan's previously relaxed body suddenly tensed, his expression rigid with disbelief. Rubbing his eyes, he beheld a young maiden in a flowing azure gown, standing within the threshold as if she were a devoted handmaiden. The girl cradled a handkerchief, her face a portrait of sorrowful longing. Third young master, to what haven of tenderness have you ventured, that you have completely forgotten me? After a long day, Xiao Yan's gaze became vacant, yet his resolve deepened. Indeed, women are far more challenging to navigate than mere combat. Chapter 21. 8 Extremes Collapse and Soul-Piercing Strike. Perhaps sensing his injured state, the anticipated provocation did not materialize. Instead, the maiden tenderly pressed the handkerchief into his hands. Moments later, her soul-linked combat energy began to heal the narrow wounds adorning his arm. Thank you, Ruoruo. Third young master, you are truly too polite. Ruoruo smiled brightly at the hefty sack behind Xiao Yan, positioning her hand in a horn-like gesture toward the ring. Elder Yao, your disciple has exerted considerable effort. Why not reward him? As soon as she finished speaking, a flash of white light erupted from the ring in Xiao Yan's hand, and Elder Yao's figure materialized within the room like a specter. You little brat, have you forgotten how miserable your training was? I do not care. Your and Ruoruo's prowess far surpasses mine, and your comprehension and application of combat energy are on an entirely different level. How can I compete? Elder Yao glanced at Ruoruo, who was watching with amusement, and sighed in resignation. Very well, you did indeed perform admirably today, reminiscent of my own glory days. I shall grant you a taste of sweetness for now. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly rubbed his hands, anticipating what suitable combat techniques would be bestowed upon him. Shortly thereafter, under Elder Yao's guidance, Xiao Yan focused intently, absorbing the vast information flooding into his mind. Advanced Xian level. 8 Extremes Collapse. Indeed, this martial skill, as it were, was once fervently beseeched from me by a certain individual. For you, it may serve as a modest utility. The venerable Yao glanced thoughtfully and remarked, I perceive what you wish to convey. Unlike those martial skills of Ruo, the 8 Extreme Collapse, though classified as a high-level mystical technique, primarily relies on corporeal strength as its source of power. Even with your current cultivation, you should be able to grasp it at a basic level. It is a high-level mystical technique that can be employed solely with the cultivation of Do Qi. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming shock within. The introduction of the 8 extreme collapse even indicated that if mastered to perfection, its might could rival certain Earth-level techniques. The rarity of Earth-level techniques is such that no one in the entire Gamma Empire has ever been reported to possess one. They are indeed priceless treasures. Seizing the moment while Xiao Yan was lost in thought, Hun Ruoruo swiftly pressed her finger to his brow, transmitting a second surge of soul power into his mind. Ruoruo, what is this? He had initially thought he would have to wait for the third young master to break through to a higher level of Do Qi before practicing. But now that he had defeated a practitioner of high-level Do Qi, it seemed feasible to attempt it. Recalling their previous conversation in the market, Xiao Yan was taken aback and asked, could this be the so-called martial skill that can stimulate soul power? After merely engaging in a skirmish, he had unexpectedly acquired 2 remarkable martial skills, truly a stroke of fortune. Hun Ruoruo nodded and replied, one relies on the body, the other on the soul. If both can be cultivated simultaneously, the third young master might even be able to spar with your sister Sun. Speaking of which, not at all. It is merely that the third young master harbors many hidden intentions. He already has someone, yet still flirts with your sister Sun. I have no desire to witness your romantic antics. Hun Ruoruo's eyes glistened, brimming with unshed tears. Indeed, under Hun Ruoruo's eloquent persuasion, Xiao Yan had long since cast aside his earlier doubts. Yao Lao, keenly aware of Hun Ruoruo's reluctance to confront Sun directly, refrained from intervening in matters that did not concern him. He was, however, quite curious about the expression Xiao Yan would wear upon discovering the identities of the 2 girls beside him. With a knowing smile, Yao Lao swiftly transformed into a wisp of white mist, vanishing into the spatial ring without a moment's hesitation. That old rascal, with one less person in the room. Xiao Yan found himself feeling notably more awkward, at a loss for words. This sudden departure brought him a sense of relief mingled with bemusement. This Ruoruo girl was delightful in many respects, yet her peculiar and eccentric nature left him somewhat flummoxed. Not dwelling further on the reasons for her departure, Xiao Yan smacked his lips and swiftly leaped onto the bed, immersing himself in the martial skills bestowed upon him by Hun Ruoruo and her companion. Unlike the 8 extreme collapse provided by Yao Lao, the technique gifted by Hun Ruoruo was called Soul-Piercing Strike, a name utterly simplistic, and its rank was merely intermediate yellow level. Originally, Xiao Yan was puzzled, for the other party claimed to possess no yellow-tier combat techniques for him to cultivate. Yet moments later presented a mid-level yellow-tier combat technique as a reward, which was evidently contradictory. Although a mid-level yellow-tier technique is considered quite respectable within the Xiao family, it paled in comparison to the advanced tier technique 8 Extremes Collapse. Given the prowess exhibited by Hun Ruoruo, it seemed unlikely that she would be so miserly. However, as he immersed himself in careful reading, he discovered that the matter was far from simple. The peculiar sensations of swelling pain and tearing that surged from his soul nearly caused Xiao Yan to vomit the bile from his stomach. His small face contorted in horror, eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth was this? A mere mid-level yellow-tier soul technique contained such profound and obscure information? Even with his exceptional spiritual strength, he found it overwhelmingly daunting. If an ordinary person were to glance at it, they would likely descend into madness, banging their heads against the ground. At that moment, he realized that it was not Hun Ruoruo's stinginess at play. Rather, he was hardly capable of mastering even this mid-level yellow-tier soul technique. Setting aside the intricate and obscure operational pathways, many of the terms mentioned within were entirely foreign to him. How could he practice something he did not comprehend? Aware that he would need to consult Hun Ruoruo, Xiao Yan belatedly understood why she had abruptly departed earlier. That enchanting woman. Quickly wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Yan, who had been toyed with for far too long and harbored a deep-seated grudge, gritted his teeth and thought, what is the worst that could happen? I'll just ask the teacher. As a proud soul entity, I certainly cannot be unable to understand the terminology within this soul technique. Chapter 22. A Stroll. A few days later, ultimately, Xiao Yan found himself ensnared, his face hanging low as he walked through the streets of Wutan City, wearing an expression of utter despondency, while the blue-haired girl before him curiously surveyed her surroundings. Hey, don't be ungrateful. Accompanying a girl on a shopping trip might just allow you to learn soul techniques. What a stroke of luck you have. The voice of Yao Lao emerged from the ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan vigorously rubbed the ring in his hand, as if trying to massage some sense into his unscrupulous teacher. You, a mere soul entity, cannot even comprehend the content of soul techniques, making me suspect you are colluding with her to deceive me. Humph, you little brat, blaming me now? Although Yao Lao's expression was invisible, one could imagine him puffing up in indignation. It's not that I cannot understand ordinary soul techniques. Rather, the one she provided is of a rather special nature, tied to her background. Only she can provide clarity. TSK, yet again, it's about connections. Hun Ruoruo and Sun Er do share some similarities. Xiao Yan pouted, adding, "Of course, I refer only to the air of mystery." While enhancing his cultivation, he had not neglected the practice of combat techniques. In just a few days, he had managed to condense a faint aura at his elbow according to the operational pathways of the technique. Such progress could only be described as astonishingly swift. Amidst the orderly progression of various disciplines, it was solely the soul combat technique that eluded him. He remained utterly clueless on how to even initiate its operation, managing only to endure the experience without succumbing to nausea. Although he yearned to learn, his inability to grasp the fundamentals left him in a state of despair, compelling him to concede to the ethereal presence of Soul Ruoruo. Reflecting upon the ambitious declarations he had previously made, Xiao Yan felt an inexplicable mixture of amusement and melancholy, almost wishing to dig a hole and bury himself within it. "Third young master, what are you muttering about?" The young lady, having halted her steps unbeknownst to him, regarded him with a curious expression. This abrupt action startled Xiao Yan from his reverie, causing him to instinctively raise his voice a few notches. "Yao Ruoruo, please don't startle me. We were walking so well." Although they had set out together for a leisurely stroll, the third young master had yet to engage her in conversation. Soul Ruoruo, clutching her long skirt, appeared aggrieved. "I'm sorry." Aware of his shortcomings, Xiao Yan sheepishly scratched his head, attempting to formulate a response when he suddenly sensed a multitude of eyes converging upon him, evidently drawn by the young lady's words. His body tensed as he urgently whispered, "Did you just lift that invisibility spell? Didn't you say you no longer wish to be regarded as a madman? Naturally, I would heed your words." At this, Xiao Yan's eyelids twitched violently, a wave of discomfort washing over him. As anticipated, the surrounding crowd cast him glances infused with jealousy and ire, as if they could devour him whole. It was evident that his unexpected outburst had led the onlookers to misconstrue him as a temperamental young master, with Soul Ruoruo portrayed as the pitiful girl being reprimanded. "Third young master, it seems the crowd is quite irate. And whose fault is that?" With a tumult of emotions crossing his face, Xiao Yan resolved to press forward, guiding Soul Ruoruo swiftly through the alleyway towards the soul exit. After what felt like an eternity, the pair finally emerged from the narrow street, arriving at the intersection. This locale marked the boundary of the three prominent families of Wutan City. Although the area typically witnessed a significant flow of foot traffic, most passers-by were in haste and seldom lingered. Having narrowly escaped the penetrating gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan exhaled deeply, unable to stifle a sense of reflection. He had previously overlooked the allure that Soul Ruoruo possessed in the eyes of onlookers. Her innocence mingled with a captivating charm that, perhaps, surpassed even Sun Er's appeal. It was worth noting that Sun Er lacked the bewitching quality that could so profoundly ensnare a man's heart. Sunlight cascaded upon the young lady's flowing hair, reflecting a delicate sheen, infused with a hint of fragrance and the humid warmth of summer, unexpectedly piercing the depths of the young man's heart. In this moment, the words that had been on the tip of his tongue evaporated into silence. Swallowing hard, Xiao Yan averted his gaze awkwardly. "That Ruoruo. It seems we are in trouble." As he casually scanned the vicinity, his eyes fell upon a regal young man standing at the center of a group of guards, who surrounded him like stars encircling the moon. The young man appeared to be around 20, strikingly handsome, yet his complexion was somewhat pale. At that moment, he was gazing intently at the maiden beside him with fervent eyes. Upon hearing this, Hun Ruoruo finally turned her head, following Xiao Yan's gaze. This young gentleman was a one-star fighter, and it seemed unlikely that you could contend with him. Xiao Yan slightly lowered his head, remaining silent. Indeed, a fighter was not someone he could currently challenge. Why the long face? Hun Ruoruo smiled brightly, her voice laced with a subtle allure. "Don't you wish to learn soul combat techniques? Now is the perfect opportunity." "Now." "Yes, now," the girl said, her eyes narrowing slightly, revealing an inscrutable depth. Again, that gaze. For some reason, the fleeting glimmer in her eyes stirred a sense of unease within Xiao Yan. After being teased for so long, he found himself developing an inexplicable feeling for this whimsical girl. Her every gesture held an undeniably strong allure. Yet, he was uncomfortable with the sensation of being led by the nose, as if he were merely a peculiar plaything, albeit one favored more than others. Contemplating this possibility, the young man's breath grew slightly heavier, and he unconsciously clenched his fists. He raised his head, looking at the elegantly dressed youth who had come to a halt not far away, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "Young Master Galio, may I inquire as to the purpose of your abrupt obstruction?" Chapter 23, The Power of Soul Strike. However, just as he walked through the streets, basking in the flattery and admiration of the crowd, his attention was unexpectedly drawn to a pair of young figures standing nearby. More specifically, to the young gentleman, Galio, who prided himself on his extensive knowledge of the beauties of Wutan City, had long reveled in his reputation as a seducer. Though he bore the stigma of those who toyed with hearts, he felt no shame. Rather, he considered it a badge of honor. With this in mind, Galio strode confidently towards Hun Ruoruo and her companion. "You little rascal, a beauty like this is beyond your worthiness." On the other side, Xiao Yan raised his head to face the elegantly attired Galio, speaking in a detached manner. "Young Master Galio, I wonder what business you have in blocking our path?" What had merely been a distant glimpse was enough to ensnare him. Now, at this closer proximity, Galio's pallid visage was tinged with a sickly flush, and his breaths came slightly heavier. Coming to his senses, he seemed to realize his rudeness and quickly cleared his throat, addressing Xiao Yan with gravity. "Young Master Xiao Yan, I heard from passers-by that you previously reprimanded this young lady beside you. Is that true? After all, that neighborhood is considered part of my Galio family's territory, and I cannot simply stand by." In response, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes and said, "Young Master Galio, it was merely a joke between us. When did it become your place to meddle?" The passers-by who had just witnessed the scene were oblivious, but Galio, who had been observing the two for quite some time, could not possibly be unaware of whether Hun Ruoruo had been bullied. His utterance of such trivial remarks was merely a pretext to engage her in conversation, a fact that Xiao Yan understood all too well. This realization stirred a mix of amusement and irritation within him. It was absurd that he, the one truly aggrieved, now had to defend Hun Ruoruo. Was beauty enough to distort the truth? Yet, since Hun Ruoruo was reluctant to reveal her true strength, he had no choice but to acquiesce. As Galio's intentions were unveiled, a flicker of malice ignited in his eyes. He gazed at the girl concealed behind Xiao Yan and forced a smile. "This young lady appears somewhat unfamiliar. She cannot possibly belong to the Xiao family, can she?" Upon hearing her name mentioned, Hun Ruoruo hastily tugged at Xiao Yan's sleeve, lowering her head in timid submission. "I am but a humble girl. Indeed, not of the Xiao family. Not of the Xiao family." Galio's heart surged with elation. Casting a glance at the cluster of guards surrounding him, he compared them to the sparse few that belonged to the Xiao family stationed at a distance. A reckless idea began to form in his mind. Unlike Xiao Yan, who was accustomed to displaying grandeur, Galio was perpetually accompanied by a retinue of guards. Since this girl was not of the Xiao lineage, he could apprehend her under the guise of disturbing the peace, allowing Xiao Yan to leave unscathed. In this manner, even the Xiao family would be unable to protest. With a sharp whistle, Galio summoned his guards, who immediately exuded an imposing aura, each possessing strength surpassing that of a fighter, their demeanor fierce and intimidating. "It appears this young lady is being coerced by Master Xiao. Given that this incident transpires within the precincts of my Galio family, I must take it most seriously." He feigned solemnity, his gaze scrutinizing Hun Ruoruo's terrified countenance. He raised his head, adopting a posture of righteous indignation. Yet a suppressed smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. Such hypocritical theatrics filled Xiao Yan with disdain. However, he remained composed, letting out a resigned sigh as he lowered his voice. "Ruoruo, you could have simply claimed to be of the Xiao family earlier. Why complicate matters? She was, after all, not a member of the Xiao family. How could she fabricate such a lie?" Moreover, Hun Ruoruo cast her gaze downward, still revealing signs of trepidation. In a whisper that grazed Xiao Yan's ear, she murmured, Three. What does that mean?" Xiao Yan stuttered, an unsettling feeling washing over him. 2. 1. As the last syllable escaped her lips, a faint yet brilliant purple light erupted from Hun Ruoruo's eyes, striking Galio's forehead with a speed imperceptible to all present. Galio's previously pallid face flushed crimson, abruptly stiffening. His eyes rolled back, and the grin that had once betrayed his arrogance now hung limply on his face. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, motionless. "Young master, quickly, protect the young master." Why did he suddenly faint? Upon witnessing the scene, the guards surrounding them were struck with panic, hastily rushing to kneel beside Galio. One of the guards, closely acquainted with Galio, seemed to sense something amiss, his expression turning pale as he quickly placed his hand over Galio's heart. "He has passed away." His voice trembled with fear. The guards who had been near Galio crumpled to the ground as if their very souls had been extracted, their despair palpable. Galio was dead. The girl's soft murmur echoed like a countdown to death, eerily foretelling Galio's demise. There was no breath, no ripple of life. It felt like a dream. Yet it was hard to believe this was merely a coincidence. Xiao Yan's lips quivered as he stiffly turned to the still trembling girl beside him. He licked his dry lips and croaked, "Did you do this?" Wasn't the third young master eager to practice soul combat techniques? "I merely seized the opportunity to demonstrate, along with taking his soul," she replied with a playful smile. Sensing the onlookers were too preoccupied to notice her, Hun Ruoruo discarded her guise of a pitiful maiden. "Rest assured, no one will suspect a thing." "So, was this outing part of your plan?" Xiao Yan inquired, his heart racing with a mix of dread and intrigue. "Just a stroke of luck," Hun Ruoruo said, her brows raised in delight. Encountering such a blind young master was indeed an unexpected pleasure. Reflecting on the fleeting moments of allure and excitement, Xiao Yan's expression shifted dramatically, his heart pounding uncontrollably. That sensation was even more tormenting than the searing pain inflicted by Yao Lao's bone-chilling fire. Chapter 24. The Techniques of Cultivating Soul Skills. With Galio's death, Xiao Yan and his companion found themselves at the center of the unfolding chaos, encircled by the guards. Fortunately, this was not solely the domain of the Galio family. The Xiao family's guards had already dispatched for reinforcements upon sensing the disturbance, matching the Galio family in both numbers and strength. According to the surrounding onlookers, Xiao Yan and his companion had never touched Galio, nor had they even unleashed their fighting spirit, rendering them incapable of being deemed the culprits. Furthermore, Galio had always been a frail, sickly figure, indulging in excessive pleasures, and his fighting prowess, built upon a foundation of drugs, might not have been able to withstand his own excesses. Therefore, his sudden demise was not entirely unfathomable. This was the first time Xiao Yan had witnessed her take a life, her demeanor cheerful, as if viewing human life as mere chaff. Yet, a woman so ruthless and formidable was wholeheartedly assisting him, her attitude bordering on ambiguous. Xiao Yan could not fathom her motives. Even when he sought clarity from Yao Lao, he received only ambiguous answers. According to Yao Lao, although her methods were ruthless, she had not committed any heinous acts nor harmed the innocent. There was nothing to condemn. Techniques of combat did not distinguish between righteousness and villainy. It solely depended on how one chose to wield them. Not distinguishing between righteousness and villainy? Xiao Yan exhaled a heavy breath, slowly climbing onto the bed. He focused his mind and gathered the surging fighting spirit within him into his dantian, resolutely immersing himself once more into the intricate techniques of soul combat. Hun Ruoruo explained that this method was known as engraving, a unique training technique exclusive to their clan. The only requirement was to possess formidable soul power and to have someone proficient in this combat technique demonstrate it face to face. As he re-entered the engraved visions of the technique, Xiao Yan found himself no longer feeling any discomfort while reading the soul combat skills. He navigated through the illusory crowd with ease, directly approaching Hun Ruoruo, fixated on the girl before him. Within mere moments, a faint purple light flickered, and his opponent, Galio, collapsed in response. Indeed, no clues were discerned. The purple light? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, as if grasping something elusive. He summoned the scant remnants of his soul power and poured it entirely into the engraving, initiating the demonstration for the second time. Even with Hun Ruoruo's assistance, given his current soul strength, he could only perform 2 rehearsals. The sense of emptiness and weakness that accompanied the depletion of his soul power far surpassed any physical pain. However, with each instance of exhaustion, his soul power, upon recovery, grew increasingly formidable, a small consolation for enduring the hardship. His conjectures were on the verge of validation as Xiao Yan stood nervously opposite Hun Ruoruo, silently counting down. 3, 2, 1. His eyes widened. Fixated on Hun Ruoruo, as he stood directly where Galio had been, he realized that to grasp the essence of the soul-piercing strike, it was far more effective to genuinely experience the impact of this power rather than merely imitating and observing. Indeed, it worked. The training of the soul combat technique had finally entered the right path. Sensing the profound fluctuations within his mind, Xiao Yan felt a mix of joy and concern, a complex sentiment. This soul combat technique was no ordinary skill. If executed against an opponent with insufficient soul power, they would either be rendered an idiot or perish, while he himself would lose all combat capability due to the depletion of his soul power. It was truly a trump card. Thus, one must ensure a guaranteed lethal strike. Estimating roughly, with his current soul power, if he mastered this soul-piercing strike, even a weak 1-star fighter could be turned into an idiot. By the look of you, have you managed to master the soul-piercing strike? A wisp of white mist emerged from his spatial ring, slowly coalescing into the form of an elderly man clad in blue and white robes. Having long since adapted to the sudden appearances of Yao Lao, Xiao Yan scratched his head and replied, "For now, I can only say I've barely scratched the surface. If I were to truly use it, I fear I might faint before my opponent even succumbs." You're quite modest, although aided by that girl. The training of soul combat techniques remains a considerable challenge for you at this stage. After a few teasing chuckles, Yao Lao's face beamed with satisfaction as he praised. Reaching this preliminary threshold already exceeds my expectations. Well done. The cultivation of soul fighting techniques is, for Xiao Yan, a journey into an unfamiliar realm, one he has yet to explore since his birth. To gain even a fleeting glimpse into this domain in such a short span of time requires an intricate blend of luck, talent, and external assistance. It is precisely for this reason that the elder Yao rarely bestows praise upon Xiao Yan. and he harbors no concern that the young man might become arrogant as a result. Indeed, this accomplishment is worthy of pride. Aware that fortune played a significant role in his success, Xiao Yan awkwardly chuckled twice before asking with curiosity, "From what you imply, Master, does this mean that cultivating soul-fighting techniques will become simpler in the future?" "Of course," the elder replied, "once you break through to the fighter level and master alchemy. The rate at which your soul strength will increase will far surpass your current progress. Then, it seems that Ruoruo is not an alchemist. Yet she possesses such formidable soul strength?" "Well," Elder Yao said, his eyes glinting with mischief, "talent is a perplexing matter. It is even possible that some are born with heavenly soul strength. You should not envy others too much. Is there a hierarchy to soul strength in the heavenly realm?" In Wutan City, Xiao Yan's birthplace, although it provided a stable environment for his growth, it also exposed him to the complexities of human relationships. Yet, the meager resources available here ultimately constrained his worldview. At this moment, the young boy resembled a curious child, brimming with questions about the unknown world, eagerly awaiting answers. Elder Yao was well aware of this. With a teasing expression, he remarked, "When you finally break through to the fighter level, I will reveal everything to you. So you won't have to chase after me daily with your endless inquiries." Xiao Yan fell silent, collapsing onto his bed. Why does everyone enjoy being so cryptic? Chapter 25. Yinner, have you been keeping a woman outside? As Xiao Yan immersed himself in relentless training, time seemed to accelerate, and before he knew it, half a month had slipped by. Through his continuous experimentation, he discovered that exhausting his physical strength before engaging in soul strength cultivation formed a remarkable cycle, thus eliminating the need for rest. Consequently, his strength escalated significantly. The only downside was that his interpersonal relationships had become somewhat neglected. Knock, knock, knock. Startled by the sudden knocking at his door, Xiao Yan, who had just regained a bit of his soul strength, sat up, feeling a wave of dizziness. Rubbing his aching temples, he staggered toward the door. Upon opening it, he raised an eyebrow, lifting his drooping eyelids slightly. "Father, what brings you here?" "Oh, can I come to check on my son?" said Xiao Zhan, standing at the door and beckoning Xiao Yan to follow. He casually took a seat on a stone bench in the courtyard, his face a blend of affection and concern. "Yinner, it has been several days since we last met. Hasn't he it?" At his words, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of guilt as he replied, "Father, I have been quite busy lately, and Haven T had the opportunity to visit." "Busy?" Xiao Zhan cast a fleeting glance at him and sighed. "Yinner, since you made a 3-year pact with that Nalan Yinran, we have scarcely exchanged a word." While Xiao Zhan felt a mix of pride and nostalgia, an undercurrent of worry tugged at his heart. It was natural for a child to seek privacy as they matured. However, witnessing the faint blush of shame on Xiao Yan's pale cheeks and the unsteady gait he exhibited earlier, Xiao Zhan's brow furrowed in concern. "Yinner," he began, his voice taking on a more serious tone, "you are nearing adulthood now, and I believe my authority over you is not overly extensive, but..." Xiao Zhan's demeanor shifted as he became stern. "When it comes to your cultivation, it is imperative that you proceed with diligence and patience. Do not be lured by the temptation of quick success, lest you stray into forbidden paths." "Forbidden paths?" Xiao Yan, still reeling from exhaustion due to his depleted soul power, found himself even more bewildered. "When have I ever ventured on such a path?" he questioned, confused. "Father, have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Furthermore, the earlier report from the guards mentioned that a remarkably beautiful young lady had been closely associated with him, which only fueled Xiao Zhan's doubts. "How can I believe this is merely a misunderstanding?" Xiao Yan stared in disbelief at his father, who appeared almost exasperated. Did his father truly think that his rapid advancement in cultivation was a result of some sinister practice? Or that he was involved with a woman outside? Such accusations felt profoundly unjust. His face flushed with indignation as he shot a glare at the ring in his hand, then looked up at Xiao Zhan with an expression of incredulity. "Father, please allow me to explain." After a lengthy exchange, Xiao Zhan's expression softened slightly. "So, you are saying that your achievements are due to the assistance of that young lady?" "Indeed," Xiao Yan replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Even if there were some nefarious technique, with my current strength, I could hardly have mastered it." Xiao Yan understood that, while his power was not entirely derived from Hun Ruoruo, the current sensitivity of the situation warranted attributing all credit to her, thus sparing his father another shock. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "In that case, it appears my concern has led me to jump to conclusions." Engaging in a righteous discourse with his son about matters of the heart had resulted in an unexpected blunder, causing even the composed Xiao Zhan to blush, rendering him rather comical. "Please do not think that way," Xiao Yan hastily interjected, forcing a smile. "If anything, I have been too preoccupied with my training, to the detriment of family matters." After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, Father, have there been any recent developments with the Gailey family?" "What developments could they possibly have, Yinner?" Focus on your cultivation. As for family affairs, I will handle them. Xiao Yan reassured him with a pat on his chest and a cheerful demeanor before engaging in casual conversation with Xiao Yan. Father and son, rare to sit together and share their hearts, naturally spoke without reservation, laughter echoing through the air. In a moment of playful curiosity, Xiao Yan inquired about the relationship between Xiao Yan and Hun Ruoruo. After enduring so many trials, it would be rather dull-witted not to perceive the unspoken words and subtle glances. It was evident that his father was concealing something from him. In the exterior residence area of the Xiao family, distinct from the single rooms occupied by the family's younger generation, this locale boasted picturesque scenery and grand architecture, typically reserved for elders or those of considerable influence within the clan. At the very heart of this estate lay Sun Er's abode. Sun Er gazed dreamily out the window, her delicate arms supporting half of her youthful face, creating a captivating tableau. After a while, as if sensing something, she lifted her hand to draw up the nearby curtain, blocking the brilliant sunlight from the other side of the window. Old Ling, she whispered into the shadows. Then, from the corner, a shadow gradually coalesced and expanded, forming a human figure. A mysterious man clad in black robes silently materialized before Sun Er. He knelt on one knee, exuding utmost respect as he addressed her, Mississippi. Sun Er responded with a soft then parted her rosy lips. What progress has been made regarding that enigmatic woman? Chapter 26. The clouds of suspicion surrounding the Gale family. Even from the moment Sun Er encountered Xiao Yan in the mountains, an unease had begun to stir within her heart. She dispatched Ling Ying to gather information about him and probe into his background. However, the results left her bewildered. Not only did they fail to uncover his identity, but even with Ling Ying's peak Do Emperor prowess, the prolonged surveillance yielded no insight into the mysterious woman's appearance. Given such circumstances, it would be unwise to pursue the matter further. Thus, she opted for a temporary retreat, patiently awaiting the moment the enigmatic woman would reveal herself. Upon hearing her inquiry, Ling Ying lowered his head and replied solemnly, the sudden death of Galio indeed had ulterior motives. This soul technique that kills invisibly undoubtedly belongs to a powerful soul alchemist or possibly the mysterious musician from Yin Valley. As he spoke, a shift in his gaze hinted at unspoken implications. The Soul Clan? Sun Er frowned, her exquisite face twisted with disdain. These vile creatures have dared to reach toward my brother Xiao Yan. Could it be related to that ancient jade? Miss. The likelihood of the other party belonging to the Soul Clan is minimal. They are most likely just a high-ranking alchemist, Ling encountered. He shook his head, aware that while his mistress typically exhibited impeccable composure, she seemed to lose her usual calm when it came to Xiao Yan. Nevertheless, he refrained from making definitive statements, as he had not witnessed the events firsthand and could not assert too boldly. Then, as if recalling something, Ling Ying suggested, if you remain uneasy, why not use the power of to probe into the bloodline strength of the other party? The Golden Emperor's heavenly flames, ranking fourth on the list of extraordinary fires, possess a terrifying might capable of incinerating even the most potent of fighting energies. Thus, alongside its formidable power, it harbors a unique ability to pierce through illusions. Should the opponent indeed belong to the Soul Clan, the formidable soul power she displays suggests an exceptionally rich lineage of Do Emperor blood, which would inevitably reveal her true form before the Golden Emperor's heavenly flames. Sun Er furrowed her delicate brows and remarked, I have certainly contemplated this matter. Yet the movements of this individual are shrouded in mystery. Nearly no one from the Xiao family has laid eyes upon her. I shall devise a means to address this myself. If she truly is of the Soul Clan, then there is no need to extend any courtesies. Indeed. Furthermore, have there been any developments from the Gale family? Miss, the Gale family has recently shown signs of restlessness, seemingly harboring intentions towards the Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Sun Er pondered momentarily before letting out a soft sigh. Father once mentioned that it is unwise to meddle excessively in the affairs of the Xiao family. If it does not concern brother Xiao Yan, then we shall let it be for now. Turning towards the curtains, she gently rolled them up, casting her gaze once more towards the distant scenery. As sunlight streamed through the window, the shadows that had clung to the girl dissipated instantaneously. In the city of Wutan, within the Gale family's domain, a figure clad in a black dress, Hun Ruoruo, gracefully navigated through the numerous residences. Her pace was neither hurried nor slow, her form swaying. Yet she drew no attention whatsoever. Upon reaching a crucial resource accumulation site within the Gale family, she casually placed a bag of gold coins beside the sales statistics warehouse. Then, under the watchful eyes of many, picked up a small vial filled with a pale green liquid. After a brief moment, the Gale family's warehouse manager, tasked with sales and statistics, glanced at the nearby bag of coins, rubbed his eyes with his short, thick fingers, and grumbled in annoyance. Damn it. This sweltering weather has muddled my mind. Just as I was about to finalize these accounts, I failed to notice there was another bag of money here. Someone come. At this call, a tall, thin man with shifty eyes hurried over, ingratiatingly saying, "My lord, I'm here. The previous ledger seems to have issues. Add this bag of money to it and recalculate. Remember, it must not be erroneous." Yes. The slender man took the order and swiftly ran to the warehouse entrance, summoning a group to amend the prior records. Observing the bustling scene, the warehouse manager's small eyes narrowed into slits, and he whispered to himself with a sense of pride. The clan leader, suffering the loss of his son, has expended great resources to bring in an alchemist. It seems the time has come for a change in Wutan City. On the eaves, Hun Ruoruo quietly watched the Gale manager's antics. Retrieving the small green vial she had previously exchanged from her spatial ring, examining it once more. As she contemplated, her gaze narrowed, and a rare shadow crossed her face, as though she were plotting something. After a while, she gently sighed. Well then, if it comes to that, I might as well eliminate them all and create a new chapter for the protagonist. She strolled along the eaves towards the Gale family estate, meandering leisurely while taking in the sights. Though she appeared to be walking with ease, her demeanor concealed numerous unspoken intentions. As she passed by the grand estate of the Galeo family, Hun Ruoruo cast a fleeting glance at the imposing structure below. In a fluid motion, she uncorked a small green vial, allowing its contents to cascade into the long-abandoned courtyard, devoid of any human presence. The liquid splashed onto the parched grass, swiftly permeating the dry soil, breathing life into the wilting lawn that had languished under the relentless sun. "A gift for you. No need for thanks," she murmured. After a brief respite, Hun Ruoruo arrived at the Galeo residence, reclining comfortably against the eaves, seeking solace in a restful position. In the next moment, her ethereal power surged forth, revealing the activities within the grand hall with acute clarity. Though the hall was brightly lit, the atmosphere felt strangely tense. Numerous individuals occupied the space, and their opulent attire indicated their high status within the Galeo family. The crowd seemed to be stifling a collective excitement, hesitant to express it openly, as if wary of some unseen consequence, an undeniably peculiar sight. Only the young man in white, lounging nonchalantly against the chair's back, appeared indifferent, embodying a posture of aloof pride. Galeo Bai, seated at the head of the table, surveyed the crowd, his gaze a mixture of somberness and ruthlessness. With a slow exhalation, he broke the silence. "I understand your sentiments. There is no need to suppress them any longer. This time, the Galeo family will surely seize a hefty piece from the Xiao family." Chapter 27, Reservations. In Wutan City, though it boasts 3 great overlords, it is essentially divided into the visible and the hidden. The Oba family, ruling the underbelly, operates establishments such as brothels and gambling dens, engaging in enterprises best kept in the shadows. While their influence may be limited, they dominate without challenge. On the other hand, the Galeo and Xiao families, as the visible overlords, have long been embroiled in conflict, viewing each other as thorns in their sides, relentlessly striving to seize greater resources from one another. After listening for a brief time, Hun Ruoruo's interest waned. Her motive, of course, stemmed from the bizarre and sudden death of Galeo Ao. Upon learning of his son's mysterious demise, Galeo Bai was plunged into despair, becoming increasingly paranoid. He discreetly eliminated the guards who had been present at the time and even directed his wrath toward Hun Ruoruo and her companion, targeting them for retribution. Ironically, he had stumbled upon the true culprit. What a misfortune it was to merely eliminate a minor pawn, only to invite such turmoil. Hun Ruoruo's expression remained impassive, her mind troubled. After a moment of contemplation, she decided it was best to leave, for a mere minor family in Wutan City was hardly worth her concern. What truly vexed her was the impact this incident would have on Xiao Yan. At present, an excellent opportunity for testing emerges. Merely a contest of souls has compelled the Gale family to advance their plans to infiltrate the Xiao clan by nearly a year. Should further changes arise in the future, she muses that she cannot guarantee the stability of the situation each time. Not assisting is not an option, yet to lend aid requires careful consideration, which is utterly absurd. Exhaling a deep breath, the young girl's gaze darkened slightly as she walked slowly through the bustling streets of Wutan City, ultimately making her way beyond the city limits. The plains outside Wutan City are remarkably vast and sparsely populated during the day. However, as night falls, numerous mercenaries and travelers camp here to rest. Upon traversing the plains, she reaches the secluded cottage she has established deep within a small forest. Despite the long journey, it offers the advantages of concealment and security, alleviating concerns about her cultivation fluctuations being detected by the pesky flies of the ancient clan. The bright summer sun, sheltered by the trees, loses its oppressive heat. A few delicate rays of light filter through the layers of green leaves, transforming the soil beneath her into a kaleidoscopic canvas. The sound of birds chirping fills the air, mingling with the rustling of branches, either swayed by a gentle breeze or disturbed by the flitting birds. The scenery is enchanting, yet her steps remain hurried. Home at last. She reaches the heart of the forest, shedding her fade. Her brow furrows as she gazes toward the wooden house, where a dark-haired youth is crouched by the door, seemingly having waited for a long while. He appears somewhat anxious, occasionally shouting at the ring in his hand to alleviate his impatience, rendering the scene rather amusing. However, at this moment, she chooses not to tease his mood. How does Xiao Yan know where I reside? Her expression darkens. She silently laments the uncanny coincidence of his arrival. Previously, lost in thought, she had neglected to use her soul energy for perception and thus failed to detect Xiao Yan's presence immediately. He, too, has clearly noticed her approach, waving his hand and striding over. Ruoruo, you truly live here. She conceals her inner turmoil and replies flatly, Third young master. I never expected you to have such leisure to find this secluded place. Sensing her indifferent demeanor, Xiao Yan feels a flicker of confusion yet dismisses it, laughing lightly. Did you not mention it once before? I rarely have the chance to contact you, so I thought I would take a chance. Mention it once? Her gaze sharpens slightly. Xiao Yan scratches his head, explaining, Yes, during our previous training, you mentioned living in the deep mountains. It seemed this was the only forest outside Wutan City. So I decided to take a chance. Ruoruo lets out a barely audible sound of irritation, replying with impatience. So, what brings you here? If it's about training, we can discuss it another time. I have matters to attend to today. It's certainly not about training. Xiao Yan interjects, hastily blocking her path, his expression turning anxious. Do you remember the Galio who was killed previously? I do not. It pertains to that arrogant young master who fell victim to the soul-piercing strike, resulting in his utter annihilation. Why should I concern myself with a deceased individual, as it bears no significance? Yet, Ruoruo, the matter concerning the Galio is indeed trivial. But I previously engaged in a conversation with my father and discerned some peculiarities. The allure of an alchemist surpasses that of any ordinary profession. After experiencing the miraculous effects of the Foundation Establishment elixir, Xiao Yan's conviction has grown immensely. Thus, relying solely on his meager current strength to assist the Xiao clan in overcoming their predicament is nothing short of a delusion, devoid of any possibility. If the Xiao clan is to extricate themselves from this plight, Xiao Yan can only depend on the enigmatic Ruo and his mentor. Soul Ruo exhibited no hint of astonishment, calmly stating, merely a first-tier alchemist. Isn't it a matter of asking Elder Yao to concoct some potions? I am not an alchemist. My sole expertise lies in killing. I wish it were so, Xiao Yan replied with a rueful smile. My mentor has mentioned that his soul energy, having lost its corporeal form, is akin to water without roots, recovering at an exceedingly slow pace, and should not be burdened by such trivial matters. Oh, Soul Ruo lifted her gaze. Her eyes cold and piercing, a captivating violet glow suddenly emerging. An eerie and chilling wave emanated from her, causing Xiao Yan to feel an overwhelming weight upon his chest, as if a massive stone were pressing down upon him, nearly inducing suffocation. So, you imply that such trifling tasks should fall upon me? Chapter 28, A Rare Day. Gazing into the depths of the young woman's intense violet eyes, Xiao Yan found it nearly impossible to breathe, cold sweat quickly enveloping his back, soaking his garments. Large beads of perspiration rolled down his forehead, and in that moment, he felt that the soul impact endured during his training paled in comparison to the current situation. Was that truly her authentic power? Xiao Yan was convinced that with but a thought, his life could be extinguished. However, there was no trace of malice in her gaze. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented coldness and indifference. Previously, Soul Ruo had always presented herself as a charming and whimsical figure, yet since Xiao Yan laid eyes on her today, an overwhelming sense of abnormality had enveloped him. Perhaps this was her true visage. Xiao Yan's face turned pale, his hand weakly gesturing to indicate that he could no longer resist. Observing this, Soul Ruo seized her aggressive demeanor, retracting her imposing aura and restoring her expression to neutrality. His gaze was complex, his voice hoarse. Ruoruo, that was not my intention. Have you prepared an excuse? It is not an excuse. Xiao Yan shook his head, sweat droplets falling unnoticed. The reason I am compelled to seek your assistance ultimately lies in my own inadequacy. Were I a fighter, having successfully mastered alchemy under your and my mentor's guidance, I would have confidence in matching any alchemist. However, time is insufficient. The youth's complexion was ashen, forcing a faint smile that appeared utterly bizarre. Time is insufficient? A fleeting, unnatural expression crossed Soul Ruo's previously icy visage. She was acutely aware of the reason for the time constraint, for it was indeed she who had caused it. Certainly, this does not imply that Soul Ruo harbors any feelings of guilt. The path of cultivating soul techniques is one that Xiao Yan has chosen for himself, and it was the other party who sought her guidance on how to refine his skills. since he is asking for her assistance. She has the authority to decide how to teach him, does she not? As thoughts flickered through her mind, Hun Ruoruo fixed her gaze on the limp youth on the ground and languidly inquired. So, you wish for me to eliminate that alchemist? Can we scare him away? No. Then let us kill him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes as he hesitated no longer. With the unique efficacy of soul techniques, Caleb would undoubtedly fail to perceive any flaws, indicating that he had long harbored intentions to usurp the Xiao family. Given this, it would be prudent to take preemptive action and eradicate his support entirely. The Caleb family and the Xiao family had harbored grievances for many years, and this latest motive was utterly absurd, clearly a blatant attempt to seize resources and clientele, aiming to erode the Xiao family's standing. Xiao Yan, with his astute nature, understood well that even a modicum of mercy towards one's enemies could eventually culminate in the deepening of his father's furrowed brow. In other words, should an opportunity to thwart Caleb's conspiracy arise, regardless of the price he must pay, he must seize it with unwavering determination. Hun Ruoruo blinked in rare surprise. Third young master, your approach seems rather sinister. Not only have you condemned the other's son, but you also aim to sever their foundations. How pitiful for Lord Caleb. His son was not slain by my hand. Well then, it is his own fault, isn't it? The young girl appeared to revert to her usual demeanor, her laughter bright as she playfully tossed a sphere of clear water at Xiao Yan's face, soothing and revitalizing his lingering fear. I apologize, third young master, for startling you. Consider this my apology. As the tremors of the soul gradually dissipated, Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged. He gazed at the girl as charming visage, his earnestness evident in his eyes. Observing this, Hun Ruoruo pouted and lamented, Third young master, you truly lack consideration for others. Focus on your cultivation. When the time is ripe, I shall take you to the Caleb residence. Xiao Yan was taken aback, his face quickly lighting up with joy. Really? Indeed, but not at this moment. I need to rest. With that, Hun Ruoruo waved her small hand at Xiao Yan, adopting a gesture of dismissal. Then, regardless of his reaction, she gracefully made her way back to her small abode. Upon opening the door, Xiao Yan's voice suddenly called out from behind. Ruoruo, is there something else, third young master? Though it may be a bit intrusive, I just wanted to say. Take care of yourself. With a soft click, the door shut firmly, and no further sounds followed. Observing this scene, Xiao Yan cautiously lowered his voice and addressed the ring. Master, did I say something wrong? Of course, the elderly voice from the ring replied, exasperated yet amused. Did you truly think her unusual behavior today was due to a change in her disposition? Was it not? Oh, hearing this, Xiao Yan cast a peculiar glance towards the wooden house before swiftly traversing the woods towards the direction of Wutan City. Hun Ruoruo's delicate face was rarely graced with a hint of embarrassment as she pressed her palm against her forehead, mimicking an action strikingly similar to that of Medicine Elder. This individual truly possesses a remarkable level of foolishness. With her strength as a mid-tier Do Wang, she had long since mastered the art of remaining untainted and unsullied. The notion of monthly tribulations was utterly irrelevant. However, given his wooden demeanor, it was somewhat understandable. Had she not risen early, she might have felt compelled to advise him to drink more warm water. A peculiar thought flickered in her mind, prompting Hun Ruoruo to shake her head and restore her expression to its usual calm. Surrendering to the softness of the mattress, she allowed her weight to sink into its embrace. It was clear that she needed to continue altering the course of events. Dwelling on these trivial matters would lead to endless complications. Her prior anxieties had ultimately been fleeting thoughts. Hesitation and melancholy had never been her style. Having chosen to stand by the protagonist's side and enact a narrative of paternal kindness and filial duty, whether it occurred sooner or later made little difference. Change was inevitable. With her resolve silently solidified, Hun Ruoruo no longer hesitated to assist Xiao Yan with the protection of herself and Medicine Elder. The threats to Xiao Yan within the entire northwestern region could be counted on one hand, and she felt no need for concern in the coming years. As for the matters that lay ahead, she would leave them to her future self. With these thoughts, the young woman slowly closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, choosing not to speak further. In truth, Hun Ruoruo herself was the greatest variable in this equation. Whether it was due to the confusion of being embroiled in the situation or a reluctance to acknowledge it, she had always remained silent on the matter. Chapter 29, The Art of Disguise. The forest where Hun Ruoruo resided was quite distant from Wutan City. Even with Xiao Yan's agility and the slight enhancement of Do Qi, it took him nearly half an hour to traverse the distance. Master, after firmly closing the door, Xiao Yan impatiently called out to Medicine Elder. What? So concerned about that girl Ruo? Came a voice, rich with magnetism, as the elderly figure in a blue and white robe appeared in the room. Is it that obvious? Xiao Yan replied, somewhat taken aback. You young man, you are still far from being able to comprehend that girl's depths. Your expressions betray you entirely. Medicine Elder shook his head in exasperation, giving him a knowing look. Seeing her behave like that today, are you frightened? A little, Xiao Yan admitted candidly. I had already suspected her true character. Earlier was merely a fortunate verification of my assumptions. However, her gaze towards me held no malice, and I believe that might be due to my own missteps in conversation. Noticing the dimness in Xiao Yan's eyes, Medicine Elder's expression grew serious. He slowly drifted to the distant window, gazing at the colorful clouds in the sky. He mused. This cannot entirely be blamed on you. After all, you are currently quite bewildered, not even knowing her full name. But there is no need to rush. You are still too weak, and many matters are too heavy for you to bear. Medicine Elder understood that Hun Ruoruo's identity, background, and experiences were beyond Xiao Yan's current comprehension. While curiosity is certainly a virtue, an overwhelming disparity might crush the spirited youth he once was. That was not something Medicine Elder wished to witness. Teacher, have you nothing to say? Xiao Yan's expression revealed a hint of confusion. Were it not for his limited vocabulary of trendy phrases, he would have surely retorted with a quip about the futility of the other's words. Ahem. This impudent brat even undermines me. The ambience was abruptly disrupted, and with a glare, the old alchemist admonished him, saying, I can only tell you that the peculiarities of the past and the aloofness of the present are merely facets of her character. So, refrain from displaying that despondent visage. Once you transcend to the Doja realm, you shall earn the right to comprehend many matters. Dedicate yourself to your cultivation. Surprisingly, this admonition jolted Xiao Yan back to reality. The youth's countenance shifted several times before he swiftly ascended to his bed, resuming the training he had left unfinished earlier. The Doja realm is the goal he must strive for now. As he guided the Do Chi through his meridians, his thoughts inevitably drifted. Mysterious, formidable, and with a whimsical character. Yet, the fleeting enchantment of this moment had long been buried deep within him after the incident involving the Gale family. Given the cunning and scheming displayed, alongside her callous disposition, Xiao Yan's apprehension had surged to its peak. This blend of exhilaration and trepidation lingered until today, when circumstances took an unexpected turn. The old alchemist's words finally illuminated Xiao Yan's understanding. Hun Ruoruo's demeanor towards him was not merely an act or a game. Her character stemmed from genuine sentiment. That sufficed, did it not? If, in the future, he could earn her trust and count her as a confidant, that would indeed be splendid. With a soft sigh, Xiao Yan mused thus. In the ensuing days, he ceased to fret over the Gale family's affairs. After all, with Hun Ruoruo's promise, he held no doubts regarding her capabilities. Embracing the futility of worry, he granted himself a brief respite, halting the alternating cultivation of spiritual power and physical form. He took time to listen to Xiao Zhan's grumblings after his busy days and assisted his father in kneading his weary shoulders. Surprisingly, this led to an unexpected breakthrough in his cultivation. Xiao Yan found it amusing, and it was only after hearing the old alchemist's analysis that he finally understood. His previously taught emotions were not conducive to his training. In moments of significance, tranquility is essential. This too serves as a refinement of one's character. At the Xiao residence, a gentle knock resonated through the night. Could it be Ruoruo? With a creak, Xiao Yan opened the door, his voice low yet tinged with barely concealed excitement. However, before he could catch a glimpse of her figure, a dark bundle collided with his face. Shoo! Be quick, third young master. Remember to extinguish the lights. A familiar sweet voice chimed. Evidently, Hun Ruoruo had reverted to her usual whimsical self. A twinge of regret coursed through Xiao Yan as he scolded himself for being a masochist, then hastily began his preparations, changing clothes, turning off the lights, closing the door. Then, under the cover of darkness, the stage was set for their clandestine venture. Skillfully navigating the narrow path, two silhouettes traversed the tranquil night, cloaked in darkness. In an effort to evade detection by the vigilant guards stationed in the night, Xiao Yan experienced for the first time the astonishing soul technique of Hun Ruoruo, which could be likened to a cheat. From an external perspective, he appeared no different than before, yet as a novice. He felt an undercurrent of anxiety until he passed by the expressionless guard. Observing the guard's complete lack of reaction, he cautiously adjusted his movements, transitioned to a normal gait, and ultimately abandoned pretense, directly approaching the guard to scrutinize his every action. Astonishingly, he could not even discern his own reflection in the guard's eyes. A miraculous transformation that left him in awe. Inevitably, a sense of yearning stirred within him. Did the third young master wish to learn? Hun Ruoruo chuckled softly, striking a pose with her hand as if wielding a blade, and with a decisive motion, she proclaimed that after severing that object, with the third young master's innate talent, he would surely master this disguise technique with ease. Chapter 30, Corrupting Xiao Yan? That object? Xiao Yan initially froze, only to feel an unexpected chill beneath him. Indeed, This disguise technique possessed an extremely keen attribute, one that only females could cultivate. How enigmatic this technique truly was. His lips twitched as he hastily declined Hun Ruoruo's kind offer, remaining resolute despite her persistent temptations. Absurd. His body, a gift from his parents, especially the essence of his manhood, was not to be trifled with. No matter how advanced the technique, it could not sway his resolve. Observing Xiao Yan's utter disinterest, Hun Ruoruo clicked her tongue in disdain, mumbling something under her breath. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan grew increasingly convinced that this woman harbored no good intentions. The distance between the Gale family and the Xiao family was not particularly vast, and before long, they found themselves nearing the streets adjacent to the Gale family estate. Following Hun Ruoruo's directions, Xiao Yan gained a rough understanding of the various important figures within the Gale family and effortlessly pinpointed their target's location. Thus, bolstered by the disguise technique, the duo bypassed numerous guards and proceeded directly to the courtyard of a first-rate alchemist. Ruoruo, I just realized that there seems to be no need for my presence here, Xiao Yan remarked, somewhat belatedly. The ease of their journey had rendered him devoid of any tension, making it difficult to fathom that they were there to carry out an assassination. Clinging to someone's coattails felt far too effortless. Hun Ruoruo raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin, "Third young master, you've hit the nail on the head. According to the intelligence we've gathered, that alchemist has quite peculiar tastes, and it must be you who takes action personally." "Me take action personally?" Xiao Yan responded, astonished. "Even you find him troublesome. How could I possibly handle him?" Ruoruo, it would be wise not to jest. Clearly, Xiao Yan was skeptical of her words. In his view, there should be no one in Wutan City who could be regarded as a rival by Hun Ruoruo. A mere first-rate alchemist should be as easily crushed as an ant. As the soul named Ruoruo blinked her eyes, she once again engaged in a cryptic riddle. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation and said, "Very well. But let it be known that the only asset I can rely upon is the soul technique you have imparted to me. I cannot guarantee success, lest I inadvertently attract the attention of outsiders. Go ahead, third young master." As for those outside, the girl licked her lips, her demeanor alluring. Yet her gaze shimmered with a violet hue. "If anyone dares approach, I shall eliminate them without hesitation." The familiar purple glow evoked a sense of trepidation in Xiao Yan, reminiscent of the adage about being bitten by a snake once. He paused, choosing silence as he turned towards the courtyard door, gently pushing it open. "Third young master, best of luck," came the girl's encouraging voice from behind, soft and delicate, like a silken brush against the earlobe. Moments later, Xiao Yan stood dazed outside the room, listening to the incessant allure emanating from within, finally comprehending why Ruoruo had entrusted this task to him. Was it that this peculiar hobby of the alchemist referred to this? He chuckled softly, a subtle expression gracing his still youthful visage, revealing an inner conflict. Whether the alchemist was overly liberal or if Xiao Yan had been overly eager earlier was unclear, but he had failed to close the door, significantly diminishing the difficulty of his assassination task. He gently rubbed the ring on his finger, the meaning unmistakable. Aware that Xiao Yan was presently unable to speak, the medicinal elder briefly sensed the surrounding environment and then spoke slowly. "Xiao Yan, I have just assessed the situation. This individual possesses a rather superficial fighting spirit, posing little concern. If you strike when he is unprepared, you can achieve the same outcome as Ruoruo did that day." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded, recognizing it as a form of training from both Ruoruo and the medicinal elder, and thus resolved to seek no further assistance. Soon, the youth clad in a black robe retracted his aura, swiftly dispelling the slight lethargy caused by leaning against Ruoruo. His expression was icy, and his soul force quietly converged like flowing water, gazing at the figure of the disheveled man before him, his eyes brimming with a hidden murderous intent. "You possess quite the skill, exhausting my father, a formidable Do master, to the brink of collapse. Very well. Today I shall await your performance as if it were a living theater, and consider it your funeral." A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yan staggered from the alchemist's chamber, his face as pale as paper. He struggled against the emptiness resonating deep within his soul as he slowly approached the courtyard entrance, leaning against the doorframe, reflecting on the unsightly scenes he had just witnessed. He felt that this task was rather arduous for a pure youth yet to undergo the rites of adulthood. Perhaps out of a twinge of compassion for the innocent maid, he had waited until she had fully succumbed to slumber before taking action, which consequently took him more time. However, he did not emerge entirely empty-handed. After employing the soul technique to eliminate her, Xiao Yan distinctly sensed that his own soul force had seemingly grown stronger, likely due to the fact that she was an alchemist. In other words, this modest yellow-tier Do technique not only wielded remarkable lethality, but also allowed him to absorb a fragment of the opponent's soul force for his own use. Though it was but a fleeting thought, it was enough to leave Xiao Yan in a state of astonishment. If he were to continuously consume the souls of others, he would undoubtedly tread down a path of wickedness. With a resigned shake of his head, he momentarily suppressed the sinister notion that lingered in his heart. The experience of taking a life evoked a complex array of emotions within him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stepped outside, where he beheld the girl in the black robe, leaning against the wall, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Despite being aware of her theatrical tendencies, a flicker of discomfort passed across Xiao Yan's visage. Fortunately, on this overcast night, the moonlight was sparse. Upon seeing Xiao Yan emerge, Hun Ruoruo, her eyes brimming with anticipation, inquired, "Young master, have you succeeded?" Miraculously, he had, thanks to her unwavering focus on her task, completely oblivious to the aura of killing intent. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, concealing his emotions adeptly. Now, it was time to proceed with the next phase of his plan. "Young master, you have a plan? Do share," Hun Ruoruo urged. Xiao Yan responded with a benign smile, his voice barely above a whisper. "Since I have already embraced this villainous role, why not stoke the flames further? They seem fond of selling those little green vials. If they were to receive a large influx of orders that they could not fulfill, can you imagine how much they would lose?" At his analysis, Hun Ruoruo's eyes widened in disbelief, a ludicrous thought surfacing in her mind. Would she unwittingly turn the protagonist into a scheming rogue? Chapter 31, Midnight Conspiracy. She had never anticipated that the brash Xiao Yan, under her influence over the past few months, would learn such cunning strategies. Logically, he should not possess such a disposition. After much contemplation, the only plausible explanation was his current lack of strength, compelling him to rely on intellect and strategy to prevail. Were he to possess the power to rival that of the alchemist, Hun Ruoruo was certain that Xiao Yan would not expend so much effort on these individuals. With this thought in mind, Hun Ruoruo's eyes gleamed with an idea, and she casually suggested, "Young master, if you wish, I can assist you with this." Now, she felt no hesitation in aiding Xiao Yan. She believed that lending a hand in this matter would not be overly burdensome. Avoiding the ancient clan's pests was merely a matter of convenience, not a reflection of genuine fear. However, to her surprise, he declined her offer. A shadow crossed Xiao Yan's face as he replied slowly, "My current strength is too lacking. After this matter, I must accelerate my training." Understanding his determination, Hun Ruoruo ceased her inquiries, realizing that the Gale family would not pose any significant threat in her hands. If Xiao Yan wished to resolve this on his own, it would save her the trouble. The Xiao family was destined for turbulence this night. Third elder. Third elder." A hurried and cautious voice broke the stillness, rousing the elderly man, who had been slumbering due to fatigue over the past few days. Rubbing his eyes, he peered out into the pitch-black night, his anger surging. "Who dares disturb me at this hour?" "Third elder, the family head requests your presence." The voice outside trembled slightly, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with this troublesome errand. In the dead of night, to be called forth for work by the notoriously irascible third elder was indeed an unfortunate turn of events. As expected, his fury boiled over, and he bellowed towards the outside. What madness has seized Xiao Yan? Is it so late that he has lost all sense of time? Nevertheless, the third elder instinctively sensed something amiss. Given Xiao Yan's usual composure, he would hardly act without purpose. Torn between anger and suspicion, he merely donned a long robe and flung open the door, casting a cold gaze upon the attendant outside. "Is this truly a command from the clan leader?" the third elder inquired. "I dare not misrepresent the will of the esteemed head of the family," the attendant replied. "This matter is of utmost importance and must be resolved before dawn." "Very well, lead the way," the third elder replied, though his countenance was decidedly grim. The implication was clear. Was Xiao Yan intending for them, these old fellows, to toil through the night? How peculiar. Navigating through the courtyard, they soon arrived at the clan leader's residence. Inside, only a few candles flickered, casting a dim and tranquil atmosphere. As he stepped into the clan leader's abode, the third elder surveyed the gathering crowd and felt a surge of astonishment. Alongside him, the three elders of the Xiao family had assembled, and several high-ranking members with considerable influence were present as well. This display was not entirely unexpected. After all, his own presence at such an hour implied that others were likely summoned under similar circumstances. However, he thought to himself, if a reasonable explanation is not forthcoming, I shall not hesitate to show no mercy alongside my fellow elders. Just as he was about to voice his discontent, Xiao Yan in the distance suddenly broke into a smile, appearing remarkably invigorated despite the late hour. "The third elder has arrived. Please, take a seat." Hearing this, the third elder suppressed his rising irritation, snorted softly, and chose a neutral spot to sit, awaiting Xiao Yan's further remarks. Unfazed by the third elder's indifferent demeanor, Xiao Yan's smile widened. He glanced out at the night sky before speaking slowly. "You are all core members of the Xiao family. and I trust you are well aware of the recent rampant plundering of our clientele by the Xiao Yan family. I presume you have been enraged by it for quite some time. At this, the tempestuous third elder slammed his hand down upon the armrest of his chair, shattering the sturdy wooden support. Damn it! The Xiao Yan family is utterly brazen. In just a few days, our profits have plummeted by at least 50 to 60%. If this continues, all our markets will collapse, and the very lifeblood of the Xiao family will be lost. Though the assembly remained silent, the dark expressions on their faces made it abundantly clear that they wholeheartedly agreed with the third elder's sentiments. After a prolonged silence, the grand elder spoke slowly. Acknowledging that further delay was indeed untenable, he recounted his prior inquiries with Master Gunny of the Mitel auction house, who had declared neutrality and showed no inclination to favor either side. Meanwhile, the Xiao family lacked any substantial connections with other alchemists. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence and tension. Observing this, the third elder coldly remarked, "My Lord Patriarch, your summons to us surely cannot be merely for venting frustrations? If that is the case, I must excuse myself." "That is certainly not the case," Xiao Yan replied, shaking his head solemnly. "I have gathered you here tonight to convey that the Xiao family is not beyond salvation. Not only can we recover, but we may also retaliate against the Galley family, compelling them to regurgitate the resources they have previously consumed." Upon hearing these words, the core members of the Xiao family present were immediately agitated, bombarding him with a torrent of inquiries. "My Lord Patriarch, you must be jesting. With our connections, it seems implausible that we could summon any alchemist to our aid." Another added, "Indeed, even Master Gunny intends to remain an observer. We can hardly conceive of any other form of assistance." They cautioned him that while the marketplace could still function on other commodities, he must refrain from reckless actions. Listening to the cacophony of their discussions, Xiao Yan sighed, acutely aware that his position as patriarch was becoming increasingly precarious. It was one thing for the three elders to question him, but now even the elder generation with relatively lesser authority had begun to doubt his decisions. Fortunately, he roared with a hint of fighting spirit, causing the audience to recoil in shock. "The alchemist of the Galley family has perished." After a considerable pause, someone finally mustered the courage to challenge Xiao Yan's assertion. "My Lord Patriarch, forgive my impertinence, but according to reports from our scouts, the Galley family had dispatched at least 2 grand fighters to guard that alchemist. How can you be certain that he is dead?" Xiao Yan remained unperturbed by this inquiry. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, slowly nodding in contemplation. The third elder stroked his beard, expressing skepticism. "Are you suggesting that this matter involves young Master Xiao Yan?" "Ah, the third elder indeed possesses foresight," Xiao Yan replied with a subtle smile, seemingly mocking the elder's obstinacy. "What you may not know is that Yan's recent breakthroughs in fighting spirit were aided by a mysterious young lady." He then succinctly recounted the explanation Xiao Yan had provided when he sought him out earlier. With this evidence at hand, the crowd could hardly dismiss the claim. Observing the astonished expressions of the elders, Xiao Yan felt a surge of exhilaration, a sense of vindication washing over him. He cheerfully declared, "With the intervention of that young lady, the alchemist has met his end. Our task now is to assemble a team to masquerade as a merchant convoy, using the Mitel auction house as a platform to entice the Galley family into signing a substantial order before they become aware of the situation." Licking his lips, Xiao Yan gripped the back of his chair tightly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Upon receiving this momentous news, the senior members of the Xiao family, who had previously gathered in fatigue, suddenly found their spirits rekindled, their weariness vanishing completely. The third elder, who had earlier instigated trouble, exhibited a fleeting expression of alternating colors, swiftly exchanging glances with the other 2 elders before sighing in resignation and nodding. In such circumstances, continuing to target Xiao Yan and Xiao Yan would be akin to leaping into a fire pit. Moreover, he could not deny that this unexpected piece of good news filled his heart with immense satisfaction. Outside, a young man stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, taking in the conversations of the crowd. This should suffice, he thought, slightly shrugging his shoulders before shaking his black robe and stepping into the shadows. The next day, as dawn broke, Jialiku, a senior member of the Jala family, took a hands-on approach to the sale of healing medicines, handling nearly all the orders himself. This was not merely due to his sense of duty, but rather because yesterday's market profits had soared higher than ever. Jialiku, stroking the ends of his curled mustache, could not help but reveal a sly grin. It seemed that the Xiao family was destined for ruin. He was not concerned about the mercenaries. Little did he know that a merchant convoy had rushed to the middle auction house before dawn, intending to procure a large quantity of healing elixirs. Is it true? A significant amount of healing elixirs? Absolutely. Lead the way. With that, Jialiku swiftly gathered his belongings and, accompanied by a few aides, headed straight for the largest auction house in Wutan City. The Middle Auction House, the grandest auction venue in Wutan, belonged to the Middle family, one of the wealthiest families in the Gamma Empire. Apart from their wealth, the Middle family possessed formidable power and was renowned as one of the three great families of the Gamma Empire. Consequently, the Middle Auction House had emerged as an authoritative platform for numerous transactions. In the waiting area, Jialiku, with his portly figure, sat in the VIP section, occasionally gasping for breath while two petite maidens fanned him. Not far away was one of the auction house's overseers, Yafei, dressed in a striking red gown. Her mature and alluring demeanor, combined with her professional smile, rendered the already charming maidens nearby rather dull in comparison. Yafei slightly parted her crimson lips, her voice dripping with temptation. Lord Jiala, are you certain you wish to sign a contract with the gentleman placing the order? Not long ago, a weary merchant convoy had arrived unexpectedly at the Middle Auction House, claiming to seek a large quantity of healing elixirs. She had witnessed countless merchant caravans rushing into the city before dawn, but this was the first time she had heard a request for 500 portions of healing elixirs. Reluctantly, she had to step forward as the overseer to finalize the contract. Jialiku chuckled and said, I cannot guarantee anything else. But when it comes to the vast quantities of healing elixirs, only my family, the Jiala clan, can provide them in the entire Wutan city. As long as the payment is sufficient, all other matters are easily resolved. Please confirm, for once the contract is signed. The Mitre Auction House will require a deposit of 3% to maintain the stability and validity of the agreement. Confirm, bring the seal ink. At this moment, Jialiku was overwhelmed with excitement, envisioning the unimaginable profits flowing through his hands, dictating how to reap the rewards. As for the possibility of breaching the contract, the clan leader had already established a profound partnership with that alchemist. As long as the money and women were in place, the alchemist was quite amenable. A quarter of an hour later, the signing was completed, solidifying an enormous order worth nearly 200,000 gold coins. Jialiku clutched the glimmering crystal card with great reverence and waddled back towards the Jiala clan. Sir, something terrible has happened. The formerly obsequious tall man ran desperately from a distance, breathless, his complexion as pale as one mourning the loss of family. Jialiku discreetly concealed the crystal card and furrowed his brow, admonishing, calm down, speak slowly. Lord Lu Shi has died suddenly last night, in the company of a woman. Lu Shi naturally referred to the esteemed first-grade alchemist. Upon hearing this, the auction house members trailing behind Jialiku instinctively directed their gazes towards the once proud heavy-set man. His face turned ashen, his corpulent body trembling uncontrollably, and he collapsed onto the ground. A faint liquid began to pool beneath him, and Jialiku's eyes rolled back as he fainted. Should the nearly 200,000 gold coin order be breached, it would incur triple the compensation. Chapter 33. High aspirations, low abilities. However, the opposing family was vast and powerful, leaving the mercenaries with no choice but to stifle their anger, instead opting to express their discontent through their actions. In their eyes, the Xiao family's market maintained stable prices and orderly conduct, free from the tyrannical one-price policy, making it far more suitable for long-term procurement of various resources. Thus, the beleaguered Jiala clan found itself ensnared in a quagmire, unable to extricate itself in the short term. The clan leader, Jiala Bai, was filled with rage, directly ordering the incapacitation of his trusted aide, Jialiku, and rallying the entire clan to tighten their belts in an attempt to gather the exorbitant compensation amount. Meanwhile, the root of the calamity, Xiao Yan, lived a fulfilling life. Mornings were spent soaking in foundational elixirs to cultivate his dou qi during the day. He trained his physique under the guidance of the medicinal elder, honing his practical combat skills. Noon found him resting on the grassy slopes of the back mountain. Afternoons were dedicated to refining his spiritual strength, engaging in battles with Hun Ruoruo, exhausting his spirit. Finally, in the evenings, he occasionally enjoyed some leisure time, often being drawn into chess matches with his father, the two deep in conversation until late into the night. Days passed, and his cultivation steadily ascended along a promising trajectory. At the Xiao family's back mountain, strolling through the woods, Xiao Yan casually selected an ancient tree as thick as his embrace, a faint aura emanating from him. 8 extremes, collapse. With a thunderous roar, the ancient tree emitted a resonant sound, and then, unable to bear the weight, began to sway as if engaged in a final struggle. Ultimately, the tree seemed to succumb to exhaustion, slowly crashing down in the opposite direction of the shout. The cacophony of snapping branches echoed, as the heavy trunk severed numerous lush limbs entangled together due to the proximity of the trees. A second resounding crash followed, causing the ground to tremble slightly. That was the sound of the ancient tree meeting the earth. Amidst the swirling leaves, the dark-haired youth appeared to expend all his energy and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. He hastily rolled up the tattered sleeve of his right arm, revealing a patch of crimson. The veins on the inner side of his arm throbbed uncontrollably, bringing waves of intense pain. Hiss! Upon seeing the ghastly state of his arm, he could not help but suck in a sharp breath and quickly retrieve the pre-prepared ointment, applying it with utmost care. After evenly spreading the salve over his elbow, Xiao Yan finally caught his breath, lamenting, "One injures the body, the other damages the soul. This uniquely potent combat technique is indeed not so easily mastered." Heh! You should not be so discontent, for with your current cultivation, which is not even that of a combatant, to wield such power is already cause for secret delight. The voice of Yao Lao suddenly resonated, as his form gradually materialized from the ring. He flicked his fingers, sending a faint stream of fighting energy crashing against Xiao Yan's forehead. "Relax your body, do not strain yourself." Feeling the pressure against his forehead, the already exhausted Xiao Yan collapsed into a pile of leaves behind him, utterly devoid of the energy to move even a finger. He weakly remarked, "Though powerful, it costs 1,000 to harm the enemy while inflicting 800 upon myself. With my current physical strength, had that struck a boulder, it would have been my bones that shattered first." "Oh, if that is the case, why not utilize the soul technique that Ruoruo taught you? With your current soul power, even if you employ it against practitioners below the combatant level, it will not deplete your soul energy." Yao Lao raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Xiao Yan sighed in resignation. "That soul technique is hardly something to be used against my kin. The moment I unleash it, the opponent would either perish or be rendered an imbecile. I do not wish to bear the reputation of harming my own people. I knew you would be eyeing my meager resources. Indeed, the two combat techniques you are currently practicing are overly restrictive. Very well. I shall impart to you another technique of a different tier as a substitute for sparring and testing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, and he eagerly rubbed his hands together, asking, "What tier?" "Let us consider a low-level profound tier," Yao Lao responded. "Profound tier? Could it be another technique relying on physical strength?" "Brat, why the lack of confidence?" Yao Lao sighed in exasperation, continuing, "Your fighting energy now possesses a robust quality that far exceeds that of the average person. Even ordinary techniques relying on fighting energy will not prove difficult for you to wield effectively. Xiao Yan, you have grown stronger." Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Months have elapsed, during which he has unknowingly grown considerably stronger. Yet, for reasons unknown, he continues to feel an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, often beset by impatience. The wise and discerning Yao Lao remarked gently, "Feeling a sense of urgency is not inherently wrong, but an overly taut disposition is not beneficial for you, as I have previously mentioned." "But master," Xiao Yan interjected, "my cultivation is balanced, is it not?" Yao Lao raised a hand to interrupt him, shaking his head. "This is not about cultivation. I suspect that you have unwittingly begun to view that girl, Ruoruo, as a target to surpass." It does seem that way," Xiao Yan admitted, scratching his nose sheepishly. Yao Lao chuckled softly. "As it stands, it is just the two of us here. And yet you still attempt to put on a fade. It is entirely normal to set your sights on someone more accomplished." However, he paused, raising his gaze to the distance before placing his hand in a rather peculiar position on his lap. Xiao Yan tilted his head back slightly, utterly perplexed by his teacher's antics. Yao Lao remained silent, merely gesturing with his lips towards an unseen direction. With a sense of resignation and curiosity, Xiao Yan resumed observing his mentor's odd behavior. After a brief moment, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his expression becoming rather animated. Could it be that this old rascal was insinuating that he was all ambition without ability? Nevertheless, as he beheld Yao Lao's half-joking peculiar posture, Xiao Yan's gaze softened gradually, and the long-burdened knot in his heart began to dissipate without his notice. "Thank you, master." "Ha, you little rascal. Hurry up and get back to your cultivation. If you fail to adjust by tomorrow, Ruoruo will not be as forgiving as I am regarding your need for rest." Chapter 34. No Falsehoods from Soul Ruoruo. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly in a clear azure sky, with a gentle breeze carrying the last whispers of summer's warmth through the lush green woods, evoking a longing for the beauty of the season. As usual, Soul Ruoruo entered the bustling city of Wutan at precisely the right moment. The young lady first stuck out her tongue at the elusive figure of Ling Ying, who flitted about like a headless fly above her, before confidently making her way towards the Xiao residence. This ancient clan's young lady has an unwaveringly loyal lapdog. I wonder if it's due to the lack of a leash or perhaps a command from its master, she mused with a teasing tone. Ever since her initial encounter with Xiao Yan, Ling Ying had taken on the role of a devoted stalker, tirelessly searching for traces of her day and night for several months. Initially vexed, Soul Ruoruo found herself somewhat admiring this faithful hound. After all, not everyone could persist in chasing shadows for so long. As she contemplated this, the young lady gazed at the Xiao manor, whispering softly, "Do not fret. I shall grant you a long respite very soon." Just as she stepped through the courtyard gate, an almost imperceptible aura flitted past unnoticed. 2 hours later, Hun Ruoruo gently pushed open the door, exuding grace and restraint. She spoke in a soft, measured tone, "Young Master Xiao, given your current condition, it would be unwise for you to venture out to see me off. There is no need for formality." "Thank you, Ruoruo." Xiao Yan's lips were parched, his complexion as pale as parchment, clearly indicating that his soul power had been utterly depleted. At this moment, his consciousness had dissolved into a mere muddle, rendering him oblivious to Ruoruo's peculiar words. He watched as the young girl pushed open the courtyard door, then closed the room door behind her, collapsing onto the bed and emptying his mind. Soon, faint sounds of snoring emerged from within, a testament to the depth of the boy's exhaustion. Observing this, Ruoruo let out a soft sigh and gently closed the courtyard door. However, when she turned back, she discovered a petite black-haired girl standing beneath the eaves beside her. Yet, the girl's expression seemed rather unappealing. Instinctively, Ruoruo covered her mouth and, with surprise tempered by politeness, inquired, "My dear lady, are you waiting for me? Stop pretending. With your spiritual power, surely you can sense my presence here?" Seemingly taken aback by the veiled sarcasm in the girl's words, Ruoruo furrowed her brows and replied, her tone slightly unfamiliar, "My dear lady, I believe I have not wronged you. Why then this aggressive demeanor?" Her voice was gentle yet laced with a hint of stiffness, as though she were forcing a facade of indifference. This woman is far too skilled at masking her true self. Sun Er's face was as cold as ice, her gaze fixed intently on Ruoruo, attempting to discern any subtle flaw in her demeanor. However, she soon met with failure. From her appearance to her aura and expression, everything was impeccable. This indicated that if the other party was not a master of disguise, she might indeed be a genuinely gentle and elegant girl. Taking a deep breath to dispel her tumultuous thoughts, Sun Er coldly stated, "Every time you emerge from Brother Xiao Yan's presence, you do not emit any aura. Why then? Have I discovered you today?" Upon hearing this, Ruoruo's beautiful eyes widened, her lips parting slightly. "My dear lady, do we harbor some animosity? What do you mean by that? If there is no enmity between us, why have you scrutinized my movements so thoroughly?" Sun Er found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to formulate a suitable response. Although her instincts suggested that this woman was likely a member of the Soul Clan, she currently possessed no evidence to substantiate her suspicion. Ruoruo gently shook her head, her voice light and soothing. "Although I do not comprehend the source of your hostility towards me, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Young Master Xiao has exhausted himself from training and has fallen asleep. Perhaps we should converse elsewhere, Miss Sun Er." In the Xiao residence's courtyard, Sun Er held a small plate in one hand and a cup of fragrant tea in the other, the delicate aroma gradually permeating the entire room. "So, Brother Xiao Yan often speaks of Sun Er in your presence?" After their exchange, Sun Er had temporarily regained her composure and ceased referring to herself in the first person. Ruoruo nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips, as if she had forgotten their earlier discord. "Young Master Xiao frequently praises your grace and demeanor, which is why I was able to recognize you earlier." "Indeed," Sun Er replied, her expression softening. "I must apologize for my earlier lapse in etiquette. I owe you an apology." "This is of no concern. Young Master Xiao often speaks of Miss Sun Er, particularly highlighting her character, which embodies both gentleness and strength." "Ah, I am nowhere near as admirable as Brother Xiao Yan describes," Sun Er modestly replied. Young Master Xiao also frequently mentions Miss Sun Er's virtue of humility. In a short span, Sun Er's delicate visage became suffused with a rosy hue, as she sat dazed in her seat, oblivious to the cooling tea in her hands. "Brother Xiao Yan truly cares for Sun Er," she mused. Observing this scene, Hun Ruoruo, seated across from her, seized the opportunity while Sun Er's attention wandered, a hint of playful amusement curling at the corners of her lips. Young Master Xiao had never broached the subject of Sun Er in her presence, rendering the distinctions between what was said most and least inconsequential. In essence, she spoke as she pleased. With a blink, Hun Ruoruo then addressed her with a serious demeanor. "However, Miss Sun Er, your invitation to me must not be solely for the purpose of discussing young Master Xiao, correct?" "Indeed, it is not." Regaining her composure, Sun Er continued, "Miss Ruoruo, the changes that have occurred in Brother Xiao Yan over the past few months must surely relate to you, no?" Sun Er possessed a keen eye and could discern the aura emanating from her. "With your cultivation at the level of a Do Wang and your soul power reaching the spiritual realm, there seems little reason for you to hold such affection for Brother Xiao Yan. Might you enlighten me regarding your intentions?" Perhaps due to the prior conversation fostering a sense of comfort, her demeanor shifted to one of politeness and subtlety, refraining from directly inquiring about Hun Ruoruo's background. "If one were to articulate my purpose, it is quite simple, to assist young Master Xiao in extricating himself from his current predicament. What Miss Sinner may not know is that I happened upon the Xiao family while traversing the Beast Mountain range and heard young Master Xiao proclaim that this world did not belong to him. Upon hearing this, Sinner's brow furrowed, yet she remained silent. At that moment, my curiosity was piqued regarding the trials he must have endured to utter such world-weary sentiments. Prompting me to observe him discreetly, Sinner bit her lip in contemplation, holding her breath. Shortly thereafter, it appeared that young Master Xiao had suffered a profound setback. Retreating alone to the mountain's edge, fearing for his well-being, I resolved to offer my assistance. Upon hearing this, Sinner's gaze intensified, her delicate fists clenched. As if she were on the verge of an outburst, she was already aware of the subsequent events. After assisting young Master Xiao, I would take my leave. For individuals like him, who harbor such disdain for the world, are perhaps not few. As these words left my lips, the tension that had gripped Sinner dissipated, and she exhaled a long breath, finding the gentle maiden before her increasingly agreeable. Hun Ruoruo listened intently, a silent laughter brewing within her. Not a single word of falsehood had escaped her lips. Chapter 35, each with their own motives. Miss Sinner, are you still listening? My apologies, Miss Ruoruo. Sinner's expression shifted slightly, her tone imbued with regret as she said, I was being presumptuous earlier. It is simply that your soul power is so formidable that I could not afford to be unguarded. I hope you can forgive me, Miss Ruoruo. Gradually seizing the initiative in the conversation, Hun Ruoruo did not hasten to expand her advantage, but instead adopted a contemplative demeanor. I remained indifferent to this. After a moment, she shook her head and sighed, expressing her confusion. However, I am somewhat perplexed as to why, when the Xiao family found itself in peril, Miss Sinner did not summon that Dou Emperor to provide assistance. It was precisely for this reason that young Master Xiao sought me out, ultimately compelling him to take lethal action. Upon hearing this, Sinner appeared somewhat flustered, lowering her head in guilt, acknowledging that this indeed was a misstep on her part. Unbeknownst to her, Sinner realized that she had already conceded too much to this gentle-natured woman before her. Moreover, Xiao Yan had never broached these matters with her. Given the circumstances, Sinner no longer harbored the desire to continue her inquiries. After a few hasty exchanges, she prepared to bid farewell to Hun Ruoruo. I apologize, Miss Ruoruo, for taking up so much of your time. Please accept these resources from my spatial ring as a token of my apology. No need for such an apology. Today, being able to alleviate Sinner's burdens makes the time well spent. However, Hun Ruoruo could not decline, as Sinner's resolve was quite firm. She straightforwardly grasped the ring and swiftly extended it forward. Noticing the outstretched hand offering the ring, Hun Ruoruo discreetly scanned the depths of Sinner's eyes, then slightly withdrew her right hand, extending her left to accept the ring. When their cool fingers brushed against each other, a barely perceptible current of sensation surged between them. Ephemeral as a mirage, Hun Ruoruo said, in that case, I shall express my gratitude for your kindness, Miss Sinner. Farewell. Goodbye, Sinner replied. Their voices, one imbued with gratitude and the other tinged with regret, resonated softly. As the fragrant aroma of tea that had filled the air dissipated with the gentle breeze from outside the door, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. He bowed slightly and addressed her, Mississippi. At this moment, Sinner's eyes sparkled with tiny golden flames. Her expression remained placid as she delicately lifted the now cool cup of fragrant tea. In the blink of an eye, faint steam began to rise into the air. As she sipped the tea, a lustrous sheen adorned her lips, rendering her extraordinarily captivating. Not an alchemist, Ling Ying mused, momentarily taken aback, as an aura of power involuntarily erupted from him. So, she is indeed not of the Soul clan, Ling Ying inquired. She lacks the bloodline of a Dou Emperor, or it is so faint as to be nearly imperceptible. Sinner shook her head, her brows furrowed. Given her strength, if she were of the 8 clans, her status would undoubtedly be exceedingly noble, thus she must belong to the former. Being of the 8 clans inherently ties one's strength to their bloodline, leaving no room for exceptions. It was precisely for this reason that Sinner relinquished her wariness, no longer holding any hostility towards Hun Ruoruo. The girl exhibited a rare roughness in her actions, tilting her head back to finish the tea in one gulp, then turning to gaze out the window. Not an alchemist, nor of the Soul clan. The remaining possibility is that she is a descendant of the Sound Valley. Yet, I never anticipated that such a prodigy from the long-hidden Sound Valley would be wandering in the world. Yinggu, as one of the major forces in Zhongzhou, is reputed to be exceptionally mysterious and elusive. However, it is not entirely disconnected from the continent. Several decades ago, Yinggu abruptly retreated into obscurity, vanishing without a trace. Had it not been for the considerable influence it had amassed over the years, the name of the 3 valleys might have been usurped by others. Now, with the air of Yinggu re-emerging, does this signify something significant? Contemplating this, Sunur rubbed her throbbing temples and chose to set aside her worries. Since the individual in question was not of the Soul clan and bore no particular sentiments toward Xiao Yan, there was naturally no reason for her to adopt an adversarial stance. For someone of her stature and identity, Ingu was hardly worth her concern. Upon entering the room, Hun Ruoruo extended her taut right arm and gently rolled up her sleeve. There, on her delicate skin, intricate and grotesque scars emitted a faint purple luminescence, a detail that she could not conceal, no matter her efforts. Even a mere fragment of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame could wield such formidable power. Reflecting on the might of this extraordinary fire, the young girl regarded her own water attribute fighting spirit with a hint of disdain. Unable to become an alchemist and incapable of merging with the extraordinary flames, her greatest skill lay in assisting others, rendering her little more than a healer. Were it not for her soul power and soul techniques, she would likely be at the mercy of the ancient clan's vermin. Ah, my dear, do not underestimate the prowess of your water attribute fighting spirit. A voice, rich and soothing, resonated, transforming into the visage of Medicine Elder, who appeared in the girl's chamber. Surprisingly, Hun Ruoruo felt no shock. Instead, she gazed at the elder with starry-eyed admiration, pondering whether her water attribute fighting spirit might possess other remarkable uses. Indeed, if you wish to learn, I possess a few insights on the cultivation of water attribute fighting spirit, he replied. Well, this merits careful consideration, she mused. Hey girl, do you perhaps hold me in low regard? He teased. You said it yourself, she retorted playfully, casting a sly glance at the elder. Nonetheless, elder, I must express my gratitude for your assistance this time. Suppressing a smile, Medicine Elder waved his hand dismissively, stating, I never anticipated that a dignified emperor of the ancient clan would follow you for several months. While your identity is indeed sensitive, this is rather excessive. Hun Ruoruo's meticulous preparations for the recent thrilling performance far surpassed Sunur's expectations. Enthralled by the act of bestowing grace, she remained unaffected by the complexities of romantic entanglements. Her connection to the Soul clan having been nearly eradicated, rendered almost imperceptible. Moreover, even in her weakened state, the soul power of Medicine Elder, whose realm still resided in the heavenly stage, was formidable, with all three elements converging. Did a mere flicker of the Golden Emperor's burning sky flame truly hope to pierce her fate? Noticing the disdain and amusement in the girl's gaze, Medicine Elder recognized the need for her to transform her manipulative nature, yet he felt constrained by their physical distance and refrained from saying more. A fleeting complexity crossed his features as he slowly remarked, Now that the matter has been resolved, I shall not linger in your room any longer. Considering the time, that lad is likely to awaken soon. Everything has been resolved, and now let that young man focus on breaking through to the fighter realm. Elder Yao. Might I trouble you to deliver a token to Xiao Yan? Upon hearing this, Elder Yao raised an eyebrow, and as he beheld the ring being presented, his eyes widened in surprise. Is this not? Indeed, it is a token of apology from my sister Sunur. Hun Ruoruo chuckled mischievously, adding, of course. This must remain a secret from him. Chapter 36, Returning to the Fighter Realm. At the back mountain of the Xiao family, there lies a hidden cave in a secluded corner, shrouded by the lush forest, unnoticed even by the occasional passerby from the clan. Within the cave, peculiar sounds echoed continuously. Light white. No, that one do. Still light white, unacceptable. Creamy white, excellent. Let us keep going. The boy trembled uncontrollably, his complexion alternating between pale and flushed, as if suppressing something within. I truly cannot bear it any longer. Yet, he knew he must persist. He had to endure, for he was only at the beginning. Time passed, and the boy could no longer contain the surging energy within him, unleashing a wild torrent. It was the fighting qi. At this moment, Xiao Yan had reached the pinnacle of fighting qi, his aura fluctuating between strength and weakness, a hallmark of the transformation from fighting qi to do qi. Before breaking through to the fighter realm, it was crucial to gather as much do qi as possible before the cyclone formed. The more do qi Xiao Yan could amass, the more robust his cyclone would become. Naturally, with his innate talent and foundation, even without such effort, the cyclone he formed would far exceed that of the average individual. Stop, that is enough. Elder Yao observed the boy collapsed on the ground with satisfaction, then swiftly lifted him by the collar in a manner reminiscent of an eagle snatching up a chick. No resting. Immediately restore your internal do qi. Remember, it must be do qi. Do not attempt to deceive with fighting qi. Yes, Xiao Yan weakly replied, fighting against his exhaustion, drawing in streams of energy that transformed into light, white do qi. Remarkably, as these wisps of light, white do qi flickered through Xiao Yan's pupils, the original light, white do qi began to shrink and condense, ultimately transforming into a rich, creamy gas. And this is do qi, though it took considerable time. the benefits were evidently greater. The size of the Do Qi cyclone is limited. If the minuscule fighting Qi originally gathered within it could all be converted to Do Qi, the capacity would naturally increase. Half an hour later, an indescribable sensation gradually welled up within Xiao Yan. It was akin to a feeling of fullness. Yet the pain surpassed it significantly. "I feel as if I might burst," was the sentiment he experienced. Gasping for breath, he looked desperately towards Elder Yao, unable to articulate any words. Yet, Elder Yao, with his wealth of experience, remained alert and keenly seized this critical moment. With a slight flick of his hand, he produced a small jade vial. With the flow of Do Qi, a pill, alternating in hues of blue and green, floated gently in midair, neither hurried nor slow, and was promptly placed into Xiao Yan's mouth. The fourth-grade elixir, the Gathering Qi powder, promises a 100% advancement to the fighter. A subtle, icy sensation spread within Xiao Yan's mouth. Even though he felt a sense of fullness that had reached its peak, he resolutely swallowed the elixir. The medicine elder admonished him sternly, "A breakthrough is imminent. Focus your mind and body." Xiao Yan managed a slight nod before sitting cross-legged, his hands forming a peculiar seal. In the next moment, an immense force seemed to emanate from the surroundings of the cave, and wisps of ethereal clouds began to materialize around Xiao Yan's abdomen. This was the solidified energy of the world's fighting spirit. The medicine elder was taken aback, secretly thinking, "What a remarkable young man. This intensity far surpasses any breakthrough fighter I have encountered before." Given the elder's discerning eye, it was evident that Xiao Yan's accumulation of power was truly formidable. Indeed, under the impetus of the Gathering Qi powder, the fighting energy that had been teetering on the brink within him mingled joyfully, racing through his meridians at a speed that far exceeded his usual pace. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth against the pain in his meridians, fervently directing the chaotic fighting energy toward his dantian. At this moment, only by condensing the fighting energy vortex could he accommodate it all. "Disperse," he uttered in a low voice, and the previously erratic chaotic energy suddenly redirected towards the nearest meridian, alleviating much of the pain. "Gather." The chaotic energy, as if receiving a command, began to orderly converge towards the dantian. Finally, a glimmer of brilliance erupted in Xiao Yan's eyes, and his entire aura shifted dramatically as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Condense." In an instant, the chaotic energy seemed to be firmly grasped by invisible hands, compressing and consolidating the previously mixed energies in the dantian into the purest fighting spirit. A muffled thud reverberated within Xiao Yan's body. Subsequently, the pure energy streams that had been swirling around him were drawn in, as if he were a great whale consuming water. Such inhalation and exhalation of fighting spirit could only be achieved through the fighting energy vortex. At this moment, Xiao Yan let out a long howl toward the sky, unable to suppress the smile that broke across his face, despite his current composure. The bittersweet taste of this moment could only be savored by the youth himself. "Huh. To be precise, even 10 of your former selves would not be enough to match me now." The medicine elder's peculiar laughter resonated at the perfect moment, his expression brimming with satisfaction. Hearing the elder compare him to his past self, Xiao Yan's grin widened, unable to contain his delight. His mouth moved up and down in a comical manner, appearing rather amusing. "What's wrong? Do you still not believe it?" "I do. The former me couldn't even perform fighting techniques. I merely had cultivation," Xiao Yan shrugged and admitted. "Moreover, with Ruoruo and your assistance, I believe that with just this fighting energy vortex, I could easily overwhelm a large number of fighters at the same level." Having once been a fighter himself, Xiao Yan understood all too well how formidable the fighting energy vortex within him had become. The sheer magnitude of the newly formed cyclone of fighting spirit surpassed its predecessor by more than double, not to mention the degree of its consolidation, which could only be described as worlds apart. To claim that he could vanquish 10 versions of his former self would be an understatement. Even though his technique remained grossly unrefined, he was confident that merely distributing the mixed fighting energy throughout his limbs would lead to success. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan sighed, "Master, the sensation of clinging to a powerful ally is truly delightful." Chapter 37, Obsession. "You impudent brat, is this your first realization after breaking through as a fighter?" Yao Lao chuckled yet scolded. "What can I say? Ruoruo has provided so much, even preparing the energy-gathering powder for my breakthrough well in advance. How could I not feel moved?" Stretching lazily, Xiao Yan released the tension from his body, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking bones. "Provided too much?" Yao Lao's expression turned peculiar, momentarily at a loss for words. Did that girl really give so much? It would be more accurate to say that Sun Er provided more. However, it was not entirely incorrect, as the disposition of the gifts was ultimately at the discretion of Hun Ruoruo. Offering flowers to Buddha, after all, is one such method. Pondering this, Yao Lao shook his head. Although Sun Er was astute, She remained a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, utterly overshadowed by Ruoruo, a wild rose thriving in the wilderness. He glanced at the still exuberant Xiao Yan and spoke slowly, having broken through as a fighter. You have officially stepped into the realm of alchemy. You merely need to master a scroll of techniques to fully unleash the fire elemental energy within you. Have you considered how you would choose? Anticipating this juncture, Xiao Yan concealed his fleeting joy, fixing his gaze intently upon Yao Lao. He inhaled deeply, his tones suddenly lightening. Before I make my choice, master, may I inquire about Ruoruo's background? Not yet, Yao Lao replied. Observing the youth's slightly lowered eyelids, he sighed. What she bears far exceeds your imagination. In comparison, your so-called 3-year pact is merely child's play. Is the 3-year pact merely a triviality? Xiao Yan pondered. You should understand. This is not a denial of your experiences. Xiao Yan remained silent, fully aware of his master's disposition. After a prolonged pause, he clenched his fists and spoke with a somber tone. If Ruoruo's strength is already so formidable, how can a mere fighter like myself be of any assistance to her? Does she hold more faith in me than I do in myself? You know her character well. What other explanation could there be? Why should she treat me this way? Is it because of my appearance, my status, or my strength? He questioned himself, realizing he was not so oblivious. Master, I choose the burning technique. After a moment of silence, the youth suddenly spoke up, his gaze resolute. Yao Lao expressed his astonishment. You didn't even inquire about the difficulty and method of cultivation before making your choice? Choose, Xiao Yan replied. This technique's cultivation is exceedingly arduous, even with your current talent. The chances of mastering it are merely 20%. Elder Yao produced the burning technique in another scroll of earth-tier martial arts, waving them before the youth. This low-level fire attribute technique boasted a remarkable success rate of 90%. I understand, he replied. This technique relies on devouring to advance. You are aware of the power of my bone spirit cold fire, aren't you? If multiple converge within one's body, there is even a risk of explosive destruction. Elder Yao summoned the bone spirit cold fire, and the chilling yet searing aura instantly enveloped the entire cave. The peril of consuming was immense. When I refined the previously, I nearly turned to ashes. Very well, Elder Yao remarked with surprise. You truly seem unafraid. Originally, he had pondered how to entice Xiao Yan. Yet their roles had inexplicably reversed. The one meant to be lured had transformed into a figure of resistance, while the one who should have hesitated grew resolute. It was indeed a curious affair. Fear. Xiao Yan grinned, and perhaps it was Elder Yao's illusion, but the curve of his smile seemed to carry a hint of wickedness. However, the thought of dispelling the fog surrounding that enchanting woman made him less fearful. Throughout their acquaintance of more than half a year, whether being manipulated or toyed with, I had never possessed any initiative to refuse. To claim that I was not vexed would be a lie, and I feared even I would not believe it. I had a premonition. While the earth-tier technique was commendable, targeting her seemed utterly insufficient. At this point, Xiao Yan paused, spreading his palm over his chest before slowly tightening his grip. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the teacher deliberately mentioned this burning technique upon our first encounter, likely hoping I would practice this technique, correct? Upon hearing this, Elder Yao rarely displayed a look of comfort mixed with unspeakable emotions. He fell silent for a moment, ultimately nodding bitterly, his voice hoarse. Indeed, as recorded in the burning technique, the fusion of various can forge a body for the soul to inhabit, allowing me to be reborn. If that is the case, then there is even less reason not to practice this burning technique. I am not one to be obstinate. If it proves impossible to cultivate, I could always shift to another martial art. Under Elder Yao's watchful gaze, with his reddened eyes, Xiao Yan smiled faintly, his gaze resolute. If death comes, so be it. I still have many unfinished matters. However, if it is merely pain, I shall endure it. At the Xiao family estate, ancient trees that had just endured a frigid winter began to sprout a few green buds, exuding the essence of spring. The remnants of snow that had rested atop their branches gradually melted under the sun's warming rays, transforming into nourishing moisture for all living things. Spring had arrived, and the day Xiao Yan broke through to the dosher coincided perfectly with the eve of his coming-of-age ceremony's preliminary test. Seated quietly upon a stone platform, Xiao Yan gazed at the blue-haired maiden not far before him. At that moment, she wore an elegant long dress adorned with blue and white hues. Her face radiant with a smile as she rested her chin on her hands, her gaze deep and cunning, seemingly forever inscrutable. With a cheerful tone, the girl spoke. Third young master, congratulations. You have finally broken through to dosher. Xiao Yan nodded, softly replying. After such a lengthy period of suppression, I have finally reaped some rewards. At this moment, I can consider myself officially stepping back onto the path of cultivation. He spread his fair palm, the pale yellow glow flickering in and out of visibility. In a pale yellow hue, the third young master unexpectedly opted for a low-tier, yellow-level cultivation technique. Hun Ruoruo, momentarily taken aback, covered her small mouth and exclaimed with wide eyes, "Are you deliberately seeking to enhance the difficulty of your cultivation due to an excess of fighting spirit? Certainly not. Is it merely an appreciation for the color? No, the earthy yellow is hardly appealing." Xiao Yan revealed a hint of a mysterious smile, a rare glimpse of youthful whimsy. Ah, could it be that it has the potential to evolve? Hun Ruoruo furrowed her brows, pouting slightly. No, you. Originally harboring a playful notion of riddles, Xiao Yan felt a sudden jolt within, his pupils trembling. This enchanting girl's imagination was far too unbridled. The previous line of thought concerned a mere preference for colors. Yet her next statement deftly eliminated all erroneous guesses. It was illogical. Could a technique truly evolve? Suddenly, Hun Ruoruo rose, her steps measured as she approached Xiao Yan. Leaning in slightly, her laughter rang clear, like the melodious song of a yellow oriole. Did I guess correctly? Their gazes locked, and they found themselves in a moment of stalemate. Yes, how did Ruoruo discern that? My teacher informed me that this technique should be unique in the world. After barely a few breaths, Xiao Yan succumbed to defeat. Did he mention whether he disclosed this matter to anyone else? At this, Xiao Yan was left speechless, his anger flaring. Ah, you two are indeed in cahoots. Hee, third young master, please do not be angry. The girl's eyes sparkled with an indescribable allure, as if suppressing some impulsive longing. This small place of Wutan City is too confining. It has stifled me. Would you care to join me for some training outside? Who knows? You might even have a chance to acquire that rare flame. Rare flame? Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yan's expression tightened. Unable to fathom that she would directly mention the very object of his deepest yearning, he attempted to suppress his excitement. Yet when the girl's warm breath brushed against his neck, his heart betrayed him, shattering any remaining semblance of composure. The rhythmic thumping of his heart punctuated the previously tense atmosphere, rendering it awkward. The young man lowered his head in resignation, aware that escaping Hun Ruoruo's enchanting grasp would be a long and arduous journey. Chapter 38. The Boundaries Between Men and Women. The following day, the morning dawned. It was the day of the Xiao family's fighting spirit assessment, a crucial threshold before the coming-of-age ceremony. Today's test would largely determine the futures of the younger generation of the Xiao family. Should they fail, it would be futile to expect a resurgence a month later during the ceremony, for the breakthrough in fighting spirit was no easy feat. Having completed his meditation, Xiao Yan slowly sat up from his slightly wrinkled bed, smoothing the sheets with meticulous care. He engaged in his morning routine, fetching water, washing up, stretching his body, and donning a neat black attire. This was his daily ritual, devoid of any particularity. In times of significant events, maintaining a calm demeanor is essential. Although this was not a monumental occasion, a tranquil spirit was nonetheless imperative. Once he had completed his preparations, Xiao Yan smiled wryly. More than half a year has passed, and his vision and strength have evolved beyond recognition. The challenges that once loomed before him have, almost imperceptibly, transformed into mere trifles. This marks not only progress, but also growth. Xiao Yan relishes this sensation. Possessing the power to shape his own destiny liberates him from the weight of others' opinions and judgments. After a moment of reflection, his gaze gradually turned toward the horizon. I have already surmounted the first hurdle, and the 3-year pact shall be no different. With that, the youth turned and slowly stepped out of the door. In truth, he bore even greater and heavier burdens than those related to the 3-year agreement. Yet he chose not to voice them. Matters too distant must first be translated into action. Look, it's Master Xiao Yan. He has finally appeared. What? The elusive Master Xiao Yan. It is said that ever since he acquired the ability to communicate with spirits, appearing during the day would subject him to the scorching flames of the sun. Why has he made a sudden appearance today? Along the way, whispers and murmurs filled the air, and even when they tried to lower their voices, the chatter inevitably reached Xiao Yan's ears, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. The family assessment commenced at dawn. If he didn't show up now, when would he? Moreover, what was this talk of communicating with spirits? Hadn't they previously labeled him as mad? This fickle crowd had changed their tune far too swiftly. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Yan quietly remarked to the figure beside him, "Ruoruo, how does it feel knowing that you once put me through such torment, only to find yourself now referred to as a spirit?" Walking beside him, Hun Ruoruo donned a long, elegant robe, exuding an extraordinary grace. However, the gentle smile adorning her face dissipated any semblance of aloofness, akin to clouds swept away by a gust of wind. In that case, I shall have to visit them in their dreams tonight. Oh, please don't. If that were to happen, I would be utterly unable to clear my name. The consequences of word of mouth are far too terrifying. Hee, I was just teasing you. Knowing that Xiao Yan had anticipated her response, she shook her head and hastened toward the less crowded area ahead. Rather than engage with this capricious crowd, he would prefer to endure her mischief. The youth moved swiftly, while the girl walked at a leisurely pace, yet an unusual harmony existed between them, with no distance growing. They meandered through a narrow path and entered the main street, where the vast stone training ground lay just ahead. In the center of the arena, dozens of youths were gathered, chattering animatedly, creating a lively atmosphere. Fortunately, they had arrived early. There were not many people around. Xiao Yan exhaled, casually selecting a discreet corner to sit down, then furrowed his brow as he glanced at Hun Ruoruo nearby. Ruoruo, what is this? Unlike her usual demeanor, the girl appeared composed yet gentle, exuding an ethereal quality that seemed to transcend the mundane world, accentuated by her robe. Young Master Xiao, do not speak too much, simply prepare yourself. Xiao Yan was taken aback, pondering what new game this enchantress was playing. Seeing her in the robe had already felt quite strange, and now she was pretending to be a lofty flower? The problem was that no one could see her. Her disguise for the combat trial had not been lifted. As this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Yan's gaze inadvertently drifted to her serene visage, and he found himself unable to suppress a wave of emotion. Indeed, it is true that when one plays a role convincingly and possesses an attractive appearance, the effect is undeniably distinct. With a heart full of indescribable feelings, Xiao Yan's gaze began to waver uncertainly. Her elegance, akin to the tranquility of water, remarkably mirrored her fighting spirit. Although the reason for her actions eluded him, the scenery was enchanting and the beauty captivating, inevitably stirring his restless heart. However, he soon dismissed these thoughts. Hello, Brother Xiao Yan and Sister Ruoruo. The girl in the purple dress announced, unexpectedly emerging from the crowd, her eyes quickly locating the pair. Miss Sunner, it has been a while. Ruoruo replied with a gentle smile, her voice soft and serene. Yet, to Xiao Yan's ears, it echoed like a ghostly summons. Sunner, can you see her? He exclaimed. Shoo, Brother Xiao Yan, you're speaking too loudly, Sunner admonished, placing a finger on her pink lips to hush him. Oh, I see. After a while, Xiao Yan, gradually regaining his composure, couldn't resist rubbing his ring, hoping to glean some answers from his teacher, but to no avail. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Yet he could not directly call out to the old man in front of Sunner. Reluctantly, he surrendered to the situation. Thus, he propped his chin on his hand, listlessly observing the solemn test proctor and the gathered elders, feeling as though time stretched unbearably, wishing for this torment to conclude swiftly. A stir arose among the crowd. Envious glances directed at the girl on the stage. A fleeting expression of pride crossed Xiao Mei's delicate features as she stood before the audience, attempting to survey her surroundings. Soon, she spotted Sunner in her purple dress, and adjacent to her, Xiao Yan appeared somewhat solitary. Cousin Xiao Yan, she thought. Recalling the image of the boy carrying a massive bag, a tinge of regret and sorrow surfacing on her face. Surely, his cultivation now must be on par with hers? Such speed was evidently beyond her reach. Observing the dazed Xiao Mei, the proctor furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, Xiao Mei, do not dawdle. There are clan members awaiting their tests. Oh, my apologies, she replied, a shadow of gloom passing through her eyes. She averted her gaze and walked directly toward the stage, ignoring the playful banter of her sisters surrounding her, betraying no hint of joy. Xiao Sunner. Upon hearing this, Sunner, who had been conversing with Ruoruo, paused momentarily before tilting her head toward Xiao Yan and saying, Brother Xiao Yan, I shall go up first. Ah, yes, go for it, Sunner, Xiao Yan blurted out, jolted back to reality. As he watched her gracefully approach the stage, a wave of relief washed over him. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he leaned closer to Ruoruo, urgently inquiring, Ruoruo, when did you become acquainted with Sunner? Why have you never mentioned it to me? Ruoruo maintained her composure, her expression unchanged. Young Master Xiao, one must not be too familiar between the genders. Please do not encroach upon my space. Xiao Yan could no longer hold back. You dare utter such words about propriety between men and women? Is young Master Xiao implying that he doubts my words? Xiao Yan paused, instinctively replying, of course. Yet, upon reflection, it dawned on him that she indeed had never engaged in any physical contact with a man. What did this imply? A pure and untainted enchantress? Helplessly adhering to the principle of not slandering, Xiao Yan could only swallow the words that lingered on the tip of his tongue, bowing his head and muttering, You are ruthless. Observing this scene, Hun Ruoruo discreetly inched closer, momentarily adding a touch of innocent charm to her originally ethereal demeanor. The delicate fragrance akin to a lotus flower quietly wafted into the young man's nostrils. Xiao Yan's face flushed slightly, and he instinctively turned his head aside, stammering, What are you doing? The girl's delicate visage was now mere inches away, her gaze gentle yet sorrowful. Third young master. You are unaware that your Sunner sister is thoroughly mischievous, causing others great distress. Could Sunner, with her temperament, truly engage in actions detrimental to you? Noticing the pretense had faded, Xiao Yan's mood gradually stabilized. The previous form's overwhelming impact was indeed too potent. He found solace in this familiar guise. Upon hearing her words, Hun Ruoruo's teary, doe-like eyes seemed to glisten. The matter of you inviting me out for a clandestine meeting has long been known to your sister sooner. A clandestine meeting? Xiao Yan shuddered violently, instinctively rising, nearly unleashing the aura of a fighter. Such words could escape her lips. This enchantress was indeed unrestrained. The so-called clandestine meeting must refer to the earlier assassination of Galio. How could such matters have reached Suner? Understanding her implication, he pondered. Suner's background is shrouded in mystery. If she truly intends to find you, it would indeed pose a troublesome predicament. Hun Ruoruo lamented. Indeed, your sister Suner had dispatched an old man to shadow my every move, leaving me unable to eat or sleep properly, causing me to become quite haggard. Xiao Yan fell silent. He shifted slightly backward, maintaining a respectful distance, pondering that this enchantress seemed even more beguiling today. If she were to play tricks in such a setting, he feared he might lose the last remnants of his dignity. Distance brings beauty. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Yan finally managed to speak. So, you feigned the earlier demeanor? Very well. In his recollection, Hun Ruoruo had initially been avoiding Suner, so if she weren't genuinely being pursued for an extended time, her character would not easily deviate from a predetermined course. Thus, it could indeed be said that Suner was at fault. A peculiar sight then emerged. The crowd, which had previously gathered in a spherical formation, seemed to have been dented by a small stone, creating an odd gap. Faced with this spectacle, Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, he belatedly cast his gaze toward the stage, attempting to locate that radiant figure. Soon, he spotted her, though her expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Suner had already descended from the stage. Unlike her silent ascent, Suner, now the center of attention, strode gracefully to the back of the line, redirecting the crowd's gaze toward Xiao Yan. Under the scrutiny of many, Suner naturally refrained from conversing with Hun Ruoruo, instead turning her attention to Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, am I impressive? Upon witnessing this scene, countless complex gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and emotion were cast towards the youth beside Suner. Remarkable. Xiao Yan maintained a composed demeanor, his heart steady, yet his gaze inadvertently wandered elsewhere. Compared to the scrutiny of the crowd, it was Suner's expectant eyes that weighed heavily upon him. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, fearful that Suner might uncover his secret. After all, if she were to learn that he had not even observed the test on the platform, who knew what kind of uproar would ensue? Xiao Yan Gij is even more impressive. He felt a mix of relief and guilt, as Suner, oblivious to his inner turmoil, remained unaware of his unease. The young girl deftly adjusted her skirt behind her and gracefully sat beside him, exuding elegance without a hint of spring's allure. With a sweet smile and a cheerful tone, she remarked, Xiao Yan Gij, I never expected that with Sister Ruoruo's help, your strength would advance so swiftly that even I find it hard to believe. Just luck. Xiao Yan replied, scratching his nose, then expressed his surprise. By the way, can you see through my cultivation? It's a secret, Suner teased, her dimples appearing as she played coy. Everyone seems to enjoy keeping secrets. Suner wouldn't divulge anything, and Ruoruo from afar was even less likely to explain. Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed deeply, turning his gaze back to the stage, leaving Suner with a profile that appeared somewhat despondent. One by one, the participants in the test ascended the platform, most of whom were eliminated without suspense, quietly descending after their failure. Only a select few, renowned for their exceptional talent within their families, managed to pass this rigorous assessment. However, even these individuals, from Xiao Yan's current perspective, appeared hardly noteworthy. As he watched, he gradually lost interest, his thoughts drifting far away. How tedious. Surely his father and the elders on stage were about to fall asleep? Exhaling a long breath, Xiao Yan, while harboring some resentment towards Suner's earlier actions, no longer exhibited the confusion and frustration of the past. Instead, a hint of a smile graced his features. Since they enjoyed playing coy, he thought he might as well give it a try. Under the guidance of the old alchemist, and after more than half a year of rigorous training, the turmoil within him had long been alleviated, becoming barely perceptible. At this moment, Xiao Yan, rather than lamenting his fate, sought to channel this grievance into motivation for his cultivation. The 3-year pact, assisting his master in restoring his corporeal form, and the enigma surrounding Ruoruo, beyond the burdens he bore, there were indeed other factors that continually spurred him on. For instance, once he matured and surpassed both Ruoruo and Suner in strength, he yearned to give these two riddle-makers a good scolding, especially the one who loved to keep secrets the most. Glancing surreptitiously past Suner, Xiao Yan caught sight of Ruoruo, who pretended to be meditating nearby. The young lady's enchanting figure, enveloped in a fitted robe, was accentuated to perfection, her exquisite curves outlining an unimaginable allure. The hem of his garment, originally resting beneath him, had become taut due to the earlier adjustments made in an attempt to draw closer to himself, thereby accentuating the astonishingly elastic curvature of his posterior. Xiao Yan dared not gaze any longer. He discreetly swallowed hard, his eyes wandering, while his heart raced with a hint of impropriety. Chapter 40. Riddles. Yet it astonished the entire assembly. As time gradually advanced, the preparatory tests had progressed significantly. While Xiao Yan enjoyed a tranquil passage of time, others were not met with such ease. The number of participants yet to be called dwindled, and the atmosphere subtly shifted from initial tension to tedium. Most individuals seemed merely to fulfill a role, having already made clandestine arrangements for their family enterprises, engaging in preliminary work. After all, the strength of one's fighting spirit was well understood, rendering the need for test stones unnecessary. In the stands, Xiao Yan and the three elders sat at the highest point, their expressions grave, fixated on the stage below. Their apparent seriousness, upon closer inspection, revealed that their gazes had not shifted with the movements of those on stage. Although the third elder was known for his fiery temperament, he adhered to the family's customs, showing no sign of impatience despite being aware of the general cultivation levels of the remaining names on the list. His gaze was stern, lips twitching as he spoke. Patriarch. From this final list, only young Master Xiao Yan can pass, correct? Why not assign him to the second list for an early test, instead of placing him last? Thus, at this moment, Xiao Yan still languished at the bottom of the rankings. The last name. Yet, who would still dare regard him as the previous waste? They would likely face the most merciless of retributions. A cause for celebration. The only aspect worth noting might be the extent of his cultivation progress. Contemplating this, Xiao Yan lifted his teacup, gently blowing on it to savor its rich aroma and bitterness. With the casual conversation between Xiao Yan and the others, the lengthy and arduous tests finally neared their conclusion. The test administrator's cold voice echoed, tinged with a faint weariness. The participants' fatigue had peaked. They understood that only one individual remained who could meet the family standards. Thankfully, after Xiao Shang, it was that person's turn. Xiao Yan. The test administrator called out the final name with palpable relief. He was ready to clock out. A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly as they realized they could finally disperse. Go for it, brother Xiao Yan. Sooner exclaimed, her small fists clenched, her eyes sparkling like stars. Hun Yuan maintained her composure, giving a gentle nod in encouragement. Xiao Yan allowed a soft smile to escape, rising to his feet with deliberate slowness, exuding a steady aura as he made his way toward the front of the stage, leaving behind a resolute silhouette. 1 step. 2 steps. His demeanor compelled the previously languid gazes of the crowd to shift in his direction. His pace, perhaps, was a touch too leisurely. At the outset, all seemed well. However, as time progressed, the pace slowed considerably, to the point where it appeared akin to a tortoise's crawl. What did this signify? Was there a sense of trepidation? The onlookers could not help but entertain a singular possibility. The earlier impatience and monotony had dissipated entirely, and their eyes were fixed intently upon Xiao Yan's figure. Observing this spectacle, Xiao Yan was unable to suppress a bead of cold sweat for Xiao Yan. His earlier doubts had escalated to a palpable anxiety. Oh, may my son not falter. Fortunately, though the youth moved at a languorous pace, the distance to the testing stone was not considerable, and he ultimately arrived at the stage. Amid the long, anxious, and perplexed gazes, Xiao Yan slowly nodded at the tester, seeking permission to proceed. Young Master Xiao Yan, you may begin, the tester stated. His expression stoic, yet his voice bore a hint of urgency. In response, Xiao Yan spread his palm and gently pressed it against the frigid surface of the black stone tablet. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, their gazes ablaze with anticipation. After a brief moment of silence, the stone burst forth with an overwhelming brilliance. Contrary to the 5 words anticipated by the crowd, merely 4 words emerged. Yet their radiance was sufficient to send a jolt through every heart present. Fighter 1 star. The arena fell into a profound silence. The people were so stunned that even their breaths seemed to freeze. They were rendered immobile, as if they were experiencing an incredible phenomenon firsthand. At this moment, the tester's previously indifferent demeanor had transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his hands trembling as he clutched the testing list, his gaze fixated on the golden glowing stone tablet. Unable to utter the announcement that lingered on the tip of his tongue. A fighter. Is the testing stone malfunctioning? Impossible. As a tester responsible for evaluating the Xiao family's cultivation for years, he was intimately familiar with the stone structure. The tester's face was a portrait of despair. He felt as though he might kneel before this enigmatic young master, pondering why he possessed such strength, yet chose to saunter up to the testing stone, feigning indecision. Was it truly necessary to toy with the spectators' emotions in such a manner? While the audience could remain silent, he, as the tester, was obliged to announce the results. Xiao Yan fighter. With a commitment to his professional integrity, the tester finally mustered the courage to speak, albeit with his reputation for professionalism thoroughly tarnished. Fighter, 1 star. No less. A smirk graced Xiao Yan's lips as he swiftly descended from the stage, allowing the crowd to erupt in a cacophony of fervent cheers after a brief moment of stunned silence. Xiao Yan crushed the teacup in his hand, tea splattering everywhere. While the third elder's jaw dropped in shock, his body surging with fighting spirit. As the riddle master, he would not perpetually dangle others' expectations. The 2 young ladies had much to learn, indeed. Chapter 41. Subsequently, Xiao Yan and the 2 elders engaged in a complex discussion regarding Xiao Yan, ultimately reclassifying him among the ranks of the family's most promising talents. The third elder was absent, and according to reports from the disciples present at the time, it was said that he had inadvertently unleashed the internal fighting spirit when his jaw was startled, resulting in a significant gash on the left side of his face. Of course, this was merely a jest among the younger generation and should not be taken seriously. Perhaps holding such a mindset, the mild-mannered third elder chose not to clarify the matter. In the Xiao family, within the Xiao residence, perhaps influenced by the atmosphere of the Xiao clan, the previously tranquil spring scenery took on a hint of fervor. The once bashful green buds began to sprout, exuberantly displaying the unique charm of spring. With an official coming-of-age ceremony in a month, he decided not to attend. When shall we set forth? The trivial honor held little significance in his eyes, even less than a spark from the. Instead of inquiring about the departure, shouldn't you first ask where we are headed? The voice of Yao Lao resonated, his form materializing as he scolded, impetuous. You hear news of, and neglect your preparations. Have the mindset cultivated during training gone to waste in front of others? Hun Ruoruo chuckled softly. The timing of Yao Lao's appearance was indeed impeccable, just as Xiao Yan was about to receive a reprimand. However, this did save her considerable effort. If she were to express these sentiments, she would have needed to meander through many convolutions, given the gravity of the matter. It was best for specialists to handle specific tasks. After receiving a thorough scolding, Xiao Yan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clearly aware of his brief moment of elation. Yao Lao remarked, when it comes to, many aspects are perilous. I have matters to discuss with that last Ruoruo. You may listen from the sidelines. Remember to retain as much as you can. Even if you do not comprehend everything, do not cast it aside. This will aid you in your future endeavors as an alchemist. Xiao Yan had certainly not forgotten that he was soon to become an alchemist. However, the recent family affairs had been overwhelmingly busy, causing him to temporarily set aside this aspiration. Now, as he picked it up again, it seemed to be a fortuitous opportunity. With a humble desire to learn, he shifted slightly back, allowing space for the 2 to converse. Noticing Yao Lao's serious demeanor, Hun Ruoruo understood she could not conceal anything from him, so she spoke candidly. Senior Yao Lao, are you concerned whether Xiao Yan can absorb? At this moment, the young girl's tone remained unchanged, as if she did not perceive this to be a daunting task. Yao Lao, surprised by her response, furrowed his brow and said, it is one thing for that lad to be unaware of the capabilities of, but you, with your keen insight, should not act so rashly. Even with his foundation, absorbing at the fighter level is quite impossible. The final remnants of could easily reduce him to ashes. At this point, Yao Lao felt the girl was somewhat presumptuous. Having never refined herself, she evidently could not grasp the numerous dangers involved, which would inevitably lead to misconceptions. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression darkened, realizing he had underestimated the difficulty of refining. A fighter unable to refine? Despite this, Xiao Yan chose to remain silent and continued to listen attentively. While Elder Yao spoke, he did not overlook his attention towards Xiao Yan. Observing the young man's ability to remain composed, he couldn't help but nod subtly in approval. Indeed, his temperament had progressed significantly. However, he sighed and continued addressing Hun Ruoruo, stating, although this may somewhat dampen your confidence, to devour thee, one must possess at least the cultivation of a dough master, and that is under the premise of having all necessary materials. Without sufficient elixirs and rare items, even dough spirits would find it challenging. What if we consider refining the? Elder Yao was taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a response. As a fledgling split from the, inherits most of its formidable properties, but due to its diminished strength, it lacks the overwhelming power of its progenitor. It is, however, an exceptional choice as the initial target for the. Yet, acquiring typically necessitates either the self-split or the wielder of the to expend some of its essence to condense it. In either case, such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Could it be? Indeed, I happen to possess it here. Hun Ruoruo's gaze turned enchantingly peculiar as she licked her lips, seemingly having made a reckless decision. You can calculate the success rate using the effects of the Ice Spirit Cold Spring, supplemented by the 5th grade Blood Lotus Pill, the 6th grade Earth Spirit Pill, and the clear soul pill, which maintains one's consciousness against being devoured. Having resolved to assist wholeheartedly, her nature would not allow her to hesitate. Rather than allowing it to languish, it would be more beneficial to let Xiao Yan refine and absorb it, hastening the evolution of. As long as Xiao Yan grows sufficiently strong, no matter how subsequent events unfold, with her presence, he would not falter. Consequently, the myriad formulas and their interrelations flowed from Hun Ruoruo's lips as if she were reciting poetry, her mastery evidently surpassing that of most alchemists. Alas, her misaligned Douqi attributes severely impeded this path. Elder Yao nodded repeatedly, remarking, "Girl, your insights regarding the combination of soul-related herbs have even yielded me considerable gains. If calculated, the success rate could be as high as 30%. 30%. Xiao Yan, preoccupied with memorizing, was momentarily stumped by this unexpected statement. Bewildered as to how such a probability could be described as sufficient. What? Have you forgotten your earlier bold aspirations? Elder Yao teased upon seeing Xiao Yan's astonished expression. Devouring is inherently perilous. Had Ruoruo not prepared adequately for you, not to mention 30%, even 1% would be unattainable. So what does that imply? Xiao Yan inquired, still grappling with the implications. It was merely a matter of prior concerns. Now that the issue is resolved, I shall not interfere with your agreement. A promise is not made to be broken. Make haste to prepare for your journey. After all, this is your first venture far from home, is it not? Ha ha, that mischievous old man. The words of the elder seemed unfinished, yet Xiao Yan grasped their essence. He lifted his gaze towards the young girl lounging on the stone bench and could not help but speak. Ruoruo. Thank you. Xiao Yan's emotions were profoundly intricate, ultimately distilled into a simple expression of gratitude. Instead of merely saying thanks, the third young master might have pondered how to explain to old Master Xiao the girl's sweet voice, laced with an alluring languor. His father was not averse to his matters. He typically refrained from intervening excessively. As for her peculiar manner of address, Xiao Yan had grown somewhat accustomed to it. After all, it was futile to change it, so he acquiesced to her whims. Was this a form of indulgence? Perhaps it could be described as such. In retrospect, old Master Xiao truly was a commendable father. Suddenly, Hun Ruoruo's gaze grew distant, and she uttered a perplexing statement that left Xiao Yan bewildered. Chapter 42. Before departure, having neatly folded his change of clothes, Xiao Yan's preparations were nearly complete. Over the past few days, the youth, filled with excitement and anxiety, had temporarily slowed his cultivation pace, spending each day meandering through the low-level market, purchasing essential supplies for his training. In addition to daily necessities, under the guidance of the elder, he procured various spices and provisions, even carrying 2 large iron racks. The elder had advised that during his excursions, he would inevitably face the necessity of managing his own sustenance, and aside from cultivation, there were numerous survival concerns to consider. Such wisdom was beyond the teachings of Hun Ruoruo. Inwardly reflecting on the advantages of having an elder in the family, Xiao Yan approached the residence of Xiao Zhan with a hint of trepidation. Yana has arrived. Xiao Zhan noticed the youth's quiet presence. Setting aside the market list in his hands, his voice deep and gentle. You've come quite early today. Do you wish to engage in a game with your father ahead of time? Father, I have come today to discuss something important. Oh, it is rare for you to take the initiative to share matters with me. Do tell. Well, seeing Xiao Yan's hesitance, Xiao Zhan smiled warmly, slowly rising from his seat and descending the steps. Yenner, are you planning to venture out into the world? Ha ha, silly boy, do you fear that I might object? As he reached Xiao Yan's side, he patted the boy's shoulder, smiling as he continued. The items you purchased in the market, I will reimburse you for. Though it may not be much, consider it a small encouragement from your father. You've grown, and it is time for you to see the world. With that, Xiao Zhan produced a sealed cloth bag, heavy with a considerable amount of gold coins. A cursory glance suggested it contained around 100 coins, precisely the amount Xiao Yan had spent. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan could hardly remain oblivious to his father's intentions. It was likely that his initial trip to procure supplies had already caught his father's attention. Given the elder's usual busyness, it was evident that he had expended considerable effort to observe this. A warm sensation surged within the youth as he extended his hand to grasp the bag's opening, then smiled broadly, saying, "Thank you, father." Xiao Zhan waved his hand and remarked, "Your father possesses little ability, merely holding the title of clan leader, yet has allowed you to endure more than 3 years of grievances. The fact that he can now maintain this position is entirely due to the influence of the young lady behind you. Your current achievements are solely the result of your own hard work. That aside, Yenner, are you planning to travel with that young lady?" "Indeed," came the reply. Observing the situation, Xiao Zhan applied a bit of force, his large hand resting on Xiao Yan's back, causing him to sway slightly. "Father? You rascal." Having known that young lady for such a long time, I have yet to even lay eyes on her. It would be exceedingly rude not to thank her in person. Noting Yin'er's demeanor, Xiao Yan remarked, "It seems you are rather intimidated by that young lady?" Perhaps just a little," Xiao Yan admitted, not wishing to lose face. Observing this, Xiao Yan shook his head meaningfully and inquired, "What is that young lady's name?" Ruoruo. Ruoruo is indeed a delightful name. Surely her father harbors similar hopes for her. Their idle chatter did not last long, as Xiao Yan soon used clan affairs as an excuse to half-push, half-send Xiao Yan away, stating he did not wish for Xiao Yan to witness his sentimental side. Watching the firmly closed door, Xiao Yan revealed a helpless smile. Thankfully, his father did not refuse him, and their travel plans were thus half settled. Contemplating the more challenging half ahead, his expression grew slightly unnatural, and he hurriedly made his way to the next location. At the Xiao family residence, Xiao Yan's elder brother was about to depart. "Sooner," she said, her hand trembling slightly as she held the teacup, causing the pale green tea to spill onto the tray below. The scalding tea splashed onto the young girl's delicate hand, reddening it, prompting Xiao Yan to frown deeply. "You foolish girl, you've burned your hand, and remain oblivious." He assertively took the teacup from Sun'er's grasp, placing it on the table before retrieving the ointment used during his cultivation of the 8 extremes burst to apply to her hand. As he tended to her injury, he spoke, "I have broken through to the Dome Master level, and the places suitable for my cultivation within the clan are dwindling. Hence, I believe it would be more beneficial to venture out and gain some experience." However, Sun'er's face was even redder than her hand, and she stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. After a lengthy pause, she finally managed to ask about the young lady, Hun Ruoruo. Xiao Yan had anticipated this inquiry and recounted in detail the cultivation of soul power, as described by Hun Ruoruo. Listening to Xiao Yan's words, Sun'er became somewhat entranced, asking, "So, she is going to help brother Xiao Yan cultivate his soul power?" Although Xiao Yan felt a twinge of guilt, he realized that if she were to discover the nature of his cultivation techniques, he would have to provide an elaborate explanation. Thus, he could only respond, "I have only confided in you regarding my unique soul power, so I hope you can keep it a secret." What he had learned from Hun Ruoruo did not count, as neither the ghostly presence of Yao Lao nor his own observations were valid. To alleviate his internal guilt, he had adopted a method of truthful deception he had learned from Hun Ruoruo, which, to be fair, proved quite effective. Only confided in Sun'er? Indeed. Upon learning of the matter, Sun'er was filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, any lingering resentment dissipating like smoke. After much hesitation, she finally spoke, "Brother Xiao Yan, I promise you, but could you accompany me to the entrance examination of the Jianan Academy in 6 months?" The name Jianan Academy was not unfamiliar to Xiao Yan. It was a place where individuals of note from the Xiao family and anyone with a modicum of influence in Wutian City scrambled to enroll their children. The reason was simple. The faculty at Jianan Academy was unparalleled throughout the entire Northwest region, nurturing countless talented young men and women who subsequently became coveted by various factions. However, despite the Academy's prestige, it could not necessarily surpass the guidance of Yao Lao and Hun Ruoruo. Just as Xiao Yan found himself in a quandary, a faint, almost imperceptible voice echoed in his mind, "Agree to her." Though he did not comprehend the rationale behind his mentor's urging, he chose to acquiesce. "Very well. I will certainly be ready for the entrance examination at Jianan Academy." "Thank you, brother Xiao Yan." Sun'er beamed with a sweet smile. The two were unaware of how long they had conversed, and it was only when nightfall descended that Xiao Yan finally took his leave from Sun'er's chamber. Truly, this is more exhausting than cultivation, he mused, stretching his limbs and turning to his side. The absence of bedding made the bed frame somewhat uncomfortable. Having chatted for so long, he nearly forgot about the pouch of money his father had given him. With a chuckle, he reached down to retrieve it, slowly lifting the pouch and instinctively untying the cord that bound it. He began to count the gold coins one by one, reminiscent of his childhood when he would receive pocket money from his father. Though the amount was not substantial, the feeling of receiving allowance still brought him great satisfaction. As he counted, the youthful smile on his face suddenly faltered, and his eyes grew moist. Among the numerous coins lay a gleaming crystal card, radiating a translucent light, an account card for the Mitre Auction House. Chapter 43. It hasn't been long at all. The following morning, Xiao Yan rose early. Having not changed his clothes the previous night, he saved quite a bit of time, though his appearance left much to be desired. Suddenly, Yao Lao emerged, taking in Xiao Yan's disheveled state with astonishment. "Xiao Yan, were you too excited last night? How did you end up looking like this?" His hair resembled a bird's nest, and he bore dark circles under his eyes. Had it not been for the prolonged training of his soul power, his complexion would have been far worse. "By the way, why did you suddenly vanish last night?" Xiao Yan inquired. Yao Lao chuckled, saying, "How dare you ask? It took me a great effort to conserve this bit of soul power, which I rarely use. Now, In order to gather strength to refine medicine for you, I must rest for several hours each day. Seeing Xiao Yan about to speak, Yao Lao raised a hand to interrupt him. Let us skip the niceties. As master and disciple, we need not concern ourselves with such matters. As long as you successfully refine that flame, everything will have been worth it. As he reminisced about the past, particularly the frown of the medicinal elder over low-grade healing potions, Xiao Yan couldn't help but break into a smile. What are you laughing at, you little rascal? The elder inquired. Ha. I am grateful for your generous gift of elixirs, master. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Xiao Yan had already tidied himself up. His slightly damp black hair glistened under the sunlight, exuding a refreshing aura. Casting a glance at the small courtyard where he had resided for nearly a decade, he felt a surge of determination and a smile graced his lips. I shall take my leave. In the next instant, the door shut tightly with a resounding clang of the iron lock. According to Hun Ruoruo, they were to meet in the direction of the Xiao family's back mountain upon their departure today. Xiao Yan did not ponder it further. Simply considering it a suitable rendezvous point, he navigated the training grounds with ease and dashed towards the back mountain, propelled by his combat prowess. In just a quarter of an hour, he reached the summit. Atop the peak stood a girl in a flowing black dress, her waist-length blue hair dancing like waves in the breeze. Observing this scene, the young man hurried forward, calling out her name. Ruoruo, when shall we set off? Her voice, imbued with a desire yet more mature and restrained, answered him with a bright smile. Is the third young master prepared? Xiao Yan nodded and replied. I have already prepared the maps of the cities surrounding Wutan City. We only need to exit the city now. Maps. We want to need them, the girl said, her eyes narrowing slightly, prompting Xiao Yan to raise an eyebrow. At such times, he often found himself the target of her playful tricks. It was wise to be on guard. Noticing his wariness, Hun Ruoruo pouted and playfully pointed to the treacherous peaks behind her. Do you know what lies beyond? Third young master? Xiao Yan, who had often gazed at the scenery from this very spot in moments of despair, replied, the Monster Mountain Range. Indeed. We shall venture to the Monster Mountain Range. Xiao Yan was puzzled. But we must navigate around the surrounding cities to reach it. Are we to jump down? Yes. Jumping down would suffice. Hun Ruoruo giggled, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable meaning, aware that this mischievous girl was likely teasing him again. Xiao Yan could only shrug in resignation, preparing to urge her on. Suddenly, with a swift motion, a pair of enormous, jet-black wings unfurled, casting a shadow over the young man below, as if the radiant sun above had dimmed beneath their grandeur. The sky was filled with falling black feathers, transforming into glimmers upon hitting the ground, which left Xiao Yan utterly astonished. What is this? Wings of battle chi, he exclaimed, a mix of uncertainty and awe in his voice. He had speculated about Hun Ruoruo's true strength, yet he never dared to assume she had reached the level of a battle king. Battle kings were titans within the entire Gamma Empire, their existence akin to that of sovereigns, all having endured years of arduous training to ascend to such heights. Although Hun Ruoruo had not disclosed her age, it was evident to Xiao Yan that she was not significantly older than him. Such a prodigious talent could scarcely be described as anything less than monstrous. The enchantress conceals herself quite adeptly, Xiao Yan mused, yet there was little sign of retreat in his gaze. Young Master San, are you prepared? Hun Ruoruo formed her small hands into a trumpet shape. With a resigned smile, Xiao Yan called out to the girl who shielded the sun atop the slope. Ruoruo, you possess the ability to transform your fighting spirit into wings, while I do not. Are you able to carry me aloft? A gust of wind swept through as the girl, accompanied by a fragrant breeze, suddenly appeared before Xiao Yan. Her gaze, imbued with allure, was enticing as she spoke. Young Master San, this is not merely the transformation of fighting spirit into wings, but rather a flight technique. Flight technique? He echoed, intrigued. Indeed. Would you care to try it? Xiao Yan, captivated by the girl so close, felt his breath quicken. After a brief moment, he admitted, I suppose so. Who wouldn't want to soar? Having spent 16 years in this world, the concept of flight remained a legendary notion for him. He had yet to even witness someone flying above. The term flight technique was etched into his mind for future reference. A quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yan stood rigid, gazing down at the fog-laden chasm below, utterly devoid of a visible bottom, and felt an unfamiliar fear of heights beginning to overtake him. A glance upward revealed the girl with her wings unfurled, one hand firmly grasping the back of his collar, tightening it painfully around his neck. The roar of the wind was so overpowering that he could scarcely hear the flutter of his clothing, and he suspected his collar had become misshapen under the strain. Thankfully, the garment seemed sturdy enough. He resolved to purchase more from this brand, for it had proven life-preserving. Time passed unmeasured as Xiao Yan summoned all his strength to shout, Ruoruo, it's too cold. Even with all my might in performing the flame technique, I can barely endure. Given his prowess as a fighter, The urgency of his exclamation hinted at the extraordinary height and speed at which they were traveling. After a moment of regaining his composure, he found himself on an unfamiliar mountain peak, the girl beside him having retracted her wings. Hun Ruoruo circled around him, a sly smile gracing her lips. "We have arrived." Xiao Yan rubbed his frozen cheeks, drawing in a few deep breaths of air, and stammered, "That wasn't long at all." Chapter 44, Breakthrough. To Xiao Yan's surprise, Hun Ruoruo did not call him out on his bravado. Her gaze surveyed the surroundings as profound and enigmatic waves of spiritual energy emanated from her, expanding outward until enveloping several miles. Then, she exhaled softly, her aura suddenly surging forth. The previously gentle and fluid water-based fighting spirit was now devoid of clarity, surging like a tremendous tide. A violent tempest of fighting energy crackling around her. In the next instant, the girl vanished from sight like a flash of lightning. "Do not approach for the next 3 days," her calm voice echoed, tinged with a hint of suppressed intensity. Gradually, the oppressive atmosphere in the air began to wane, dissipating the earlier sensation of being a solitary boat amidst a raging storm. Puzzled, Xiao Yan gazed in the direction where she had vanished, then called out to his ring. "Teacher, teacher?" Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings. There were hardly any living beings in sight, not even a few creatures. With a sense of helplessness, he rapped on his ring once more. The girl must have entered seclusion. At last, the voice of the medicine elder echoed, though his form did not materialize. Earlier, in Wutan City, she had suppressed her cultivation for far too long, which explained her immediate decision to break through upon arriving here. Given Ruoruo's capabilities, there should have been no need for her to restrain her powers. Could it be due to Sunu? Oh, the identities of these two girls were indeed akin to fire and water. Remarkably, their elemental affinities were quite complementary. Sunu possessed the most potent fire attribute, while Hun Ruoruo wielded pure water essence, each counterbalancing the other in a metaphorical dance of opposites. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan felt a profound resonance, vividly recalling the bizarre scene during their previous elemental testing. Had it not been for Hun Ruoruo's concealment and concession, the two might have stirred quite the commotion. However, according to his teacher, their statuses should be relatively equal. Why, then, did Ruoruo choose to yield? Lost in contemplation, he suppressed his errant thoughts and quietly inquired, "Teacher, what should I do now?" Ruoruo has already absorbed a significant portion of the surrounding elemental energy. Your task is to attempt to refine the compressed energy that spills forth during her breakthrough into your body. Even a small amount absorbed will greatly benefit you at this stage, the teacher explained. In essence, it was akin to basking in her glory. Meanwhile, within the cave, Hun Ruoruo sat upon a mat, encircled by solid waves of water, their blue luminescence flickering, revealing the instability of her current state. Given her pace of cultivation, it was implausible that she had made no progress over nearly a year in Wutan City. The only hindrance to her breakthrough was the persistent interference from the ancient clan. It was crucial to note that during her breakthrough, she could not afford to activate her disguise technique. Relying solely on a few established barriers might not suffice to conceal the unique fluctuations of her elemental energy. Having played the role of superficial sisters with Sunu for so long, it would be utterly regrettable to falter at this critical juncture. With her thoughts racing, Hun Ruoruo closed her eyes, turning her focus inward to examine her meridians and dantian. The murky, deep blue energy pulsated, coursing through her veins, inducing waves of pain. This deep blue energy was evidently derived from the external elemental forces she had summoned, wild and chaotic, posing a challenge to refine. The ability to harness such a vast amount of elemental energy indicated that Hun Ruoruo was nearing the mastery of a Do Huang. Naturally, even a Do Huang would not dare to directly absorb such tumultuous energy into their body, unlike the conventional meticulous training of ordinary cultivators. Her choice to suppress her powers meant that her breakthrough would not merely elevate her by a single star. Soul C-degree spirit, the young girl silently chanted, forming a hand seal as pale purple spiritual energy surged forth. In the next moment, the ribbon-like essence of her spiritual power seemingly took on a tangible form, slowly and irresistibly entwining itself around the wild elemental energy coursing through her meridians. The resonance between the soul force and the water attribute fighting energy within her gradually manifested, culminating in a miraculous fusion that radiated an enigmatic blue-violet glow. The Soul Sea Spirit Technique, a low-tier celestial skill, is among the most formidable water attribute techniques treasured by the Soul Clan. Upon mastery, it allows for an absolute amalgamation of fighting energy and soul force, giving rise to a remarkably unique energy. With the augmentation of this extraordinary energy, Soul Ruoruo could harness the soul force to assault the fighting energy, or conversely, employ the fighting energy to strike at the soul, creating an exceedingly perplexing and hard-to-defend situation. as the Soul Sea Spirit technique operated. The chaotic energy of the heavens and earth, voraciously consumed by Soul Ruo, gradually transformed into pure fighting energy, which subsequently converged within her dantian. As a king-tier practitioner, she had long since lost the presence of any cyclone within her body, instead storing the fighting energy throughout her limbs and bones. However, the amount of fighting energy contained within her dantian remained significantly greater than in any other part of her body, making it the most suitable repository for the newly absorbed fighting energy. The moment the absorbed energy fully entered her dantian, the breakthrough officially commenced. 2 days later, the force emanating from the cave seemed to wane. Noticing this change, Xiao Yan hastily set aside the alchemical scroll in his hands and rushed toward the direction of Soul Ruoruo. Aware of the impossibility of approaching too closely, he chose a location that was neither too far nor too near, sitting cross-legged beside a boulder, forming seals. As time ticked by, a faint humming sound suddenly emanated from the cave, and in the next instant, fighting energy surged into the surrounding space like a deluge. This was the moment Xiao Yan focused his energy, attempting to absorb the scattering compressed fighting energy into his body for refinement. The blue-violet glow flickered momentarily in his pupils before swiftly penetrating into the cyclone of fighting energy within him. The cyclone, swirling like a nebula, initially slowed upon receiving this blue-violet fighting energy, but then began to spin at an unprecedented speed, becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and exerted all his effort to stimulate the fighting energy cyclone in an attempt to refine it. Meanwhile, Soul Ruo stepped lightly out of the cave, having barely managed to break through to the 8-star Fighting King level. Even without concealing her form, she could confidently traverse the monster mountain range. Coupled with the surrounding barriers isolating her realm, she saw no need to employ any disguise techniques, clearly having grown weary of the cautious life in Wutan City. With a swift flick of her black wings, she folded them away and approached the meditating Xiao Yan. After a brief inspection of his physical condition, she couldn't help but sigh, revealing an unusual expression as she remarked, "Dare to absorb this?" The fierce aura that she exuded during her breakthrough was not merely an ordinary compressed aura, but rather a fusion of soul power and fighting spirit. A combination that the usual cyclone could not possibly contain. The fact that the cyclone had yet to explode was nothing short of miraculous. Alas, indiscriminate absorption will only lead to one's ruin. Hun Ruoruo shook her head in resignation, hesitating for a moment before ultimately extending her delicate hand to press against Xiao Yan's back, separating the blue-purple fighting spirit into blue fighting spirit and faint purple soul power, reintroducing them into the cyclone. As the cyclone returned to normalcy, Xiao Yan's complexion instantly improved considerably. Although he was unaware of the happenings outside, he understood that he was at a crucial juncture of elevation and could not afford to be distracted. After a brief moment, the medicinal elder, Yao Lao, slowly awakened, his soul body condensing from the spatial ring. Upon sensing the fluctuations of energy in the world, he furrowed his brow and exclaimed urgently, "This is not good." "Elder Yao, it's all right now," Hun Ruoruo said with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Yao Lao was momentarily taken aback as he glanced at Xiao Yan, who was immersed in his cultivation, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hee, you little rascal," Yao Lao chuckled, harboring no serious concerns regarding the girl's whimsical thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Hun Ruoruo spoke, "I have the finished product of the Clear Soul Pill here. Elder Yao merely needs to refine the Earth Spirit Pill. The herbs and magical cores are all prepared." With that, she enveloped the ring in fighting spirit and sent it toward Yao Lao. Upon receiving the spatial ring, Yao Lao skillfully scanned the myriad of herbs within, unable to suppress a nod of satisfaction. Each material was prepared in pairs. For an ordinary alchemist, 3 would be optimal. But for a high-level alchemist like him, a single opportunity for failure was evidently sufficient, and any excess would be unwelcome. Yao Lao understood that she likely had more than 2 sets of materials, yet this seemingly casual gesture was immensely gratifying to him. Soon enough, as he noticed the corner where the pills were stored, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Child, why are there 2 Clear Soul pills? You may wish to be a hands-off manager, but I do not wish to be his teacher indefinitely," Hun Ruoruo replied casually, waving her hand as she turned to walk toward the cave. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Yao Lao's pale golden pupils narrowed slightly, falling into thoughtful silence. The familiar sensation of fullness washed over him. The fighting spirit within Xiao Yan's cyclone had completely reached its limit, leaving not a single gap. He opened his eyes to gaze at the looming shadows before him, shaking his head slightly as he stood up. Of course, this was largely thanks to Hun Ruoruo's fighting spirit. The opportunity for a long-suppressed powerhouse to break through was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. The feeling of swelling soul power gradually dissipated as Xiao Yan's focus sharpened, and the shadows before him faded away. Rising to his feet, he glanced to his side. where an ancient, oversized sword was lodged diagonally into a nearby boulder, a sight that felt distinctly out of place. The sword was entirely black, with a rough edge and spine. Were it not for the grip at the bottom, it would appear to be nothing more than a poorly forged hunk of iron. The youth scrutinized the colossal sword, which was of a similar height to himself, and he could not help but marvel at its grandeur. Mid-sentence, Xiao Yan suddenly halted, his gaze involuntarily fixating on the left side of the massive stone. There, nestled within the crevice between the rock and the sword's edge, a plethora of delicate characters was intricately engraved. He had previously practiced with heavy burdens, becoming quite accustomed to it. However, he knew that combat was far more demanding than training. The addition of any encumbrance would significantly impair his balance and speed, rendering him incapable of exerting even 50% of his full strength. After much contemplation, Xiao Yan resolved to consult with Yao Lao, for he was all too familiar with the peculiarities of Hun Ruoruo's thoughts. Thus, he instinctively reached for his ring, only to find his left hand brushing against his right. After a moment, a relieved smile spread across his face. It was only natural. If she intended to ensnare him, she would not leave any flaws. Relying on his master's assistance was evidently impractical. After further reflection, he decided it prudent to first retrieve the giant sword before making any plans. After all, an object that Hun Ruoruo had deemed worthy of aiding his cultivation was surely extraordinary, and leaving it unattended would be a source of regret. 15 minutes later, after numerous attempts, Xiao Yan finally liberated the massive sword, which crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sound of crumbling stones and a cloud of dust. He had underestimated the sword's weight, previously lodged in the stone crevice. It had appeared more like a colossal ruler than a sword. Glancing at the blunt object, he shook his head and surveyed his surroundings, his expression betraying a sense of helplessness. It seemed he had lost his way. Chapter 46. The Wild Man in the Mountains Between the Steep Mountain Ranges. A crystal-clear stream divided the dense woodlands into two halves. The water rushed swiftly, occasionally startling small azure fish to leap into the air, sending droplets scattering to either side. Suddenly, a wooden branch whizzed by, its sharpened tip piercing the abdomen of one of the leaping fish before embedding itself precisely in the riverbed's crevice, coming to a steady halt. Then, a shadow darted past. A black-haired youth, bare-chested, swiftly leapt into the river, feeling his way along the bed until he retrieved the branch with the impaled fish. With practiced ease, he gutted the fish, scaled it, gathered firewood, and lit a flame, swiftly erecting a makeshift grill. Soon, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, carried by the rising smoke. If only I still had my spices, it wouldn't be so miserable. The boy lamented, his face drawn in despair as he voraciously devoured the fish. Although it was fragrant, it lacked flavor, serving merely as a means to stave off hunger. After a brief respite, the boy approached the riverbank, casually splashing some water to moisten his throat before heading towards a nearby clearing. This area was devoid of trees, basking in abundant sunlight, where a massive heavy ruler stood upright in the soil, adorned with a tattered piece of black cloth, presenting a most peculiar sight. To be precise, it appeared to be a garment. Draped in his garments, the youth's veins bulged as he exerted every ounce of strength to bear the heavy measuring tool upon his shoulders. Trudging onward with deliberate steps, this young man, burdened by the weighty instrument, was none other than Xiao Yan. For several consecutive days, neither Hun Ruoruo nor Yao Lao had made any attempt to contact him. However, through his own exploration, he had surmised that he was likely situated at the periphery of the Beast Mountain Range, a location not particularly perilous, with safety seemingly assured. The only source of confusion stemmed from the eerie desolation surrounding him. Not only were there few signs of human life, but even the shadows of magical beasts were conspicuously absent. Having spent a secluded period in Wu-Ten City, he fancied himself capable of enduring solitude. Yet the profound sense of loneliness that surged upon complete detachment from the mundane world proved to be overwhelmingly burdensome. Indeed, the arduous path of cultivation was far from the ease he had envisioned. Continuing deeper into the verdant forest, Xiao Yan steadfastly pursued the eastern direction. His languid voice resonated as he named the heavy measuring tool Xian Zhongqi. Could this be a merchant caravan? After exhausting his energy, Xiao Yan emerged from the woods to behold a group of individuals along the nearby path, an involuntary sense of familiarity stirring within him. The sight of living beings instinctively eased his wariness, yet upon this realization, he promptly halted, discreetly assessing the strength of the group. After a brief observation, he discerned that the individuals exhibited a maximum strength equivalent to 5-star fighters. He felt no fear in confronting any one of them individually, even if ambushed. He believed he could extricate himself, provided he abandoned the Xian Zhongqi. After much contemplation, he resolved to approach them for information. As he drew nearer, before he could utter a word, the middle-aged man at the forefront sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed warily upon Xiao Yan's direction. Upon recognizing the remarkably youthful visage beneath Xiao Yan's dark hair, his initial caution transformed into astonishment. "Young brother, are you unscathed?" "Oh, why do you ask, sir?" Hearing Xiao Yan's response, the middle-aged man's lips twitched as he scrutinized the boy's disheveled appearance. With hair tangled and adorned with leaves, dressed in tattered rags, and burdened by a large iron block, he bore the unmistakable likeness of a wild man from the mountains. Realizing the scrutiny directed at him, Xiao Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I inadvertently lost my way while honing my skills in the mountains, and thus have been unable to change my clothes for several days." Observing the situation, the middle-aged man ceased his inquiries and jovially remarked, "It takes commendable courage for a young brother to venture into the Beast Mountain range alone. This area is quite distant from the nearest town. If you are heading in the same direction, why not accompany us for a while? As for supplies, I have an abundance and can spare some without issue." Given the man's warm invitation, Xiao Yan found it hard to decline, merely indicating a rough direction based on the vibrations from the Xian Zhongqi He. Though it may not be the most direct route, at least it's not in the opposite direction. "Young brother, you are fortunate." A middle-aged man chuckled and teased, then gestured toward a direction behind him, saying, "I happen to have some spare clothing over there. If you don't mind the size, you may try it on." "In that case, I am most grateful," Xiao Yan responded with a respectful fist clasp. "Should you require assistance along the way, I shall certainly lend a hand." The middle-aged man nodded, yet before he could utter a word, a sudden hoarse voice emerged from nearby. "What can a mere child do? I suggest you stay close to Ka Gang and avoid causing trouble." Furrowing his brows, Xiao Yan turned to see a fierce-looking bald man casting a disdainful glance in his direction, his words dripping with amusement. "Who is this person?" Xiao Yan inquired. "We call him Scar," Ka Gang explained. "He is a mercenary recruited midway by the caravan. Though he has not joined any mercenary group, he possesses the strength of a 4-star fighter." Attempting to ease the tension, Ka Gang continued, "Scar, the young brother's intentions are commendable. Why must you speak thus?" Scar scoffed, then fell silent, clearly holding Ka Gang in high regard. Despite Scar's unfriendly demeanor, his words did not carry an expulsion intent, thus Xiao Yan chose to disregard him entirely. The caravan's rest period was brief, and seizing the remaining time, Xiao Yan swiftly changed into the clothing provided by Ka Gang and engaged in conversation with the other members of the caravan. After a brief inquiry, he gathered that they were currently situated at the remote edge of the Monster Beast Mountain range, where monsters were scarce, and travelers even scarcer, creating a sense of isolation. Moreover, he learned that Ka Gang and the others were also mercenaries, not affiliated with the caravan, and their primary mission was to escort the caravan safely to a distant town in exchange for a commission. At this juncture, Ka Gang mysteriously divulged that within the sedan chair carried by the caravan, they were escorting a young lady of noble birth, renowned for her unparalleled beauty, who had never shown herself to the public. Were it not for the significance of the cargo being transported, she would never have risked traversing the perilous Monster Beast Mountain range. Though Xiao Yan responded to Ka Gang's gossip with a smile, his heart remained unperturbed. Rolling his eyes inwardly, he rose and strode swiftly toward the caravan, which was preparing to depart. "Uncle Ka Gang, do you reside near the Monster Beast Mountain range?" "Indeed. In Green Mountain Town," Ka Gang replied with a smile. "However, I suspect Brother Xiao Yan has not heard of it, as it is merely an ordinary town on the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain range." "Indeed, I have not heard of it. Is it far from here?" Xiao Yan asked nonchalantly upon hearing the unfamiliar name. "Quite far. A few days ago, I happened to secure a substantial order, which is why I traveled from Green Mountain Town," Ka Gang explained. Throughout their interactions over the past few days, he had developed a favorable impression of the unassuming yet confident youth. Coupled with his own generous personality, their relationship blossomed harmoniously. "If there are opportunities in the future, young brother Xiao Yan is welcome to rest in our Qingshan town." Xiao Yan nodded and smiled in response. Although he had shown the other party due respect, the young man was aware that after this journey, it would be difficult to encounter them again. The vast and boundless mountain of beasts lay before him, yet he was destined not to linger here for long. Soon, as midday approached, Xiao Yan, burdened by the heavy Xuanzhong ruler, trudged to the front of the caravan, delivering the prepared tea and other items to the sedan chair. Having spent more than 2 days with this caravan, and holding the belief that every meal and night shared was a kindness, Xiao Yan sought to find some tasks to occupy himself. Unfortunately, the journey had been smooth sailing, devoid of any signs of magical beasts, and he could not take over the watch duties of Kagan and the others, ultimately being assigned the task of serving tea and water. Although Xiao Yan found himself in a somewhat amusing predicament, he harbored no dissatisfaction. As long as he could conceal his strength, he was content with the tranquility. The only thing that piqued his concern was the scarred man, who would often cast him a teasing glance, a strange juxtaposition against the man's fearsome countenance. "Ah, young lad, still serving tea to that young lady, are you?" The scarred man quipped with a smirk. "You seem quite adept at this task. Why not accompany the caravan and become that young lady's guard? Surely it is a far better life than your previous existence as a wild man." "No need for that. I have my own matters to attend to. After today, I shall no longer intrude here," Xiao Yan replied dismissively, not even pausing to meet the man's gaze before turning away. Observing the figure clad in excessively loose garments, appearing somewhat gaunt, the bald man's eyes betrayed an imperceptible malice. Cursing under his breath, he swiftly retreated into the surrounding woods to resume his watch. As nightfall descended quietly, the already desolate borderlands became even more serene, the silvery moonlight partially obscured by clouds, casting a shadowy pall over the surroundings. As the moonlight deepened, the on-duty Kagan and his companions began to feel a hint of drowsiness. As fighters, they could not fend off the fatigue that overcame them if they were unable to meditate and cultivate. Kagan yawned and whispered to a nearby mercenary, "Old Shah, it's your turn to watch." "Old Shah." The snoring abruptly ceased as Old Shah jolted awake, and upon seeing Kagan, he grumbled, "Kagan, do you see any signs of life around here? It's been days since we've spotted anything." A little laziness wouldn't be noticed by those merchants. Despite his words, Old Shah, well aware of Kagan's character, refrained from saying more. He stood up, shook off the weariness, and made his way toward the edge of the woods. "Find a place to rest. I'll wake you in the latter half of the night." "Haha, sounds good," Kagan replied with a smile. As Old Shah ambled to the edge of the woods, he casually surveyed his surroundings, but was suddenly enveloped by a faintly sweet fragrance wafting through the air. In the dim moonlight, he could discern the atmosphere around him seemed to thicken, and instinctively, he became alert, his fighting spirit surging as he prepared to raise an alarm. In the next moment, a large hand, prepared in advance and exuding a formidable aura, pierced through Lao Sha's chest with great force. "Haha, Lao Sha, you truly are unfortunate. I had intended to reserve this move for that fellow Ka gang." Scarface chuckled ominously, his eyes glinting with malice. Enraged, Lao Sha roared, "How dare you, a mere 4-star fighter, attempt to kill Ka gang?" His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that his chest had been completely penetrated. Coupled with the faint toxins lingering in the air, this distinguished 3-star fighter met an untimely demise without even having the chance to summon his fighting spirit. Shaking off his bloodied hand, Scarface provocatively revealed a small crimson pill from his mouth, mockingly declaring, "Since we're taking action, I certainly wouldn't come alone." In the next instant, a throng of bandits surged forth from the forest, taking advantage of the merchant caravans still lost in slumber. As they began to plunder its resources with reckless abandon, soon, the bandits had completely encircled the caravan, and among them stood the most formidable, whose prowess approached that of a 6-star fighter, making even Ka gang appear insignificant in comparison. Caught off guard in his dreams, this fighter could barely muster 70% of his strength. Realizing the dire situation, he could not restrain himself from shouting to the heavily burdened Xiao Yan nearby, "Brother Xiao Yan, we have no need to fight to the death. If it comes to worst, we should prepare to retreat." "Retreat?" Scarface's voice emerged, slowly stepping out from the woods, his scarred face, splattered with blood, appearing particularly menacing. "If I let you escape and word gets out, we cannot bear the wrath of the Merchant Guild." Ka gang was taken aback, his fighting spirit faltering as he exclaimed, "Scarface, how dare you betray the caravan? Aren't you afraid of the Mercenary Guild's retribution?" "Haha, Ka gang, I'm not a mercenary at all, so how could I betray anyone?" Scarface's face broke into a smug grin, laughing heartily. "Even now, you still fail to comprehend the situation. How foolish you are." "You." Hearing this, Ka gang's expression darkened, for he now understood that Scarface was indeed in cahoots with these bandits. Given the circumstances, even with his 5-star fighting prowess, he found himself outmatched, with survival becoming an increasingly faint hope. Suddenly, the previously silent Xiao Yan spoke up, "So, you were subtly trying to keep me in the caravan because you feared I would leak information?" Scarface smirked, neither confirming nor denying, "Little brat, had you not been so eager to leave, I would have planned for you to die comfortably in your dreams. Unfortunately, you failed to appreciate my intentions." "Ah, I see. That was indeed my oversight." Xiao Yan suddenly displayed a harmless smile. "However, now that I've disrupted your plans, I fear you will be unable to keep Uncle Ka gang here." This calm demeanor from Xiao Yan raised suspicions in Scarface's mind. Just as Scarface was about to respond, the 5-star fighter, engaged in battle with Ka gang, shouted at him, "Scarface, what are you wasting time for? Hurry up and deal with this kid to help out. We cannot let Ka gang escape." With that, he unleashed a fierce, deep yellow fighting spirit, charging towards Ka gang with unrelenting ferocity. The scarred face, having just endured a scathing rebuke, bore an expression of displeasure. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he glared at the calm youth before him. Unable to restrain himself from bellowing, "You little brat, let's see if your skills can match your sharp tongue." No sooner had he spoken than he unleashed the full might of his 4-star fighter prowess, launching a vicious assault toward Xiao Yan. Noticing the imminent danger, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and he infused his heavy ruler with fighting spirit, swinging it with a resounding force. Earlier, he had sensed something amiss with the scarred man's demeanor, prompting him to remain vigilant and attentive to the man's movements. Indeed, throughout their time together, while the man had hurled various insults and jibes at him, he had never attempted to expel him from their group. Instead, he had subtly encouraged Xiao Yan to stay, a contradiction that naturally aroused Xiao Yan's suspicion. With his guard raised, Xiao Yan had also developed a tacit wariness toward Ka Gang, though the latter had not involved himself in this conflict, thus proving to be a valuable ally at present. As the bald, muscular man charged at him, Xiao Yan's expression grew grave. He swung the heavy ruler, which shimmered with a faint yellow hue, surrounded by tendrils of fighting spirit. Haha, a low-level yellow-grade technique, truly a backwoods approach. The scarred man laughed maniacally, his fighting spirit surging as he unleashed a powerful palm strike, accompanied by a gale force wind. High-level yellow-grade, gale palm. In the next instant, the gust from the palm collided with the massive ruler. Xiao Yan, bolstered by the weight of the weapon, managed to maintain his stance, while the scarred man stood firm and unyielding. Though armed and strong, the scarred man was confident that he possessed no technique to rival his own. He believed Xiao Yan was merely a fortunate lad who had stumbled upon an opportunity, for no sect would allow its disciples to practice a low-level yellow-grade technique. Xiao Yan smirked and said, "If you defeat me, the opportunity shall be yours, will it not?" With that, the youth moved with calculated grace toward the scarred man. Though his words dripped with provocation, Xiao Yan was acutely aware that his combat skills were still lacking compared to someone with the scarred man's ruthless experience in battle. The opponent's techniques, though not high in rank, were executed with a vicious and cunning precision. Without the adaptation to the weight of the heavy ruler over the past few days, Xiao Yan feared he would be swiftly defeated. Reflecting on the rules set by Hun Ruoruo, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of irritation. Despite the ruler's balanced offensive and defensive capabilities, his fighting spirit and speed were suppressed by a full 70%, making the challenge of fighting beyond his rank exceedingly daunting. With the scarred man nearly upon him, Xiao Yan devised a plan. His hands tensed with bulging veins as he poured an intense fighting spirit into them, preparing for a sweeping strike. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan roared. "Too slow," the bald man retorted, swiftly tilting his body to the side. Channeling his fighting spirit once more, he unleashed the gale palm, striking fiercely against the side of the heavy ruler. In an instant, the weapon slipped from Xiao Yan's grasp, crashing heavily to the ground with tremendous force. Upon hearing the commotion, Ka Gang noticed that Xiao Yan had lost his weapon, and an urgent wave of panic surged within him. With the little remaining Do Chi he possessed, he channeled it fervently into his palms, clearly prepared to fight with all his might. "Yao Yan, do not engage recklessly. Retreat at once." Upon hearing this, a flicker of gratitude crossed Xiao Yan's heart, yet his gaze remained cold as he fixed his eyes on the scarred man, whose face bore a mocking expression. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. Having been forced into a passive position, he found no rule had been broken. He moved at a steady pace, appearing exhausted, and called out loudly, 8 extremes. Even without a weapon, you wish to wield your sword techniques? You shall perish." The scarred man laughed maniacally, his right leg sweeping in an arc around his left, unleashing a surge of power as he lashed out with his leg. Akin to a blade, aimed viciously at Xiao Yan, seemingly intent on cleaving the youth in two. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan crouched slightly, his form erupting like lightning as he soared towards the scarred man's chest with a speed that far surpassed anything the man could have anticipated. Such force could hardly be described by mere ordinary Xian-level terms. This was mid to even high-tier Xian. There was no time for contemplation for the scarred man. Exhausted from his previous exertions and lacking fresh strength, had channeled nearly all his Do Chi into his right leg, rendering him incapable of defending against Xiao Yan's sudden and lethal strike. With a thunderous impact, the fierce light yellow Do Chi struck the scarred man's chest, shattering the bones within his rib cage, and blood, mingled with his internal organs, gushed forth uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. The man's momentum deflated rapidly, akin to a punctured balloon. With a cry, the scarred man collapsed to the ground, his dazed expression revealing the difficulty he faced even in breathing, while he regarded the towering youth before him with a look of horror, trembling uncontrollably. Such a prodigy could suppress his brilliance and choose to feign weakness. At this moment, facing Xiao Yan, and seeing the nonchalant yet mocking glint in his eyes, the scarred man was engulfed by an unprecedented fear and chill. "Why you, brother Yao Yan? Let us speak amicably. I concede defeat. Spare my life, I beg of you. As the wind from his palms swiftly gathered, Xiao Yan once again revealed a smile reminiscent of before, gently interrupting, as I mentioned earlier, after today, I shall no longer intrude. Consider it a promise fulfilled. Low tier Shin level. Fire blasting palm. Originally taught to him by Yao Lao as a transitional combat technique for family challenges, he never expected that during the family test, no one would dare to challenge him, nor did he participate in the coming-of-age ceremony. His first use was instead for taking a life. As the wind pressure gradually dissipated, the scarred man's eyes widened in shock, and silence fell upon him. Casually kicking the man aside, Xiao Yan turned swiftly to offer his support to Kagang. The latter had urged him to leave first, a gesture of camaraderie he could not forget. Meanwhile, Kagang's face was alight with joy. Though nearly exhausted, he still managed to drag the 5-star dojo into the mire, awaiting Xiao Yan's assistance. Panting heavily, he gazed at the youthful figure before him, unable to suppress his astonishment and admiration. Young friend Xiao Yan, your talent and strength are truly unmatched in my lifetime. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance. With that, he began to bow in thanks, his weary body straining under the effort. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Yan hastily grasped the other party's arm, smiling as he said, Uncle Kagong, there is no need for formality. I must express my gratitude for your earlier assistance. With hope utterly extinguished, the masked man collapsed to the side, his eyes filled with venom as he shouted at Xiao Yan, you have thwarted our plans. When the leader arrives, no matter how monstrous your abilities, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. The leader? Kagong furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. He retracted his earlier mirth and turned to Xiao Yan, saying, given this person's cultivation level, we will need to unite our strength. If the leader he speaks of arrives, it is likely, as the scarred one said, that we will face total annihilation here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan cast a glance towards the chaotic front lines of the merchant convoy and grinned. In that case, let us strike preemptively. Chapter 49, The Alchemist? After a brief exchange, Xiao Yan instructed the exhausted Kagong to remain behind and recuperate his do-chi, while he swiftly made his way towards the forefront of the merchant convoy. Observing the youth's retreating figure, Kagong's expression grew somewhat dazed, his tone tinged with an indescribable complexity. Little brother Xiao Yan, he must be a top-tier genius from some powerful faction in the imperial capital, venturing out for training. Reflecting on his earlier invitation for the youth to join him in Qingshan town, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, attempting to recruit this young man who had braved the Beast Mountain. In hindsight, Kagong found his previous thoughts utterly laughable. A small place like Qingshan town would undoubtedly hold no allure for someone of his stature. It was simply not a stage befitting him. After a moment of contemplation, Kagong shook his head with a wry smile and promptly began to channel his internal energy, striving to restore the do-chi he had exhausted. Cultivating a positive relationship was no small feat. To desire more would be overly greedy. As Xiao Yan raced along the direction of the merchant convoy, his brow furrowed upon witnessing the gruesome scene that unfolded before him. The convoy, lacking any combat capability and having been ambushed by bandits under the cover of night, was clearly defenseless. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Though 2 days was a short span of time, the members of the convoy had shown him friendliness and did not express any hostility towards him. Thus, witnessing them suffer such calamity compelled him to take action. Moreover, the intense murderous intent exhibited by the bandits signaled to him that this matter would not resolve easily. With a cold gaze, Xiao Yan resolutely decided to intervene. What began as a skirmish quickly escalated into an overwhelming display of power, culminating in a lethal strike. Among the numerous lackeys, most did not possess the strength of a doshir. After all, the number of doshirs near the borders of the Beast Mountain was considerable, yet far from commonplace. Aside from a scant few doshirs, the majority were practitioners of high-ranking do-chi, and he found he need not employ his flame-blasting palm. His honed physique alone could dispatch them with a single strike. Before long, the few surviving members of the merchant convoy, shielded by mercenaries, appeared within Xiao Yan's line of sight. Simultaneously, the combatants engaged in battle turned their attention towards Xiao Yan. At that moment, his hands were stained with thick, crimson blood, his garments completely soaked, not from sweat, but resembling a youthful demon god, fierce and relentless. In such a scene, not a trace remained of the previously calm demeanor he had once possessed. Despite being accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death, several mercenaries could not help but be struck with awe. One brave mercenary, summoning his courage, tremulously inquired, Brother Yao Yao, do you require a hemostatic elixir? Xiao Yan chuckled softly, replying, thank you, but these stains of blood upon me are not my own. At this revelation, the mercenaries and members of the caravan could not suppress their collective gasp. Rendered speechless, in that moment, their singular thought was that these bandits were doomed, having provoked forces beyond their reckoning. Nearby, Numerous bandits quivered at the implications of Xiao Yan's words, nearly surrendering in despair. They exchanged glances, their expressions shifting repeatedly, before ultimately gritting their teeth and declaring, "We fight to the end," for to refrain from fighting would seal their fates. With a resounding cry, they fell lifeless to the ground, their only thought being that surrender might have granted them a more merciful end. By the heavens, this is overwhelming. As this thought crossed his mind, darkness enveloped him. Exhaling a deep breath, Xiao Yan's voice inadvertently carried a hint of lethal intent as he said, "Having come this far, I have shown considerable forbearance. When I eliminated that scarred man, he mentioned that behind these bandits lurked a formidable leader. As for the leader's strength, I dare say it is beyond my capacity to combat. Scarred man, he was a traitor, that wretched scoundrel." Upon hearing this, the crowd's initial fury transformed into a complex mix of emotions, yet they found themselves unable to implore Xiao Yan further. This blood-soaked youth, whom they had merely encountered by chance, had already rendered them an invaluable lifeline. After much contemplation, an elderly servant could no longer contain himself and knelt before Xiao Yan. Bowing deeply, "Esteemed alchemist, revered immortal, I beseech you to save our young lady. She has been abducted by those vile wretches and may suffer unspeakable horrors." Witnessing this, a mercenary who had collaborated frequently with the caravan changed countenance, admonishing softly, "Do not speak such foolishness." Xiao Yan, feeling overwhelmed, was about to assist the old servant to his feet when he noticed the crimson stains on his own hands, leaving him no choice but to relent. With a wry smile, he remarked, "Good sir, I am merely a novice fighter. I hardly merit the titles of esteemed or immortal." The term esteemed alchemist seemed more fitting for his mentor than for him, as he had whimsically derived his surname from his teacher's name. Yet, he was uncertain of his mentor's precise capabilities and thus refrained from speculation. Unfortunately, the elderly servant, tasked with day-to-day care, was wholly ignorant of martial cultivation and had never witnessed such bloodshed, knowing only to persist in his bowing. In utter resignation, Xiao Yan sighed and nodded. "I shall make an attempt, but if they prove too strong, I shall be powerless to assist." Then, under the expectant and reverent gazes of the crowd, Xiao Yan swiftly made his way toward the location where the young lady had been taken. He was uncertain of the leader's strength. With his peak prowess as a one-star fighter, he could at best strike swiftly against a four-star opponent if taken by surprise. Beyond that, he harbored no confidence. The art of soul combat, a lethal skill executed unseen, holds the truth that even if one's opponent possesses far superior prowess, the soul remains defenseless. Driven by this conviction, Xiao Yan deliberated extensively before deciding to take action. He first doused himself with the bitter herb liquid borrowed from the mercenaries, concealing his overwhelming blood aura, and then, curling his body, he stealthily advanced deeper into the woods. Soon, he came upon a few scattered bandits, with a robust man at their helm. Surely, he must be the leader. As he prepared to unleash the soul-piercing strike, a technique he had not utilized in a long time, he found himself surprisingly adept. The exquisite sensation of mastering and plundering soul energy stirred within him, evoking dark thoughts that he struggled to suppress. Had it not been for the guidance of the old alchemist, his former disposition would have made it nearly impossible to resist such temptations. With thoughts racing, Xiao Yan's gaze turned apathetic, a peculiar violet light gradually brewing in his eyes, melding with the inky depths of his pupils, creating an alluring yet sinister visage. Taking a deep breath, he concealed himself behind a tree, his eyes veiled with murderous intent, though his expression betrayed uncertainty. The disparity of strength presented by the 8-star combatant loomed vast before him. Previously, he had only anticipated a maximum threshold of 6 stars, and the leap from 6 to 8 stars was far from trivial. It marked the critical divide between mid-tier and high-tier fighters. Xiao Yan felt entirely unprepared for the might of high-tier combatants, and rationality urged him that retreat was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Yet, as the violet light in his gaze intensified, the youth attempted to step back several times, but found himself paralyzed by indecision. His countenance, stained with blood, suddenly twisted into a grimace of resolve. He would gamble, with the power of his soul technique, if he could render the leader into a fool. The remaining mere combatants would be no match for him. With this thought, he hesitated no longer. He swiftly summoned the soul energy from his mind, channeling it entirely into the violet light. Having infused 3/4 of his soul energy, Xiao Yan's gaze became somewhat unfocused as he suppressed his inner excitement. Locking his eyes onto the back of the robust man's head. 3, 2, 1. Silently counting down, a faint violet light flickered and instantaneously penetrated the man's mind, delving into the most vulnerable depths of his soul. An unbearable agony surged through the robust man's consciousness, as if his brain were being pierced by a sharp object, causing him to collapse to the ground. His aura erupting uncontrollably like a frenzied tempest, wisps of fighting energy spilling forth from his skin, transforming into ethereal veils of energy. The intensity of his aura fluctuated wildly, evidently overextending his essence in a reckless display of power. "Get out, you scraps!" He howled in a blood-curdling scream, his eyes bloodshot. The delicate vessels in his left eye bursting forth, blood streaming down his face like a gentle brook. This bizarre scene rendered the surrounding subordinates utterly dumbfounded. Their earlier playful expressions transformed into boundless dread. Big boss, what is happening? Damn it, can't you see we're under attack?" The big boss, consumed by fury, bellowed, "Quickly capture that scoundrel. If one strike fails, he will have no strength left to continue." One of the bandits, suppressing his inner fear, recognized the opportunity for glory and echoed, "The big boss is right. He is yet to show himself, which means he is indeed weakened. We need not fear. Let us seize that sneak attacker and avenge the big boss." At these words, the previously scattered bandits seemed to find their resolve, pairing off to probe into the depths of the jungle. However, the sense of terror returned as the first few bandits entered the thicket, making not a sound before vanishing into silence. In the next moment, the bloodied figure of Xiao Yan gradually emerged into their line of sight. His youthful face marred with streaks of crimson, rendering him particularly fearsome. He had underestimated his opponent. While the power of the soul-piercing strike was indeed formidable, it did not render his adversary into a fool as anticipated. Instead, it incited a frenzy within them. Xiao Yan quietly summoned the fighting spirit within. Having partially recovered from prior exhaustion, yet the depletion of his soul energy hindered his control over his fighting spirit, preventing him from achieving the exceptional prowess he once possessed. Regret was futile. All he could do now was fight to the death. With fleeting thoughts, Xiao Yan's voice turned icy. "I hear you are looking for me?" The big boss, who had been startled and enraged, suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, his face twisted with malice. "So it's just a puny one-star fighter. You truly seek your demise. A mere one-star fighter I could crush with a flick of my wrist. Everyone, step aside. I shall slay him myself." With a fierce growl, the big boss forcibly unleashed his chaotic fighting spirit, charging forward with tremendous force. Seeing this, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. He dared not be complacent. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind. Flame blasting palm. In their clash, even employing a profound-level fighting technique, Xiao Yan could only manage to hold his ground, unable to gain any advantage. 8 extremes collapse. A pale yellow fighting energy materialized atop Xiao Yan's right fist, striking with a precise angle aimed at the big boss's chest. The big boss's left eye was bloodied, while his remaining eye fixated on Xiao Yan with a ghostly intensity. After sensing the fluctuations of the fighting technique, his voice brimmed with murderous intent and greed. "You little scoundrel, to possess such a plethora of profound-level techniques. What a pity your strength is too feeble." Abruptly halting, the big boss let out a long howl and finally unleashed his fighting technique. Ironstone hammer. First, palm met palm, then fist met fist. Even with Xiao Yan employing the advanced profound-level 8 extremes collapse, he could not gain any advantage against his opponent. The strength of a high-level fighter indeed surpassed his previous expectations. Despite being gravely injured and his energy cyclone in turmoil, they still managed to unleash such formidable power. As Xiao Yan was sent staggering back, the previously scattered bandits erupted into shouts. "Big boss, finish off this brat." The robust man let out a sinister laugh and remarked, "You little wretch, with your combat aura, how many more times can you sustain using a profound-level fighting technique? To kill you is more than sufficient." Xiao Yan gasped for breath for a moment before charging once more towards the formidable figure, forcibly activating the 8 extremes collapse. Bang! Once again, they collided. But at this moment, Xiao Yan had long since lost the strength he possessed earlier. In their clash, he was sent flying backward. If one were to peer into his dantian, they would discover that the once brilliant cyclone within him had dimmed to an extreme degree, and even the previously frenzied rotation had slowed to a tortoise's pace. The repeated use of profound-level techniques had pushed Xiao Yan, still at the level of a one-star fighter, to his limits. To have fought for such an extended period was nothing short of miraculous. Seeing Xiao Yan collapsed on the ground, the bandits in the distance revealed sneers of derision, clearly dismissive of Xiao Yan's earlier declarations. In their eyes, the vast disparity of 7 stars in cultivation rendered any defiance from Xiao Yan utterly futile. The leader wiped the blood trickling down his left cheek, his expression a mix of resentment and mockery. "You little wretch, even if you managed to catch me off guard once, the power of an 8-star fighter is far beyond your capacity to contend with. Hand over your fighting techniques obediently, and I may spare your life." Suddenly enveloped by an eerie silence, the leader felt a pang of confusion. Instinctively, he darted towards Xiao Yan's position and was abruptly struck by the faint purple, eerie glow emanating from beneath Xiao Yan's hair. "Death!" The familiar wave of energy sent a shock of terror through him, and in that moment of fear, he forgot all about his fighting techniques. With a swift motion, a massive long knife appeared in his hand, and he slashed downwards with a frenzy. The chilling light surged forth, causing Xiao Yan's pupils to constrict sharply as his predetermined plan was instantly disrupted. A storage ring. Within the entire Xiao family, only Xiao Yan and the elder possessed such treasures. For a mere high-level fighter to own a storage ring, one could only imagine the extent of resources this bandit group had plundered. Having failed in his desperate assault, Xiao Yan's gaze turned wild, and he chose to completely abandon defense, determined to condense his remaining soul power into a soul-piercing strike. Even in death, he would take his opponent with him. A faint buzzing sound resonated as the long knife, poised for a mighty slash, abruptly halted in midair. Xiao Yan looked up to see two delicate fingers clasping the sharp blade, creating an extraordinary dissonance. The girl in the black dress, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, gazed down at the fallen Xiao Yan with an expression of calm amusement. Third young master, the trial has concluded, and you have failed. Chapter 51, The Enchantress and the Heiress. The anticipated agony did not arrive. Xiao Yan's gaze was vacant, and before he could ponder further, the familiar sweet fragrance flooded his nostrils as he gasped for air, having narrowly escaped death. He slumped to the ground, his hands digging into the earth, trying to suppress the convulsions brought on by the terror of mortality. Ruoruo. Xiao Yan called out her name almost in a moan, though similar. It was deeper, as if it encapsulated an eternal sea of stars. The robust man appeared dazed, his lone remaining eye fixated on the ethereal beauty of the girl who had materialized before him like a specter. Trembling, he could scarcely articulate a word, while the surrounding bandits were utterly paralyzed with fear, icy dread coursing through them. The full force of an 8-star Do fighter had been effortlessly intercepted by 2 fingers. Coupled with that otherworldly presence, an unsettling thought began to crystallize in their minds. Could this woman possibly be a Do spirit expert? The gang leader managed to muster a grimace that resembled a smile more than anything, his voice hoarse as he stammered, "I am but a fool, unaware of your esteemed presence here for training. We harbored no intention of offense. If you wish to take your leave, we shall not impede you." Did you truly believe such words? If that previous strike had landed, I would likely be on my way to the afterlife, retorted Xiao Yan with a cold smirk. The gang leader's complexion oscillated between green and white, struggling to find an explanation, ultimately casting a desperate gaze toward the girl in the black dress. "Esteemed lady, I am willing to relinquish all my savings, merely pleading for the preservation of my wretched life." Upon witnessing this, an odd expression flickered across Xiao Yan's face as he fell silent. "All your savings, including those of your subordinates behind you?" Hun Ruoruo tilted her head, hesitating slightly before replying. "Very well, if you surrender everything, you may depart." The bandits felt as if they had received a reprieve from death, frantically tossing out every coin and resource they had scavenged. Once they completed this act, they cast earnest glances toward the girl. Although the gang leader felt a pang of anguish, he ultimately retrieved his spatial ring and, resigned, tossed it to the ground. After receiving a look of approval from the girl, he dared not linger, hastily attempting to flee from this perilous place. Yet his legs would not move. Struggling to shift them, he was terror-stricken to discover that his feet seemed glued to the ground, no matter how he exerted himself. "You, why are you not leaving yet?" The girl's soft, questioning voice echoed in the ears of the thieves, a chilling summons that implied dire consequences if they chose to remain. The gang leader's face contorted in despair as he opened his mouth to utter something, but only a hissing noise escaped him. At that moment, he realized that the seemingly innocent girl before him was, in fact, a far more ruthless and terrifying entity than anyone present. His expression became vacant as he gazed into the dizzying world around him, and then he succumbed to oblivion. Casting a glance at the beheaded robust man, Hun Ruoruo sensed a metallic sweetness in the air and sighed, somewhat reluctantly. The gulf of power was insurmountable. Even if she wished to toy with her prey, they could not stir up any significant tumult. It was exceedingly dull. The girl then turned her attention to the crumpled Xiao Yan, her voice lilting. "How brave of you to attack an 8-star Do fighter, third young master. Alas, such audacity is not necessarily a virtue." Cough. "I was momentarily blinded by my own bloodlust and inadvertently charged forward," he replied. Xiao Yan offered an awkward smile, his spirits gradually liberating themselves from the grips of mortal fear. He mustered the strength to rise and hurried to the young girl's side. Just as he was about to say something further, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a direction not far away. The previously closed carriage door was now ajar, its dark interior appearing all the more ominous under the moonlight. Xiao Yan, seemingly incredulous, quietly inquired, "Ruoruo, are you truly the heiress of the merchant caravan?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression darkened suddenly, and he drew a deep breath. his voice laced with fury. While it may be acceptable that you killed that arrogant young master during your soul cultivation, why did you involve the innocent members of the caravan? Most of them lack any cultivation and cannot possibly defend their lives against those bandits. The joy of surviving the ordeal vanished in an instant, leaving him with the realization that his previous actions were utterly laughable. Cultivation, emotions, and even life and death struggles seemed to be entirely within the other's control. What significance could such an experience possibly hold? The young man lowered his gaze, concealing the indignation in his eyes. Xiao Yan, did you not wish to grow stronger? Has this not fulfilled your desire? Upon hearing the abrupt words, Hun Ruoruo's previously teasing gaze shifted to one of confusion. She averted her eyes, her tone growing increasingly indifferent. A mere chance encounter with a caravan, which has only bestowed upon you a small favor, is hardly worth your reproach towards me. It is truly absurd. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, unable to contain his emotions any longer, and he raised his head, exclaiming in anger, I admit your help has far surpassed theirs. But does that give you the right to treat me and them as mere tools at your disposal? With that, he strode directly towards Hun Ruoruo, seizing her hand while she was momentarily dazed, and looked down from the forest above. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a narrow sea of flames obliterated the tranquility of the night, and a multitude of bodies lay scattered below, resembling a swarm of ants. A few living souls hurriedly rushed about, drawing water from a distant stream to extinguish the fire. The young man pointed at the burning merchant caravan and declared, I, Xiao Yan, do not consider myself a good person. But if each instance of cultivation comes at such a cost, I would rather seek an alternative path. Release me. Upon regaining her senses, Hun Ruoruo had no desire to observe the scene below. Her astonishment swiftly transformed into disdain as she forcefully pushed away the young man's heated hand, her aura erupting with vigor, unleashing torrents of water upon the back of her hand. My apologies, I acted out of haste. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan's anger subsided considerably, and he became more acutely aware of Hun Ruoruo's aversion to physical contact. Ruoruo, why do you pretend to be that heiress? If your intent was merely to subject me to life and death struggles, why not simply toss me into the bandit's lair? Ruoruo? Xiao Yan chose silence, for it became evident that he was merely dull-witted, not foolish. The two remained in a stalemate, the passage of time indeterminate. After a while, the calm soul, Ruoruo, let out a soft click of her tongue, feeling rather bored, and turned to walk away, declaring, I am not the so-called heiress. Not an heiress? Xiao Yan was taken aback, his expression shifting as he hurried to catch up with Ruoruo, heading towards the earlier carriage. As expected, within the dark carriage lay a frail young woman, already unconscious. Due to the dim moonlight earlier, Xiao Yan had not observed her clearly, hence his inadvertent neglect. Upon closer inspection now, although the woman possessed a refreshing beauty, she was evidently overshadowed by Ruoruo's captivating visage. Realizing that the prior statement was merely a jest, Xiao Yan fell into a contemplative silence, his emotions swirling within. Ruoruo's hand lingered over the spot Xiao Yan had touched earlier, her expression impassive as she remarked, This matter was not orchestrated by me. While I sensed the ambush on the merchant caravan, I had no obligation to inform or rescue them. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. He was no saint, and Ruoruo was certainly not a paragon of virtue, so there was no need for excessive entanglement over the issue. My apologies. As the situation seemed to reach a conclusion, the young man, weary, circled the carriage and began to gather the scattered gold coins and resources, depositing them into his spatial ring. The bandits rarely carried treasures on their person, yet the wealth strewn across the ground was nearly sufficient to fill his low-grade ring to the brim. Once the ring was overflowing, Xiao Yan sought his ring from Ruoruo and began sorting the resources within. Xiao Yan, if you were unfamiliar with this caravan, would you still have intervened? Ruoruo, leaning against the moonlight, suddenly posed the question. Xiao Yan paused, his gaze meeting hers, uncertain as he replied, perhaps not. Their strength far surpassed mine. It would be unwise to take such a risk. In the shadows, the girl let out a faint sigh, ethereal as a dream. So, it seems you are a bad person among the good? Her voice was languid, laden with meaning. The familiar peculiar description resurfaced, and Xiao Yan glanced at the untouched heiress who had suffered the bandit attack, grinning as he returned to collecting his spoils. Then you must be a good person among the bad. Chapter 52, A Different Teacher for Alchemy. In the aftermath, spurred by a pang of conscience, Ruoruo granted Xiao Yan temporary freedom to move. He swiftly made his way to where Ka Gang and the others were, assisting them in extinguishing the flames. Remaining busy until dawn, with the rising sun, Xiao Yan, aware that it was inappropriate to directly explain things to the others, sought out Ka Gang alone, presenting the spatial ring he had obtained from the bandits. Upon receiving the ring and inspecting its contents, Ka Gang's face was filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, Young brother Xiao Yan, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yan smiled, Uncle Ka Gang, there is no need for concern. This ring contains only the resources and wealth belonging to the caravan, nothing extraneous. Though he was not in dire need of money at the moment, he would not play the fool. The resources originally plundered by the leader had long been placed into Xiao Yan's own spatial ring, which indeed contained only the wealth belonging to the merchant caravan. Upon hearing this, Ka Gang wore a wry smile. It was clear he did not care about the contents. For the spatial ring itself was the true treasure. Seeing that Xiao Yan had made up his mind, Ka Gang refrained from saying more and nodded in agreement. All right. Since Brother Xiao Yan has this intention, I, Ka Gang, will naturally pass it on to the caravan. Uncle Ka Gang. This spatial ring is not a gift for the caravan, Xiao Yan remarked, tugging at his ill-fitting loose robe, which had become stiff and hardened from soaking in blood, creating a stark contrast with his slender figure. The garment is quite warm, thank you. The boy's voice carried a hint of fatigue as he turned and waved his hand, signaling their farewell. Ka Gang pursed his lips, tightly gripping the spatial ring in his palm, watching the boy's gradually receding figure, evidently wishing to imprint this legendary youth deeply into his memory. Quite the actor, aren't you? A sweet voice suddenly interrupted, causing the previously graceful figure to stiffen slightly. Xiao Yan turned to see the unexpectedly appeared Hun Ruoruo beside him and could not help but complain. Could you please not startle me? After a night of fierce combat, I am utterly exhausted. Since last night, Xiao Yan had sensed that Hun Ruoruo seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, though he could not pinpoint exactly what. However, his mind was too muddled with fatigue to ponder further. He simply wanted to find a place to rest. Hun Ruoruo flipped her hand to produce a massive Xianzhong ruler, instantly bending Xiao Yan's previously straight form. You spend a full 2 hours in that caravan without remembering to retrieve your weapon. Consider it a punishment to sleep holding it when the time comes. She sauntered towards the distant forest, lazily stating, with the way you speak, I almost thought Master was beside me. The esteemed Elder Yao assigned me this task during the alchemy session, so you may think of it that way, she replied, her gaze shifting from earlier scrutiny to a playful cunning. Xiao Yan, call me Master and let me hear it. Wait. It seemed he had not been away from Wuten City for long. Why was he feeling this way? As he entered the forest, following the water source he had previously discovered while traveling with the caravan, Xiao Yan soon found the meandering stream. He tore off the blood-stained garments clinging to his skin and eagerly plunged into the river, cleansing himself of the stench of blood. During the earlier bloody battle, the chaotic killing intent and blood aura had completely masked his sense of smell. Now, after washing, Xiao Yan felt as if he had been reborn. Emerging from the water, he jokingly apologized to Ka Gang and discarded the foul, blood-soaked clothing. This is clearly unwearable. The young man retrieved a brand new black robe from his spatial ring and hurried towards the direction of Hun Ruoruo. What is this? Xiao Yan gazed at the dazzling array of medicinal herbs and a peculiar cauldron shimmering with a glass-like brilliance, as if recalling a certain possibility. He exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that I am to begin learning the art of alchemy? Yet, with his teacher absent, he feared that relying solely on the experiences recorded in the manual would be insufficient. What should I call you? Asked Hun Ruoruo, blinking her eyes. Xiao Yan mirrored her gesture and tentatively replied, Ruoruo, teacher? The girl beamed with a smile, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, I shall teach you. Despite his lingering doubts, Xiao Yan settled cross-legged, scrutinizing the cauldron before him. This cauldron radiated a luxurious glass-like glow, its form petite and exquisite. Infusing it with soul power produced a remarkable wave of energy, a resonant sensation emanating as if counterbalancing his own depleting soul force. Such capabilities indicated that this cauldron was indeed extraordinary. As he admired the cauldron, even though he was not yet a true alchemist, Xiao Yan felt an exhilarating thrill. Does this cauldron have a name? He inquired. The name is Xiao Yan, the vessel I utilized when I first delved into the art of alchemy. Its unique characteristic lies in amplifying the flames infused within, creating a more stable and robust alchemical fire, which is quite suitable for a novice like you. Hun Ruoruo elucidated. Since assuming the role of a teacher, her speech appeared to have become noticeably more coherent. Xiao Yan is a splendid name, Xiao Yan grinned, gazing at the Xiao Yan cauldron that emanated a glassy sheen. He then mimicked the actions described in the alchemist's manual, channeling his internal fighting energy into the cauldron. With a resounding thud, the Xiao Yan cauldron emitted a muffled sound, shuddering slightly as flames burst forth from its mouth, scalding Xiao Yan and causing him to grimace. What is happening? I have followed the instructions and infused all my fighting energy into the cauldron, so why this sudden backlash? Hun Ruoruo glanced at the flickering embers remaining in the cauldron and casually remarked. Ancient texts state that an alchemist must align with the will of heaven and contend against fate. However, the pure fire attribute fighting energy is too intense and complete to truly embody the concept of alignment, let alone contention. After posing a question to Xiao Yan, she continued once she noticed his pensive expression. To achieve completeness while also eluding, one must blend a trace of wood attribute energy from within your body into the nearly pure fire attribute fighting energy, cycling it repeatedly. Only then can it be deemed an alchemical fire. Upon hearing Hun Ruoruo's explanation, Xiao Yan began to search within his internal vortex for that faint trace of wood attribute energy. After about a minute, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in his eyes, and with anticipation, he infused the discovered wood attribute into the cauldron. Moments later, the Xiao Yan cauldron erupted with a brilliant glow. Bolstered by the cauldron, a robust alchemical fire surged and rolled, reflecting in the depths of Xiao Yan's gaze. His mouth agape in astonishment, he stared at Hun Ruoruo, who had anticipated this outcome, murmuring, "No way, she truly can." Chapter 53, Xiao Yan's brother in Wutan City, Xiao family. After a fierce struggle with the Gale family, the Xiao family emerged victorious, basking in the glory of substantial compensation. Their prominence was such that it seemed to overshadow the other two great families. Consequently, the Xiao family's coming-of-age ceremony attracted numerous influential figures, and many young members of the Xiao clan traveled from afar to partake in the festivities, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Cousin Suner, it's been so long. A girl clad in a delicate lavender uniform, her figure voluptuous, called out to Suner from a short distance away. She sauntered towards Suner, her alluring legs drawing the gaze of many onlookers. However, her expression shifted slightly as she asked, somewhat awkwardly, by the way, "Why isn't that little rascal here to join today's ceremony? Is it possible he anticipated failing the test and decided to flee?" As it happens, Cousin Yu was unaware that brother Yin had passed the preliminary test last month and was now diligently training outside Wutan City, making it impossible for him to attend today's event. With a puzzled demeanor, Cousin Yu turned to Suner and inquired, "Is he preparing for the examinations of the Canaan Academy by training after passing the coming-of-age test?" Remembering the glimmer in brother Yan's eyes at that moment, Suner felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she lowered her head, wondering what kind of training he was currently undergoing. Yet, with the presence of the inheritance of the Sound Valley, it must be quite monotonous, she mused. Lost in thought, Suner almost failed to notice the path ahead, but Cousin Yu's timely reminder prevented her from bumping her head against the wall. The two girls chatted casually as they made their way towards the bustling training grounds. Meanwhile, a girl in a black dress stood alone atop a mountain, quietly observing the boy seated cross-legged below. She had stripped Xiao Yan of all his supports, casting him alone into the depths of the mountains. Following a series of fortuitous circumstances, he had experienced a trial of life and death, and after just over half a month of instruction in alchemy, the boy's youthful countenance had shed much of its innocence, replaced by a resolute expression. Hun Ruoruo had anticipated Xiao Yan's transformation. The growth stemming from trials of life and death was something she was all too familiar with, having carefully navigated her existence in the spirit realm from a young age, perhaps due to her empathetic nature. Even though Xiao Yan had made many grave mistakes during battles with bandits, she refrained from casting a critical eye upon him. Instead, she recalled the fury in his reprimand. Her gaze dark and frosty. Shaking her head, her tone became languid once more. "The feeling of being in someone's debt is truly distasteful. However, the more grateful he is, the more advantageous it is for me." With a heavy sigh, she swiftly descended towards the boy's position. At that moment, Xiao Yan, having completed his breakthrough, was savoring the robust fighting spirit swirling within him, a joyful expression unconsciously gracing his face. Upon catching sight of the girl, he dashed forward, exclaiming, "Ruoruo, I have broken through to the rank of a 2-star Do fighter." Having already adjusted her state, Hun Ruo revealed a teasing smile and said, "Xiao Yan, have you forgotten what you should call me?" Xiao Yan's expression soured, and he murmured, "Ruo, teacher." However, the mere recollection of the girl previously sweetly addressing him as third young master filled his heart with an overwhelming sense of dissonance, leading to his reluctance in addressing her as teacher. Hun Ruo, undeterred, nodded in satisfaction and promptly got to the point. "Your cyclone intensity is now roughly equivalent to that of a 6-star Do master. Coupled with the prepared elixirs and resources, the refining of the subfire should be on the agenda." After a brief pause, she retrieved a deep black scroll from her grasp and tossed it toward Xiao Yan. As he instinctively unfolded the scroll, a soul imprint shot into his forehead instantaneously. "This is a ground-level Do technique. At this moment, your Do Chi has significantly surpassed your physical enhancement. The 8 extremes collapse is no longer sufficient to meet the conditions for battling beyond your level. Only a more advanced Do technique can serve as a decisive trump card," Hun Ruo proclaimed, unfurling her wings as she soared into the sky. Xiao Yan, taken aback by her sudden words, found himself momentarily stunned, and by the time he regained his composure, the graceful figure at the edge of the horizon had transformed into a mere speck of light. After a while, Xiao Yan couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder you still wanted me to call you teacher in the end. He stretched, easing the slight stiffness from his previous meditative posture. Then retrieved the herbs and alchemy cauldron, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. He knew that mastering a ground-level Do technique would take time, so while she was absent, it would be wise to delve into the art of alchemy. Upon flying into the valley, a rich aroma of herbs wafted through the air, intensified by the shielding barrier. Ah, how fortuitous of you to arrive, my dear. The figure of the alchemist slowly emerged from the cave, his gaze sharp and his aura formidable. Even his once ethereal form seemed more solid. Clearly, the effects of the Qinghun Dan were remarkably potent. The earth spirit Dan has already been refined. Besides that young man's cultivation, the only thing left is the elusive subfire. My dear, could you now reveal the location of that subfire? She indicated a direction from her memory, then transformed her soul energy into coordinates that penetrated the alchemist's forehead. You truly are cautious, he remarked, gazing at the coordinates displayed before him, unable to suppress a sigh. Are you suggesting that Xiao Yan should accompany us? The elemental fire attributes at the center of the mountains are far superior to those in the outside world, and they are exceedingly stable. Absorbing the subfire there would yield better control. Hun Ruoruo nodded affirmatively, her tone resolute. Moreover, Xiao Yan has indeed made considerable progress. Haha. Very well, let that young lad accompany us to broaden his horizons, the alchemist replied, encasing the greenish-blue pill enveloped in his Do Qi into a jade vial before turning towards the cave's exit. At this moment, he was also somewhat curious. Over the course of more than half a month, what manner of transformation had Hun Ruoruo wrought upon Xiao Yan? Upon arriving at the forest where Hun Ruoruo and Xiao Yan had previously been, the figure of the elder Yao, suspended in midair, suddenly trembled, sending ripples through the air. Observing the young man in black, who was deep in concentration with his eyes closed, continually adding herbs to the alchemical furnace, Elder Yao felt as if he were hallucinating. He rubbed his non-existent eyes and looked again. Indeed, he was concocting potions, and his technique was surprisingly proficient, bolstered by Xiao Yan's spiritual energy. There was even a hint of familiarity in his movements. Witnessing this scene, Elder Yao's lips twitched in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a development. While a rapid advancement in cultivation could be expected, he truly did not foresee that Hun Ruoruo could impart the art of alchemy to Xiao Yan. Such a feat was, by all accounts, impossible for an outsider. After pondering this, Elder Yao sighed helplessly, his admiration for this quirky young woman growing even more profound. Unfortunately, aside from alchemy, he had little else to teach her. During the alchemical process, disturbances were most unwelcome. Thus, the two patiently awaited the completion of Xiao Yan's concoction. Having prepared extensively for this endeavor, and a little more time was inconsequential. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes. Striking his palm against the alchemical furnace, a magnificent flame burst forth from the furnace's opening, enhancing the brilliance of its glass-like sheen. In the next moment, a cloud of white powdery solids surged from the furnace, which he deftly caught in a jade vial he had prepared beforehand. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, he exhaled a long sigh of relief, his gaze furtively scanning his surroundings, ultimately landing in a daze upon Elder Yao and Hun Ruoruo. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he hastily stowed the jade vial into his storage ring, laughing heartily. Teacher Ruoruo, and teacher, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Shall we depart now? Elder Yao cautiously glanced at Hun Ruoruo beside him, noting her unperturbed demeanor, which allowed him to relax slightly. Clearing his throat, he said, "What are you in such a hurry for? Pack away the alchemical furnace and materials, and restore your energy to its peak before we set off." With Elder Yao's intervention, Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, relieved, and promptly sat cross-legged to expedite his recovery. Hun Ruoruo observed attentively, unwilling to shatter the facade of this unorthodox teacher-student duo. She was not an innocent maiden unaware of the world. How could she not comprehend what Xiao Yan was concocting? The thought of him using her alchemical furnace to create such a thing in a place where they were not paying attention brought a peculiar smile to her face. If his sister sooner were to discover this, it would surely be quite amusing. Chapter 54. The Heart of the Mountain Range in the Heart of the Beast Mountain Range. In stark contrast to the perilous peaks densely shrouded in forests from the outside world, there was virtually no vegetation thriving in this core region. An aura of desolation, accompanied by the roars of magical beasts, transformed the atmosphere into something quite eerie. Unlike the customary roars of magical beasts, the incessant howls echoing in the air possess an ethereal quality, as if they could penetrate flesh and reach the fragile soul within. In such a hostile environment, it is hardly surprising that several sovereigns of the beastly realm choose to avoid residing here. Upon reaching the edge of a precipice, Xiao Yan gazed down at the heart of the region, exclaiming in awe, "From this vantage point, the center of the magical beast mountain truly resembles a colossal heart, intricately connected to the surrounding peaks. Under the protection of Hun Ruoruo, he remained unfazed by the beastly roars, instead perceiving the cacophony as an uncanny heartbeat of the mountains. Aware of his limited knowledge regarding the magical beast mountains, Yao Lao took the initiative to elucidate. It is said that the apex predators nearing death choose to rest in this core area. Hence it would be more fitting to refer to it as the burial ground of magical beasts. Xiao Yan expressed his astonishment, inquiring, might there be manifestations of souls within this burial ground? Observing Xiao Yan's inquisitive gaze, Yao Lao chuckled and chided. The formation of soul entities is not so easily achieved. The souls of magical beasts can be described as exceedingly frail compared to those of humans, even among the Do Huang class beasts. It is fortunate if any remnants of intelligence persist. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan scratched his head, opting not to delve further into the topic. Yet his understanding of the soul deepened considerably. Timing her words, Hun Ruoruo suddenly spoke. The absorption of will inevitably create significant celestial anomalies. Thus, I must exert all my efforts to activate the disguise technique to mask the fluctuations in the surrounding environment. Once absorbed, we must withdraw immediately, otherwise, we risk indiscriminate attacks from the lingering beast souls within. Witnessing the solemn nods of the two, the girl's long hair danced elegantly, and a radiant light blossomed from her brow. She extended a delicate arm, placing her other hand atop it, and gradually infused her do qi into the aura, rendering the vibrant life into stillness. Her soft voice resonated, and in an instant, the environment seemed to stagnate. Even the flow of do qi slowed to a crawl. In the next moment, everything returned to normal. Xiao Yan could barely discern any changes around him. He only noticed Hun Ruoruo uttering something before preparing to depart. Even having previously experienced the intricacies of this disguise technique, he felt a twinge of surprise. Instinctively, he glanced toward Yao Lao, and upon perceiving the astonishment in his mentor's eyes, he couldn't help but whisper, "Master, are we really ready to go? The surroundings are filled with beast souls, their fangs towering above me." Yao Lao nodded affirmatively, then chuckled dryly. "Truly remarkable. Such a disguise technique can yield such effects. How does it compare to the Earth-tier technique you provided me?" The potency of Earth-tier techniques hinges on the extent of celestial power invoked. Once you master it, you will naturally understand. Yao Lao chuckled, urging softly, "Let us hasten. With this technique's enhancement, as long as you don't upheave the core area, those beast spirits will remain oblivious to our presence." So formidable, Ruoruo had once urged me to learn it. "Hiss, you did not learn it? It is said the prerequisite is to purify oneself and eliminate yang energy." "Hee, is that so? Then I shall cease my studies." The whispers exchanged between the two were within the barrier of soul power, naturally perceptible to Soul Ruo, and listening to them, she could not help but find it somewhat amusing. Whenever these two were not being serious, it seemed they could effortlessly exchange a few cold jokes even within the Soul Palace. With a resigned shake of her head, the young girl chose to leave the conversation space to these lively characters, refraining from further comment. Amidst the playful banter of the master and disciple, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated considerably as the trio hurried into the beast spirit graveyard. As Elder Yao had stated, regardless of how frenzied and agitated the surrounding beast souls were, neither Soul Ruo nor her companions were affected in the slightest. Upon crossing the outer perimeter where the beast souls congregated, Xiao Yan, observing the scattered skeletons around him, could no longer suppress the questions swirling in his mind. "Speaking of which, I still do not know the specific name of that childfire. Seeing the gathering of beast spirits around, could it be the beast spirit flame? Ranked 22nd on the..." Soul Ruo's gaze lowered, and she replied, "When I first arrived here, I did probe the location of the beast spirit flame. However, regrettably, this region of the beast mountain seems not to meet the conditions necessary for the emergence of the beast spirit flame." "Not the beast spirit flame?" A sense of confusion engulfed Xiao Yan's thoughts. To him, besides the beast spirit flame, it seemed there were no other flames that could be born in such a wild place. Noticing his bewilderment, Soul Ruo decided not to withhold information any longer, a smile returning to her face. "What about the void-devouring flame? Do you have confidence?" "The void-devouring flame? Ranked second, the void-devouring flame. Indeed." A hint of sorrow graced the girl's expression as she sighed regretfully. "If you, third young master, wish to give up, I would not blame you. For although it is merely the weakest fragment, it is still a child fire of the void-devouring flame." After a few breaths of silence, Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes shimmering with resolve, and suddenly revealed a bright, confident smile. "I shall give it my all." Soul Ruo understood the sacrifices Xiao Yan had made, knowing that in comparison to her efforts, his struggles were but mere specks of dust. Therefore, even without her urging, He had no reason to abandon his aspirations. Moreover, it was the void-devouring flame. Prior to coming here, he had not even dared to dream of such an opportunity. With such a monumental chance laid before him, if he dared not seize it, he deemed it unnecessary to continue his cultivation of the flame formula. Upon hearing this, Hun Ruoruo's pure and beautiful face took on a charming expression as she gently licked her lips. She discreetly assessed Xiao Yan and softly said, "Adjust your state accordingly. Elder Yao and I will retrieve the child fire. This place is spacious, and the affinity for fire elements is exceptionally high, making it the most suitable location for refining." Hun Ruoruo had long anticipated Xiao Yan's reaction. Her earlier inquiry was merely to help him recognize his circumstances and clarify his intentions, so as to avoid being caught in a dilemma of advancement or retreat when he attempted to consume him. Seeing that her purpose had been achieved, the girl waved to Elder Yao and walked towards one of the caves. Stepping into the familiar entrance, Hun Ruoruo gradually expanded her soul power to the depths of the cave, and soon, a searing yet strange wave emanated, as if it could scorch the very soul. The force of the soul was painfully consumed, and for a brief moment, Hun Ruoruo appeared momentarily entranced, her expression unexpectedly grave. The void flame had broken free from its confinement within the spatial ring. She exchanged a glance with Yao Lao, both sensing the unspoken doubts reflected in each other's eyes. With the soul force being incessantly devoured, it seemed there was no alternative but to venture into the deepest recesses of the cave. They had to ascertain the situation. As they traversed the narrow tunnel of the cave, their forms gradually came to a halt in the boundless darkness. Upon witnessing the scene before them, even Yao Lao, with his vast experience, could not help but feel a sense of awe. At the eerie and profound end of the darkness, a blood-red flame, exuding an aura of savagery, was entangled in a fierce struggle against the surrounding abyss. The overwhelming force flickered erratically, constantly being consumed and digested by the black void, rendering the blood-red flame's desperate struggles futile. Before that black void, soul force, fighting spirit, and even light itself were mercilessly devoured, leaving no possibility of escape. Fortunately, the two flames seemed to possess only the instinct to fight, completely oblivious to the presence of the two concealed figures. After a while, Hun Ruoruo's eyes brimmed with greed, her lips curling into a mesmerizing arc as she whispered to Yao Lao, "Elder Yao, does this flame have a melodious new name?" In such a dire circumstance, the first thought was to bestow a name, and a beautiful one at that. Yao Lao was momentarily speechless, struck by the accuracy of Xiao Yan's previous assessment of Hun Ruoruo. Gazing into the depths of her desire-filled eyes, he pondered for a long time before reluctantly saying, "Child, this is exceedingly perilous." "Exceedingly perilous? I beg to differ," Hun Ruoruo replied, seemingly unconcerned. The scene of these extraordinary flames consuming one another was unlikely to be encountered again. Should the void completely devour and refine the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire, it would be nearly impossible for Xiao Yan, even if he were to ascend to the level of a dome master, to absorb the void flame. Beyond the immense disparity in their rankings, the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire could hardly be classified as a true flame. It was merely a flicker of the fire source prior to the birth of extraordinary flames, perhaps quietly birthed from the heart of the mountain, spurred by the void flame within the spatial ring. Consequently, when faced with the void flame, it possessed almost no ability to resist. Were it not for the inherent repulsion between the two types of extraordinary flames, the void flame would likely have devoured it in an instant. "Are you suggesting we reap the benefits from this?" Yao Lao was taken aback, then expressed his uncertainty. Hun Ruoruo's intention to profit from the situation was something he had suspected. However, while this action would not significantly increase the difficulty of Xiao Yan's absorption, it would surely invoke an overwhelming amount of celestial energy. With her current disguise technique, she likely could not conceal it entirely. This meant she would have to face the residual souls of the beast spirits drawn by the celestial energy alone. In truth, she had not intended to complicate matters for herself. Yet, the void flame was so insufferable that it had slipped from her grasp. Even if it acted solely on instinct without consciousness, such behavior was not permitted by her. Upon reaching this point, the young girl let out a slight sigh of irritation, murmuring, "One escape from control is sufficient." Once they exited the cave, Hun Ruoruo briefly explained the situation to Xiao Yan before leading him into the cavern, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Gazing at the extraordinary spectacle of two flames battling before him, Xiao Yan swallowed hard, feeling as though even a stray spark could reduce him to ashes. At this juncture, all he could do was place his hopes on Yao Lao and Hun Ruoruo's elixirs. After taking several deep breaths, Xiao Yan's gaze transformed into one of determination. Fixating on the distant conflict, resolutely committing the distinct characteristics of the two extraordinary flames to memory. Time passed, and the blood-red flame flickered incessantly, instinctively urging the essence at its core, unleashing an intensely blazing crimson radiance. The fire elements, previously consumed, were reintroduced into the world, their scorching essence manifesting as a torrential heatwave, distorting the surrounding air. In the next moment, the blood-red flame transformed into a colossal fire pillar, barreling straight into the black hole, colliding with the dark flames brewing within, engaging in a primal and ferocious struggle. Terrifying waves of energy surged forth, shattering the stalactites suspended above the cave, as debris and mud were wholly devoured by the void. Did the spirit of 10,000 beasts flame reach a standstill against the devouring black flame? Xiao Yan gasped in awe, discarding any lingering contempt for the flames ranked at the lower echelons. As Hun Ruoruo had indicated, the two forces merely remained locked in combat for a handful of breaths before the once mighty spirit of 10,000 beasts flame began to wane, gradually weakening. It seemed to sense an innate fear. With a flash of firelight, an exceedingly slender golden flame shot forth from the blood-red glow, hastily fleeing into the distance. However, in the next moment, an abyssal fireball suddenly erupted from the depths of the black hole, its malevolent darkness swirling, consuming all surrounding light upon contact. The true battle commenced. The obsidian fireball swiftly intercepted the golden flame, swallowing it whole. Immediately after, a peculiar wave surged forth, followed by a violent explosion that threatened to rupture Xiao Yan's eardrums. Boom! Xiao Yan desperately plugged his ears, the blinding light causing his eyes to sting painfully. Yet, he couldn't help but squint, peering at the clash of the extraordinary flames. The cavern was engulfed in a tempest of fire, a chaotic blend of deep black and fiery red, pulverizing the once impenetrable boulders overhead into dust, which then vanished entirely. The firestorm shattered the restraints above, surging uncontrollably toward the ceiling. The sheer might of this spectacle was unparalleled in Xiao Yan's experience. The collision of these two extraordinary flames possessed an unimaginable power. Contemplating the possibilities, the young man's breath quickened as he concealed this wild notion deep within his heart. The explosion and thunder gradually reached their conclusion. With the protective guise provided by Hun Ruoruo and the considerable distance between the three, no harm was inflicted. The scattered smoke and ashes were slowly devoured by the void-like black hole, and a brilliant golden flame emerged prominently at the heart of the black fire. The external black flames raged fiercely, with scorching waves surging. Meanwhile, the internal golden fire flickered dimly, its spiritual essence concealed. Thus, the black flames consumed the spirit fire. Xiao Yan, after the mantis catches the cicada, who shall make their entrance next? The young girl chuckled softly, her gaze imbued with mischief. Before Xiao Yan could complete his thought, Hun Ruoruo unfurled her black wings, transforming into a streak of light as she soared toward the black flames. The Hun-Si merged her soul power with her fighting spirit in an instant, manifesting as a peculiar blue-violet soul fighting spirit that surged toward the black hole behind the void-like fire. Hiss, hiss, fire and water intertwined, transforming into scalding vapor, causing the air to expand dramatically. The tunnel of the cave surged like a flood breaching a dam, crashing in waves that roared into the black hole, which continued to exert its relentless pull while the tumultuous tides raged on. As time progressed, the might of the waves intensified. Yet the area surrounding the black hole began to emit a faint glow, evidently due to exhaustion, unable to consume the light any longer. Observing the spectacle, Xiao Yan felt perplexed. The once invincible devouring black hole had inexplicably lost its terrifying power when confronted with Hun Ruoruo's torrents, its operations becoming increasingly sluggish. While uttering these words, Xiao Yan's mind had already formulated a certain deduction. Indeed, it was a heavenly tier fighting skill, a heavenly tier martial art. Upon hearing the term heavenly tier, Xiao Yan remained surprisingly calm, feeling an immense sense of relief regarding his prior choice to abandon the earthly tier martial arts for the burning art. Had he opted for the earthly tier martial arts, he would likely have never surpassed her. Chapter 56, The Black Gold Flame. The young girl's eyes were devoid of warmth as the surging waves in her palm transformed into a fearsome assault, ruthlessly attacking the most vulnerable essence of the void-like fire. The already fragile void-like fire, caught off guard by the sudden assault, instinctively attempted to flee. However, its energy spent, and coupled with the feeble resistance from the golden flame within, its speed of movement became exceedingly sluggish. In mere moments, it was completely encircled by Hun Ruoruo's water waves. Confined within her grasp, Hun Ruoruo, in a fit of fury, bombarded the void-like fire with the waves, rendering the already dim ember even fainter. A weakness is advantageous. A weakness is even better for consumption. The girl chuckled softly, seemingly concerned that the void-like fire might perish under her play, and casually tossed the woven water prison toward Yao Lao's direction. Elder Yao, prepare to guard Xiao Yan. This is beyond my capabilities. Elder Yao nodded, retrieving all the elixirs he had prepared from his storage ring. Ruoruo, shall we choose the same spot for the devouring of the? Xiao Yan inquired, as the fierce collision of the two had already torn a massive rift in the previously dark cave, allowing a direct view of the towering, perilous peaks surrounding them. Alas, the fiery essence at the heart of the mountains has long since been consumed by the void. The only remaining vestige of fire energy lies in this very place. After a moment of contemplation, Hun Ruoruo extended her hand, summoning an icy liquid that surged forth from her spatial ring, rapidly coalescing into a vast pool of water. Although there existed a considerable amount of fire attribute energy here, it was far too chaotic and unruly, necessitating the suppression by several times the previously used ice spirit spring. Dive in. The rest is left to you, she instructed. Gazing at the enormous pool that nearly filled the cavern, Xiao Yan licked his parched lips and nodded silently. At this juncture, he felt no inclination to exchange pleasantries of gratitude. Accepting the jade vial from Yao Lao, Xiao Yan leapt into the ice spirit spring, an overwhelming chill enveloping him, causing frost to form upon his hair and eyelashes. Resisting the numbing cold, he swam to the center of the spring, then promptly swallowed a blood-red pill, roughly the size of a dragon's eye. Teacher, blood seeped from the young man's skin, forming a crimson layer that enveloped his entire body within mere breaths. Hearing the quivering call of the youth, Yao Lao's figure flickered into the air, releasing the void child fire that had been restrained within the water prison. The seasoned Yao Lao afforded the child fire not a moment's respite. With a sweeping gesture, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, forcefully hurling the child fire into the spatial ring towards Xiao Yan. Hurry and consume the clear spirit pill, or merely gazing upon the void child fire will result in your soul being devoured, he urged. In response, Xiao Yan bore the frigid grasp beneath him and the intense heat radiating from the child fire, biting down on the cork, exerting pressure to swallow the swirling spiritual pill within the vial. The intertwining effects of the two medicines surged through his veins, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Xiao Yan's expression contorted as he reached for the child fire within the spatial ring. With his current endurance, he could not withstand the potency of 3 high-tier pills simultaneously. He could only consume one until its effects were exhausted before attempting to ingest another. This meant that the protective properties of the Earth Spirit Pill must be preserved for last. The preceding torment was something he alone must endure. As the effects of the clear spirit pill began to take hold, Xiao Yan's eyes blazed as he focused on the void child fire before him, a dark orb tinged with a glimmer of resplendent gold. Even devoid of its previous ferocity, it remained formidable. The interrupted process of absorbing the myriad beast's spiritual fire appeared to have undergone some unknown mutation, resulting in an elevation of its quality. Teacher, what should we do next? He inquired. Seek the source of its fire. The primordial fire seed is exceedingly minute. You should recall the size of the fire seed from the myriad beast's spiritual fire. Yao Lao's voice resonated. Xiao Yan nodded, cautiously extending his spiritual energy towards the obsidian flame. Hiss! The moment his essence made contact with the black fire, a burning sensation shot through his soul, inducing a splitting headache. In pain, Xiao Yan dared not be careless. He infused his soul energy into his eyes, attempting to enhance his vision to peer into the flickering flame within. After searching for a full quarter of an hour, Xiao Yan still could not sense the presence of the fire seed. With both hands, he wiped the icy essence of the ice spirit spring across his face and resolutely plunged his hands into the fireball, attempting to extract the minuscule fire seed. The moment he made contact with the black flame, an overwhelming heat seared the blood scab formed from the blood lotus pill into a charred black. Xiao Yan's breathing became exceedingly rapid, large beads of sweat mixed with blood cascading down, all devoured by the void fire. An unbearable agony washed over him. In comparison, even the soul techniques within him felt merely like a tickle. Soul power condensation. With his eyes tightly shut, Xiao Yan focused his soul perception, directing it through his arm and into his fingertips, surpassing the devouring force of the void fire and plunging directly into its core. He was not foolish. Battling the void fire externally would only deplete his soul power completely, nurturing its growth instead. Rather than that, he preferred to endure a moment of pain, extending his arm directly into the fire to transmit his soul power to the core of the child fire. His soul power surged forth, forming delicate ribbons under the influence of the clear soul pill, continuously probing for the location of the fire seed. Time slipped by unnoticed until Xiao Yan's expression brightened. After a series of explorations, he finally grasped the peculiar black gold flame in his palm and yanked it out with a sudden force. He had found it. Xiao Yan, do not be careless. The true trial has only just begun, Elder Yao admonished urgently. The pale white flame held in his hand intercepting the chaotic fireballs that erupted from the surroundings due to the loss of the fire seed. Be prepared to swallow it. Elder Yao's voice trembled slightly. He struggled to maintain his composure, yet the excitement in his heart was impossible to suppress. This was the most perilous step in devouring a foreign fire. No matter how protective the elixir, the interior remained the most vulnerable part. Swallow it. Xiao Yan's hand quivered slightly as he gazed at the shimmering black-gold flame before him. He feared he would never forget the power it had unleashed prior. To consume such a flame within his body was a matter of pain, not to mention the exceedingly high probability of exploding into oblivion. He strained a glance nearby, only to find that the girl who had accompanied him, shouldering all burdens, had vanished without a trace. Once again, no matter what transpired, she seemed to perpetually shroud herself in mystery. Little did she know, the more she did so, the more unwillingness he felt. Recalling the oath he had sworn when he chose the burning decision, a hint of madness flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. And a radiant smile graced his handsome face. I believe my luck is rather good, so merely pain is nothing to endure. Chapter 57. A second brush with death. The instant the flame entered his body, Xiao Yan felt an immense suction force. The surrounding dirt and dust sticking to his face and body as if trying to penetrate through his pores. At this moment, his body was in utter disarray. Under the relentless onslaught of the void child fire, the cyclone had been devoured to a dim semblance of its former self, reduced in size by more than 90%. Precariously flickering like a candle in the wind, Xiao Yan's face contorted in anguish. After a brief hesitation, he lowered his head and plunged into the ice spirit spring, drinking copiously from its waters, hoping to mitigate the pace at which his internal fighting spirit was being consumed. As the ice spirit spring entered his body, it automatically formed a layer of frost barrier. However, the essence of the spring was entirely engulfed by the void child fire. No matter how he guzzled it down, the effect was scarcely better than negligible. When he could no longer feel his throat, the rate of absorption by the child fire finally slowed considerably. At this moment, the blood scabs on his body had completely dissipated. Without further hesitation, Xiao Yan retrieved the last of his reserve earth spirit pills. With his hands, battered and bloodied, he endured the sharp pain to uncork the vial and poured its contents into his mouth. A pale blue luminescence emanated from around Xiao Yan, as wisps of water elements from the ice spirit spring gradually transformed into a gentle essence, continuously converging into his body to form a peculiar membrane. The instant he consumed it, his complexion noticeably improved, silently praising the 6th grade elixir crafted by the esteemed medicine elder. Its properties were far more gentle and smooth than ordinary pills. However, if this continued, he would still meet his demise. Coughing up a wisp of black ember, the young man turned his gaze inward, his expression still grave. The effects of the medicine would eventually wane, and at that time, the balance would tip once again in favor of the void child fire. With his frail physique, he could not possibly endure the onslaught of a 6th grade elixir. The earth spirit pill temporarily bore the burden of suppressing the child fire, allowing Xiao Yan to escape the clutches of death for the moment. He forced himself to calm his mind and meticulously seek a strategy. From the earlier battle, it was evident that the void child fire, having endured the suppression of Soul Ru, had weakened to the extreme, akin to the earlier beast spirit fire, leaving only a wisp of its primordial flame. Such a state was not insurmountable. The truly troublesome aspect lay not in the energy fluctuations, but in the bizarre and formidable devouring ability of the void child fire. The potency of this devouring capability continually reshaped Xiao Yan's understanding. Flesh, fighting spirit, and even the intangible essence of the soul could be entirely plundered by that black flame. This ability truly deserved its rank as second on the ranking of anomalous flames. Despite its frailty, it was still sufficient to look down upon all other flames. Therefore, without unraveling this devouring ability, the process of refining it could not even commence. Time ticked away, and the effects of the earth spirit pill gradually reached their limits. Under the relentless erosion of the devouring force, this 6th grade elixir had only afforded Xiao Yan less than half an hour of respite. The looming sense of death began to infiltrate both his body and consciousness, causing him to lose focus intermittently, and unease inevitably began to stir within his heart. Xiao Yan understood that once the effects of the earth spirit pill dissipated, he would be left defenseless against the. Perceiving the turmoil in Xiao Yan's aura, Yao Lao's brow furrowed, and he unleashed his soul power to isolate all potential disturbances in the surroundings, suppressing his own impulses to avoid any interference. Gradually, the membrane formed by the earth spirit pill nearly vanished, and the far more potent black flames surged once again, twisting Xiao Yan's internal organs in agony. As his strength waned, the momentum of the completely engulfed the vortex. The eerie black flames not only scorching his innards, but also eroding the soul that was gradually losing the protection of the clear spirit pill. This sensation was reminiscent of the life and death trial I once endured, yet this time it seemed no one could come to my aid. A series of hoarse sounds emerged from his nearly burnt vocal cords, and the boy's consciousness began to fragment. Was it ultimately too arduous for a fighter to absorb? Even though Ruoruo had long understood the will required to refine, removing my reliance for tempering. Even though she had seized the moment to weaken to its utmost extent, even though she had gathered the invaluable ice spirit spring here without regard for cost. It seemed I still could not succeed. Regret washed over Xiao Yan for his earlier bravado, and he felt a profound shame and humiliation, surpassing even the boundless pain he endured. The torment of body and soul caused the strings of his being, already stretched to their limits, to quietly snap. The remaining light before him was consumed by darkness, and Xiao Yan's soul fell into silence. If only I could possess something that would not be devoured by the... In his nearly dissipated consciousness, this thought unexpectedly surfaced. To avoid being consumed essentially meant to remain unparsed. A lesson Xiao Yan had firmly etched in his mind during Yao Lao's explanations. Yet, the disparity between the heavenly level techniques and the burning formula he practiced was vast, akin to the chasm between ephemeral insects and the vast sky. As he introspected the operation of the internal vortex and sensed the remnants of a few strands of, a grimace twisted his face, and thick, sparse blood plasma trickled between his teeth as he crazily urged the dim vortex within him. I shall not await death in such a cowardly manner. Just as he marveled at the strange sensation in his heart, a faint blue-purple light flickered from the depths of the once dim. The answer was on the cusp of revelation. It was Ruoruo's unique. Unexpectedly, I must rely on you after all, though this step is certainly not entirely under your control. A hint of complaint seeped through the boy's hoarse words. Yet perhaps he was unaware of the softness brimming in his gaze at that moment. It was akin to the gentle summer breeze that unexpectedly stirs a warm current, prompting people to either awaken to its presence or dismiss it as a summer norm, laughing it off. This time, I shall progress. He silently made a resolute decision, forcibly channeling a dim cyclone, pouring all his soul power into it, attempting to emulate a hint of the ethereal essence found in the fighting spirit of Hun Ruoruo. Against the feeble subflame, even a trace would suffice. As the soul power intertwined forcefully with the pale yellow fighting spirit, they became mingled together. Subsequently, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth and, following the trajectory of the fighting spirit's operation, slowly circulated it through the shattered meridians within his body. To his immense exhilaration, after several cycles of the fighting spirit and soul power mimicking Hun Ruoruo's movements, a strand of deep black, unique fighting spirit gradually emerged. With a mixture of trepidation, Xiao Yan transformed that strand of fighting spirit into an offensive force, directly striking at the location occupied by the ethereal subflame. The clash of black against black caused the once arrogant subflame to flicker violently in fear. Indeed, it was effective, although Xiao Yan's complexion was devoid of color. An unprecedented ecstasy appeared on his face as he relentlessly urged the merged strand of pitch-black fighting spirit, allowing it to collide with the black flames within his meridians. The fighting spirit resided within the cyclone, while the black flames, akin to rootless water, were at their utmost weakness. Even with a significant advantage, they ultimately could not withstand Xiao Yan's unyielding drive of the pitch-black fighting spirit, which launched wave after wave of assaults. Finally, after countless clashes, the black-golden flame began to show signs of decline, being drawn into the meridians by the pitch-black fighting spirit, initiating a shift in the offensive and defensive dynamics. The aura surrounding Xiao Yan transformed dramatically in an instant. The black-golden radiance began to flicker around the youth's form, as the rising sinister flames vaporized the surrounding cold spring into thick, swirling white mist, both eerie and splendid. Clenching his fists tightly, Elder Yao, who had been fully channeling his soul power to envelop Xiao Yan, finally exhaled a long breath at that moment, his pale golden eyes filled with satisfaction and gentleness. Having merged with he was exceedingly familiar with such circumstances. Xiao Yan had succeeded. To his astonishment, the strand of fighting spirit previously absorbed had become the key to this young man's breakthrough. Elder Yao smiled slightly and murmured to himself, "It seems that Ruo truly is his lucky star." Chapter 58, Heartburn. Several hours passed, and the icy spiritual spring that had filled the entire cavern was nearly depleted. The swirling white mist, accompanied by the flickering black flames, seeped into the youth's mouth and nose. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes wide, a faint glimmer of black-golden fire flashing through his pupils. He first surveyed his surroundings, then stood up, stretching his body to its fullest extent. The crackling sounds reverberated throughout the cavern as Xiao Yan chuckled. "Teacher, I did it. Good, good," repeating the word good twice. Elder Yao could not express his satisfaction with Xiao Yan. He first assessed the boy's current state and then nodded in approval, saying, "Not bad, truly a treasure." "Treasure? I am no mere commodity." "Haha, of course, you are not a commodity, Elder Yao replied with a peculiar smile, his eyes glimmering with an indescribable warmth. Upon witnessing the peculiar demeanor of the venerable Yao Lao, Xiao Yan sensed an impending misfortune and hastily glanced downward. The chill was palpable, stark and bare. What lewd thoughts could this old man be entertaining daily? Xiao Yan's handsome visage flushed a deep crimson as he berated the unscrupulous elder, swiftly retrieving garments from his spatial ring and hastily donning them. After enduring the prolonged torment of the cold spring, he had grown exceedingly insensitive to fluctuations in temperature, to the point of being nearly oblivious. Once he had composed himself, Xiao Yan paused momentarily and voiced his lingering concern. Master, why did Ruo suddenly depart during the devouring of the... At his words, Yao Lao, who had been basking in joy, suddenly shifted to a grave expression, urging, young man, time is of the essence. We must withdraw from the heart of the mountain at once. Withdraw? But boom. As Xiao Yan's words trailed off, he felt an immensely dull rumble erupt from the depths of his soul, suffocating him almost to the point of breathlessness. Soul combat techniques, directly targeting the soul, should not, by all rational standards, produce such profound disturbances. Xiao Yan's countenance tightened as black golden flames flickered across his form, transforming into a swift silhouette that raced toward the cave's exit. Beyond the cave mouth, what once resembled a heart-like colossal mountain had now been reduced to a state of ruin. A girl in a black dress stood proudly in the air. Each flicker of her violet radiance resonated with the earth, akin to a giant hammer striking a drum. Bang, bang, bang. Any remnants of beastly souls that ventured within a radius of several miles were indiscriminately cleaved by that violet radiance. Each strike that connected would inevitably lead to the demise of the beastly souls, their anguished cries echoing incessantly. With another blast of violet light, Ruoruo pressed her fingers to her forehead, gently exhaling a breath of murky air, her expression tinged with fatigue. Though the strength of these beastly souls was not formidable, peaking only at the level of an average Do Wong, her mastery over soul force allowed her to dispatch them in an instant. Yet, the sheer volume of adversaries proved overwhelming, composed of the chaotic and brutal remnants of countless fallen overlords from the Beast Mountain, rendering it impossible to seize control through soul techniques. Without the support of my vital blood, my strength cannot withstand prolonged depletion, she mused. With a flicker of thought, Ruoruo dispelled her last fade of combat technique, her once fair and pink-tinged skin instantly turning pale. The severance of her bloodline had always been a thorn in the girl's heart. She understood all too well that as long as she remained within the realm of souls, no matter how rapid her cultivation or how extraordinary her talent, she would ultimately remain under the dominion of the Soul Emperor. Fully aware of this reality, Ruoruo, despite her deep reluctance, found herself compelled to endure, unable to escape from the realm of souls due to the overwhelming strength of her bloodline. Since that moment, due to the loss of her vital blood and essence, her complexion had long since morphed into an unhealthy pallor, and even her combat duration had been significantly curtailed compared to that of ordinary individuals. Thus, to avoid drawing any suspicion, she habitually employed her disguise techniques to conceal her true condition. However, the energy consumed to alter her complexion was but a mere trickle. At this moment, her actions were primarily aimed at channeling her focus into the mastery of her soul power. Go, the young girl called out softly, her palms aglow with a cerulean luminescence. As her voice resonated, a tremendous wave surged forth, transforming into an unparalleled torrent that roared as it crashed into the encircling mountains, devouring the nearby forest for dozens of yards and mercilessly crashing onto the gathered beast spirits in the distance. The ferocious momentum stirred the surrounding energies of the heavens and earth, casting a shadow over the formerly azure sky. Soul Ruoruo's chest rose and fell rhythmically as she observed the scene before her, reminiscent of a minor natural disaster, her expression devoid of any pity. This marked her first exertion of full strength beyond the central plains. She had long understood the frailty of the space in the northwest domain. Yet the sheer force generated by her combat prowess, comparable to that of a battle emperor, still took her aback. Nevertheless, despite her surprise, she harbored a desire for even greater power to bury this bothersome horde of beast souls once and for all. This strike would likely buy her another half an hour. If he could not absorb the child fire soon, then I might have to. So soon? Soul Ruoruo extended her soul power, swiftly locking onto Xiao Yan, who was rushing towards her. Just from the flickering black golden flames enveloping him, she could ascertain that he had successfully absorbed the child fire and refined it within himself. He should not have seen me, right? Her expression shifted as she hastily employed a camouflage technique to cover her body, restoring her pallid complexion to its usual hue. With a flutter of her wings, Soul Ruoruo appeared directly in front of Xiao Yan, halting his hurried advance. The young man gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. his gaze filled with urgency and concern as he surveyed the disastrous scene around them. After taking a deep breath, he spoke. Ruoruo, I have not failed my mission. Third young master, had I known you would refine it so quickly, I would not have been so abrupt earlier. Now, everything nearby has been thoroughly submerged, and there are likely no living creatures left in the forest. The girl's eyes sparkled, resembling gems glistening with water light, conveying genuine sincerity. Please do not blame me like last time. Xiao Yan's lips moved as the joy of refining the extraordinary fire faded significantly. The image of her pale complexion flashed through his mind, causing an unnameable discomfort in his heart. After a moment of silence, he ultimately refrained from inquiring further, instead smiling as he said, You think too highly of me, Ruoruo. At such a critical juncture, we cannot concern ourselves with anything else. As long as you are unharmed, now that the refining is complete, let us depart swiftly from this place. Seeing the young man's expression return to normal, Soul Ruoruo felt her worries dissipate. She nodded lightly and replied swiftly, For now, we are relatively safe. However, with just your speed, you will not be able to escape this torrent. The familiar playful tone piqued Xiao Yan's interest, prompting him to subtly step back half a pace as he inquired tentatively. What do you mean by that, Ruo? Soul Ruoruo's expression brightened with excitement as she playfully fluttered her wings, tilting her body slightly to the side, resembling a lively little bird. Are you ready to witness the speed of flying combat techniques, third young master? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression momentarily stiffened. He turned his gaze towards the surging torrents surrounding him and eventually nodded in resignation. Could we not proceed at a slower pace? A clear yet magnetic voice resonated, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Xiao Yan felt a sudden constriction around his neck, and his entire being was lifted once more as the scenery around him began to blur. Xiao Yan had not anticipated that the newly acquired void-devouring flame would be employed for warmth during its inaugural use. Chapter 59. Soul Scorch. Ever since his escape from the heart of the mountain range, Xiao Yan sought refuge in a secluded valley to commence his closed-door training. Given the urgency of the prior circumstances, although he had refined and absorbed he had yet to integrate it into the burning technique for the evolution of his martial arts, resulting in a substantial upheaval and instability within his internal fighting energy. After all, the low-level Huang tier techniques struggled to fully harness such. Fortunately, after a thorough half-day of guidance and suppression, a faint black membrane gradually enveloped his body, placing him into a peculiar state of prolonged meditation. The previously agreed-upon time frame of 6 months remained ample, perfectly suiting his needs to consolidate and enhance his cultivation. With a soft sound, the black membrane surrounding the youth was pierced by a blue water orb, which slowly delivered a stream of refreshing water into his mouth. After quenching his thirst, his previously parched lips regained their moisture. Soul Ruoruo skillfully injected auxiliary fighting energy and medicinal pills along the water's flow, then waved her hand to withdraw the water orb, restoring the dark membrane to its original state. Stretching lazily, she addressed the ring resting beside her, Elder Yao. How long do you suppose he will remain in this condition? In response, Elder Yao's figure gradually materialized, stating, logically, a few days should suffice. However, since Xiao Yan is a pioneer in the cultivation of the burning technique, no one can predict what may transpire. He must navigate this journey himself. The only certainty is that this meditation is undoubtedly beneficial for him. After hearing Elder Yao's explanation, Soul Ruoruo nodded, choosing not to delve further into the topic. She only possessed a general understanding of the burning technique, which she found difficult to comprehend. It was best left for Xiao Yan to explore on his own. Having provided him with a flame, she had done all she could. Propping her chin on her hand, the young woman gazed absent-mindedly at the scenery outside the valley. Observing her demeanor, Elder Yao pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Child, what are your thoughts on Xiao Yan? Well, he possesses determination and talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken such an interest in him. Soul Ruoruo replied dismissively. Unrelated to cultivation, I meant to inquire about him as a person. Elder Yao adjusted his beard, his tone laden with meaning. As a person? Soul Ruoruo let out a light laugh, turning to look at Elder Yao with a bemused expression. Elder Yao, surely you do not think I have taken a liking to him? In her impression, Elder Yao had never been one to meddle excessively in others' affairs. Moreover, to gain his trust, she had disclosed a significant portion of the truth to him. And given her previous actions, she found it utterly perplexing that Elder Yao would make such a statement. It was simply bewildering. The elderly pharmacist, unfazed by a sharp remark, slowly replied, What I speak of is not related to matters of the heart, my dear girl. Perhaps you see my intervention as meddling. Yet may I inquire if you received guidance from your elders during your time in the clan? No, replied Hun Ruoruo, a fleeting image of a graceful figure in white flashing through her mind. After a moment's hesitation, she amended her response. Perhaps there was some. The elder sighed and continued. I have previously shared with you that our experiences bear a striking resemblance. Both of us have endured the betrayals of those closest to us. Before Xiao Yan, I had another disciple whom I cherished dearly, wishing to impart all the best to him. Yet, I neglected to cultivate his character. At this juncture, a hint of embarrassment graced the pharmacist's features as he chuckled awkwardly. Forgive this old man for speaking so deeply on a superficial relationship, but your temperament mirrors his. And I truly wish to steer you away from such a misguided path. Are you referring to your former disciple, Han Feng? Hun Ruo's eyes narrowed slightly, taken aback by the unexpected revelation. After a moment of contemplation, she feigned interest and said, if you are willing to share, I would be glad to listen on Xiao Yan's behalf. The elder pondered for a moment, inhaled deeply, and began to recount his tale with Han Feng. From their childhood companionship to the joy of recognizing the young man's burgeoning talent, the pharmacist's expression was tinged with uncontainable nostalgia. Until that wayward disciple coveted the burning technique, persistently seeking it from me. I understood the peril of refining multiple exotic flames and had no intention of granting it to him. Yet, little did I know he would nurture sinister thoughts, colluding with the soul palace to ambush me, resulting in my current state, neither human nor ghost. As the story concluded, a murky depth clouded the elder's gaze, a complex mixture of emotions reflecting in his eyes as he quietly observed the young girl before him. So, it appears you fear I might stab you in the back, Hun Ruoruo mused internally, a wry smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I would never betray you. For we share the same aspirations. If you doubt my loyalty, since you are not concerned about my potential treachery, why then do you share these words with me? Han Ruo's expression shifted to one of confusion, her tone growing colder. If you believe I exert too much control over Xiao Yan, you need not be so circumspect in your communication. This scene bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yan's earlier behavior. The master and disciple were indeed cut from the same cloth, continually attempting to evade her grasp. This was a trait she found particularly vexing. While she could understand Xiao Yan's disputes over trivial matters, she could not fathom the elder's motives for his actions. With age comes the desire to guide the younger generation when they stray from their path, the pharmacist remarked, observing the bewilderment in Han Ruo's eyes. You may consider me simply a concerned elder. At his words, Hun Ruoruo lowered her gaze, enveloped in silence. After an indeterminate passage of time, she softly uttered, "Oh." Bowing slightly to the venerable elder Yao, Hun Ruoruo turned and gracefully exited the cave, her wings unfurling as she soared into the distance. Her ocean blue hair danced in the wind, creating a melodic rustle, while her exquisite figure was magnificently illuminated by the sunlight. As she opened her palm, the pale flesh became slightly flushed from her firm grip. His implication was that he wished for me to consider Xiao Yan as a friend. In my previous eagerness to foster our relationship, I had inadvertently neglected the management of their emotions. Hun Ruo's gaze flickered momentarily before settling into obscurity. It seemed I too must strive for self-improvement. Chapter 60, A New Journey. Several days later, Xiao Yan finally emerged from that peculiar, prolonged meditation. Due to the extended period of fasting and his rigid body, it took him a full 2 days to readjust. The benefits of meditation were immense. Xiao Yan's cultivation had not only surpassed 3 stars, but within the cyclone, a minuscule droplet of liquid Do Qi had coalesced. It is noteworthy that liquid Do Qi signifies a Do master. Its potency and richness far exceed that of gaseous forms, providing a robust foundation that would undoubtedly accelerate Xiao Yan's future cultivation endeavors. Simultaneously, the burning formula absorbed the mutated void subfire, successfully advancing to a near-profound level. Despite Xiao Yan's awareness of the difficulty inherent in mastering the burning formula, he could not help but be astonished. Though merely a flame, it had undergone mutation, enhancing its capabilities to the extent that it now rivaled the flames at the bottom of it. Yet, this had only resulted in a modest increase of 2 levels for the burning formula, an outcome that seemed somewhat unreasonable. Upon inquiry, Xiao Yan learned that the previous cataclysmic clash with the Hun Ruoruo's relentless assault had significantly diminished the performance of the subfire, which still lacked a stable foundation. Fortunately, for the void-devouring flame, this setback was not insurmountable. With appropriate nourishment, the subfire could gradually regain its former might, perhaps even surpass it. After all, the current subfire had undergone a peculiar mutation of unknown origin. Understanding the arduousness of the cultivation path, Xiao Yan remained undeterred, steadfastly advancing his strength. While the days quietly slipped by, in the borders of the Warcraft Mountains, under the radiant afternoon sun, clouds drifted across the sky, showering golden rays that gently roused the young man from his training. Opening his eyes, Xiao Yan's expression turned serious as he made his way towards a nearby brook. The brook babbled cheerfully, its waters flowing over protruding rocks with a melodious tinkling sound, as if imbued with a special cadence. Xiao Yan closed his eyes, focused his spirit, took a deep breath, and with a flourish of his heavy ruler, struck it into the ground. In the next moment, a black gold flame sprang forth from his palm. As the black flame emerged, it unleashed waves of scorching heat, warping the surrounding air. With the appearance of the all flames submit, void devouring flame, I entrust this task to you. Xiao Yan gazed softly at the flickering flame in his palm, the ethereal fire of devouring flames. A name he had bestowed upon the mutated flame. With the weighty ruler in one hand and the black flame in the other, the young man, clad in dark garments, emanated an imposing aura that captivated the distant observer, Hun Ruoruo, who marveled at the extraordinary gleam in her eyes. With a sudden burst of energy, he swung the heavy ruler downwards, as if intending to halt the flow of the nearby stream. Yet, astonishingly, there was not a trace of fighting spirit to be seen. His power was subdued, suggesting he had indeed refrained from unleashing his true strength. Xiao Yan skillfully manipulated the heavy ruler, performing a dance of sorts, causing several delicate blue fish to leap into the air before settling gently upon its surface. After a brief preparation of the fish, he abruptly lifted the ruler high above his head. The black flames surged upwards, adopting an oddly enchanting posture as he commenced the grilling of the fish. This singular skill alone would likely earn him thunderous applause in the streets of Wuten City. He silently hoped to salvage a good piece of meat from this endeavor. With a quiet lament, he adjusted the angle of the black fire, ensuring an even distribution of heat upon the ruler. Although he could not fathom why he was grilling fish with a mystical flame, he recalled Hun Ruoruo's words, claiming it would enhance his control over the otherworldly fire and temper his spirit. Xiao Yan held no belief in her words. However, he was acutely aware that strength determined one's standing, and he was no match for that enchanting woman. Third young master, don't be lost in thought. The burn aroma has already wafted over here. Startled, Xiao Yan quickly reined in the flames and diligently turned the fish. Moments later, he stared in silence at the charred remains stubbornly adhered to the heavy ruler, speechless. No, this could hardly be called fish. It was darker and glossier than charcoal. Can I eat dry rations? Dry rations have long since run out, Hun Ruoruo replied, her smile radiant, as if she had anticipated this outcome. After a pause, Xiao Yan, with a grim expression, gnawed at the fish skin, his mouth smeared with soot and oil, exclaiming, I haven't seen another living soul for over 2 months. And there are not even any magical beasts around. Are you trying to suffocate me, you enchanting woman? Oh, third young master. This is the first time you've referred to me so, she teased, her tone hinting that he must have used such terms in private more often. Enduring blows from fighting spirit that left him dazed and being overwhelmed by waterfalls, he had fallen countless times from the cliffs. Even mealtime required him to grill his own food with the mystical fire, all under the guise of training his control. Had it not been for his resilient spirit, he might have perished in some forsaken gutter long ago. A glimmer of amusement danced in Hun Ruoruo's eyes as she shifted closer to Xiao Yan, whispering, if third young master has any thoughts, he can express them calmly instead of becoming so enraged. I merely wish to change to a place with other people. With the delicate fragrance of warmth beside him, Xiao Yan felt utterly drained, devoid of any desire to converse. Rolling his eyes, he collapsed onto the ground, slowly exhaling a peculiar gas laced with black powder. All right then, we shall change to another place, Hun Ruoruo replied, seemingly moved by goodwill, her melodic voice uttering words that ignited a spark of hope in Xiao Yan's eyes. Venture forth into the bustling city, but be forewarned. You must tread the path alone. Neither I nor the esteemed elder Yao will offer assistance. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously, content merely to encounter living souls, requiring no aid from the enchantress. Suddenly springing from the ground, he hastily dashed towards the makeshift shelter, indiscriminately gathering his belongings, unwilling to linger even for a moment. Following the soul mark set by Hun Ruoruo, Xiao Yan embarked on a new journey. Though the road ahead was long and fraught with challenges, the prospect of reaching the city instilled within him a glimmer of hope. As he journeyed day and night, he drew ever closer to the location marked in his mind. Observing the throng of people growing ever denser, Xiao Yan was overtaken by a sense of dislocation, as though he were in a world apart. The crowd was vast, and the scenery was truly enchanting. Indeed, the city teemed with life, exuding an extraordinary charm. Yet, the path felt oddly familiar. Embracing the uncertainty of his surroundings, Xiao Yan politely hailed a passing middle-aged man. Despite Hun Ruoruo's stringent demeanor, her guidance had proven remarkably effective. Casting a discreet glance, Xiao Yan inquired, Good sir, after a weary journey, I seek to procure some supplies. Might you recommend any markets within the city? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's intention to gather supplies, The previously impatient middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with interest. He first glanced at the large iron object behind the youth, then responded with enthusiasm. Young brother, you have indeed inquired with the right person. I am a vendor in the marketplace. Judging by your appearance, it seems you are in need of essential supplies. Am I correct? Xiao Yan nodded. There was no need for pretense, as he was indeed in urgent need of provisions. After a moment's contemplation, he presented a gold coin and asked, if it would not be too much trouble, could you guide me through the marketplace? Ah, young brother, you are far too courteous. The middle-aged man swiftly accepted the coin, his smile becoming even more affable as he led the way, enthusiastically introducing various goods available in the marketplace. As they conversed, the atmosphere grew increasingly amiable. The man frequently laughed and jested, and Xiao Yan, who had long been distanced from the warmth of human interaction, found joy in the exchange. Having traversed a considerable distance, the middle-aged man inquired with a chuckle, given your youth, I wonder if you have come to Yuta City upon hearing tales of the talented young master of the Xiao family? At these words, Xiao Yan's previously steady stride abruptly faltered, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. He gazed vacantly into the distance, pondering, what young master? What city? Previously obscured by a thicket, he had been unable to discern the town's visage, yet an inexplicable familiarity now washed over him. As he approached and scrutinized it closely, he realized it was unmistakably his home. The bustling city, as Hun Ruoruo described, indeed bore no flaws. Young brother? The middle-aged man paused, contemplating whether he had misspoken. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan forced a semblance of a gentle smile onto his rigid face and slowly replied, Are there many who seek the talented young master? His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as if he could hear muffled laughter emanating from within his ring. How can I explain this? It seems I am the genius young master of the Xiao family. However, despite the thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yan ultimately refrained from voicing this sentiment. A young master who could not even recognize his own family was not yet worthy of such a title. In resignation, he feigned a dejected demeanor, engaging in a casual conversation with the market owner before pretending to leave in despair. Watching Xiao Yan's forlorn figure disappear, the market owner tucked the gold coins in his pocket, expressing a sense of wonder. Ah, this young brother, upon learning that Master Xiao Yan is absent, has no intention of procuring any supplies. Truly a devotee of cultivation. Shaking his head, the market owner paid little heed and leisurely continued along the dusty path towards the city of Wutan. As anticipated by the market owner, Xiao Yan indeed did not set out to gather provisions. Instead, he took a different route, navigating the bustling streets of Wutan City, his heart brimming with joy yet tinged with confusion. According to his recollection, the city was usually lively, but the crowd seemed far more substantial than he remembered. With this perplexity lingering in his mind, Xiao Yan approached the gates of the Xiao residence, striding confidently amidst the astonished and reverent gazes of those around him, making his way directly toward the Xiao manor. Master Xiao Yan has reappeared? There can be no mistake. Such a distinctive individual must undoubtedly be him. The gasps of the crowd echoed, followed by a swift dispersal as they rushed to share this startling news with familiar faces within the clan. How absurd! Xiao Yan muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes. Taking advantage of a corner, he hurriedly concealed the conspicuous heavy ruler he carried and quickened his pace toward the Xiao manor. Home at last. Pushing open the familiar courtyard door, Xiao Yan felt enveloped in tranquility. Though he was uncertain why Hun Ruoruo had ended the cultivation session prematurely, the sensation of returning home was undeniably delightful. Entering his room, he inhaled the fresh scent within, a relaxed smile gracing his features. The air was free of any stale essence, unmistakably fresh, indicating that his father frequently came to tidy up. He rested his arms behind his head, contentedly gazing out at the half-sun obscured by ancient trees. In this rare moment of peace, he reclined on his bed, counting the leaves on the branches outside, relishing a brief respite from life's demands. The voice of Ling Ying echoed, though her form did not materialize. At her words, the young girl seated at the desk, quietly perusing ancient texts, abruptly clapped her hands together and slammed the book onto the table, causing the butterfly-shaped bookmark to flutter to the floor, oblivious to the commotion. Having spoken, Sun Er immediately regretted her impulsiveness, her delicate hands patting her flushed cheeks until they bore faint red imprints. No, with Xiao Yan's willpower, how could he ever falter? Never mind, I shall go see for myself. With that, the young girl in the purple dress moved swiftly toward the Xiao manor, leaving behind only a lingering trace of her fragrance in the now empty room. Ling Ying sighed, murmuring to herself, I knew the young lady would react this way. Fortunately, I did not manifest, or I would have been left standing there. Hastening towards the residence of the Xiao family, Sun Er nearly collided with someone, and upon raising her gaze to meet his, they both involuntarily exclaimed, Uncle Xiao? Sun Er? Xiao Zhan, observing the hurried young girl before him, felt a twinge of confusion regarding why this typically composed maiden was in such a rush. Was she perhaps on an errand to seek out Yena? Noticing Sun Ruo's lowered head, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, pondering if his assumption was indeed correct. With a resigned sigh and an expression imbued with a hint of inscrutable meaning, he smiled and said, "Since you are here to find Yener, you may converse with her. Uncle Xiao is not in a hurry." "Thank you, Uncle Xiao," Sun Ruo responded, her face instantly brightening with a sweet smile, nodding her gratitude. "Hehe, if possible, do remember to inform Yener about the matter of the special admission at Canaan Academy." Sun Ruo had been wanting to discuss this very topic with her elder brother, Xiao Yan. Nodding in agreement, she swiftly entered the courtyard. As he watched her enter, Xiao Yan felt a wave of nostalgia and murmured, "Ever since Yener's cultivation fell, the instances of their meetings have become exceedingly rare. That mysterious girl, Ruoruo, spends her days with Yener, yet I have yet to even glimpse her visage. I can only surmise she is not any less captivating than Sun Ruo." After reflecting for a moment, Xiao Yan shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, bemused by his own odd thoughts. In his eyes, no girl could possibly be within reach of Xiao Yan. Chapter 62, Special Admission at Canaan Academy. Upon reaching the end of the small courtyard, Sun Ruo first knocked softly on the door. Noting it was ajar, she cautiously pushed it open. Before her lay the sight of a youth soundly asleep. Her gaze ignited with warmth as she tiptoed softly to Xiao Yan's side, attentively listening to his steady and rhythmic breathing. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he had not changed his clothes and lay peacefully on the bed, arms cradling his head, causing his hair to fall into disarray. "Xiao Yan, brother," Sun Ruo pondered for a moment, ultimately unable to resist extending her hand slowly toward his nose. Xiao Yan's nostrils quivered, and after a moment of struggle, he opened his bleary eyes. He gazed at the delicate hand hovering near him and couldn't he help but exclaim, Sun Ruo, what are you doing?" After merely taking a nap, he was surprised by her sudden boldness. After a brief silence, Xiao Yan chuckled heartily, breaking the awkwardness. "It's been a long time. Ruoruo?" Ruoruo, the young lady." Xiao Yan hastily corrected himself, feeling a pang of guilt. After an extended period of training outside, coupled with the drowsiness of just waking up, he nearly forgot about Ruo's pretense in front of Sun Ruo. Seeing the doubtful look in her eyes, he was momentarily alarmed and decided to change the subject. "So, did you come to see me just to say hello?" Special admission. Recalling the bustling crowds in Wutan City, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Is there something significant regarding this special admission?" The term special enrollment refers to the unique quotas allocated by Canaan Academy to various cities, which are recorded on a separate list. Sun Ruo chuckled softly, remarking, "Brother Xiao Yan is the first individual in the history of Wutan City to receive such a special enrollment quota. It is imperative to seize this opportunity firmly. As the foremost academy in the Northwest region, Canaan Academy distributes a set number of quotas each year to surrounding empires for the cities to compete over. Though it claims to be fair and just, the reality is that due to familial backgrounds, those who meet the academy's stringent requirements are often scions of prominent families, leading to a tacit monopoly. Consequently, apart from the younger generations of various powerful factions, a handful of gifted youths are denied access to education, despite meeting the necessary cultivation standards, ultimately wasting their youth in obscurity. Such matters involve countless interests, rendering Canaan Academy powerless to enact real change. However, should a truly exceptionally gifted individual emerge, the Academy will make exceptions and allocate special enrollment quotas, disregarding the individual's background, thus bestowing them with an extraordinary status. Of course, this does not imply that special enrollees cannot originate from influential families. Ultimately, talent and cultivation speak volumes. Upon hearing Sun Ruo's words, Xiao Yan shrugged. Although he did not place great importance on the special enrollment quota, Canaan Academy's allocation represented a boon for Wutan City. It was effectively a benefit granted to the Xiao family. Unexpectedly, his earlier test had yielded significant advantages for his clan. Xiao Yan shook his head and smiled, his thoughts drifting to a figure clad in black. If Ruoruo could enter Canaan Academy as a special enrollee, it would indeed be quite remarkable. Alas, given her abilities and perspective, she might find it difficult to encounter anyone capable of teaching her within the Academy's halls. "What are you thinking about, Brother Xiao Yan?" Sun Ruo inquired playfully. "Hee, you only ever talk about cultivation. How about we go out for a stroll?" "Really? It's a promise then." Days later, after leaving the Monster Beast mountain range and traversing the journey, a full month had elapsed without the familiar figure of Hun Ruoruo appearing before Xiao Yan. From the words of the elder, Xiao Yan understood that it was not a matter of concealment on the part of Yao Lao, but rather a genuine lack of knowledge regarding Hun Ruoruo's whereabouts, though a slight emptiness lingered in his heart. Xiao Yan chose not to dwell on it and redirected his focus to the art of alchemy. The surroundings of Wutan City offered few suitable locations for his practice. Thus, concentrating on enhancing his alchemical skills was not without merit. What puzzled him, however, was the shift in his alchemy practice location, from the back mountain of the Xiao family to the secluded cabin in the forest where Hun Ruoruo had once resided. Outside Wutan City, amidst the forest, Xiao Yan concentrated intently on the cauldron before him, the black golden flames flickering, seemingly alive within the confines of the vessel. In the next moment, a viscous, pale green liquid erupted from the cauldron's mouth, which Xiao Yan deftly captured with a pre-prepared jade vial. The indeed surpasses the ordinary flames utilized in alchemy by a considerable margin. Thus, I should be able to, albeit reluctantly, consider myself an alchemist. Reflecting on the scene of my first attempt at concocting medicine, Xiao Yan felt a hint of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose, dismissing the memory from his mind. Observing this moment, the ever-watchful Yao Lao nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, while your alchemical techniques still require refinement, your control over fire has exceeded my expectations. One wonders if my proficiency in fire control is somehow linked to Ruoruo's insistence on using to grill fish." Yao Lao descended gracefully and approached Xiao Yan. Noticing the astonishment in his eyes, he prompted, "How has your progress been with the method of differentiation using the burning technique that I previously mentioned?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan suppressed his surprise, his gaze sharpening as he summoned forth the black golden flames once more. In the next instant, he extended his left hand, slowly directing his palm towards the apex of the flames. An enigmatic aura surged forth, lifting the fallen leaves around him and drawing them into the swirling vortex of fire. With his hands spread wide, Xiao Yan beheld a slender, blood-red flame emerging from the original black golden fire, a delicate flicker that exuded a subtle yet undeniable savage energy. Yao Lao chuckled, saying, "Do you think I only allowed you to use the black flames for alchemy in Ruoruo's presence for no reason? If that little girl Sun Er were to discover your flames, she might very well contend with Ruoruo. You ought to consider this carefully." According to the information relayed to him by Hun Ruoruo, the existence of the was unknown to the other 7 clans. Yet its formidable and peculiar nature could easily incite unwarranted suspicion, even regarding the subflame. Fortunately, the ranks higher than the, and given its mutations, as long as Xiao Yan does not directly wield it, Yao Lao can effectively conceal its fluctuations. Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan's expression stiffened, and he hastily committed this matter to memory. He had already experienced the silent war among women once, leaving him with lingering apprehension. He could not afford to escalate it into a life-or-death struggle. After placing the alchemy cauldron into his spatial ring, Xiao Yan sighed deeply and proceeded towards the city. Chapter 63. The Weakened Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. In his childhood, Xiao Yan had visited this place a few times under the guidance of Xiao Zhan. However, at that time, he had no spare change, as Xiao Zhan had already prepared everything he needed in advance, naturally leading to infrequent visits to such a monetary pit. Reflecting on those days when Xiao Zhan played both father and mother, a smile of reminiscence graced Xiao Yan's face as he pulled out a crystal card from his pocket. The crystal card his father had given him had proven utterly useless during his trials. The youth rubbed the card in his hands, wiping away the smudged fingerprints. "Since that is the case, I shall utilize it for something else." Naturally, he would not be shy about using something bestowed by his own father. With the vigilant gaze of several fully armed guards at the entrance, Xiao Yan walked steadily into the interior. Upon entering the club, the abrupt shift in temperature between the exterior and interior left Xiao Yan somewhat astonished. Ever since he had refined his sensitivity to temperature had become remarkably acute, allowing him to instantly perceive the intricacies within. With a renewed respect for the Meitel auction house, Xiao Yan chose not to venture directly into the auction venue. Instead, he made his way towards a sparsely populated room nearby, its door adorned with the gleaming characters. Gently rotating the ring on his finger, Xiao Yan pushed the door open, revealing a middle-aged man languidly seated at a table, who, upon hearing the creak of the door, lifted his gaze towards the figure cloaked in black robes. The man's brow furrowed slightly, yet his face quickly donned a professional smile as he inquired, "Sir, do you wish to appraise a treasure?" "Indeed," came a gentle, aged voice from beneath the black cloak, wafting into the air. Xiao Yan stepped forward, casually retrieving a white jade vial from his robe and placing it gently upon the table. "What is this?" The middle-aged man, sensing the other's reluctance to elaborate, stowed away his previous nonchalance. As an appraiser with years of experience at the Meitel auction house, he was accustomed to visitors who typically boasted about their treasure's effects. Although he had encountered such nonchalant behavior before, it remained a rarity. In his experience, such individuals shared a common trait, an unwavering confidence in their possessions. With careful deliberation, he picked up the jade vial, feeling its smooth texture, confirming his initial thoughts. Leaning closer, he inhaled lightly from the opening, a hint of reverence flickering in his eyes. This individual might very well be an alchemist. Even if not, he was undoubtedly a person of considerable means. Forgive my limited perspective, but may I inquire, esteemed sir, what medicinal concoction this is? What effects does it possess? The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of respect, his words straight to the point. It can enhance the cultivation speed of mid-tier. This spiritual liquid has no side effects and possesses a remarkably mild potency. Rest assured, Xiao Yan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Please expedite the process. He then took a seat in a nearby chair, closing his eyes to rest. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, hurriedly exited the room. Not daring to linger for even a moment. Maintaining silence, Xiao Yan idly toyed with a crystal card in his palm, opting not to engage in conversation with Yao Lao. After all, this was someone else's domain, and exercising caution was always prudent. After a brief wait, the middle-aged man returned, pausing at the doorway to bow slightly. In the next moment, an elderly gentleman with somewhat graying hair entered the room. His face radiated vitality, his garments shimmering with an ethereal glow. Despite an unremarkable visage, an undeniable air of pride emanated from him, reflecting his esteemed status as an alchemist. He first cast a glance at Xiao Yan from a distance, then, with a slight narrowing of his eyes and a nod of acknowledgement, he picked up the jade vial and began to scrutinize it meticulously. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, felt an increased sense of reverence for the enigmatic figure in the black robe. Moments later, the elder's expression shifted from confusion to gravity, leaving his thoughts difficult to decipher. He turned to the middle-aged man and said, "The spiritual liquid is indeed effective. What this gentleman previously stated is not false. Once the second-tier spiritual medicine is auctioned off, he could at least earn a commission of over 100 gold coins, which would be equivalent to a significant portion of his salary for more than half a month," filling him with immense joy. However, what he never anticipated was that Gu Ni beside him shook his head and remarked, "Though this spiritual medicine possesses quite remarkable effects, it still falls short of being classified as second tier and can only be considered a superior first-tier product." What? First tier? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed sharply, and the awe he had felt diminished significantly. The ingratiating smile on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by a semblance of indifference reminiscent of his earlier demeanor. Even the most extraordinary first-tier spiritual liquid would fetch only around 1,000 gold coins at auction. Such items were not uncommon in his line of work. It seemed that this figure in the black robe was merely a charlatan, and he had almost been deceived by him. As his expression shifted, the middle-aged man first clasped his hands in respect towards Gu Ni, and then turned to Xiao Yan with a forced smile, saying, "He, esteemed sir, since you are now aware that the treasure you wish to auction is a first-tier pill, we should not further delay Master Gu Ni's time. How about this? Within the next 2 days, I will arrange a time for your spiritual liquid to be auctioned. 3 days from now, you may come with this token to collect your auction proceeds. How does that sound? 3 days? Must we wait so long?" Xiao Yan had already observed the comical changes in the man's expressions. He scoffed lightly and casually addressed Gu Ni, saying, "What do you think, Master Gu Ni?" Upon hearing such audacious words from Xiao Yan, the middle-aged man's brow tightened, and he was about to retort when he abruptly sensed a chill creeping along his neck. He stiffly turned to look behind him, only to find Gu Ni casting a piercingly cold gaze in his direction. "Arrange the auction immediately. If you dare speak out again, you can forget about your position as an appraiser," he warned, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Chapter 64, The Auction. Arrange the auction immediately. If you dare speak out again, you can forget about your position as an appraiser. Gu Ni's words were imbued with a coldness that betrayed his anger, causing the middle-aged man to break out in a cold sweat, his body trembling involuntarily. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily retrieved a metal token from his pocket. "Esteemed sir, your item will be auctioned at Venue 1 immediately. With this token, you may choose any seat in the front row." "Very well," Xiao Yan replied, dismissing the man's obsequious demeanor. He had no desire to engage further with him. Accepting the token, he walked out of the room at a leisurely pace, under the watchful eyes of both men. Once Xiao Yan's figure disappeared, the middle-aged man dared not breathe, bowing repeatedly towards Gu Ni, his eyes filled with trepidation. "Utterly foolish. After all these years as an appraiser, have you become a mere lapdog?" Gu Ni snorted, his suppressed anger now fully unleashed. "It is only because that gentleman does not wish to hold you accountable that you still remain in Yuta City." The middle-aged man, despite being reprimanded, remained perplexed within. To him, it seemed unnecessary for Gu Ni, a second-tier alchemist, to invest such effort into a first-grade elixir. After a moment's contemplation, he mustered the courage to inquire, "Master Gu Ni, could he truly be an alchemist?" Having immersed himself in the art of alchemy for many years, he prided himself on his acute sensitivity to soul force. Although the gentleman had previously emitted no discernible aura, the depth of his soul force was, in his estimation, unfathomable. After venting his anger, Gu Ni pondered for a moment before coldly stating, The efficacy of this elixir is indeed unparalleled. Furthermore, upon my inspection, it is evident that while the crafting technique is not particularly adept, the control of fire is remarkably exquisite. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Seeing the middle-aged man still grappling with confusion, Guanai shook his head and candidly proclaimed, I can assert with certainty that this elixir was formulated by that gentleman himself. And this vial is merely a test specimen he brought. Formulating a recipe independently? The middle-aged man's jaw nearly dropped. Crafting a recipe independently is a feat that even the esteemed Master Gu and I could scarcely accomplish, let alone a specialized formula for combat energy, which is profoundly innovative. His legs weakened, and he slumped into a chair, muttering, Master Gu and I acknowledge my error. What good is your acknowledgement? Once the auction concludes, have that girl Yafei attend to him and ensure she understands this is my directive. With a dismissive cold remark, Gu and I swept away. Meanwhile, under the guidance of a serving maid, Xiao Yan entered the ongoing auction. Upon his arrival, the once bright atmosphere dimmed slightly, and the cacophony of voices overwhelmed his ears, leaving him somewhat discomfort after his isolation. Finding a secluded spot to sit, he directed his gaze forward, where a stunning woman clad in a red gown was using a voice as enchanting as a siren's to elucidate the function of the item in her possession to the audience. As her melodious tones echoed, what was, in truth, a rather commonplace item began to ascend in price at an astonishing pace. This lady must be Yafei, indeed. She is a captivating presence. A fleeting memory of a long-lost figure crossed Xiao Yan's mind, causing him to lose interest in the woman before him. Relying on superficial allure to entice others is ultimately rather shallow. If it were Ruoruo, even with an ordinary girl-esque visage, she could easily enrapture those around her, provided she did not engage too closely, for that would lead to a swift severance. With this thought, a teasing smile emerged on Xiao Yan's face. One might consider this a weakness of hers. However, rather than a flaw, it could be viewed as a rare commonality when compared to other women. Just as Xiao Yan indulged in these musings, Yafei suddenly raised her voice, capturing the collective gaze of the crowd as she unveiled a tray containing a small white jade vial. Esteemed guests, we have just received a new item for auction, which I believe will pique your interest. Upon hearing this, the previously hushed atmosphere of the auction hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement. In the eyes of the onlookers, Yafei, as the chief auctioneer of the Maitel auction house, would never act without purpose. Instantly, everyone was eager, ready to seize the opportunity to claim the item. With delicate hands, Yafei carefully lifted the white jade vial and, in an alluring voice, declared, This is a first-grade elixir. What? A first-grade elixir? Miss Yafei? Surely you jest. The crowd murmured in disbelief. While a first-grade elixir is indeed commendable, it hardly seemed worthy of such intense attention from Yafei. Observing the expressions of disappointment that washed over the crowd, Yafei smirked softly, her enchanting demeanor reigniting the fervor of those present. Once the atmosphere was sufficiently stirred, she began to elaborate. Ordinary first-grade elixirs would not warrant such concern from me, but the origins of this particular vial are quite extraordinary. This substance is known as foundation-building spirit liquid, which can significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of those with mid-tier fighting spirit or below. Furthermore, after thorough appraisal by Master Guni at our auction house, it has been determined that this liquid was produced during the initial attempt at concocting a newly established medicinal formula. In other words, this vial of elixir originated from an alchemist capable of creating unique formulas, a fact that speaks volumes about its value, which I need not further elaborate upon. Listening to Yafei's words, Xiao Yan's expression turned peculiar as he shook his head inwardly, contemplating. If Master Guni were to discover that this spirit liquid was merely a subpar version I concocted to barely cross the threshold of becoming a first-grade alchemist, I can only imagine his reaction. As Xiao Yan expected, the moment Yafei concluded her statement, the crowd erupted into gasps of astonishment. A self-created unique formula. Even the esteemed Master Guni of Wutan City likely lacks the ability to devise such a formula. It became evident that the creator of this elixir was a prestigious alchemist, possibly of a rank far superior to that of Master Guni. The grade of an elixir sets its lower limit of value, while the rank of its creator determines its upper limit. One could only ponder the implications if a first-grade elixir crafted by the renowned Dan King Gu he were to be sold. Who could possibly obtain it at a mere ordinary price? Observing the response of the crowd, Yafei's crimson lips parted as she proclaimed, The starting bid for this vial of elixir is 1,000 gold coins. 1,200. 2,000. The bidding commenced. Humph. Is that all you offer for an elixir crafted by an alchemist of higher rank than Master Guni? Suddenly, an elder with a fierce demeanor, though tinged with a hint of frustration, declared 5,000. Upon hearing this bid, the previously lively auction hall quieted down. as this man was Elder Xiao Yan of the Xiao family. Although the Xiao family had recently fallen from grace, they remained among the three dominant factions in Wutan City. With his words, the crowd's desire to bid further diminished. 5,000 gold coins for a first-grade elixir seemed overly extravagant. Scanning the crowd with a sense of pride, Xiao Yan smirked inwardly, thinking, a bunch of fools. The esteemed alchemist is likely watching from below. Should I acquire this item, I might just win his favor. Surely, it is worth more than a mere 5,000 gold coins. He cleared his throat and addressed Miss Yufei. I believe no one will raise the bid any further. Shall we announce the auction results? At his words, Yufei, momentarily taken aback, nodded gently and swiftly proceeded with the auction process. The gavel struck down as she sweetly declared, "Congratulations to Elder Xiao, 5,000 gold coins sold." Sitting in the back, Xiao Yan could hardly contain his laughter upon witnessing the scene. The old man's slightly smug expression appeared utterly comical. It seemed the Xiao family had a penchant for eagerly bestowing their riches upon him. Chapter 65, Beep. The bank card. Upon learning the price of his auction item, Xiao Yan chose not to linger in the auction hall any longer. Instead, he made his way directly to the counter at the front, seeking to alleviate the mild irritation brought on by the earlier raucous crowd. After waiting for approximately 15 minutes, he heard hurried footsteps and turned his gaze toward the entrance of the VIP room. Upon seeing the visitor, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Then, bolstered by the voice of the medicinal elder, he slowly remarked, "My dear girl, why have you left the auction to come see me?" As the fragrant breeze followed the woman's graceful entrance, Yufei performed a slight bow and chuckled, as the owner of the Foundation establishment Spirit Liquid. "It is only fitting that I pay you a visit, esteemed elder. As for the auction, there are other auctioneers to handle that matter. You need not worry. I have come merely to apologize for the earlier rudeness of the appraiser. This is not just mere words. The items you auctioned will incur no tax from the middle auction house as a form of compensation." A smile graced Yufei's lips as she explained. Feeling somewhat surprised, Xiao Yan couldn't help but regard this mature and voluptuous woman with increased admiration. Beyond her appearance, her adeptness in handling affairs was quite remarkable. However, compared to the empty pleasantries, he found himself favoring something of actual value. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "That is quite thoughtful of you. In that case, please transfer the funds to this card." As he spoke, he produced a crystal card from his hand and extended it toward her. Yufei was undoubtedly familiar with the card before her. It was one of the savings card types issued by the middle auction house in Wutan City. However, she was somewhat puzzled as to how this apparent outsider, a pharmacist clearly not of Wutan City's influence, possessed such a card. After a brief moment of reflection, she maintained her composure, accepted the card from Xiao Yan's hand, and discreetly scanned his youthful, clean hands before slightly bowing and swiftly making her way to the counter to process the transaction. Watching her retreating figure, Yufei couldn't help but pout her lips, thinking to herself, "He has completely overlooked my allure. This mysterious gentleman possesses truly exceptional restraint." In truth, Xiao Yan was not as indifferent as Yufei presumed. He had merely become immune, or rather, was left somewhat apprehensive. Do not speak of Yufei, a woman who relies solely on her beauty to enchant others, at this moment. Xiao Yan, even if confronted by a captivating female cultivator skilled in combat, would remain impervious to her allure. Upon exiting the miter auction house, Xiao Yan took several circuitous routes, and in an inconspicuous location, he removed his black robe and tucked it away in his spatial ring. To his astonishment, the card given to him by his father contained a staggering sum of 40,000 gold coins. He exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at the crystal card in his hand, and silently contemplated his circumstances. "Huh, you rascal, have you amassed a dowry so swiftly? Are you planning to marry that girl Suno?" The voice of Yao Lao intruded suddenly, laced with a hint of jest, startling Xiao Yan from his reverie, nearly causing him to leap from his spot. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he retorted angrily, "You old coot, what nonsense are you spouting? I regard Suner merely as a sister. Then is your accumulation of wealth perhaps aimed at Ruoruo?" Yao Lao's tone grew even more teasing, as if he sought to peer into Xiao Yan's innermost thoughts. At the mention of Ruoruo, an inexplicable tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's heart. Maintaining his composure, he replied slowly, "It does indeed relate to Ruoruo, but I merely wish to repay her kindness. Although she may not value this money now, every endeavor requires a process. She once told me that one must not reap without sowing." Yao Lao raised an eyebrow, bemused by how this young man had become increasingly duplicitous. He rolled his eyes and probed, "So, according to your logic, does that mean a portion of the funds is intended for this old man? I have certainly kept your matters in mind, teacher." "Haha, you little rascal, your tongue is as obstinate as ever," Yao Lao chuckled, stroking his beard. "Indeed, the flame ranking is filled with the extraordinary, and it is true that there exist rare flames absorbable by water attribute cultivators. However, such flames are elusive and require fortuitous encounters. One's luck is paramount. Is that so? Then if I were to absorb the Void Child Flame as my first flame, would that not make me the child of destiny? You boast with great audacity. Your mutated child flame has sustained damage to its origin. Restoring its initial might will entail considerable hardship. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao exchanged banter until they reached a more populous area, at which point they quickened their pace towards the Xiao clan's residence. With her wings gradually retracting, Hun Ruoruo hastened to the door of her wooden cottage, flung it open, and slipped into her familiar sanctuary. Pinching her nose, she swayed from side to side before swiftly seating herself at the table. With a flourish of her tiny hand, she produced a piece of thick, ancient black paper. The paper emanated a faint, eerie aura, seemingly darkening the air around her. Soul Hall Messenger Application Information Form, she mused. What a professional name. Truly befitting the most diligent outsourcing enterprise in the Dochi continent. Thankfully, there is no branch in this northwestern region. Otherwise, with my current strength, I could scarcely contend with those unearthly entities. Resting her chin upon her arm, Hun Ruoruo began to scribble on the paper. It was only after conversing with Yao Lao that she fully recognized her emotional shortcomings. Having resolved to elevate her abilities, she naturally would not merely speak of her intentions. After much contemplation, the most expedient and suitable method for enhancing her prowess and cunning was to infiltrate the Soul Palace. After all, in the vast expanse of the Northwest region, there were no other factions that could capture her interest. Due to the hasty nature of her decision, she had to temporarily suspend Xiao Yan's subsequent training. After all, she had already obtained it, and the remaining trifles could be left for him to cultivate at a later time. Thus, for an entire month, she meticulously employed her soul power to covertly explore from the eastern to the western reaches of the Gamma Empire, ultimately uncovering a lead regarding the Soul Palace in a remarkably secretive location. Glancing at the completed form before her, she nodded in satisfaction, a playful expression adorning her face. The Soul Palace prioritized strength in its recruitment, likely because it would imprint its members' minds upon joining. Alas, this tactic was of no use to me. 3 days later, at noon, Xiao Yan once again made his way to the middle auction house, depositing the remaining batch of foundational spirit liquid, and instructed Yafei to auction it twice a week to achieve optimal publicity. Although the inferior version of the foundational spirit liquid did not possess overwhelming effects, its unique properties and reasonable pricing made it appealing to the upper-class aristocrats of Wutan City, quickly becoming the center of attention. Jayli Nu, in particular, repeatedly bid high prices for the spirit liquid, hoping to gain further opportunities to engage with the enigmatic alchemist. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan remained oblivious to this, and even if he were aware, he would likely scoff at the man's foolishness. Once he had finished storing the foundational spirit liquid, he hurried to the woods outside Wutan City, intending to commence the preparation of the next batch. Upon arriving at the familiar woods, Xiao Yan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the open window. His initial intention to enhance his alchemical skills vanished in an instant. Inside, a young girl rested her chin on her hand, the dappled sunlight filtering through the lattice and illuminating her flowing hair. The ancient tomes on the desk turned slowly, revealing an exquisite aura of intellectual beauty. I apologize, I merely wish to use that wooden table for my alchemy. Xiao Yan chuckled awkwardly, unable to resist the urge to rub his nose. Although he harbored no ulterior motives, trespassing into a girl's room was ultimately inappropriate. Regarding the fluctuations of the Soul Ruoruo had already communicated with the medicine elder and was well aware of the other's purpose in preparing medicine outside the city. Hence she did not linger on the matter. She gracefully emerged from her room and surveyed Xiao Yan from head to toe before speaking softly. You must have begun to appreciate the benefits brought by the special training, haven't you? The advantages of the special training indeed exceeded my expectations. However, this leaves me perplexed. While the Jianan Academy is commendable, in terms of teaching ability, it should not surpass you and the master, Xiao Yan mused, his gaze unintentionally lingering on the girl's exquisite silhouette. He slightly turned his head and promptly voiced his lingering questions. Suddenly, an ancient voice emanated from the ring. Your journey to Canaan Academy is not merely for its educational resources, but rather for the Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th. Within Canaan Academy lies a unique cultivation site known as the Heavenly Burning Chi Tower, reputed to significantly accelerate the cultivation speed of practitioners under the searing flames, which closely resembles the description of the Fallen Heart Flame. Thus, it becomes evident that Canaan Academy is indeed associated with the extraordinary flames. Noticing the delight on Xiao Yan's face, Hun Ruoruo cautioned, the influence of Canaan Academy should not be underestimated. Therefore, the matter of the Fallen Heart Flame must be resolved solely by you and the Elder Yao. although she had contemplated assisting Xiao Yan in acquiring the fallen heart flame. The potential complications arising from her conspicuous strength deterred her from taking action, as joining Canaan Academy would undoubtedly present numerous obstacles. Engaging in a laborious endeavor that yields little reward was something she was unwilling to pursue. Upon hearing Hun Ruoruo's words, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before uncertainly proposing, "Ruoruo, if you were to join Canaan Academy as a special recruit, would there still be such concerns?" Special recruit. This novel term was indeed the first Hun Ruoruo had encountered. After a brief consideration, she playfully beckoned Xiao Yan with her finger, her interest piqued. "Pray, elaborate further." In Wuten City, at the Xiao family residence, Xiao Ning stood at the entrance alongside several Xiao family guards, displaying a demeanor of languor yet refraining from any reckless movements. He gazed up at the sun suspended high in the sky, unable to suppress a seething internal monologue. "That little rascal Xiao Yan has caused me to be punished by grandfather to stand guard. I'm utterly embarrassed among my peers." Ever since he was defeated by Xiao Yan in a contest, despite his continuous self-reassurance that Xiao Yan merely succeeded through opportunism, an indelible shadow lingered in his heart. As Xiao Ning's gaze wandered, plagued by irritation, it inadvertently landed upon the corner of the distant street. He beheld a woman clad in a white robe and a conical hat, gracefully approaching the Xiao family gate under Xiao Yan's guidance. "Cousin Xiao Yan, please pause. I must request that the lady beside you remove her hat." Although a tinge of trepidation coursed through him, Xiao Ning, emboldened by his current role as a guard, gritted his teeth and approached, adopting an air of formality. "Cousin Xiao Ning, it has been months since we last met. What brings you to the role of a guard?" Xiao Yan smiled, completely disregarding the veiled challenge in Xiao Ning's words. "With my status as assurance, there should be nothing requiring inspection, correct?" Dear cousin, you may be unaware that with the impending Canaan Academy assessment, a multitude of outsiders has flooded Wuten City. I am merely following protocol." Xiao Ning replied with a strained smile, hurriedly signaling to the guards beside him. The guards, caught between conflicting loyalties, could only state the truth. "Third young master. This indeed is a regulation established by the family head some days ago. We apologize for the inconvenience caused to both of you." Suddenly, Hun Ruoruo spoke up, gently removing her hat to reveal her stunningly pure and beautiful visage. Her long, sea blue hair cascaded down, exuding an ethereal grace that seemed to dim the surrounding light. "My relationship with young Master Xiao can be described as both mentor and friend. I have come here to discuss certain matters with the head of the Xiao family. If my presence is an inconvenience, I kindly ask for your understanding." Upon beholding the true visage of the woman in the Taoist robe, Xiao Ning's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. After a stammering pause, he managed to utter, "Ah, so you are here to see the clan leader. That is, of course, no issue." With a slight nod, Hun Ruo gracefully followed Xiao Yan's lead, meandering towards the Xiao residence. Once they had distanced themselves, Xiao Yan quietly remarked to Hun Ruo, "Ruoruo, it seems Xiao Ning is still watching you." With a playful giggle, she replied, "I just secretly placed a soul mark on him. If he continues to gaze at me, he will be visited in dreams, and upon waking, he shall suffer from a splitting headache and bloodshot eyes." Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but gasp, swiftly averting his gaze from the delicate figure of the young woman. Chapter 67. Transferring Quotas? Upon reaching the entrance of the clan leader's residence, Xiao Yan requested that Hun Ruo wait outside for a moment under the pretense of notifying Xiao Zhan, before hastily entering the building. Inside, a cacophony of sounds erupted, and shortly after, accompanied by hurried footsteps, a robust middle-aged man appeared, tugging at Xiao Yan's sleeve. Standing before Hun Ruoruo, this was Xiao Zhan's first encounter with Hun Ruoruo, yet she had seen him before. She slightly bowed, her expression serene and her demeanor graceful. "Clan leader Xiao." A moment of astonishment washed over Xiao Zhan. He had never anticipated such beauty. Although he had speculated about the appearance of this young lady beside Xiao Yan, the sudden revelation left him utterly astounded. Compared to the somewhat youthful Suner, the girl before him radiated an ethereal charm, particularly with her transcendent and otherworldly aura, a sight he had never witnessed in his life. When he first learned of the name Ruoruo, he had envisioned her as a lively and endearing young woman. "Young Lady Ruoruo, for now, I shall address you as such." He chuckled. "We happen to have a complete tea set in the residence. Why not step inside and take a moment to rest?" Xiao Zhan extended one hand forward while concealing the other behind his back, his expression laden with complexity, which amused Hun Ruoruo. Though she had no intention of contributing to the Xiao family, it seemed that the inadvertent kindness she had bestowed was already enough to leave Xiao Zhan profoundly grateful. A playful smile graced her lips as she softly replied, "Clan leader Xiao, you are overly courteous. I shall not make further excuses. Father, you have already dismissed the attendants." Xiao Yan discreetly reminded his father. Clearing his throat, Xiao Zhan maintained his smile and quietly said, You go. With a slight twitch of his lips, Xiao Yan suddenly regretted interjecting. Clan leader Xiao is being too modest. My bond with young Master Xiao is fortuitous, and assisting him has merely been a matter of convenience. His current advancement relies primarily on his own efforts. Hun Ruo's words rang clear and resonant, and she then offered a gentle smile to Xiao Yan as he presented her with tea, disregarding his somewhat disapproving gaze. She took a delicate sip of the tea, emphasizing that matters concerning the Xiao family were not her concern, urging the clan leader not to dwell on it. Her implication was clear. She wished to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Xiao family. Hun Ruoruo found it all rather cumbersome. Matters concerning the Xiao family should not always trouble the young lady. Could it be that Yenner has completed his trials ahead of schedule? Xiao Zhan was taken aback. Although he was unclear about what the so-called trials meant, he sensed that Xiao Yan was undoubtedly different from before. Noticing the situation, Xiao Yan decided not to continue concealing his progress and smiled, saying, "Father, I am now a 6-star Do fighter." 6 stars. The teacup in Xiao Zhan's hand nearly shattered under the pressure of his fighting spirit. He stared, astonished, at Xiao Yan's somewhat proud expression. After months of trials, the boy's once youthful face had taken on an unexpected air of determination. Xiao Zhan had previously thought Xiao Yan seemed a bit distracted and assumed his cultivation progress was not ideal. Little did he know that Xiao Yan had leaped from a 1-star Do fighter to 6 stars in just over 3 months. Haha, luck indeed. Thanks to Miss Ruoruo's excellent teaching. Xiao Yan, almost instinctively, began to fumble his words, but then recalled something and awkwardly shifted the topic. Father, I would like to discuss the special enrollment spot at the Canaan Academy with you. Noticing Xiao Yan's demeanor, Xiao Zhan raised an eyebrow. Knowing his son all too well, he understood that once Xiao Yan began to change the subject suddenly, it was a sign that he had something difficult to say. He calmed his excitement and teased, "Oh, what is there to discuss about that spot? Are you planning to transfer it to Miss Ruoruo?" I apologize, Clan Leader Xiao, but the special enrollment spot does hold some significance for me," Ruoruo interjected, sensing the opportune moment had arrived. This so-called special enrollment spot, which claimed to disregard identity and background, was merely a facade. She did not believe that Canaan Academy would refrain from investigating her once they learned of her capabilities. However, given the Academy's concern for their reputation, they would certainly refrain from making any overt remarks about her joining as a special student, especially considering the sealed state of the falling heart flame. Realizing this, she retrieved a scroll and several vials of medicinal pills from her storage ring and placed them on the table, smiling slightly. "Clan Leader Xiao, rest assured, I have prepared something in exchange. Miss Ruoruo, please put those away." Xiao Zhan initially refused the offered pills and techniques with a solemn expression, but then a look of contentment spread across his face. "For Yenner to be able to assist you is, in my view, already a pleasant surprise. I cannot possibly accept your gifts." Ruoruo furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed by the sudden joy emanating from him. After several attempts at indirect hints, she finally understood, as Xiao Zhan regarded her with a somewhat astonished gaze, that he was not merely trying to overreach. He was genuinely happy. Reflecting on his earlier comical invitation for her to enter, she inwardly scoffed, choosing not to dwell on it. Having achieved her goal, Ruoruo casually exchanged a few pleasantries before requesting to take her leave from Xiao Zhan. Hearing from Yenner, it seems that Miss Ruoruo resides outside of Wutan City, which may be rather inconvenient. My family, the Xiao clan, has several vacant courtyards. If you do not mind, you are welcome to choose one to stay in. Xiao Zhan cheerfully remarked upon hearing the other party's intention to leave. "Thank you for your concern, Clan Leader Xiao. I am naturally inclined towards tranquility and shall not impose further on the Xiao residents." Ruo gently declined, pausing slightly to add, "It has been a pleasure conversing with you today, Clan Leader Xiao. I bid you farewell. Father, I happen to be heading to Miss Ruoruo's place to cultivate, so I shall take my leave first." Xiao Yan initially intended to stay and exchange a few words with Xiao Zhan, but upon noticing the incessant signals from the latter, he could not help but roll his eyes and reluctantly changed his tone. With that, he turned and hastily made his way towards the direction where Ruoruo had departed. Watching the figures of Ruoruo and Xiao Yan recede into the distance, Xiao Zhan nodded repeatedly, murmuring, "Truly a fine young lady, though perhaps a tad too polite." A peculiar thought flickered through his mind, and with a chuckle, Xiao Zhan turned and walked towards the highest point of the clan's residence, where he began to review official matters. Once her disguise was shed, Ruoruo's demeanor transformed dramatically as she walked through the woods outside Wutan City, moving with a playful grace akin to that of an elf. Beside her, Xiao Yan followed at a leisurely pace, cradling his head, and remarked, "So, Ruoruo, as I told you, there is no need to put on such an elaborate act. My father will certainly agree. Is it not the third young master who insists on forcing her to accompany him?" Ruoruo suddenly turned, her delicate, porcelain-like hands clasped together. resting her exquisite face upon them, leaving the rest to fate. With prolonged absences from classes and the transfer of quotas, as for the Jianan Academy, you'll have to figure out how to explain that on your own. With a resolute spirit, Xiao Yan exuded confidence. With his current strength, he could hold his own against anyone below the doshi rank. If it were a life-and-death struggle, he would even dare to challenge a doshi to arm wrestling, feeling no fear whatsoever. After all, no matter how rigorous the Jianan Academy's tests may be, it is unlikely they would send a high-ranking doshi to compete against him, right? Listening to Xiao Yan's self-assured words, Ruoruo blinked, remaining noncommittal. As they conversed, the two reached the heart of the forest, where Xiao Yan took out his alchemical furnace and materials with a sense of duty, methodically infusing black flame and soul energy into them, embarking on a new round of alchemical practice. Chapter 68, Absurdity. The matter of Xiao Yan's venture into the world was known to very few, aside from Xiao Zhan and a handful of others. Only Xiao Yu learned of this news by chance during a casual chat with Sun Er. To Xiao Yu's astonishment, her inquiries revealed that not only had Xiao Yan passed the rite of passage, but he had also emerged as a doji, casting a shadow over even Sun Er, who was hailed as the second strongest within the family in a century. This news shocked Xiao Yu's mentor at Jianan Academy, prompting her to report directly to the academy and secure a special admission quota. Consequently, upon learning of Xiao Yan's return, Xiao Yu was eager to meet him, yet she was repeatedly met with closed doors, leaving her both angry and frustrated. That little rascal is not home again. After a brief moment of waiting, Xiao Yu's delicate face darkened, and with a resentful spitting sound directed at the tightly closed courtyard door, she swiftly moved her long, graceful legs towards the residential area. Humph. Having been neglectful earlier, with that little rascal's lecherous nature, it is certain he is clinging to Sun Er. Honestly, I cannot fathom what Sun Er sees in him. Recalling the rather unpleasant experiences from her childhood, a hint of crimson crept onto Xiao Yu's cheeks, and she instinctively cast a furtive glance around. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a youth in the corner, shuffling forward with his head bowed. Xiao Yu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she hurried towards him. Xiao Ning, what is the matter? Big sister, is that a ghost? Xiao Yu exclaimed in horror, staring at her younger brother, who appeared utterly drained. His eyes bloodshot and his lips parched, resembling a wretched spirit reborn. After a significant pause, she managed to regain her composure, patted her chest, and exhaled deeply before admonishing. Xiao Ning, what on earth possessed you to present yourself in such a ghastly manner? Big sister, I can't help it, Xiao Ning replied, seemingly reluctant to divulge the details. Yet, under the weight of Xiao Yu's penetrating gaze, he reluctantly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his tale, Xiao Yu's expression shifted from surprise to suspicion, ultimately transforming into a sigh of frustration. So, you mean to say that you were so captivated by a girl accompanying that little Xiao Yan, that not only did you find yourself blinded by her beauty, but you also had nightmares at night? I'm not blind, sister. Silence. Do you not find this embarrassing enough? Indeed. Xiao Ning's usual pride and composure dissipated in the presence of his sister, who was not only more capable, but also bound to him by blood. Moreover, the situation was indeed peculiar, and as Xiao Yu stated, exceedingly embarrassing. It was one thing to be mesmerized by a girl, but to the extent of drawing blood from his eyes. If this were to spread, his already dwindling reputation would be utterly obliterated. What kind of girl could provoke you to this extent? Haven't you always had feelings for Sun Er? And no, it's not like that. She's truly something special. Xiao Ning struggled to explain, his hands flailing in front of him in a futile attempt to articulate his thoughts. Observing Xiao Ning's dismal state, Xiao Yu shook her head in resignation, abandoning her plan to seek Xiao Yan with Sun Er. With that, she seized Xiao Ning's arm, not allowing him a chance to resist. And with her temper flaring, she firmly led him in the direction of the Xiao residence. Meanwhile, walking along the stony path of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan and Hun Ruoruo were also making their way towards the Xiao estate. Ruoruo, do you not intend to utilize your disguise technique? Xiao Yan inquired as they walked, a hint of relief evident in his tone. The shadows cast by this invisibility technique had loomed large over him. As for nearly a year, he had been perceived as interacting with spirits. Third young master, do not be disheartened. However, given that old master Xiao has already seen their true form, it is quite challenging to deceive him while simultaneously concealing it from others. Hun Ruoruo pouted, softly sighing. Xiao Yan, intrigued, asked, how did you discern my disappointment? In the past, only the third young master was able to behold certain individuals. If everyone were able to do so, would you not feel disappointed? Hun Ruoruo chuckled softly and articulated her thoughts with clarity. With a twitch of his lips, Xiao Yan was on the verge of speaking, only to discover that Hun Ruoruo gestured for silence. She then discreetly extended her other hand to point ahead. Observing the scene, he felt perplexed but turned his gaze toward the intersection, where he noticed Xiao Yu striding rapidly in their direction. This madwoman surely intends to stir up trouble again. Xiao Yan shrugged, feeling a slight headache. Was it truly necessary for her to hold such a grudge over a mere accidental brush against her thigh years ago? As Xiao Yu approached, he finally perceived the ominous figure looming behind her. Who was this person that could compel Xiao Yu to clasp a man's hand? Wait, could it be Xiao Ning? Hey, Xiao Yan, where have you been these past few days? Having been unable to locate Xiao Yan for several days, Xiao Yu harbored a measure of resentment, which flared further upon witnessing her brother's embarrassing predicament. Where I go seems to be of no concern to you, Xiao Yan retorted. Casting a sidelong glance at the grinning Hun Ruoruo, pondering her earlier insinuations about not resorting to deceptive combat techniques again. Clearly, it was all a ruse. Hearing his words, Xiao Yu took a deep breath, suddenly suppressing her earlier ire, and instead, she laughed charmingly. Xiao Yan, do not assume that your status as a special student grants you immunity. The person sent by the Canaan Academy to evaluate you is my mentor, a formidable 5-star Do Master. If you continue with your rebellious nature, she will not be as lenient as the clan leader. 5-star Do Master? Are you intimidated? Noticing Xiao Yan's less than favorable expression, Xiao Yu's demeanor shifted to one of triumph. As long as you refrain from breaching any rules, she won't make things difficult for you. Thank you for your concern, but perhaps you should worry about him instead, cousin Xiao Yu. Swiftly bypassing Xiao Yu, Xiao Yan gestured towards Xiao Ning, who was timidly hiding behind her, then scoffed and hurried towards the Xiao residence. The youth's steps were brisk, mumbling to himself until he turned a corner and vanished from sight. Once Xiao Yan had distanced himself, the siblings exchanged glances, and ultimately, Xiao Yu voiced her confusion. Xiao Ning, I recall you mentioning rumors within the family that this little rascal had been possessed by a ghostly entity. Could there be some truth to it? Huh. In hindsight, that must be mere nonsense. Such a thing is simply impossible. Chapter 69, The Day of Awakening. With a stable mindset, his cultivation, which had already reached the pinnacle of 6 stars, continuously broke through 2 additional star barriers, ascending to 8-star Do Master. Consequently, the liquid contained within the cyclone of energy in his body increased by 2 drops. As a symbol of a Do Master, liquid Do Chi was not meant to exist within the cyclone of a Do practitioner, underscoring the profound benefits of refining. The additional 2 drops of liquid fighting spirit were sufficient to enable Xiao Yan, a fighter, to nearly double his combat duration. Such a terrifying effect inevitably intensified Xiao Yan's longing to become a Do Master. As dawn broke and the sun slowly ascended, the Xiao family, which should have been bustling with activity, appeared somewhat desolate, making Xiao Yan, who typically relied on the lively sounds around him to cease his training, feel a twinge of discomfort. Today marked the day of the recruitment, and he could only wonder what demeanor the instructor would possess. As he concluded his meditation on the world's fighting spirit, Xiao Yan exhaled a breath of impure air, a bitter smile gracing his face. He had never anticipated that a fleeting thought in his mind might actually materialize. An instructor at the level of a 5-star Do Master was akin to a formidable strength comparable to his father. Defying the rules under her watchful gaze would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Given the nature of that headstrong woman, it was likely her teacher would not be much different. With a hint of sarcasm, Xiao Yan rubbed the ring in his hand, attempting to seek the opinion of Yao Lao. Rest assured, if necessary, I can lend you my soul power. Yao Lao's voice gradually emanated from the ring. Can soul power truly be borrowed? Xiao Yan inquired. Of course. If soul power could not be lent, would you have been able to cultivate that soul technique? Recalling the engraving conducted by Hun Ruoruo in his mind, curiosity surged within Xiao Yan. Teacher, if I were to borrow your soul power, what kind of strength could I potentially exhibit? With your current physique, at most, you could manifest a basic Do spirit. A gasp escaped Xiao Yan's lips. To only exhibit a basic Do spirit was perhaps the second most humble declaration he had ever encountered. The first being Yao Lao's assertion that Dan Wang he was insignificant before him. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a surge of anticipation regarding the level of strength he would attain that could rival Hun Ruoruo through Yao Lao's soul power. However, after a moment's contemplation, he refrained from voicing his inquiry, as the prowess Hun Ruoruo had demonstrated earlier in the mountain range was too formidable, and he feared it would tarnish his teacher's reputation. Little brat, what are you smirking about? Nothing. With a quick wit, Xiao Yan hastily donned his clothing and dashed towards the outside. Exiting the Xiao residence, the once vibrant streets were now devoid of any figures, leaving only distant echoes of sound waves, seemingly emanating from the center of Wutan City. Were it not for Xiao Yan's soul power having been honed to an exceptionally keen degree, he might have found it difficult to detect. Xiao Yan, hurry up. You're the last one. Brother Xiao Yan. Hearing the calls from a distance, Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the crowd, raising an eyebrow at their formal attire compared to his casual clothing. Is it inappropriate that I'm dressed so casually? With a teasing thought, Xiao Yan quickly stepped into the throng, engaging in conversation with Sun Er as the group hastened towards the center of Wutan City. This area was relatively familiar to Xiao Yan. It was here, at the intersection of the three great families, that he had first witnessed the soul techniques. And the events of that day remained vividly etched in his memory. Gazing into the seemingly endless throng before him, Xiao Yan found himself devoid of any familiar sensations. Even the very path ahead appeared shrouded in confusion. Fortunately, Xiao Yu, as a student of the Jianan Academy, was well versed in the intricacies of admissions and had long prepared for the deluge of people surrounding them. She first guided the group in a wide arc before halting at a narrow junction, where she deftly slipped inside. Following her lead, the members of the Xiao family seeking assessment followed suit, effectively distancing themselves from the bustling crowd outside, now encircled by a fully armed regiment. Xiao Yu stepped forward and presented her token, engaging in a brief exchange with a soldier. A middle-aged officer emerged slowly, his fierce gaze scrutinizing the group before finally resting upon Xiao Yan. I hear that a special recruit has emerged from Wutan City. That would be you? That would be correct, Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, scratching his nose. Very well, you shall proceed alone. The rest will follow. The officer's face displayed a somewhat rigid smile as he gestured to the troops behind him. The sound of metal clashing reverberated as the soldiers marched in unison, parting to create a pathway through their ranks. Senior Ku at this sight, Xiao Yu's expression shifted slightly, and she was about to speak when the officer silenced her with a glance. Brother Xiao Yan, may Sun'er accompany you? Sun'er whispered from beside him. Child, best follow closely behind. Xiao Yan anticipated that this assessment would not be an easy endeavor, and thus he took the provocation in stride. He exchanged a playful glance with Sun'er before slowly making his way down the narrow path. Is that a murderous intent? A chill coursed through his skin, igniting a fervor within his blood, a sensation all too familiar, awakening memories of his past battles against bandits. Unfazed, he strode to the center of the path, feeling the mocking gazes of the soldiers upon him. Pardon me, may I pass? Young lad, is the path not right before you? Are you afraid? Laughter erupted among the soldiers, their hands stained with blood, devoid of respect for a mere student. Then I shall graciously comply, came Xiao Yan's calm response. The soldier closest to him trembled as cold sweat trickled down from the crevices of his armor. Despite being a hardened individual, accustomed to sleeping amidst corpses, he perceived a bloodthirsty aura in the eyes of this seemingly innocent youth, one far more potent than his own, leaving him in disbelief. This level of murderous intent suggested that the boy had taken lives far beyond mere handfuls. Shoo, let him pass, Xiao Yan quietly instructed the soldier ahead, gently patting his shoulder, disregarding the oppressive atmosphere, and gliding past. In mere moments, he traversed the distance of over 10 meters, his expression once more adopting a relaxed smile as he turned to the middle-aged officer, saying slowly, Senior Ku, does this mean I have successfully passed? Previously, the title bestowed upon the other party by Xiao Yu had left a lasting impression on him. Since this individual was a senior from the Canaan Academy, Xiao Yan chose not to dwell on it excessively. The middle-aged officer's face was marked by profound astonishment as he directed his gaze towards his subordinates, only to sense an undeniable flicker of fear in their eyes. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. His expression twitched slightly before he nodded, acknowledging. This young man indeed possesses remarkable prowess. He is a formidable individual. Chapter 70. Sun Er's confusion. Xiao Yan, how can you exude such an intense killing intent that even those soldiers were frightened? Sun Er subtly cast a glance at the laughing Xiao Mei and the others behind her, unable to resist leaning closer to whisper her inquiry. Following Xiao Yan's earlier intimidation, the soldiers could hardly muster any killing aura or momentum, and those trailing behind him, including Xiao Mei, felt virtually no pressure, merely attributing the middle-aged officer's demeanor to theatrics. However, Sun Er's perceptive abilities far surpassed those of Xiao Mei and her companions, and she had discerned the underlying truth behind Xiao Yan's actions. Earlier, during our training, we encountered a band of marauding thieves, and I dealt with them all at once, Xiao Yan replied with a casual smile, though his mind was preoccupied with strategizing how to request an extended leave from the master of the great Doshi. Brother Xiao Yan, you truly are impressive, Sun Er exclaimed. It was merely luck. Had it not been for Ruoruo's timely intervention, I might not have survived. Hearing Xiao Yan mention Ruoruo once more in passing, Sun Er's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She observed his distracted demeanor, ultimately suppressing her impulsive feelings. After all, it was natural for her to feel a closer bond with Xiao Yan since she had accompanied him on his training journey, having assisted him significantly. Regardless, as the heir of Yinggu, she was destined to remain unmarried, displaying an indifferent attitude toward romantic entanglements. What was there to fear? Could Xiao Yan truly abandon her? Contemplating Xiao Yan's imminent journey to the Canaan Academy with her, a smile returned to Sun Er's face. The group swiftly traversed the venue, arriving at a large green tent. where they found over a dozen young men and women gathered in small clusters, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. A few of the girls appeared to be very close to Xiao Yu, and as soon as the Xiao family members made their entrance, they were surrounded by a flurry of animated chatter. Upon learning from Xiao Yu that Xiao Yan was the specially recruited student, they eagerly sought to approach him, hoping to cultivate a good relationship with the handsome and talented young genius. However, to their surprise, a petite and gentle-looking girl nearby suddenly reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, blushing fiercely as she pushed away the surrounding women, her eyes narrowing with fierce vigilance. With no choice but to abandon their playful intentions, the other girls acquiesced. What has gotten into her today, exhibiting such jealousy? Xiao Yan wondered, glancing curiously at Sun Er, who was slightly out of breath and blushing. Just then, the voice of Yao Lao echoed unexpectedly in his mind, prompting Xiao Yan to hastily remove the ring from his finger and shove it deep into his pocket. The young lad indeed enjoys the admiration of the fairer sex. Apart from his training, the mentor had no inkling of this particular talent. Women? Following the direction of the conversation, Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon a gentle-looking woman clad in green, her soft gaze flowing over him like a babbling brook, soothing his heart. Could she also possess water attribute Do Qi? He surmised internally, his eyes devoid of any frivolity, instead rapidly calculating the disparity in strength between them. After cultivating alongside Hun Ruoruo for an extended period, he found that the water attribute Do Qi was perhaps the one he understood best. Gentle, tempestuous, and forgiving. Within Xiao Yan's comprehension, water attribute Do Qi signified a greater malleability and variability, its complexity undoubtedly surpassing that of other attributes. To his surprise, the seemingly headstrong woman's mentor appeared to be quite the gentle soul. With a quiet sigh, Xiao Yan rose to greet this mentor named Ruolin. As time passed, following a brief exchange, mentor Ruolin stepped outside the tent, summoning the group of enrolled students who were basking under the scorching sun to commence the talent assessment. The talent rating was the sole criterion by which the Canaan Academy allocated resources to its students. For those under 20, rankings began at 1-star Do Shi, ascending to 2-star and so forth, with 5 stars as the pinnacle. Yet, despite the somewhat rigid rules, they could hardly overshadow the brilliance of true geniuses. For instance, the grand finale was marked by Sun Er, who, at merely 16 years of age, shattered the limits of the talent rating with her 6-star Do Shi prowess, rendering her a super talent beyond classification. As Xiao Yan was classified as a special student, he was placed on a separate list and could only appear last. After all, if he had stolen the limelight from the very beginning, it would have imposed undue pressure on the others undergoing the assessment. With an illustrious precedent set, the crowd grew increasingly curious about the final participant and the level of cultivation he might achieve. Little one, it's your turn at last. Don't disappoint the mentor, Ruolin said with a gentle smile, observing Xiao Yan's reluctant demeanor. This peculiar lad had appeared somewhat distracted from the outset, and during the earlier tests, he had barely cast a glance in this direction. Such odd behavior certainly caught Ruolin's attention, leading her to suspect that this seemingly laid-back youth might be a rather challenging student. Hearing Ruolin's words, Xiao Yan shrugged helplessly, neither affirming nor denying. Xiao Yan, 8-star Do Shi. I suppose I'm around 16 years of age, he stated. At this revelation, Ruolin's hand, poised to write, trembled slightly, causing her pen to drop onto the blank sheet of paper, splattering ink in stark black splotches. Compared to Ruolin's moment of shock, the reactions of those within the tent were far more dramatic, gasps of astonishment rising and falling like a tide. 8-star Do Shi. How long has this fellow been cultivating? It's only been a few months. How has he nearly ascended to Do Shi? Even Miss Sun Er, after 16 years of diligent cultivation, has only attained the rank of a 6-star fighter. Yet this special recruit has traversed the path of over a decade in merely 1 year, surpassing her in the process. Truly, a remarkable prodigy. This 8-star fighter has indeed bestowed upon me a profound surprise. Exhaling deeply, mentor Ruolin's gaze was imbued with a complexity of emotions as she observed Xiao Yan's sheepish expression. The unsettling feeling within her intensified. It seemed as though he had more to convey to her, didn't it? Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head, casting a glance at Sun Er in the distance, then back to the gentle and serene mentor Ruolin. With a tone that was both tentative and cautious, he proposed, I wish to transfer this special recruitment spot and request a leave of absence. Would that be acceptable? Upon hearing this, before anyone could fathom Xiao Yan's intent, the joy that had graced Sun Er's lips abruptly stiffened, her delicate fists clenched until they turned pale, her eyes becoming hollow, as if all their luster had vanished. Chapter 71. I want it all. Regarding the leave of absence, Sun Er, observing Xiao Yan's distracted demeanor, had begun to harbor suspicions but still clung to a glimmer of hope. It was only when Xiao Yan openly revealed his intentions that her hopes were dashed, and her fantasies crumbled. Brother Xiao Yan, you won't be going to the Canaan Academy with Sun'er anymore, and you're willing to relinquish the special recruitment spot? Only the heir of the Sound Valley could compel him to do such a thing. The heir of the Sound Valley remains unmarried for life. She lifted her head to witness the peculiar scene of Xiao Yan bargaining with Minter Wolin at the front, her once bright smile twisting into an expression of deep resentment. Even with her gentle demeanor, could Hun Ruoruo truly be more charming than Sun'er? Humph, it's evident that she and brother Xiao Yan are impossible. Let her revel in her temporary triumph. At that moment, Sun'er was engulfed in regret, lamenting why she had played the role of a false sisterly friend. Now, she found herself unable to voice her grievances. She could even envision the scene where, upon questioning, that woman would furrow her brows and calmly inquire about her words. Meanwhile, Minter Wolin had unknowingly approached Xiao Yan, her previously gentle features now tinged with annoyance. She had anticipated that this young man might be rebellious, but his habitual absences and the unauthorized transfer of his recruitment spot were unequivocally against the fundamental rules of Canaan Academy. Were it not for Xiao Yan's remarkable talent, Minter Wolin would not have even entertained the notion of bargaining with him. So, you mean to say that the girl to whom you wish to transfer your spot is even more gifted than you? Clearly, this statement did little to convince her. Truly, Minter Wolin, I shouldn't need to diminish my own worth, should I? Xiao Yan, resting his forehead in his hand, recognized the difficulty of explaining the situation. Scanning the surroundings, he ultimately caught sight of Sun'er with her head bowed. As if she were a beacon of hope, he said, if you do not believe me, Sun'er can attest to my claims. Upon hearing this, Minter Wolin shifted her gaze towards Sun'er, only to find the girl's small head buried even deeper, struggling for a moment before finally nodding slowly in agreement. Witnessing the obedient and understanding Sun'er offer such an assessment of the enigmatic young lady, Wolin was immediately puzzled. After a brief contemplation, she inquired, why does that girl not present herself directly, but instead relies on you to convey her message? She has been rather occupied lately. And besides, this was indeed my initiative, Xiao Yan replied honestly, as it truly was his own request, something he felt was both reasonable and just. If Hun Ruoruo were to appear and relay the message to Xiao Zhan, it would be more than enough. Xiao Yan could hardly expect her to accompany him to clarify this perplexing matter. After all, her willingness to assist stemmed fundamentally from her desire to help him acquire the fallen heart flame, and he was already indebted to her far too much. Recalling the fleeting glimpse of her pale complexion at the heart of the mountains, Xiao Yan could not suppress a personal sentiment. He understood the heavy burdens Hun Ruoruo bore, which she had never revealed to him. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the truth to her. The mention of the Jianan Academy sounded rather promising. Noting the lingering doubts on her face, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, flipped his palm, and brought down the Xian Zhongqi with a thunderous crash, declaring, this holiday, I intend to propose, and I shall also offer this opportunity. If the mentor disapproves, then that young man will have to rely on his strength to speak. At this proclamation, the venue fell into an immediate silence. The few youths who had previously harbored feelings of jealousy now regarded him with an involuntary sense of awe. In the Duki continent, strength is the currency of conversation. Others do not concern themselves with how arrogant your words may be, but rather whether you possess the capability to back them up. Xiao Yan's actions undoubtedly transformed the astonishment of those present into profound admiration. Very well, young one, Xiao Yan. You have once again earned my respect as a mentor. Pray tell, how do you intend to proceed? Minter Wolin revealed a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with increased appreciation. Yet, amidst her admiration, ripples of energy swiftly began to coalesce from her palm. A dangerous aura suddenly materialized at the center of the arena. Clearly, this seemingly gentle mentor was far from a mere ornamental figure, possessing genuine prowess as a grand Do master, formidable enough to rival Xiao Zhan. The release of Do Qi indicated that the mentor was prepared to engage seriously. Beside her, Xiao Yu could not help but cover her mouth, seemingly foreseeing the outcome. That young Xiao Yan, no matter how remarkable he may be, is still merely a Do disciple. How could he possibly contend with the mentor? Though the crowd admired Xiao Yan's words, none believed he could emerge victorious. Shall we determine the victor with a single strike? Xiao Yan smirked, as he gathered Do Qi in his palm and infused it into the Xian Zhong Qi. That is indeed feasible, but do keep in mind, Minter will not hold back. She replied with a chuckle. Hee, Minter Wolin, what I mean is, I shall take the offensive. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's resolute words, Tutor Wolin's bosom heaved slightly, her expression growing somewhat rigid, and her beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of indignation. Xiao Yan, aren't you a tad too arrogant, young one? Xiao Yan remained silent. As the burning formula quietly activated, the The ferocious and malevolent flames concealed deep within him were meticulously extracted like threads, transforming into crimson flickers of fire. After a moment, he firmly gripped the Xuanzhong ruler and abruptly withdrew it from the earth, an extraordinary wave gradually manifesting within the realm. A subtle hum resonated as faint red patterns began to emerge on the ruler's surface, as if summoning the forces of nature. Is this an Earth-tier combat skill? Upon sensing this wave, Tutor Ruolan's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, her breath slowing perceptibly, for the rarity of an Earth-tier combat skill was unparalleled. And it was likely that no one in the Jaimar Empire possessed such a treasure. What on earth is this young lad's background? Her expression shifted, and with a flick of her whip, a formidable wall of water materialized before her, her powerful fighting spirit radiating outward, causing the surrounding earth to rise in a storm of dust. I can unleash fighting spirit too. As she gently caressed the ruler's body, the black-haired youth raised it high above his head, with an overwhelming aura surging around him, echoing the low growls of some colossal beast, sending shivers through the crowd. In an instant, Xiao Yan unleashed his full strength, bringing the ruler down with great force, transforming it into a crescent-shaped wave of flame. Flame-devouring wave ruler. As the fiery wave surged forth, even the air seemed to distort, struggling to withstand the searing heat. In a heartbeat, before the crowd could even react, the flame collided with the water wall, triggering a violent clash of energies that unleashed a tempestuous wind of fighting spirit, sweeping across several feet in an instant. The terrifying force, mingled with the scalding steam generated from the mutual erosion of water and fire, stung the eyes of onlookers from afar. What power does Xiao Yan possess? Is he defying the heavens? The mist obscured the figures of the two, and the earlier look of regret on Xiao Yu's face had vanished without a trace. As he pondered in astonishment, can fighters truly be this formidable? Indeed, it was not just Xiao Yu. Even Tutor Ruolan, facing Xiao Yan's formidable assault, had underestimated the might of his move. The once thick water wall had been reduced to a delicate membrane, struggling to withstand the relentless onslaught of the Earth-tier combat skill's residual winds. With a wave of her whip, Tutor Ruolan activated her magic core, illuminating the battlefield and dispelling the obscuring mist. As she collected her slightly trembling jade hand, a rare smile of resignation graced Tutor Ruolan's lips as she gazed at the figure slumped on the ground, appearing as if just pulled from water. Her tone laced with exasperation. "Young one, you truly show no mercy. Had it not been for the commendable defensive capabilities of my water-type fighting spirit, I fear I too might have suffered from your onslaught." The words of Mentor Ruolan are not mere rhetoric. Even a grandmaster cannot withstand earth-level combat techniques without summoning their battle armor unscathed. This implies that Xiao Yan's strike truly possesses the power to pose a threat to her. Moreover, what perplexes her further is the searing flames that seem to subtly disrupt her energy rotation, an overwhelming force that continuously intimidates and suppresses her very soul. Such a uniquely terrifying fire is indeed a sight she has never encountered before. Grateful for Mentor Ruolan's mercy, Xiao Yan, seated on the ground, felt as limp as a rag doll. Yet a faint smile graced his face as he murmured, "Did I win?" A group of youths, most of whom had never even engaged in combat, stood in stunned silence after witnessing the stark disparity in power during the confrontation. While innate talent is beyond anyone's control, this extraordinary level of combat prowess is undeniably the result of his diligent training. The series of shocks had left the crowd in a state of numbness, and it took a while for them to realize they had forgotten to breathe. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the arena. To engage with the Grandmaster, one could surmise that a mere flick of Xiao Yan's finger could easily subdue them. The young lady who claimed to be both friend and mentor to Xiao Yan. Could it be that he intends to yield his opportunity to her? With this thought, Xiao Ning's gaze blankly swept over the crowd, not lingering even on Sun Er. After the contest, Mentor Ruolan readily acquiesced to Xiao Yan's request. It would indeed be a loss for the Jianan Academy if such a prodigy were to forego joining due to outdated regulations. Even she would not accept such a notion. Having achieved his objective, Xiao Yan once again became the talk of the town in Wutan City, as the unmatched prodigy who could spar with grandmasters quickly began to spread to neighboring cities. 3 days later, at the Xiao residence, having exhausted himself with earth-level combat techniques, Xiao Yan was barely able to return home with the assistance of a few companions. He lay in bed for 3 days, gradually regaining some strength. Upon opening his tightly shut eyes and noticing his body glimmering with a bluish hue, he instinctively tensed up, only to relax upon seeing the delicate, picturesque face of the girl before him. "Ruoruo, what brings you here?" The lingering trepidation from his earlier battle against the water element nearly made him forget that, aside from combat, healing is her most exceptional ability. Is it any wonder that the third young master is such a source of concern when employing earth-level techniques? Did you perhaps infuse a hint of void-devouring flame into them? Although Ruoruo's tone was sweet, her gaze was somewhat frigid, clearly displeased with his reckless actions. My apologies. You are a 5-star Grandmaster, and it should be difficult to breach that water wall with merely the extracted beast flames, Xiao Yan sniffed, offering no further defense. Elder Yao must have mentioned to you the potential of harnessing his soul power. There are myriad ways to manifest one's prowess before others. Why then opt for the most perilous route? Hun Ruoruo raised an eyebrow as she regarded the youth before her, her initial ire dissipating upon sensing his awkwardness, giving way to a teasing cunning. However, concealing a hint of fiery energy is hardly a laborious task. Still, should you wish to display your strength in front of Sister sooner in the future, it would be wise to refrain from employing this flame, lest it backfire. Should she uncover our secrets, this delicate young lady would surely struggle to bear the brunt of her wrath. Hun Ruoruo's words remained as ambiguous as ever. Yet Xiao Yan found himself feeling somewhat guilty at that moment. After the treatment, Hun Ruoruo chose not to linger, exchanging a few brief words with Elder Yao before departing alone. Once she had left, Xiao Yan gazed at Elder Yao's figure and tentatively inquired, Master, has Ruoruo become a bit too enigmatic of late? Ha, you young rascal. Do you truly believe that the girl revolves solely around you? Elder Yao teased. Her matters are not your concern for now. More importantly, I am quite curious as to why you insisted on enduring the battle alone yesterday. Old man, why do you feign ignorance? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes, then stretched his long, stiffened body. Speaking of which, there are less than 2 years remaining in our 3-year pact. Once my foundation as a first-tier alchemist is firmly established, should I not prepare to embark on my journey? Indeed, where do you plan to hone your skills? Perhaps listen to Ruoruo? You little brat, are you disregarding your teacher's counsel? Chapter 73, A Farewell. With the enrollment at the Xiao Yan Academy concluded, Xiao Yan likely had no pressing matters at hand. As she perused the scroll in her possession, Hun Ruoruo mused to herself. After spending such a long time within the Soul Clan, she had gained ample insight into the hierarchy and operational dynamics of the Soul Hall. Beyond the borders of Zhongzhou, there were essentially no divisions of the Soul Hall. At most, one might encounter figures akin to Guardian-level beings, covertly hunting souls in these barren regions. Individuals of the Guardian level typically possess the cultivation of a Do Zone, an existence beyond Hun Ruoruo's current capabilities. Nevertheless, merely concealing one's aura was not a daunting task for her, given her adeptness in disguise techniques and spiritual soul power. Moreover, these so-called formidable individuals of the Soul Hall were, in essence, mere slaves working under the Soul Clan, likely never having encountered a true member of the clan themselves. Thus, Hun Ruoruo's characterization of the Soul Hall as an outsourced enterprise held a kernel of truth. According to the soul coordinates indicated on the black paper. It seems I am to head to the Yunlan sect. I shall likely encounter a familiar crowd once more. Content. Hun Ruoruo meticulously folded the paper and tucked it away, swiftly devising a plan. Based on my reported cultivation, I should be assigned the identity of a high-level soul envoy. If fortune favors me, I may devour a considerable number of souls while completing my tasks. Although Hun Ruoruo's decision to join the Soul Palace was spurred by a conversation with the medicine elder, it was by no means a hasty action. In the city of Wutan, she had squandered a considerable amount of time in her cultivation. To maintain the pace she had during her time with the Soul Clan, she would need to consume a vast amount of soul power or directly refine formidable soul entities. Therefore, despite her disdain for the Soul Palace, she ultimately resolved to join, pinching her nose as it were. After all, growing stronger was not a disgraceful pursuit. Moreover, it would allow her to investigate the extent to which the Yunlan sect had been infiltrated by the Soul Palace. The previous incident with the Jialia family had made her acutely aware that her influence on Xiao Yan could significantly impact his future experiences. Having assisted him for over a year, she could not allow herself to falter now. That would mean a total loss. After contemplating the time, Hun Ruoruo decided to provide Xiao Yan with one final session of assistance in his cultivation. Thus, she hastened towards Wutan City before the afternoon arrived. Upon pushing open the door and encountering the breathtaking beauty awaiting inside, Xiao Yan was momentarily taken aback. Ruoruo, why are you here so early today? Third young master. One cannot be lax in the training of soul power, she replied, with her delicate hands swirling with azure waves. Hun Ruoruo's enchanting eyes appeared even more profound and resplendent under the reflected light. Leaning gracefully against the window frame, she let the shadows of the room envelop her figure, with only a few glimmers of golden light illuminating her cascading hair. It was not until the gentle splash of water unexpectedly brushed against his nose that Xiao Yan finally regained his senses, hastily donning the black garment that had been draped over his shoulders. Third young master, I have seen you without clothing many times. Why are you still so shy? Who wouldn't feel shy when unclothed? Xiao Yan scratched his slightly flushed cheek and, suppressing the flurry of emotions within, said gravely, Ro, could you leave me some soul power? I still need to refine pills tonight. That is certainly possible, but if you do not exhaust all the soul power, the effectiveness of the cultivation will be significantly diminished. Hun Ruoruo replied with a smile. With an undeniable flick of her fingertip, she propelled a droplet of blue-violet water into Xiao Yan's brow. As the droplet entered his forehead, it swiftly transformed into an intangible wave of water enveloping his soul, completely surrounding Xiao Yan's soul light. This sensation was starkly different from the usual feeling of having his soul power continuously extracted. He felt as if his soul were immersed in a warm spring, the gentle currents nurturing it and enhancing the luminosity of his soul light. To his astonishment, the soul power contained within this water was not only exceedingly pure, but also seemed to resonate with his own essence, allowing for effortless refinement and absorption by his soul light. Upon realizing this, Xiao Yan understood that the energy within the water was likely derived from the soul power Hun Ruoruo had drawn from him over the past year. Xiao Yan was perplexed by the sudden actions of Hun Ruoruo. However, the pure and immense energy enveloped his soul entirely, compelling him to refine and absorb it completely. Half an hour later, the young man slowly opened his eyes, a faint lavender light flickering from the depths of his pupils. As if his soul power had undergone a qualitative leap, Xiao Yan marveled at the soul light in his mind, which had expanded to more than double its previous size. Secret, Hun Ruoruo said, placing her finger between her delicate lips, revealing a playful expression. This was the soul deprivation technique of the Soul Clan, modified by her, and it was certainly not suitable to be imparted to Xiao Yan at this moment. Despite the significant increase in his soul power, he was still quite far from reaching the initial stage of the mortal realm and absolutely could not master it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan chuckled softly, unfazed, and then curiously inquired, "By the way, Ruoruo, it seems we won't be staying in Wutan City much longer. I sense that, at most, within a month, I will have solidified my foundation as a first-grade alchemist. Where should I go to train afterward?" It seems the young master finds it difficult to accept a completely isolated environment, Hun Ruoruo replied, blinking playfully, her willow-like brows curving with a smile. In that case, why not go to Qingshan Town? Qingshan Town. The name sounded somewhat familiar to Xiao Yan, but he could not immediately recall its location. Nonetheless, he silently committed it to memory. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation for quite some time until the sun began to set, casting a glow across the horizon. At that moment, Hun Ruoruo finally prepared to depart. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile and was just about to close the door when an inexplicable sense of strangeness washed over him after hearing her words. A sudden feeling of emptiness surged in his chest, causing a slight discomfort. After hesitating for a moment, he quickened his pace and rushed outside the courtyard, only to find that the graceful figure, which had been moving slowly, had already vanished into the twilight sky. Ruoruo, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Xiao Yan steadied his disordered breathing and murmured, "Was that just an illusion?" The old man in the ring, observing the scene, could not help but sigh deeply and shake his head slowly. If this lad truly developed feelings, it would be difficult to untangle. The old man understood all too well that despite her sweet words, Hun Ruoruo harbored no romantic feelings for Xiao Yan. Had it been otherwise, she would not have concealed her intentions, causing Xiao Yan to harbor suspicion. In fact, it could even be said that Hun Ruoruo intentionally aimed to instill caution in Xiao Yan, thereby preventing him from developing any feelings for her. Chapter 74, The Fated Deviation. After placing all the household items from the wooden house into her spatial ring, Hun Ruoruo left only the wooden table designated for Xiao Yan's alchemy within the room. With her wings unfurling gracefully from her back, the young woman departed from Wutan City, a place she had called home for over a year, without a hint of reluctance. When it comes to farewells, Hun Ruoruo has always been rather indifferent. Although she believes that, after revealing her true nature multiple times, Xiao Yan must have grown wary of her. She understands that he likely still perceives her as a friend. The fact that Xiao Yan considers her a friend is precisely what she desires. However, should she mention parting ways, and he inquires about her whereabouts, she would indeed struggle to explain the matters concerning the Soul Palace. It is hardly feasible to divulge to Xiao Yan and Yao Lao that she had anticipated, 2 years in advance, that Yunlanzong would strike 3 years after their agreement, prompting her to infiltrate early. Moreover, her true objective is to devour souls to enhance her own power, and having lingered near Wutan City for too long, she can no longer suppress her yearning for strength. From her earlier conversation with Yao Lao, Hun Ruoruo has gathered that if he were to learn of her methods for increasing her power, he would undoubtedly be quite opposed. Thus, it is prudent to withhold explanations for the time being. Once her plans are set in motion, she is confident that Yao Lao's animosity towards the Soul Palace will shield her actions from scrutiny. Oh, the third young master is about to gain 2 beauties in this Qingshan town. One wonders how his sister Sun'er will feel upon discovering that her first love is about to be snatched away by an older woman. Observing the gradually passing Qingshan town below, Hun Ruo's figure flickered, swiftly transforming into a streak of light as she soared forward. For her, Qingshan Town likely poses no challenge. Thus, there is no need for her to intervene. A faint glow emanated from her spatial ring, and a black robe materialized in her hand. She formed a hand seal, and a blissful flush graced her face, revealing her delight at the prospect of the hunt. No longer bound by the constraints of seeking favors, she is finally free to embrace her true nature. As a dominant sect of the Gama Empire, Yunlanzong is situated on a mist-laden peak, a veritable paradise just outside the imperial capital. With an expansive territory merely a dozen miles from the capital's outskirts, it is evident how formidable and influential Yunlanzong has become over the years. Within this time, the sect has produced no fewer than 3 newly ascended Dowang experts, further solidifying its already impressive foundation and elevating its status within the Gama Empire to unprecedented heights, establishing it as the unrivaled leader. Such a transcendent position has instilled a sense of trepidation even among the imperial family. Yet, no matter how they speculate, they remain utterly unaware of the sudden advancements of the elders who have long been stuck at the peak of Doling, now unexpectedly rising to Dowang. At the rear mountain of Yunlanzong, amidst the surging clouds, a delicate pavilion stands as if it were a celestial abode, perched atop the lofty peak. The air is thick with rich, natural energy, showcasing the sect's unparalleled cultivation environment. Slowly opening her eyes, the girl clad in a moon-white robe appears to have just completed her meditative practice. Stretching her stiff limbs, she fixes her gaze upon the elegant figure in green before her. Master, you have come to observe Yanran's training once more. As the other party emerged from meditation, the tranquil and serene visage of the woman in azure unveiled a captivating smile, imbued with an unmistakable air of elegance and grandeur. Nailin Yanran cast a sidelong glance and murmured softly, Yanran merely wishes to avoid wasting time on cultivation. While diligent training is commendable, one must also understand the importance of balance. This lesson should have been firmly etched in your mind since the very day you entered my tutelage. In response to her disciple's reticence, the noble master of Yunlan's sect displayed remarkable patience. He is merely an 8-star Do fighter. While I have long since crossed the threshold into the realm of Do masters, why would I fear defeat at his hands? Taking a deep breath, Nailin Yanran feigned indifference, dismissing the notion with a scoff. An 8-star Do fighter? Yun Yun's expression shifted to one of surprise. Then she shook her head and gently revealed, if Yanran were truly unconcerned, why would she investigate Xiao Yan's prowess so thoroughly? Despite the rumors circulating in the Jianan Academy regarding Xiao Yan's remarkable talent, the distance from Wutan City to the imperial capital rendered such tales slow to reach the ears of those in power. Thus, the fact that Xiao Yan had attained the status of an 8-star Do fighter was still unknown to Yun Yun, yet Nailin Yanran possessed an intimate understanding of his cultivation, clearly having exerted considerable effort in her inquiries. Teacher, in her embarrassment and frustration from years past, she had learned, through repeated reminders from Guyi, that should this individual grow stronger, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Such rapid advancement was unprecedented. She had not only seen it, but had not even heard of it before. Consequently, she had gathered numerous local rumors about Xiao Yan, with many asserting that his meteoric rise was due to acquiring a ghostly companion. While she had little faith in the supernatural, a twinge of apprehension lingered within her. Otherwise, how could one explain such an astonishing rate of progress? Even when Xiao Yan had not yet experienced a decline in his realm, his cultivation speed had never been so outrageous. Contemplating this, Nailin Yanran gently bit her rosy lips, took several deep breaths, and, casting a glance at her esteemed teacher, who stood as a Do emperor, she quietly exhaled. That despicable fellow, Nailin Yanran, shall not be outdone by him. Unbeknownst to Yun Yun, she interpreted her disciple's unease as a reaction to Xiao Yan's rapid growth. Yanran, there is no need for excessive worry. When Guhi traveled to Zhongzhou for the alchemy discussion, he fortuitously acquired a purple heart yusui fruit from an auction house in the northern region. In a few days, I shall concoct a pill to aid in your advancement. A warm sensation blossomed in her heart as Nailin Yanran gently shook her head. Teacher has already sacrificed so much for Yanran. I shall not dwell on it further. With Uncle Guhi's elixirs to assist me, I vow that I will not be outdone by Xiao Yan of the Xiao family in our 3-year agreement. Looking tenderly at her obedient disciple, Yun Yun's expression suddenly shifted. After a moment, she smiled, rose, and affectionately patted the girl's small head. Yanran, remember to maintain a balance in your cultivation. I have some matters to attend to and must leave you for now. Chapter 75, The Frost Soul Envoy. With azure wings woven from her fighting spirit, Yun Yun swiftly ascended to the main hall of the Yunlan sect. Upon glimpsing a familiar figure, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she approached to inquire, Yun Ling, what was the meaning of the earlier transmission? I was unaware that our Yunlan sect was about to welcome a guest elder. Ah, do not be hasty, sect master. I too only recently learned of this matter, Yunling replied, turning to face Yun with a nervous chuckle. However, there is no need for concern. This individual has been personally appointed by the former sect master and is undoubtedly loyal. Isn't he in seclusion for cultivation? Yun's lips pursed slightly, her gaze growing cold as she continued. Do the other elders share this sentiment? Elders Yun Du and Yun Sha, among others, have raised no objections. You have indeed prepared well, but once I conclude my cultivation, I shall seek confirmation from my master. Should there be even a hint of deceit? With a disdainful huff, Yun refrained from saying more, turning instead toward the cave where the sect master was in seclusion. Once her figure vanished from sight, Yunling exhaled deeply, his expression tinged with amusement. Though Yun had attained the rank of Do Huang, her overly indecisive nature was evident. It was no wonder the former sect master chose not to disclose matters to her. In light of this, perhaps I should express my gratitude to her. He mused with a sly grin. After a few chuckles, Yunling donned the ancient black robe he had prepared and hastily made his way toward the outskirts of the Yunlan sect, in the capital of the Jama Empire. As the most bustling locale, the streets were teeming with people, including many peculiar races. Unlike the mundane atmosphere of Wutan City, the capital was a haven for cultivators, a place brimming with skilled practitioners. In such a mixed crowd, the actions of an individual clad in black robes hardly warranted attention. After all, such sights were far too common. Navigating the bustling thoroughfares, the enigmatic figure known as Hun Ruoruo, disguised in the black robe, followed the soul imprint on the blackened parchment to a secluded alleyway. She glanced up at the distant, mist-shrouded peaks and couldn't help but smirk. It was obvious to anyone that such concealment was unnecessary given their proximity. Hun Ruoruo had anticipated the caution exercised by the members of the Soul Palace, but it seemed that they were indulging in a bit of self-deception. Yet, it was perhaps her awareness of the relationship between the Yunlan sect and the Soul Palace that led her to instinctively connect the two. For those aspiring to join the Soul Palace, prior to earning the trust of the sect, it was likely they would remain oblivious to the fact that this reputed guardian of the Jama Empire had clandestine ties with such spectral entities. In stark contrast to the trepidation exhibited by others seeking to join the Soul Palace, Hun Ruoruo playfully made a face beneath her hood, then composed herself and swiftly slipped into the alleyway. As she had anticipated, the moment she stepped into the alley, the once bustling surroundings and cacophony of sounds dissipated into an eerie silence, replaced by a damp, sinister atmosphere. A chilling breeze swept through, as if carrying the mournful wails of lost souls. A faint smile graced her lips as she extracted a piece of black parchment from her hand, infusing it with a thread of her soul's power. Come in, an aged voice resonated with an unmistakable air of arrogance, likely belonging to a long-established figure of righteousness. Following the stranger's lead, she ventured deeper into the alley, ultimately entering a dimly lit, confined room. The cloaked figure produced a uniquely shaped circular object, placing it before her with a significant expression. The 9 stars of the Battle King, water attribute battle energy. I assume you are not from the Gamma Empire? Cool. A woman? Moreover, she is adept in the peculiar communication methods of the Soul Hall. It was known that he had tirelessly practiced mimicking the nuances of this special communication whenever the Guardian spoke, yet he had only scratched the surface. If this woman were to become a messenger of the Soul Hall, she might even overshadow him. After a moment of hesitation, Yunling dared not defy the will of the person behind him. Pointing at the circular object, he feigned nonchalance and remarked, I did not expect you to be familiar with this unique method of communication. Nevertheless, the necessary procedures prior to joining the Soul Hall cannot be overlooked. In truth, Yunling had not comprehended the meaning behind the earlier words, yet he displayed no signs of trepidation, instead exuding a sense of confidence. The requisite step before entering the Soul Hall involved channeling the soul power contained within the circular object into the center of one's forehead. What appeared to be a simple task was, in reality, fraught with peril. Most individuals, upon their first attempt, would succumb to the overwhelming pain and be compelled to abandon the process. Beyond the agony of having their souls branded, the greater torment lay in the fear of being manipulated and controlled. It was crucial to understand that those who could join the Soul Hall and become soul messengers possessed strength no less than that of the Battle King level. Such formidable beings typically held their own pride, and the realization that their lives and memories were at the mercy of another would evoke profound inner turmoil. To relinquish this struggle meant death, for the Soul Hall would never permit those who knew of its strongholds to survive. Reflecting on this, a sinister smile crept across Yunling's face as he regarded the seemingly unfazed Soul Robe before him. The dark cloak shifted slightly, and the girl placed her hand upon the circular object, which emitted a brilliant light that surged directly into her forehead. feigning a daze for a few breaths. Soul Ruo exhaled and asked, Cuckoo, does this mean I have passed? She was eager to abandon the incessant coup, finding it quite unappealing. Yun Ling's aged face finally betrayed a violent twitch, his expression one of utter disbelief. It was worth noting that even with his unwavering loyalty to the venerable patriarch of Yun Mountain, he had hesitated for several days before reaching this stage. Before her stood a black-robed woman with a melodious voice, who, without a moment's hesitation, absorbed the soul imprint into her brow. Could she be unaware of its implications? Or was she willing to easily barter her very soul for strength? He inhaled sharply, and after a prolonged silence, managed to croak, Naturally, you have passed, Frost's soul envoy. Welcome to the Soul Hall. A formidable woman, she was not to be trifled with. Chapter 76. Are you afraid of ghosts? At the main peak of the Yunlan sect, gazing at the unveiled black-robed figure before her, Hun Ruoruo had begun to form an inkling regarding the person's identity. With a high status, an arrogant demeanor, and an inexplicable foolishness, this individual must be the esteemed Elder Yunling of the Yunlan sect. Although she was not entirely aware of the extent of the Soul Hall's encroachment upon the Yunlan sect, knowing Yunling's identity was indeed a valuable piece of information. After all, in the eyes of these individuals, they were all equally bound by the shackles of the soul imprint, harboring no intention of betrayal. Observing the insincere smile on Yunling's face, Hun Ruoruo suddenly inquired, Since I have joined the Soul Hall, there should logically be higher-ranking individuals to welcome me. Why is it that you are the only one present? Ah, Frost Soul Envoy, you may not be aware. But although you are now considered a member of the Soul Hall, you have yet to complete a soul-hunting task. Thus you have not yet had the opportunity to meet the Guardian Lord. Yunling chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, even I have only met the Guardian Lord a handful of times. Soul hunting. Hun Ruo narrowed her eyes, her tongue instinctively licking her lips beneath the black robe. Please elaborate. Yunling, unsuspecting, handed her the Soul Hall token, originally safeguarded by a Guardian-level figure, while explaining, as a peak Do Wong-level powerhouse. The Frost Soul Envoy must hunt at least one Do Wong-level soul to be deemed qualified. Hun Ruoruo directed her gaze towards the metallic token in her hand, quietly infusing it with her soul power, feeling a gentle attraction as if it sought to draw her soul into it. Is it sufficient to store the captured souls here? Indeed, Frost Soul Envoy, you possess great insight. With her joining the Soul Hall, her ascension to Do Huang was virtually assured. Yunling, having availed himself of the resources from the Soul Hall, had toiled endlessly just to reach the level of an 8-star Do Wong, with no hope for further progress. In this delicate balance, despite his inner discontent, he maintained a sycophantic demeanor towards this newly appointed soul envoy. Is there a deadline? Hun Ruoruo casually inquired as she stowed the token away. Complete it within 3 months, and it will be considered passed. After accepting the tasks assigned by the Soul Hall, Yunling also candidly revealed his identity and the fact that she had been allocated the position of a guest elder. Though Hun Ruoruo had little interest in becoming a guest elder of the Yunlan sect, she recognized the necessity of engaging in other matters as a substitute until she completed her initial task for the Soul Hall. Thus, with the intent of gathering intelligence, she agreed. Days later, despite the undercurrents flowing within the Yunlan sect, on the surface, no signs of turmoil were discernible. Numerous disciples laughed and chatted as they walked across the stone-paved square, embodying the youthful vigor and vitality befitting their age. After concluding her training, Nailin Yinran wore a calm expression as she glanced at the crowd below. She noticed many disciples of the Yunlan sect gazing up at her with a mix of admiration and reverence, a look she had grown accustomed to over time. Have you heard? A new guest elder has arrived at the sect, possessing unfathomable prowess, said to surpass even Elder Yunling. They say the elder wields rare water attribute battle chi. The young master has been training so diligently. If she could receive assistance from that elder, surely. Hush. The young master does not permit others to interfere with her training. Upon catching Nailin Yinran's gaze, the previously whispering group instantly exhibited a flicker of fear in their eyes, hastily bowing to apologize before scattering away. Water attribute battle chi. Nailin Yinran paid little heed to the disciples' murmurs. Instead, her interest was piqued by the so-called guest elder wielding water attribute battle chi. She had certainly heard of the new guest elder's name, but under the relentless strain of her training, she had gradually set this matter aside. A formidable warrior of the water attribute battle chi was indeed a rare entity within the Yunlan sect. It was worth noting that nearly all practitioners of the sect, including the sect leader, predominantly wielded wind attribute battle chi, which emphasized speed and aggression, offering no assistance in cultivation or healing. Thus, practitioners of water and wood attribute battle chi were, in the eyes of the Yunlan disciples, highly coveted. Of course, they dared only to dream. as only the young master of the Yunlan sect could enjoy the privilege of receiving direct assistance from an elder. If only a water attribute battle king could heal grandfather. Upon reaching the mist-covered back mountain, Nalan Yinran proceeded to the cave where Yun Yun resided. Upon seeing the tightly shut entrance, she instinctively withdrew her delicate hand. Since Yun Yun had previously claimed to be occupied and left, Nalan Yinran had not seen her teacher for over half a month. The only news she had received indicated that Yun Yun had entered seclusion. For a Battle Emperor-level powerhouse, entering seclusion for half a month was not unusual. It could even extend to several months. However, Nalan Yinran, feeling somewhat disheartened, found herself subconsciously relying on her teacher during such times. If the teacher is still in seclusion, then I shall return to my training. With a soft sigh, Nalan Yinran gradually made her way toward the viewing pavilion, a place rich in elemental energy, and most importantly, offering an expansive view that allowed her to unwind mentally amidst her cultivation. Is anyone there? As she approached, she couldn't help but cast her gaze upon the ethereal figure within the pavilion. The enveloping mist rendered the girl's form somewhat ethereal, her blue hair billowing gently in the mountain breeze like the most exquisite silk, while her black dress accentuated her flawless, delicate skin. Although Nalan Yinran did not particularly concern herself with the competition of beauty, she possessed a profound confidence in her own appearance. However, for reasons unknown, she suddenly experienced a feeling of self-deprecation. Perhaps it was due to an aura that was simply exquisite. So beautiful, Nalan Yinran murmured, yet her lips quivered slightly, and her entire body trembled lightly, completely shedding the earlier demeanor of fatigue mingled with pride. Strangely enough, she felt an overwhelming urge to sprout wings and flee from this place immediately. Meanwhile, Hun Ruoruo, who had been waiting to converse with her, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing the scene, recalling the day of the broken engagement when Nalan Yinran had faced the fearsome Xiao Yan. She couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Young Master Nalan, are you afraid of ghosts? Afraid of ghosts? I do not comprehend your meaning, Nalan Yinran stammered, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face before she quickly suppressed it. You truly are not candid. Seeing this, Hun Ruoruo murmured softly, her form flickering as she appeared before Nalan Yinran in the blink of an eye. What do you intend to do? Shoot, calm your mind. As those tranquil words fell, a droplet shimmering with a blue luster quietly pierced into Nalan Yinran's forehead. Tick. In an instant, the weariness and fear that lingered in her eyes dissipated like melting ice and snow, replaced by a refreshing sensation that seemed to reach deep into her mind. This unfamiliar experience elicited an involuntary, albeit slightly awkward, sound from her lips, even though the other party was also a girl. Making such a sound left her feeling quite uncomfortable. After a moment's contemplation, an incredulous thought gradually took shape in Nalan Yinran's mind. Drawing a deep breath, she clasped her fists and inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, are you perhaps the newly appointed guest elder of the Yunlan sect? Indeed, young Master Yinran is as astute as ever, Hun Ruoruo replied, her head nodding lightly, a hint of mirth glimmering in her eyes. So it was. With the inexplicable fear now dissipated, Nalan Yinran returned to her usual composure, gazing in astonishment at the remarkably youthful Frost Elder. Judging by her age, she appeared to be no older than 20, yet had already attained the rank of Do Wang. Nalan Yinran, who considered herself exceptionally gifted, felt as though this revelation struck her heart like a heavy hammer. How could such a person suddenly appear at her Yunlan sect as a guest elder? Moreover, according to her knowledge, this individual had always presented herself in a black robe, never revealing her visage to the public. Today's accidental encounter left her pondering whether it had been a deliberate act or an unintentional revelation. With this in mind, Nalan Yinran, amid her astonishment, secretly heightened her guard. I apologize for my lack of courtesy during this unexpected meeting. No harm done. However, if I may say, young Master Yinran, such a method of cultivation may yield counterproductive results, Hun Ruoruo remarked with a gentle smile. If I am not mistaken, your recent rate of cultivation growth has not merely stagnated, but may have declined, has it not? That is because I have attained the rank of Dome Master. As the elder has indeed stated, she felt that all her secrets lay bare before him, as if there was nowhere to hide. Observing your demeanor, are you aspiring to grow stronger? Han Ruoruo inquired, echoing words spoken to Xiao Yan in Wutan City, her eyes betraying a hint of subtle amusement. Can you assist me? The young master of the sect questioned. Do you truly believe that I lack the ability to help you? Faced with this sudden olive branch, Nalan Yinran instinctively felt a flicker of intrigue, especially given the formidable strength of the other party, which certainly warranted such a statement. However, recalling the involuntary tremors of her body earlier, the young girl's heart was tinged with unease. She lifted her gaze to meet his, hesitatingly asking, why? To fulfill a sect mission. Han Ruoruo replied with unwavering composure, articulating the truth. Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran grew even more perplexed. Although she was the young master of the Yunlan sect, she lacked the capacity to compel an elder to treat her instruction as a sect mission. Moreover, as a newly arrived guest elder, it was absurd to expect her to receive such an inexplicable task, for the Yunlan sect was not one to employ others at will. It all seemed rather peculiar. After a moment, Hun Ruoruo observed Nalan Yinran's bowed head, her eyes narrowing slightly, and inquired, "So, how does young Master Yinran wish to proceed?" "Apologies, but I have never heard of such sect missions. It seems that Elder Shuang must harbor some special intent in making this suggestion." Clearly, despite her internal conflict, Nalan Yinran maintained a considerable degree of vigilance. She understood that every transaction bears a cost, one that she may not be able to bear. In this regard, her disposition mirrored that of Xiao Yan, which explains why she became his first formidable adversary. It is not unreasonable to interpret it this way. Yet young master need not worry. I have always engaged in transactions founded on mutual consent. Hun Ruoruo raised an eyebrow and asked, "So, what is your answer?" At this, Nalan Yinran lifted her head, her gaze wrestling with uncertainty before solidifying into determination. "I have long heard that water attribute Do Qi excels in healing. Yet within the Gamma Empire, there are no high-ranking masters of the water attribute. To be frank, my grandfather once battled a fifth-tier magical beast and was afflicted with a peculiar poison known as the burning toxin, which has thwarted countless alchemists summoned by the Nalan family. You need not concern yourself with assisting in my cultivation, though I am unsure why Elder Shuang would find me of interest. As long as you can alleviate the toxins plaguing my grandfather, I shall comply without hesitation." Humph. Upon hearing this, Hun Ruoruo almost lost her composure, only to regain her expression upon noticing the perplexed look on the other's delicate face. After a moment, she spoke with an enigmatic tone. "That is not out of the question, but are you certain? Everything Yinran has stated is the truth." Receiving the other's affirmative response, Hun Ruoruo beamed with satisfaction, swiftly moving behind Nalan Yinran, leaning in close to whisper near her ear, "Once the conditions are set, they cannot be altered. Dear young Master Yinran." The originally pure and delicate visage now bore a hint of alluring charm, as the girl's voice transformed from indifference to an exquisite softness, as if she had discovered a cherished plaything. "What are you doing?" The peculiar sensation of dread surged once more, causing Nalan Yinran to breathe rapidly, her eyes involuntarily reflecting a trace of fear. She had never anticipated that the seemingly ethereal beauty would suddenly reveal such an enigmatic demeanor. Instinctively, Nalan Yinran attempted to turn her face aside, only to find that not only her body but even her consciousness had succumbed to an eerie rigidity, rendering her utterly immobile. "It's quite reasonable for the elder to visit the family, isn't it?" Hun Ruoruo teased, her earlier menace dissipating as she gracefully made her way down the mountain, no longer exhibiting her previous strangeness. Glancing at the fine beads of sweat accumulating in her palm, Nalan Yinran's gaze flickered, feeling an unusual emptiness within her heart, yet struggling to articulate that sensation. Ultimately, the girl took a deep breath and, with unsteady steps, made her way towards the other party. Chapter 78, The Treatment. In the Gamma Empire's capital, the Nalan family, one of the three prominent families in the capital, was situated at the very heart of the city, just 100 miles from the Yunlan sect. The changes in the capital were remarkably swift, as the surrounding architecture had undergone countless renovations, save for a few renowned establishments. After wandering distractedly for the duration of a tea brew, Nalan Yinran finally located the Nalan residence, guided by the conspicuous miter auction house. Hun Ruoruo, fully aware of her provocation, clearly bore a teasing undertone. The grand red-columned, white-walled entrance was wide open, with many elegantly dressed individuals bustling in and out, creating a scene of lively commotion. However, she was acutely aware that despite the Nalan family's imposing presence, their pillar of strength was precariously unstable. Once that pillar crumbled, the seemingly splendid Fade would swiftly dissolve into nothingness. Such is the harsh reality, as exemplified by the once mighty Xiao family. Elder Shuang, how confident are you in healing my grandfather? After a moment of hesitation, Nalan Yinran softly inquired. Let's enter first and take a look. I can't conjure miracles without seeing the patient, can I? My apologies. Hun Ruoruo looked at Nalan Yinran's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation yet hinted at worry, and couldn't help but scoff internally. She relished the feeling of being regarded with such grateful eyes, particularly when it came from these Na'vi young ladies, as it accentuated the sensation even further. Upon entering the Nalan residence, an elderly man, seemingly the butler, swiftly approached. Upon seeing Nalan Yinran, his murky old eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Miss Yinran, is my father here?" In front of the butler, Nalan Yinran expertly concealed her earlier emotions, revealing no trace of timidity. Rather, her current demeanor was a reflection of the poise she typically exhibited in the presence of others. If Hun Ruoruo had not displayed extraordinary prowess beyond the ordinary, or had not articulated the somewhat delicate weaknesses of Nalan Yandren, perhaps the previously timid side would not have been revealed. Upon hearing Nalan Yandren's words, the steward was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with delight, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. The master has recently returned from leading his troops in the western part of the empire and is preparing to visit you at Yunlan sect soon. Since that is the case, please inform my father that I must first pay a visit to my grandfather. Should there be any matters to discuss, we can meet there." After speaking, she cast a curious glance at the silent Hun Ruoruo beside her. It was indeed peculiar that such a stunning beauty had not even garnered a glance from the steward. However, Nalan Yandren paid it little mind, attributing it to the steward's excitement upon learning of her long-awaited return. Upon arriving at Nalan Jia's residence, Nalan Yandren was halted at the door by the hastily approaching Nalan Su. His expression was grim, and his voice trembled with barely contained anger. "You have no idea why your grandfather is in such a serious condition? You intend to enter now, not fearing that you might provoke him further? Ultimately, this is still about the matter of the broken engagement, I assentí it? My grandfather's illness is partly my fault, but the marriage is mine, not his. Why can't I make my own decisions?" At these words, Nalan Yandren's emotions flared like a barrel of ignited oil. Independent and strong-willed, she would not show weakness before others, even when facing her own father. "I know you merely wish to convey that Xiao Yan has regained his talents, but so what? Do you have no faith in your own daughter? Since childhood, you have repeatedly said that I am the eldest daughter of the Nalan family and must not fall behind others. I have had no opportunity to communicate with peers, dedicating myself to the training room until the late hours. Even so, do you really believe I will inevitably lose to Xiao Yan? Are you trying to incite rebellion?" Observing Nalan Su's face flush with anger, Nalan Yandren realized that further explanation was futile, so she exhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm down. Once her emotions had settled somewhat, she introduced Hun Ruoruo, saying, "I have come not to quarrel with my father. This is Elder Shuang, a newly appointed guest elder of Yunlan sect, who possesses water attribute fighting spirit." Initially reveling in the unfolding drama, Hun Ruoruo, upon hearing Nalan Yandren's words, couldn't help but pout slightly, feeling a tinge of regret for not being able to indulge further. Aware that pressing matters were at hand, a deep purple light flickered in her eyes as she addressed Nalan Su. "Greetings, Master Nalan. An elder with water attribute fighting spirit?" He was momentarily stunned, before his face broke into a joyful smile. "Elder Shuang, did Yandren mention that you possess water attribute fighting spirit, perhaps?" High-level practitioners of water attribute fighting spirit were indeed exceedingly rare in the Gamma Empire. Since Nalan Yandren claimed that the individual was an elder of Yunlan sect, it indicated that she possessed formidable strength at the pinnacle of fighting spirit. Such prowess should be sufficient to alleviate the deeply embedded poison afflicting Nalan Jia. As for the notion of healing, he had never harbored any extravagant hopes. It is worth noting that even the renowned Dan King, Gu He, was at a loss regarding this matter. According to Gu He, only a pharmacist possessing might have the potential to completely cure Nalan Jia. Regarding the issue of detoxification, in consideration of Yinran's reputation, I might give it a try. However, the outcome remains uncertain. Hun Ruoruo sighed softly and remarked, "Using water to draw out toxins is not without its risks. I have heard of the formidable power of the, should it spread, it could lead to instant demise." Nalan Su furrowed his brow, uncertain. "Elder Shuang, please do come in and give it a try. If it fails, then let it be my misfortune." A sudden loud voice echoed within the room, though the tone sounded weak and lacking vitality. "Old man, grandfather?" Both Nalan Yandren and Nalan Su exclaimed in unison. "Are you two making such a ruckus outside? I am not dead. How could I not hear you?" Upon hearing this, the father and daughter displayed a hint of embarrassment, involuntarily casting their gaze towards Hun Ruoruo. Observing this scene, Hun Ruoruo smiled and gestured before turning toward Nalan Jia's room. Chapter 79, Victory is assured. "Yes, it can be treated." What do you mean by that?" "Of course, it means it can be cured. Does the head of the Nalan family not believe me?" Hun Ruoruo raised a ball of blue-violet water, exquisite and enigmatic. The peculiar fluctuations evoked a sensation akin to a heavenly downpour for Nalan and his daughter, alleviating much of their initial doubt. Though they lacked understanding of the healing process, they recognized that a distinguished elder from the Yunlan sect had no need to feign pleasantries. Thus, the assertion that only could dispel was likely to be overturned. After the two departed, Hun Ruoruo cast a playful glance at the temporarily unconscious Nalan Jia before her soul water energy surged forth, slowly drawing the strands of black mist-like toxins into the water sphere. Through her examination, she discovered that the entrenched within Nalan Jia was indeed deeply rooted. To forcibly expel, it would inevitably trigger a toxic upheaval. Should the toxins infiltrate Nalan Jia's dantian, coursing through his meridians to his limbs and bones. The outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. Naturally, a method did exist. By utilizing her soul water energy to ensnare the toxins, she could envelop them within the soul water and subsequently extract them from his body, thus achieving detoxification without the need for. The only drawback was that this method would be considerably slower than using, requiring approximately 2 to 3 times the duration to complete. However, having made a promise, Hun Ruoruo was not one to go back on her word, for this was a mutually beneficial transaction. Half an hour later, after escorting Hun Ruoruo to the entrance of the Nalan residence, Nalan Su's expression brimmed with gratitude, almost bursting forth. He bowed deeply and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you, Elder Shuang, for your assistance. As for the remuneration, rest assured it will meet your expectations." "No need for that. The remuneration has already been provided by young Master Yanran." Hun Ruoruo gently shook her head, wearing a serious expression. Moreover, the method of detoxification carries significant risks. To put it plainly, if old Master Nalan inadvertently uses his fighting spirit during the detoxification process, it may provoke the toxins throughout his body, thereby heightening the risk of explosion. Upon hearing this, Nalan Su's countenance shifted dramatically, and he quickly committed this warning to memory, adopting a more respectful demeanor. He noted Elder Shuang's words. Though he was unaware of the price Yanjian had paid to solicit her aid, "I shall pay a visit to the Yunlan sect in the near future to express my gratitude and present you with a precious gift. In that case, I thank you, Master Nalan. Farewell." Hun Ruoruo nodded lightly and departed in the direction of the estate. In stark contrast to her earlier hesitance, Nalan Yinjian's steps were now buoyant as she led the way ahead. Although their conversation was sparse, the relaxed atmosphere between the two was palpable. Upon returning to the rear mountain of Yunlan sect, Nalan Yinjian turned to Hun Ruoruo, who followed closely behind, and sighed in relief, expressing her gratitude. "Elder Shuang, I thank you once again for your assistance." Initially, she had only hoped that this elder could alleviate her grandfather's condition to some extent, but the elder's remarkable manipulation of fighting spirit had truly opened her eyes. "I also owe you my thanks," Hun Ruoruo replied. "Thank you?" Yinjian thought there was little for her to be grateful for. After their brief interaction, she had gained a glimpse into Elder Shuang's peculiar character. Although an inexplicable sense of fear still occasionally lingered in her heart, given that the elder had intervened to save her grandfather's life, Nalan Yinjian was willing to set aside her previous reservations. Hun Ruoruo, with a smile, remarked, "Ah, a family drama. I do enjoy those. What you mentioned earlier about the annulment of the engagement must pertain to the rumored 3-year agreement among the disciples of Yunlan sect, correct?" When discussing family dramas, her previously melodious voice seemed to carry a heavier tone. It was surprising that Elder Shuang, a newcomer, showed such interest in these rumors. "Ah, merely rumors, aren't they?" Since Elder Shuang was already aware of this, why tease Yinjian about it? Nalan Yinjian bit her lip and said, "Do you also think I am in the wrong?" "I never claimed such a thing," Hun Ruoruo quickly interjected, placing her hand over her heart and feigning innocence. "As long as the goal is achieved, does it truly matter what others think?" Regarding the 3-year agreement, in her previous life, she might have felt resentment towards Nalan Yinjian's actions from Xiao Yan's perspective. However, those vague emotions had long since dissipated, erased by her prolonged existence in the soul realm. Temptation, seduction, scheming, and slaughter, Hun Ruoruo, having been eroded by negative emotions, found no concern for the grievances born of youthful folly encapsulated in the 3-year agreement. Thus, she felt no need to explain to Nalan Yinjian that opposing an arranged marriage was not inherently wrong. It was merely that she had employed the wrong methods. For Hun Ruoruo, when resolving issues, she too would go to great lengths, driven solely by the desire to achieve her objectives. Didn't Nalan Yanran achieve her objectives? Thus, she can be deemed successful. As for entangling herself in the trivialities of appearances and substance, Hun Ruoruo has always regarded such matters with disdain. She does not feel any embarrassment, nor does she experience inner turmoil, for her goal has been accomplished. That is sufficient. Elder Shuang pondered whether she could surpass Xiao Yan. Though she was aware that her words were somewhat shallow, the unconventional remarks of the other party seemed to ensnare her like a soul-stirring poppy, compelling Nalan Yanran to yearn to reveal her innermost thoughts. She will win. Hun Ruoruo clenched her small fist, but soon sighed in a moment of despondency, exclaiming, "Although I wish to say so, you cannot defeat him. I am already a Do Master. Can I truly not best Xiao Yan? In terms of techniques and elixirs, my resources far exceed what he possesses. Even if he is a prodigy, without the support of resources, how can he hope to match my pace?" Observing the flush on the young girl's cheeks, Hun Ruoruo blinked and shifted the subject. "I heard you mention that your father forced you to train from a young age, even making you leave the practice room alone in the midnight hours. Could this be the reason you fear ghosts? How did we end up discussing this again?" The defiance and pride that Nalan Yinran had previously displayed evaporated in an instant. Elder Shuang not only discerned her hidden vulnerability at first glance, but also repeatedly brought it up, as if to amuse herself at Nalan's expense. After a moment of silence, Nalan Yinran's gaze faltered, and she nodded with a hint of resignation. If this were true, then the young Master Yinran would surely not be able to defeat him. Hun Ruoruo leaned in, as if sharing a secret with a close friend, because, you see, he is accompanied by the fiercest ghost. With that, she extended her hands and made a rather adorable ghostly face in front of Nalan Yinran, displaying a whimsical charm. The fiercest ghost beside Xiao Yan? Upon hearing this, Nalan Yinran found it utterly absurd. In response, Hun Ruoruo beamed with delight. Indeed, the young Master Yinran must have inquired about him quite a bit before. Once, I inadvertently stumbled upon the situation and, after searching the soul of that errant boy, I discovered this matter. It truly was a deluge flooding the Dragon King Temple. Search the soul. However, the revelation of her inner fears did little to bring her joy. Nalan Yinran indeed harbored some apprehension towards those ethereal entities. As the esteemed daughter of the Nalan family, born with a golden key, she had always possessed a status that far surpassed the ordinary. Prideful, independent, and resolute in her unwillingness to be subordinate to others. These were the traits that outsiders attributed to Nalan Yinran. Yet, in truth, the development of one's character is not determined in a day. From the moment she became aware, apart from the halo bestowed upon her by others, the teachings of Nalan Su had a far more profound impact on her. As the sole heir of the Nalan family, bearing the weight of her family's reputation, she scarcely had any time to rest, with only her training as her constant companion. For this reason, she found herself rather friendless, devoid of opportunities to communicate or play with her peers, and even the moments spent outside the training chamber were few and far between. In her youth, whenever she forced herself to meditate deep into the night, the sight of the empty room would inevitably evoke feelings of oppression and fear, leading to what could only be described as a deeply concealed weakness. This vulnerability was something she had always concealed adeptly. Even her closest mentor, Yun Yun, remained oblivious to it, as she continued to shine brightly, exalted above others. After all, as the young master of a prestigious sect, it was crucial that this matter remained undetected. Nalan Yinyan gazed somewhat dazedly at the girl before her, whose visage resembled a blooming peach blossom. Her eyes shimmered with a rich violet hue, while an ethereal and enigmatic aura lingered behind her, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of an abyss. Are you suggesting that Xiao Yan's current achievements are solely due to your influence? Yet, that is not entirely accurate. The third young master himself has worked diligently. Even without my assistance, he would not be the hesitant individual you could easily surpass. Hun Ruoruo sighed regretfully, for this was the truth. Very well, third young master. When it comes to matters of romantic relationships, Nalan Yinyan has always been exceedingly conservative. In her view, a woman referring to another man as young master implied a great deal. It is worth noting that even the conditions of defeat she had once proposed, born of her fury, merely entailed making Xiao Yan a servant. Yet, it appeared that the other party had grown quite accustomed to the title. What is the nature of their relationship? Contemplating this, Nalan Yinyan's brows furrowed even tighter. If this mysterious elder Shuang stood with Xiao Yan, she admitted to herself that she stood little chance. The capabilities displayed by the other party were too peculiar, and their strength was immensely formidable. She even harbored a premonition that even her own mentor, Yun Yun, might not be a match for them. Since you align with him, why did you earlier profess to assist me? I do not revolve solely around him. Is it so wrong to have other interests? As Hun Ruoruo spoke, she discreetly conjured a droplet of water, turning to walk down the mountain, lamenting that the opportunity had passed. Choosing to tend to your grandfather's illness means you shall not receive my aid. Watching the figure gradually recede, a flicker of regret crossed Nalan Yinyan's eyes. However, her inherently strong-willed nature prevented her from uttering any pleas. She understood that, even if given another chance to choose, she would resolutely opt to save her grandfather. Given this, why would there be a need for further words? With a touch of self-mockery, Nalan Yinyan's expression returned to serenity. It was as if she sensed the coldness in her hand, prompting her to open her palm and gaze within. There, a crystal-clear droplet of water, illuminated by the sun, slowly gathered light from a peculiar angle, forming neatly arranged, delicate characters. Yunlan's sect, Elder Shuang, transmission time, afternoon, the hour of the goat. As she read these words aloud, Nalan Yinyan's lips parted slightly, revealing a bittersweet expression. She truly had been deftly manipulated. Suddenly, Nalan Yinyan felt compelled to utilize her authority as the young master to expedite her place in line. Thus, before uncovering the hidden strength of the Yunlan sect, she had no intention of revealing her presence prematurely. According to her recollections, apart from the 10-star Do Huang Yinshan, There was also a 4-star Dozone Guardian from the Soul Hall within the Yunlon sect. If only these two existed, then when Xiao Yan ascended to the Yunlon sect, she could prepare an ambush in advance, ensnaring them completely to eliminate future threats. Nonetheless, she could not afford to dismiss the possibility of unforeseen variables. After all, individuals of the Dozone caliber possess sufficient power to venture into the Central Plains. Should any information leak, the resulting turmoil would be intolerable for Hun Ruoruo. Her spiritual strength had gradually reached a plateau, and if she could devour the souls of Yun Shan and that guardian, she would likely ascend to the late stages of the spiritual realm. Hun Ruoruo gazed at the token in her hand, pondering deeply. From her earlier observations, capturing a soul at the Do Wang level would reward her with a Do Ling Dan and an assortment of rare treasures. Capturing a soul at the Do Huang level would multiply the rewards, yielding 3 imperial-grade pills. However, the items distributed for completing tasks assigned by the Soul Hall, while noteworthy, lacked any rewards pertaining to the enhancement of spiritual power. The reasoning behind this was easily surmised. Treasures related to augmenting spiritual strength or sources of soul essence were presumably dispatched to the branch halls in the Central Plains. Consequently, if she wished to elevate her spiritual power, her only option was to take the risk of obliterating the Soul Hall lurking behind the Yunlon sect, as no more suitable alternatives presented themselves. Contemplating this troublesome predicament regarding the Yunlon sect, the girl, noticing the absence of others, could not help but stomp her foot in frustration. That rascal Xiao Yan was likely getting cozy with the little healer by now. Moreover, there was also that older woman, Yun, supplying him with resources, truly living a life akin to that of a deity. Since her integration into the Yunlon sect, this guest elder had yet to lay eyes on the sect master. One could easily deduce where that irresponsible woman had been, undoubtedly competing with her disciple for the affections of men. Although Hun Ruoruo feigned indifference towards Xiao Yan's romantic escapades, the disparity between his carefree existence and her own tireless scheming inevitably stirred a sense of discontent within her. With a slight click of her tongue in dissatisfaction, Hun Ruoruo quipped, "Once I deal with that guardian, I must utilize his token to bestow Xiao Yan with the title of Soul Envoy, compelling him to obediently assist me." Chapter 81, The Reversal Array. Before officially completing her first task for the Soul Hall, Hun Ruoruo could not yet observe the entirety of the Soul Hall's influence concealed within the Yunlon sect. However, this 3-month respite afforded her ample opportunity to undertake various endeavors. After all, completing the task too early could result in her being dispatched to a location outside the Yunlon sect, which would not bode well. As she strolled through the square of the Yunlon sect, clad in a flowing black robe that cloaked her form, Hun Ruoruo inevitably drew the attention of the surrounding disciples. Her graceful silhouette was gradually revealed by the gentle breeze, and even the voluminous robe could not entirely conceal the elegance of her figure. Ignoring the occasional glances cast from afar by her disciples, Hun Ruoruo directed her attention to the tiles beneath her feet, her soul power quietly surging forth. The cloud and smoke covering the sun formation was a substantial enhancement array established by the numerous disciples of Yunlon sect, who occupied the corners of the surroundings, while the empowered individuals stood at the array's core to amplify their strength. The formation was concealed beneath the ground, and in the event of an enemy attack, the disciples merely needed to remain stationary while the elders activated it for swift effect. However, due to the convenience of this activation method and the long-standing dominance of their sect, their attention to the formation had waned significantly. After all, the Yunlon sect had enjoyed its formidable reputation for so long that they could scarcely recall the last time their sect had been challenged. This situation, however, presented Hun Ruoruo with a unique opportunity. With her soul power and years of understanding of formations from the soul realm, enhancing the cloud and smoke covering the sun formation was not a daunting task. She merely needed to evade the gaze of a few somewhat threatening old men. Formation 128. Third layer, condense, Hun Ruoruo silently recited in her heart. Just as she was about to embed the third layer of the reversal formation into the ground, she was interrupted by a sudden rush of wind from the distance. Her brow furrowed slightly as the violet light in her eyes quietly dissipated. She took a measured step towards the source and inquired, "Elder Yunling, do you require something?" "Ha, Elder Shuang. It has been quite some time," Elder Yunling replied, retracting his combat wings and clasping his fists slightly, lowering his voice. "I have heard that Elder Shuang has recently begun instructing the young master in her cultivation. Is this true? Is it not permissible for a guest elder to guide her cultivation?" Elder Yunling chuckled awkwardly. "This is certainly no issue, but let us not forget that the task has been pending for nearly half a month, if it is delayed much longer." Although the scattered disciples of Yunlon's sect around them dared not eavesdrop on their conversation, Hun Ruoruo could clearly discern the veiled implications in Elder Yunling's words. It appeared that the hidden influence of the Soul Palace within Yunlon's sect had not completely eroded their integrity. At least, from what she currently knew. The lower-ranking disciples and individuals like Nalan Yinran were entirely unaware of the matter. A sly smile crept beneath her dark robe as Hun Ruoruo replied nonchalantly. There is no need for Elder Yunling to concern himself. I have my own arrangements for that matter. Once the 3-month deadline arrives, the task will naturally be accomplished. That is splendid news. Otherwise, I fear I would have difficulty explaining myself to the old sect master, Elder Yunling remarked, forcing a smile. Faced with this enigmatic soul envoy, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, realizing he could only rely on the pressure of Yunshan's authority. With little interest in wasting emotions on such a foolish and unsightly antagonist, she found herself far more amused by teasing Nalan Yinran. Once Hun Ruoruo's figure gradually receded from view, Elder Yunling could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, though his expression remained grim. The presence of this newly joined soul envoy not only afforded him no respect as a senior, but also posed a significant threat to his status with her formidable strength and mastery of the Soul Palace's secret communication. The Empire of Gamal has long witnessed the near extinction of soul warriors at the king level. If you do not seek them now, I wonder how you shall maintain your composure later. Cursing inwardly, Yunling waved her sleeve and departed. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword, she silently chanted, and with a light exclamation, the young girl thrust her long sword directly toward the wooden post. However, just as the sword was about to make contact with the post, the previously smooth and straight blade suddenly flickered with several cold glimmers. The sword body trembled and transformed into numerous faint afterimages. In an instant, the long sword grazed past the wooden post, producing a sharp sound as several elongated cracks appeared above it. Panting slightly, Nalan Yinran wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, elegantly twirling the long sword in a beautiful flourish before slowly sheathing it. She turned around, perched upon a small stool, resting her chin on one hand as she observed herself, while with the other hand, she indulged in a candied hawthorn skewer. Is such power considered satisfactory? She asked Soul Ruoruo. How weak? Ruo replied ambiguously, taking a bite of the last vibrant red fruit on the skewer. The crisp sweetness of the candy coating mingled with the delicate red juice, adorning her enticing lips momentarily. But unfortunately, the level is too low. Licking her lips, Soul Ruo smiled and said, by the way, since the young master Yinran is so concerned about the third young master, she must have known about his performance during the admissions at Canaan Academy, right? Upon hearing Ruo's words, Nalan Yinran's pupils constricted, and she pursed her lips, nodding slightly. In a single strike, she had matched the prowess of a powerful grand fighter. Nalan Yinran knew that should she face such an opponent, she could only rely on her wind attribute's agile speed to evade, unable to confront them head-on. Although this was her advantage, once she lost the determination to engage directly, her already wavering heart would inevitably lose its sharpness. Wind attributes emphasize evasion and speed. Yet swordsmanship demands decisiveness and a bold spirit. If one loses their edge, how can they hope to contend? Stretching lazily, Soul Ruo stood up, pinching the skewer between her fingers. Shall we experience the power firsthand? She suggested. Was that move taught by Elder Shuang? Nalan Yinran felt a flicker of interest. Despite her stubbornness regarding cultivation, this did not imply a lack of adaptability. The chance to understand her adversary's capabilities was one she would not forfeit. No, replied Soul Ruoruo, narrowing her eyes with a smug expression. But I can use it too. Chapter 82, The Flame-Eating Scale. She did not teach it to you, yet you can use it? What is there to worry about? Experiencing it does not guarantee victory, and even if you can win, it is your own skill. Soul Ruoruo waved the bamboo skewer, saying, Moreover, did not young master Yinran pay the tuition? I quite enjoy it. I shall need more tomorrow. Is the tuition really just candied hawthorn? Otherwise what? Speaking of which, it seems the third young master has yet to pay my tuition. After pondering for a moment, Hun Ruoruo let out a resigned sigh, remarking that such a matter could only be deferred for future discussion. Deferred? A somewhat novel term surfaced in Nalan Yinran's mind. From her perspective, one of his caliber should have little regard for anything possessed by Xiao Yan, let alone extend credit. However, contemplating the way she referred to him as third young master provided some clarity. A certain possibility crossed her mind, causing Nalan Yinran's demeanor to shift slightly, prompting Hun Ruoruo to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Hun Ruoruo, having little understanding of the emotional nuances of women, felt at a loss since her experiences in the soul realm had not exposed her to many females. In Wutan City, her only reference had been Suner, who, whenever Xiao Yan was mentioned, would completely falter, offering little in terms of guidance or growth. Young Mistress Yinran, are you still watching? Hun Ruoruo inquired. Noticing Nalan Yinran's continued silence, she waved a bamboo skewer in front of her. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Nalan Yinran snapped back to reality and quickly nodded, stepping aside. Observing this, Hun Ruoruo tightened her grip on the skewer, aimed it at a wooden post, and declared with fervor, wave-splitting flame measuring rod. In an instant, the forces of heaven and earth were subtly summoned, a faint humming resonating as if to pierce Nalan Yinran's very soul. Is this a ground-tier combat skill? The girl gasped, instinctively covering her mouth with her hand. As the young master of the Yunlin sect, she was well aware that only a legendary ground-tier combat skill could invoke such celestial power. As she anticipated, two towering waves of water materialized through the condensed fighting spirit, surging rapidly toward the wooden post before crashing violently together. Boom! The churned mud took several breaths to finally cease its tumultuous movement. Gazing at the mire before her, Nalan Yinran was profoundly astonished. The power of a ground-tier combat skill could indeed be so terrifying? This is the combat skill he used back then, Nalan Yinran thought. Gripping the sheath of her sword tightly, her breath somewhat labored. Well, that's that. This mess is no longer my concern, Hun Ruoruo lamented. Observing the broken skewer in her hand, she knelt down and planted it into the ground, then smiled broadly at the wide-eyed girl before her. Of course, this was not the combat skill Xiao Yan had executed. It wasn't even a proper combat skill, merely two waves of water she had whimsically conjured. Yet, there was little she could do. As a Do Wong, she could invoke the forces of heaven and earth, making it appear quite convincing. The power remained consistent regardless. Shrugging, Hun Ruoruo stated, "Thus, your belief that he lacks suitable techniques and combat skills is merely a figment of your imagination. Not only does he possess ample methods, but they far exceed everything you currently hold. Even so, do you still wish to challenge him?" "Yes, I do." After a prolonged silence, Nalan Yinran's initial shock transformed into tranquility. The demeanor that once resembled that of a charming neighbor girl suddenly morphed into one of defiance and pride, akin to a haughty peacock. Indeed, I had previously felt an overwhelming urgency and anxiety regarding his rapid rise in strength, which compelled me to train incessantly. Pausing momentarily, her eyelids fluttered slightly. "Regardless of the cost, I must ascertain whether I can bear it." "Oh, it seems you are learning from me. Quite impressive," remarked Hun Ruoruo, who seldom expressed her approval, clapping her hands in encouragement. Given this disparity in strength, it would be futile to engage in combat. Why not learn some Earth-tier combat techniques instead? Earth-tier techniques are far too precious for Yinran to accept. Shaking her head, Nalan Yinran clarified that her previous words stemmed from Hun Ruoruo being the only one who truly understood her heart, rather than a plea for sympathy. By that logic, are you preparing to serve the third young master as a maid? Coincidentally, I possess a manual on the etiquette of serving maids. Would you care to borrow it? Her soft, sweet voice was laced with teasing and mischief, the provocation all too evident. "We haven't even begun to fight. What nonsense are you spouting?" The long sword in her hand clattered to the ground as Nalan Yinran's face flushed with embarrassment. "Even if I were to lose and take my own life, I would never serve that Xiao Yan as a maid." "Oh, how fiercely proud you are. So, will you learn or not?" A smile danced on Hun Ruoruo's lips, her gaze shimmering with temptation. "Really, is it permissible?" "That depends on you." Noticing the young girl shyly lowering her head, Hun Ruoruo chuckled, summoning forth the combat techniques from her spatial ring. Blood-burning, soul-devouring strike, Earth tier, low grade. Cursed wind of wraiths, Earth tier, low grade. Soul-devouring spell, Earth tier, low grade. The dazzling array of Earth tier combat techniques was cast before Nalan Yinran as casually as tossing away refuse. Yet, the young girl's expression bore no hint of joy. Instead, it turned a shade of green. Her lips quivered as she stammered. "Why are they all such sinister techniques? You truly are a demon." As the young master of a prestigious sect, Nalan Yinran could never accept the practice of such malevolent techniques, even those of the legendary Earth tier. Seeing her adamant refusal, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Hun Ruoruo's eyes. She feigned collecting the previously mentioned techniques, then casually posed a question she truly wished to ask. "Young Master Yinran, your soul power must differ from that of ordinary individuals, correct?" In a small wooden house in Wutan City, Hun Ruoruo gazed at the pitch-black paper before her, pouting in frustration as she scribbled with the pen in her hand. No wonder no one in the Soul Palace dared to betray. Aside from the Soul Imprint, this questionnaire resembled a household registration investigation. Fortunately, those marked with the Soul Imprint could not fabricate answers, but she was not bound by such constraints. She had never been one to tell lies, especially when deceiving others. However, writing was not the same as speaking, and she wrote as she pleased. The first question, what is your relationship with your father and mother? How unfortunate to begin with such inquiries. Upon encountering this question, Hun Ruoruo's gaze flickered with a hint of coldness, and she promptly struck through the word father with a heavy mark, swiftly bypassing it. Ever since she emerged from the soul realm, she had been quietly gathering intelligence regarding her mother, yet regrettably, she had uncovered nothing. After all, with her strength, if she did not reveal her identity, she would indeed stir no ripples in places like Zhongzhou. let alone acquire such elusive information. Consequently, she had no choice but to bury these emotions deep within her heart, refraining from disclosing them to anyone. The second question inquired about the existence of a partner. How delightfully gossipy. Alas, I shall never possess such a thing in this lifetime. It is rather ludicrous for the Soul Palace to attempt to bind someone with this notion. Supporting her chin with her delicate hand, Hun Ruoruo mused, the man I have interacted with the most is none other than Xiao Yan. Yet, that fellow is likely terrified by the various facets of my nature, to the extent that he wouldn't dare make a move even if I were to cling to him. As for the future, the Xiao clan and the ancient clan are at odds with the Soul clan. He could hardly disregard the bigger picture, could he? His sister Sun'er keeps a close watch. With a confident chuckle, Hun Ruoruo marked it off, appearing to find no further need for elaboration. The third question pertained to her cultivation level. Upon encountering a serious inquiry at last, Hun Ruoruo felt a surge of warmth. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly inscribed 9th star of Do Wang into the response and continued to the next question. The fourth question asked if she had a secondary profession. With a gentle sigh, a glimmer of yearning graced Hun Ruoruo's eyes as she murmured to herself, I have learned a great deal about alchemy since childhood. Yet I cannot even breach the threshold. How wonderful it would be to have the opportunity to practice alchemy in the future. It was said that if one could merge with a compatible, supplemented by precious natural resources of the wood element, they could utilize formidable spiritual power to transcend the conditions that bound her from becoming an alchemist. However, such opportunities were evidently rare and elusive. She held no particular aspirations for concocting high-grade elixirs. She simply relished the elegant feeling of transforming raw materials into potions. Thus, even if by chance she encountered suitable, she would willingly allow Xiao Yan to refine and absorb it, for his growth and strength provided her with greater assurance than her own interests. With a touch of regret, she marked it off and turned her attention to the final question. The fifth inquiry was, are you a bad person? Am I a bad person? This question is rather blunt and lacks sophistication. Hun Ruoruo languidly stretched her body and gradually rose from her seat. How could a bad person judge me? I am quite adept at embodying roles. I can be whatever I choose to be. A melodious, crisp laughter echoed as the young girl seemed to brighten, clearly relishing her solitary moments. Speaking of which, it appears many people still regard me as a good person. Beneath the dim glow of twilight, Hun Ruoruo's eyes gently closed, revealing a playful smile reminiscent of a little imp. Hee, how easily they are deceived. Chapter 83, not merely a casual remark. From a young age, Nailin Yanran acknowledged her sensitivity to soul power, believing there was nothing to conceal, and that even if she wished to hide it, such a notion would be rather unrealistic. Since Yanran, the young master, could not accept the previous combat techniques, it might be worthwhile to explore techniques related to the soul. Hun Ruoruo continued to gently coax, whispering that perhaps this fear of ghosts could be cured. After speaking, she glanced around, seemingly wary of anyone overhearing Nailin Yanran's little secret. The combat techniques had been a gift from Elder Shuang, and Yanran had no reason to refuse, especially after previously offending others. Feeling her cheeks warm from the other's actions, Nailin Yanran spoke softly, genuinely wishing not to be the subject of ridicule regarding this weakness again. Although she had never heard of soul techniques being cultivated, she was intrigued. Seeing this, Hun Ruoruo sighed with satisfaction, raising her right hand before Nailin Yanran's somewhat puzzled gaze, extending her index finger and thumb to form a rather peculiar gesture. 8. Nailin Yanran queried in confusion. With a swift motion, Hun Ruoruo raised her forearm, and as her words fell, a blue-violet droplet, shimmering with a unique luster, shot rapidly into Nailin Yanran's brow. In an instant, the girl's expression turned vacant, her body swaying as if she had lost her soul, nearly collapsing into Hun Ruoruo's arms. Ah, young lady, this marks your second folly, Hun Ruoruo remarked with a cold, teasing demeanor as her fighting spirit surged, gently lifting Nailin Yanran's delicate form and subtly pushing her away. With the other already unconscious, Hun Ruoruo felt no need for further pretense. She had no intention of wasting time teaching Nailin Yanran without reason, despite harboring a somewhat twisted interest in toying with such so-called young ladies. From the moment she first laid eyes on Nailin Yanran and noted her peculiar reactions, Hun Ruoruo had formed a judgment. Nailin Yanran was also a person of remarkable soul power. While perhaps not possessing the extraordinary talent of Xiao Yan, she was not significantly inferior. Exceptional soul power indicated the ability to accept engravings without the risk of spiritual collapse, and once a soul imprint was planted in the mind of this young master, Hun Ruoruo's plans within the Yunlan sect would become considerably easier. After all, she was merely a guest elder at present. This was precisely why she repeatedly referred to Xiao Yan as the third young master, instilling in him a sense of urgency that compelled him to ultimately acquiesce, rather than out of casual habit. Unfortunately, Nailin Yinran's capacity for accepting engravings was considerably less than Xiao Yan's, unable to reach a state of perfection, and the disparity in soul power even led to her fainting. However, the advantage was that she would likely not endure the intense pain associated with it. The refinement of the reversal formation now rested entirely upon you, young lady. In about half a month, she should be on the verge of breaking through to the Do Huang level, and her progress since leaving Wutan City had been rather swift. With her eyes closed, Hun Ruoruo directed her soul inward, beginning to perceive the celestial energies of the world within her body, energies befitting a Do Huang level. The most significant distinction between a Do Huang and a Do Huang lies in the mastery of these celestial forces. Upon ascending to the Do Huang rank, one can command energies that may exceed those of a Do Huang by several folds, rendering the two levels incomparable. Hence, becoming a Do Huang marks the commencement of Hun Ruoruo's aspiration to wholly assimilate the power of the Soul Hall behind the Yunlan sect into her own. She was acutely aware of her frailty and endurance, which could jeopardize her foundation for the ascension to Do Huang. Therefore, in preparation for this long-awaited breakthrough, Hun Ruoruo diligently commenced the gradual compression of her internal Do Qi. Her pursuit of this breakthrough could only be described as an endeavor of utmost extremity. In the Xiao clan's rear mountain, a black-haired youth lounged against an elevated patch of grass, lazily chewing on a piece of grass root while conversing with the air, remarking that it was not merely a matter of seeing one another tomorrow. Xiao Yan should have discerned the trickery of the other party's words. Yet the ambience she created was so captivating that it felt utterly ordinary, leading him into the trap nonetheless. He had long since warned that, given her nature, it was impossible for her to remain in Wutan City for long, even in the vicinity of the Monster Mountain range. The voice of Yao Lao resonated from the ring, offering a hint of consolation. You have recently completed your goal regarding alchemy, within the next couple of days. You may set forth to Qingshan Town, as Ruoruo suggested. That girl possesses discernment, echoing my own sentiments. Does the master also wish for me to go to Qingshan Town? Xiao Yan inquired, his curiosity piqued as the grass root in his mouth twitched. The location of the checkpoint encountered during the trials seemed to be this so-called Qingshan Town. It must be said, there was indeed a certain fate intertwined therein. As a place for honing one's skills, Qingshan Town could only be deemed barely adequate for him. The more critical reason was its proximity to their next destination, the Tagore Desert. The 19th-ranked Qing Lian Dxin Hua should be located there. Upon hearing it was related to, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he ceased to inquire further. He had already experienced the perils of absorbing, even though he had capitalized on a significant opportunity during the mutual devouring of. And even with Hun Ruoruo having weakened it to its utmost, the process remained fraught with danger. Thus, without her assistance, he could only enhance his own strength to improve the likelihood of successfully absorbing. In truth, this aligned quite well with Xiao Yan's preferences. He was not particularly fond of relying on others for everything, especially in relation to Hun Ruoruo. Nonetheless, he was keenly aware that he had yet to fully mature. If he continued to resist this fact, it would only render him petulant. After a moment of contemplation, he chuckled softly. I did not anticipate that both the master and Ruoruo would pave the way for me. In that case, I shall set forth tomorrow. For there is truly little of worth left in Wutan City. Seeing that Xiao Yan was not overly troubled by Hun Ruoruo's somewhat abrupt departure, Yao Lao within the ring nodded with satisfaction. The following day, at dawn. In the early dawn, Xiao Yan hastened his steps toward the family estate. Aware that Xiao Yan would not linger in Wutan City, Xiao Zhan refrained from any attempts to dissuade him, merely patting his shoulder and reminding him to stay safe. Suggesting he visit Stone Desert City at the border of the Jiama Empire when the opportunity arose. Understanding his father's intentions, Xiao Yan chose not to elaborate further, exchanging a few light-hearted remarks before setting off towards the residential area. Before departing, there was one more person he needed to meet. Chapter 84. Departure. Brother Xiao Yan. Are you leaving? Originally supposed to join the team from the Jianan Academy for the external campus, Sun Er had postponed the entire enrollment process to spend these days with Xiao Yan. She was well aware that even if Xiao Yan did not attend the academy, he could not possibly remain in Wutan City for long. However, recalling the scenes from the enrollment at Jianan Academy, a tinge of reluctance lingered in her heart. Xiao Yan scratched his head and replied, Indeed, it is time to depart. With less than 2 years left on our 3-year agreement, staying in Wutan City may not guarantee a victory over Nalan Yanran. Is it again with Hun Ruoruo for training? Sun Er couldn't help but blurt out, her small head shaking slightly. Brother Xiao Yan, if it's merely to win the 3-year agreement, you could achieve that by staying by my side. Sun Er, you? Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by her sudden mention of Ruoruo's surname. Although the medicine elder had mentioned that Sun Er was unaware of Ruoruo's background, Xiao Yan silently noted the surname in his mind. Oh, that was a slip of the tongue. Realizing her mistake, Sun Er quickly waved her hand at Xiao Yan, seemingly embarrassed, and turned to walk briskly toward the courtyard. Observing this, Xiao Yan rushed forward, grasping her sleeve. Under her slightly flushed gaze, he smiled and said, Sun Er, while the training at Jianan Academy is commendable, it is not suitable for me at this moment. I must grow stronger. When I am sufficiently powerful. Upon hearing this, Sun Er's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager for his continuation. A secret. Xiao Yan mischievously echoed words she had previously shared with him. After a brief moment of hesitation, he reached out to tousle her hair and then dashed toward the exit of the Xiao family estate, waving back occasionally. Farewell, Sun Er. Don't delay your own training. It was only when Xiao Yan's figure had completely vanished from her sight that the girl became acutely aware of her flustered state. Once in a secluded area, Xiao Yan quietly inquired, Teacher, does Ruoruo's surname happen to be in? From the outset, the uncertainty surrounding Ruoruo's surname had gnawed at him, and this unexpected revelation was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, he remained uncertain about the veracity of Sun Er's statement. It was not that he doubted her, but as the medicine elder had indicated, Sun Er and Ruoruo were like fire and water. If she truly knew of Ruoruo's surname and origins, her reaction would have been entirely different. I understand, teacher. Upon hearing the assurances of the esteemed Elder Yao, the weight upon Xiao Yan's heart was reluctantly lifted. Observing this, Elder Yao chuckled lightly, then teasingly shifted the conversation, remarking, Well, it seems you possess quite the charm. With just a few words, you've managed to win the young lady's favor. Do you truly not comprehend, or are you merely feigning ignorance? That girl has been longing for you to be the special recruit, only for you to turn around and bestow the opportunity upon Ruoruo. Can she not feel a twinge of jealousy? Elder Yao jested, utterly surprised by his apprentice's apparent obliviousness. That girl has affections for you. Can you truly not see it? Of course Sun Er likes me. What is there not to discern? Xiao Yan replied, somewhat bashfully glancing at the ring in his hand, his gaze wavering. Noticing this, Elder Yao spoke in a peculiar tone. Oh, are you about to invoke the familiar tale of the good brother and his little sister? In response, Xiao Yan could only remain silent. With a wistful sigh, Elder Yao slowly articulated, Well, these matters require your own contemplation. They cannot be resolved overnight. Although the young man exhibited a maturity beyond his years in many respects, he remained remarkably naive when it came to matters of the heart. Elder Yao even entertained doubts that Xiao Yan had yet to fully recognize his feelings towards Hun Ruoruo. For the complex gaze he occasionally displayed, imbued with both hope and a hint of trepidation, was not characteristic of a youth. Regrettably, Hun Ruoruo had concealed too much from Xiao Yan, and even Elder Yao, aware of her sentiments, was reluctant to enlighten him. After all, her unannounced departure had inadvertently revealed her feelings. Upon hearing Elder Yao's words, Xiao Yan clicked his tongue and nodded gently. The pressing matter at hand remained his cultivation. The journey from Wutan City to Qingshan Town was not as distant as the trek to the heart of the mountains. And coupled with the memories of his previous travels, Xiao Yan's pace was quite swift. Once outside Wutan City, he hoisted the long-dormant Xianzhong Qi onto his shoulder, suppressing the flow of his Do Qi. The experience gained from his battle with Mentor Ruolin had made him acutely aware that even with the burning technique approaching the Xian level, relying solely on it to support the full utilization of Earth-level Do techniques during the Do-Shi phase was still quite challenging. Thus, in Wutan City, he not only refined a substantial amount of foundational spiritual liquid, enhancing his alchemical skills to a new level of proficiency, but also earned sufficient funds to procure medicinal materials. Typically, one would meditate to fully harness the effects of the medicine. However, at this moment, he did not possess such leisure. Is it true that you do not intend to intervene? Elder Yao's voice broke through the silence. Indeed, if you constantly rely on others during your trials, what progress can you expect? Let me remind you, as long as your life is not in peril, I shall not intervene, he cautioned, before falling silent once more. Casting a glance at the now dimmed ring in his hand, Xiao Yan suddenly broke into a grin. Lazily stretching his body that had been pressed down by the weight of the Xianzhong Qi, he then hastened towards his destination in the distance. A flicker of malevolence crossed the youth's eyes as he lowered his voice, murmuring, Just wait. Chapter 85, Qingshan Town. In contrast to the trials experienced in the heart of the mountains, Qingshan Town represented a genuine introduction to the local customs and vibrant life. Nestled at the confluence of the Tagore Desert and the Beast Mountain Range, the number of mercenaries in Qingshan Town vastly exceeded that of Wutan City, leading to a stark disparity in their respective cultures. Though both places brimmed with life's vitality, the rugged and fierce atmosphere of Qingshan Town prevailed. Groups of bloodthirsty mercenaries strode together, their crude banter echoing, causing Xiao Yan's brows to furrow in mild discontent. The town was indeed lively, had Ruo been present. she would have surely attracted a swarm of admirers. With a teasing demeanor, Xiao Yan casually placed his hands in his pockets, surveying the intriguing surroundings. Due to his possession of the heavy Xianzhong qi, he was not the only one casting curious glances. Many around him regarded him with a mix of intrigue and skepticism. In a place as chaotic as this, weapons were essential for efficiency and lethality. Observing the massive iron slab resembling a sword, it was evident that its weight rendered even a simple run impossible. Moreover, the blade bore no semblance of sharpness. With such a cumbersome burden, how could one hope to engage in combat? It seemed that even swinging it would prove arduous. As these thoughts crossed their minds, a hint of mockery began to glimmer in the eyes of the mercenaries, clearly viewing Xiao Yan as a novice. Paying little heed to their stares, he continued his leisurely stride down the street. The experiences from his previous trials instilled in him a sense of caution, regardless of the location. Gathering intelligence remained an imperative task. After all, Xiao Yan had narrowly escaped death at the hands of a bandit leader during his last encounter. Having learned from his missteps, he vowed to avoid making the same mistakes again. Wandering past various shops lining the roadside, Xiao Yan's gaze gradually settled upon a spacious apothecary. Wanyaozhai? Unlike the sporadic weapon shops dotting the vicinity, Wanyaozhai occupied a considerable area and appeared to be the sole pharmacy in sight, indicating its esteemed status within Qingshan town. Upon entering the establishment, Xiao Yan's honed spiritual perception, refined by the training with Ruo, immediately sensed something unusual. Following the direction of his spiritual awareness, he noticed a pale yellow rectangular object in the corner, emanating a faint crimson hue under his scrutiny. "How much for this item?" he inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor as he smiled at the approaching male attendant. "Huang Lian essence, 100 gold, the attendant replied, nonchalantly placing the essence before Xiao Yan without sparing him a glance, as he busily retrieved a substitute for the item from a lower cabinet. "What about 150 gold? Let us be friends," Xiao Yan proposed. "The establishment does not entertain haggling, you say? 150 gold coins?" The male attendant appeared momentarily taken aback, casting a bewildered glance at the youth before him, who bore an enormous iron weight upon his back. His expression a mixture of peculiarity and disbelief. "Young man, I have served in this Wanyaozhai for a decade. Yet this is the first time I have encountered someone bargaining in such an unconventional manner," he remarked. "To be candid, as a newcomer in this unfamiliar realm, I offered a high price merely to buy some time and inquire about the news and intelligence of this Qingshan town." Xiao Yan provided a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, the attendant scrutinized Xiao Yan from head to toe, and upon noticing the faint glimmer of the spatial ring in the youth's hand, a sycophantic smile broke across his face. "Ah, young master, with such a generous offer, I certainly cannot decline." The item worth 100 gold coins held little profit for him, which had previously elicited his disdain. However, the additional 50 gold coins now held a different significance. With this thought, the attendant's breath became slightly labored, and he swiftly retracted his earlier condescending demeanor, launching into an enthusiastic discourse about the various information pertaining to Qingshan town. He began with the 3 most renowned mercenary groups, followed by details about the Wanyaozhai, and finally elaborated on the rules governing mercenary employment. He even managed to fabricate several sentences about secrets of Qingshan town that had no direct connection to the intelligence, demonstrating an impeccable service attitude. Slightly diverting from the attendant's fervent monologue, a sly smile flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes as he discreetly stowed the Huanglian essence into his spatial ring. What he had actually acquired was not the Huanglian essence, but rather a rare variant known as the Blood Lotus essence. Despite the subtle difference in nomenclature, the value of these 2 substances was worlds apart. Were it not for his significantly enhanced spiritual power, even his extensive familiarity with alchemical texts would not have sufficed for the identification of such a treasure. By serendipity, the Blood Lotus essence was precisely one of the core ingredients for the Blood Lotus pill, a concoction gifted to him by the enigmatic Hun Ruoruo. After the attendant's extensive narration, Xiao Yan had gained a reasonable understanding of the forces within Qingshan town and was about to express his gratitude when he noticed the collective gaze of the crowd suddenly shift towards a figure approaching from behind. "Ah, the little medical sage has arrived. Look at that slender waist. It is utterly exquisite. Who would dare utter such lewd remarks about the little medical sage? Are they seeking their own demise?" Observing the commotion among the throng, Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and inquired of the male attendant, who was also attempting to catch a glimpse. "Pray tell, who is this little medical sage? It seems she holds a considerable reputation here." "Young master, you may be unaware, but the little medical sage is the esteemed physician I mentioned earlier, a specially appointed practitioner at our Wanyaozhai. A physician, rather than an alchemist?" Upon hearing this relatively obscure term, Xiao Yan's understanding of the rarity of the alchemist profession was elevated yet again. It was only natural, as even Hun Ruoruo, with her profound knowledge of alchemy and formidable spiritual power, had been precluded from the title of alchemist due to the inherent barriers of the profession, let alone an ordinary girl from a small town. With this in mind, Xiao Yan's impression of the little medical sage deepened considerably. As the crowd swelled, it became increasingly difficult for Xiao Yan to catch a glimpse of the young maiden whom many were extolling. However, he had no intention of jostling through the throngs to join the fray. Instead, he hastily made his way to the departure point for the Beast Mountain range to procure essential supplies. Through prior inquiries, he had learned that to join the expedition to the Beast Mountain range, one must at least possess the strength of a fighter. Given Xiao Yan's age, even the mere display of a one-star fighter's prowess would likely draw undue attention from those around him. It is worth noting that this town of Qingshan is far from Wutan City. A fighter in their late teens could easily incite suspicion among mercenaries, and even provoke avarice. Although Xiao Yan was undeterred by this, having gathered sufficient information, he preferred to embark on his journey independently rather than be constrained by the merchant convoy, allowing him to travel freely and at his leisure. At long last, he had arrived at the Beast Mountain range, a feat not easily accomplished. Observing the silhouettes of beasts darting through the trees, Xiao Yan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. After glancing at the map in his possession, he applied the bitter essence of the repellent grass all over himself and plunged into the forest, hastening toward the heart of the Beast Mountain range. Chapter 86, A Fortuitous Encounter. Hey, teacher, it's rather dull being alone. Even a conversation would suffice. With a swift motion, he dispatched a first-tier magical beast that had approached, conjuring a flicker of Wanshou's spirit fire to char the hide atop its head. The crimson flame exuded a faint aura of wilderness, and in the next moment, the beast's skull unexpectedly cracked open, revealing a crystalline fire attribute magic core within. Throughout the day of hunting, Xiao Yan inadvertently discovered that the essence of Wanshou's spirit fire, when it came into contact with magical beasts, produced a remarkably unique and mystical response. After extensive experimentation, he finally deduced that the flame could precisely sense which beasts harbored magic cores. This revelation undoubtedly expedited his progress in hunting. Truly, the renowned existence on the, even a mere flicker of flame, possessed such extraordinary efficacy. Extinguishing the flame he had conjured, Xiao Yan gazed at the gradually darkening sky, preparing to find a relatively safe spot to rest for the night. Despite possessing no reliable allies at present, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Yawning, he stretched his somewhat sore back and quickly made his way toward the edge of the forest. While the woods provided concealment, they were also home to a variety of bizarre and venomous creatures, and he certainly did not wish to awaken with them crawling across his face. A flicker of light? As he reached the forest's edge, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, his movements becoming restrained as he turned his attention toward the source of the light. It appeared to be the merchant convoy accompanied by a group of hired mercenaries, a rather fortuitous coincidence. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe the situation from a distance. Aware that his sudden appearance would undoubtedly arouse the others' vigilance, Xiao Yan chose not to approach directly. Instead, he circled around to the rear of the woods, intending to utilize the abundant foliage for concealment while employing his spiritual sense for a limited reconnaissance. Suddenly, catching a whiff of a certain medicinal fragrance, Xiao Yan halted his stealthy steps and directed his gaze towards a delicate white flower nestled in the corner of the cliff. As his spiritual energy surged forth quietly, a peculiar expression crossed his features. As he approached the precipice, he called out, "Even if you fear this stranger and hide beneath the cliff, it is hardly a commendable habit." A gasp echoed from below, followed by the sound of tumbling stones. Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow and quickly glanced downward. Perhaps startled by his abrupt jest, the young woman had let one of her hands fall weakly to the ground, while the other clung precariously to a crevice, teetering on the brink of disaster. Furrowing his brow slightly, Xiao Yan swiftly extended his hand, urging, "Grab on, quickly." He had initially presumed that she was accompanying a mercenary group and assumed she would possess considerable strength. To his surprise, she turned out to be a frail girl of low cultivation. Had he known, he would have refrained from startling her. Seeing the girl's trembling hand reach out, Xiao Yan grasped it firmly, disregarding the cool softness that radiated from her palm. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly pulled her delicate form up from the edge of the cliff. "Thank you," she gasped, casting a fleeting glance at the seemingly bottomless abyss behind her, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Do not mention it," Xiao Yan replied nonchalantly, his gaze involuntarily lingering on the girl's figure and countenance. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, her exquisite and charming face was revealed in all its glory. Strands of dark hair fell gracefully across her forehead, gathering together under the sheen of perspiration, creating a unique and gentle beauty rather than appearing out of place. As she stood upright, her slender waist, delicate enough to be encircled with a single hand, was accentuated by her perfectly proportioned figure, imparting an ethereal quality to her presence. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Yan's eyes. Even though he had been perpetually enchanted by the allure of the spirit named Ruoruo, he could not help but acknowledge the beauty of the young woman before him. If Ruoruo was akin to a rose adorned with thorns, then this chance encounter with the girl resembled a pristine, blooming wildflower, fresh, graceful, and imbued with a touch of earthly charm. Unnamed, the thought inexplicably surfaced in his mind, prompting Xiao Yan to smile and inquire. Could it be that you are the renowned little healer of Qingshan Town? It is I, the little healer replied, displaying no surprise at being recognized. For she was well aware of her own reputation within Qingshan Town. How did you discover me? This flower upon the cliff must be the Bailon fruit. Earlier, I detected a medicinal scent emanating from this spot, yet I noticed there were no fruits upon the flower, evidently picked by someone else. He shrugged, revealing no intention of concealing the truth. Originally possessing the ability to discern herbs, I was momentarily startled by your footsteps, which compelled me to hide beneath the cliff. My apologies. Wait. As Xiao Yan accepted the white orchid fruit, an enigmatic smile graced his face, and he inquired, seemingly with intent, since you are the renowned little healer of Qingshan Town, and there are numerous mercenaries nearby for protection, why did you choose to conceal yourself beneath the cliff upon discovering me? Logically, you should have no reason to fear a mere idler like myself, correct? Upon hearing this, the delicate visage of the little healer shifted, and from her slender hand, a pouch of powdered white medicine materialized discreetly. With a swift motion of her arm, she aimed to disperse the contents. Clap! Xiao Yan's large hand firmly grasped the young girl's slender wrist, his expression still tinged with a hint of amusement. However, his obsidian eyes suddenly glowed with a faint purple light. The boy's slightly lowered eyelids, illuminated by the purple radiance, took on an air of sinister depth, while a cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. I never expected that the so-called healer, dedicated to saving lives, would resort to such ruthless measures against her savior. Speak, what are you concealing? Should you dare to strike again, I shall show no mercy. Xiao Yan could assure that before the little healer could utter a cry for help, his soul-piercing strike would silence her forever. Chapter 87. Do you have a favorite girl? Witnessing the sudden ferocity emanating from the previously gentle boy, the little healer felt an inexplicable surge of panic, causing the pouch of medicine to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. You, release me at once, she exclaimed in a hushed urgency, straining to free herself from his powerful grip. Yet, regardless of how she summoned the meager fighting spirit within her, she found herself unable to break free. Unfazed by her resistance, Xiao Yan completed the preparation of his soul-piercing strike, waiting a moment before casually releasing her wrist and retrieving the fallen pouch. Tearing open the bag, Xiao Yan fanned the air, allowing the drifting powder to disperse, and after inhaling its scent, his expression softened slightly. A sedative. You had no intention of poisoning me. It seems I misjudged you earlier. Haha. We bear no grievances. Why would I wish to end your life? Rubbing her reddened wrist, the little healer let out a pained whimper, her words laced with a hint of grievance. In Qingshan Town, no one had ever disregarded her identity and allure so brazenly, treating her with such callousness. Furthermore, judging by his appearance, he appeared to be merely a youth of 17 or 18. How could he possess such a heart of stone? My apologies, but while traveling, one must remain vigilant. Though he uttered words of regret, Xiao Yan's demeanor bore no trace of remorse. Instead, it transformed into a chilling resolve. Now might you explain why you chose to hide? With a fleeting gaze, the little healer sighed dejectedly, her reluctance evident as she spoke. Beneath the cliff lies a cave, presumably a remnant left by a powerful individual. I cannot descend alone, which is why I found myself trapped at the cliff's edge, searching for a suitable path. Alone in Qingshan Town, the little healer, despite harboring dreams of becoming stronger, understood that her foremost consideration must be securing her own survival. Compared to the value of life, the pursuit of cultivation and fortune naturally pales in significance. Gradually recounting the contents of the cavern, the young healer's expression bore traces of undeniable reluctance. With her delicate lips lightly bitten, she murmured, I have finished speaking. May I be released now? If you remain uneasy, I can. Having concluded her words, it was time for her to lead the way, was it not? As Xiao Yan spoke, a rare excitement prompted him to rub his hands together. Utterly unprepared for the serendipitous encounter with such an opportunity to explore ancient relics, a feeling of yearning blossomed within him at the thought of delving into the treasures hidden within the cave, a tale he had heard since childhood in Wutan City. The exhilaration and fulfillment derived from what one discovers for oneself, as opposed to what is handed to them, holds a profound distinction. You do not wish to drive me away? Upon hearing this, the young healer widened her expressive eyes in surprise, sensing that the previously mature boy, who seemed beyond his years, had suddenly transformed. After a moment of dazed contemplation, a teasing glint flickered in her gaze, and her lips curved into a faint smile. Humph, you truly are something else, unlike that certain physician who resorts to ambushes at the slightest disagreement. The emphasis she placed on the word physician was unmistakable, laden with sarcasm. Understood, understood. I shall lead the way, if that is acceptable. The young healer was no fool. She was acutely aware that the mysterious youth's actions were partially motivated by a desire to prevent her from laying a trap. Yet, the candor and calmness in his eyes were strikingly different from the mercenaries she had encountered before. While she had experienced admiration and awe, there was not a hint of desire to be found. It was as if words and appearance held no sway over him whatsoever. What a peculiar matter indeed. The duo arrived at the precipice, carefully wrapping the rope around a sturdy tree. After ensuring it was securely fastened, they began their cautious descent. The abyss below, shrouded in darkness, posed little challenge to Xiao Yan, who possessed a keen sense of spiritual awareness. However, for the young healer, the situation was markedly different. Her hands were occupied clinging to the jagged rocks, leaving her unable to ignite a torch, and her vision was engulfed in darkness. Hey, little healer, could you move a bit faster? Initially intending for her to scout the path, Xiao Yan could not help but urge her when she remained motionless for too long. I cannot see the way. Climbed down through the crevices in the cliff. While her hands could grasp, her feet struggled to find purchase. Growing increasingly anxious, the young healer feared being perceived as a burden, which would sever her connection to the treasures of the cave. Could you perhaps come over and assist me? All right. To avoid further delay, how do I assist? Xiao Yan instinctively agreed. After a brief moment of realization, he comprehended the implication of her words and could not help but swallow hard. Why must you explain such matters? You truly are an oddity. The young healer's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, biting her silver teeth. Tentatively, she inched her way toward Xiao Yan in the darkness, hesitating for a considerable time before gently leaning against his side. The delicate form of the little medicine fairy pressed against Xiao Yan, causing his previously relaxed expression, due to the absence of any apparent threat, to stiffen abruptly. Indeed, owing to the influence of Hun Ruoruo, he had developed a formidable resistance to the words and appearances of other women. However, experiencing such intimate physical contact with a girl was an unprecedented occurrence for him. No longer was it merely the fragrance of soft jade at his side. She had directly nestled into his embrace. Bolstered by his soul power, Xiao Yan could distinctly perceive the warmth and softness of the young girl's body trembling slightly in his arms, clearly indicating that her heart was not as tranquil as it appeared on the surface. I apologize for the trouble, she murmured. Sensing the boy's rigidity and the rapid beating of his heart, the little medicine fairy's once bashful countenance unwittingly bore a hint of peculiarity. She anticipated that he, too, was not as unyielding as he seemed, with a heart racing so quickly. Hold on tight. There might still be magical beasts lurking below. If trouble arises, I may not be able to protect you completely. Xiao Yan's expression turned slightly unnatural, appearing somewhat evasive. Although the steep cliff below was shrouded in darkness due to the obstructed moonlight, their close proximity allowed the little medicine fairy to discern Xiao Yan's expression with relative clarity. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt the boy's previously stiff arms suddenly become agitated and swift. His rough actions, upon closer inspection, seemed to be a deliberate attempt to conceal something. You, don't act recklessly. If you dare to move again, I swear I will poison you. The little medicine fairy's face paled, clearly taken aback by his vehement reaction. Now you realize this is no jest? With a cold snort, Xiao Yan tightened his embrace around her soft form and growled, Don't move, or I shall throw you down. While he could hardly contend with the malicious provocations of Hun Ruoruo, he found himself bewildered as to why this woman, whom he had only recently met, perceived him as an innocent and steadfast youth. Rogue. Upon hearing this, the little medicine fairy's charming face instantly flushed with a persistent hue of crimson, filled with embarrassment and indignation. This fellow is truly no paragon of virtue. Chapter 88, Acknowledgement. Xiao Yan's actions successfully dispelled the little medicine fairy's previous conjectures, causing her to bite her lip in silence, fearful of any further impulsive behavior from him. Swiftly reaching the cave's entrance, Xiao Yan forcibly suppressed his wandering thoughts and fleeting desires, gently setting the little medicine fairy down. We have arrived. You may descend now. As she extricated herself from his embrace, the little medicine fairy felt the tingling sensation around her waist dissipate and could not help but exhale a quiet sigh of relief. Having not seen light for a considerable time, she quickly ignited a torch, illuminating the previously pitch-black surroundings, and hastened towards the cave she had long anticipated. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from the dark corner as the torch illuminated the area, infused with a faint wave of battle intent, launching itself towards the little medicine fairy at an awkward angle. It's a rock serpent. The young healer, tense with anticipation, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of the magical beast. However, she was clearly not without her defenses. With a swift motion, she opened her pouch of medicinal powders, channeling her internal energy to solidify the powder into a compact form, which she then hurled with force into the gaping maw of the rock serpent. Unlike the pale, subtle sedative she had used before, this powder was a deep black, exuding a potent, corrosive aroma that quickly permeated the air, indicating its formidable offensive capabilities. The rock serpent, caught off guard by the noxious substance, let out a pained roar, its small, leathery wings flailing wildly in a frenzy, intensifying its fury. It was evident that while the poison was remarkably effective against humans, its impact was significantly diminished against the thick-skinned magical beast. If you continue to probe ahead, you might attract the attention of those above, the youth remarked, as a slender, blood-red flame flickered to life on his fingertip. He slightly bent his finger, abruptly launching the flame towards the center of the serpent's head. As a prominent contender among first-tier magical beasts, the rock serpent's skin was as impenetrable as iron, making it a challenging foe for many seasoned fighters who often hesitated to engage. Yet, that blood-red flame seemed to disregard the serpent's tough exterior, effortlessly melting through it and producing an ominous sound of cracking. With a resounding thud, the serpent's colossal body collapsed without uttering a single cry, its tail spasming momentarily before falling still. Observing the youth, who had anticipated this outcome, approached the fallen serpent to collect the earthy-hued magic crystal. The young healer's delicate features betrayed a mix of astonishment and relief. Only now did she fully grasp the gravity of the earlier threat Xiao Yan had spoken of, realizing it was indeed something he could dispatch with ease. What kind of flame is that? Do you wish for me to rekindle it for you? Xiao Yan nonchalantly shifted the conversation, his words flowing like an unrestrained torrent, seemingly directed at no one in particular. He was evidently reluctant to disclose the secret of his extraordinary flame. For someone of Xiao Yan's caliber, combating a high-tier, first-level magical beast posed little challenge. However, creating too much commotion could easily draw the attention of those above. Therefore, employing the unique fire to subdue the beast swiftly and decisively was the most prudent course of action. The young healer, feeling a sense of urgency, quickened her pace to follow him. Unlike Xiao Yan, she was acutely aware that encountering another beast like the rock serpent could spell her doom. Xiao Yan's pace fluctuated, yet the healer managed to catch up with a few strides, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she trailed behind him. The scouting task that was originally hers seemed to have been entirely usurped by him. Had he shown any sign of disdain, she might have thought this treasure hunt would be entirely beyond her reach. Curious about the youth's erratic pace, she ventured to ask, "Why do you alternate between walking fast and slow?" As he spoke, he crouched down to pick up a stone and casually tossed it towards a nearby patch of ground. In that instant, the previously unremarkable road suddenly revealed a narrow fissure, and cold arrows shot forth from above the cavern, striking the ground with a clang and sending rust flying. The little healer's heart raced, prompting her to move a step closer to Xiao Yan. "How did you know this?" she inquired, sensing he had discerned a pattern. Perhaps by taking 5 steps and then veering slightly in another direction, repeating this process should suffice. Upon hearing the boy's logical deduction, the little healer hesitated momentarily before attempting to follow his instructions. 1, 2, 3, 4, hey. The boy abruptly halted, causing her to collide with him as she was focused on counting her steps. The sudden impact stung her nose, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and vexation. "Did you not say to turn after 5 steps? What are you doing?" "Indeed, that is usually the case." Xiao Yan coughed awkwardly, looking somewhat embarrassed. "However, there is no path ahead." Upon hearing this, the little healer slightly turned to gaze ahead, and sure enough, a massive stone door firmly blocked the end of the cavern, halting their progress. After a brief observation, she looked at Xiao Yan and took a deep breath, smiling as she said, "While I know you have some knowledge of mechanisms, since we are adventuring together, I cannot simply stand by and reap the benefits. Allow me to handle this. Rest assured, it won't take long." Just as Xiao Yan was about to intervene, he paused at her words, slowly retracting his breath and allowing a hint of a smile to grace his expression. "All right, then I'll leave it to you." Xiao Yan was not well versed in mechanisms. His earlier ability to uncover the pattern was merely a result of observing through his spiritual sense. Thus, finding the switch for the stone door was not a daunting task for him, merely a matter of expending a bit more spiritual energy. However, the little healer's words resonated deeply within him. "You cannot simply take without giving." She echoed sentiments he had heard from Ruoruo. He glanced at the white-clad girl absorbed in her task and softly murmured to himself. Chapter 89. The mysterious fragmented map. With a dull thud, dust scattered, and the long-sealed entrance finally revealed itself before them. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan nodded in astonishment, praising, "I never imagined a healer could possess such extensive knowledge." If the little healer's earlier words had merely touched him, her current display of skill truly earned his respect. A healer from a remote town, adept in medicine, poison, and now mechanisms, she certainly deserved her esteemed reputation in Qingshan town. To heal others, one must first heal oneself. As a mere woman of delicate constitution, I find little support in this town of verdant hills. Hence, it is essential for me to possess some skills. The little physician, with a smile gracing her features, explained nonchalantly. Xiao Yan shrugged and replied, "Indeed, let us proceed." According to his knowledge, the little physician should be the renowned face of the Wanyao Zhai, rather than a person devoid of support. Nonetheless, since she chose to speak thus, he had no intention of pressing further. After all, their encounter was brief, and it was only natural for her to withhold the truth. Upon entering the stone door and driven by caution, Xiao Yan conducted a thorough investigation, ensuring there were no threats before he began to examine the treasures within the cavern. The cave, aside from a solitary, ominous skeleton, presented a stark contrast to the external landscape. Amidst the remnants of a once mighty warrior lay a modest yet flourishing medicinal garden. The fragrant aroma of herbs wafted through the air, seemingly dispelling any lingering heaviness. Is that the ice spirit flame grass? Inhaling the scent, Xiao Yan's gaze brightened as it landed on a particular herb at the center of the garden. With a gentle sigh, the little physician chuckled helplessly. "You, with your flattering words, surely possess far greater knowledge than I. I wonder how you managed to find time for cultivation." Although the little physician was unaware of Xiao Yan's true prowess, the battle with the rock serpent had clearly demonstrated that he had reached the level of a high-tier fighter. A high-tier fighter under 18, who, like her, was also adept in the art of pharmacology and mechanisms. Compared to him, she felt a twinge of inadequacy. With a modest smile, Xiao Yan gestured towards the ice spirit flame grass, saying, "Apologies, but this herb holds some utility for me, so I shall claim it." In response, the little physician playfully retorted, "You've already proclaimed your intention to take the lion's share. Why consult me? One wonders who instilled such grandiloquent manners in you. Some nefarious character, perhaps." Scratching his nose, Xiao Yan refrained from further comment and shifted his focus to the 3 stone boxes at the heart of the ruins. His earlier exploration had unveiled a significant revelation. The key to these boxes was likely the string hanging from the skeleton's arm. He hastened towards it, intending to retrieve the key, when he sensed a subtle stir from the long-dormant void spirit devouring flame within him. The black flame flickered in his pupils, and as he discreetly removed the skeletal arm, he finally discerned the anomaly. Was this a map? Upon grasping the map, the void spirit devouring flame surged within him, exuding an unusual exuberance, even a hint of frenzy, an unprecedented experience since the refinement of the burning art. Aware of the map's extraordinary origins, Xiao Yan silently stowed it away, then swiftly detached the key from the skeletal hand, calling over the little physician, who was still indecisively selecting herbs. "Little physician, stop dawdling and come here." "Oh, does this include my share?" "The information was provided by you, so of course, you shall receive a portion, but only if it is of no use to me." Xiao Yan replied with a cheerful smile. Xiao Yan had a premonition that the incomplete map was indeed the most precious treasure within the cave. After acquiring the substantial prize, it was only fair to share some of the other treasures with the little healer. Upon hearing this, she appeared somewhat surprised and quickly approached Xiao Yan with a light-hearted gait. With a crisp sound, the stone box was opened, revealing an ancient scroll glimmering with iridescent hues before the two of them. Sensing no threat, Xiao Yan carefully extracted the scroll, skimmed its contents, then gently closed it and tossed it to the little healer, lamenting his misfortune, stating that he seemingly had no use for this first treasure. As she received the tossed scroll, the little healer experienced an inexplicable sensation of wonder. Upon reading the introduction, she gasped in astonishment. This is actually a tome on poisons. Indeed, Xiao Yan had previously observed that her offensive techniques were related to toxic powders. While this item was undoubtedly valuable, he understood the wisdom of moderation and was willing to part with it. Observing the gratitude in her expression, Xiao Yan explained while casually fiddling with the next box. Though he spoke lightly, he felt a sense of discomfort. The presence of herbs and poison texts suggested that the relic's owner was indeed a poison master. If the remaining treasures were all related to toxins, he would have no choice but to relinquish them all. After mulling it over, Xiao Yan eagerly gazed at the second stone box. After several attempts, he finally managed to open it slowly. Another scroll? He thought, feeling a sense of foreboding. Quickly extracting it, he opened it to find himself frozen in shock for several breaths before finally exhaling in relief, his previous tension dissipating. Noticing the significant shift in his demeanor, the little healer chuckled softly and inquired, "What treasure is contained within that could provoke such a reaction from you?" "That's a secret," Xiao Yan replied with a grin, speaking mysteriously, though internally, he was far from composed. Had the little healer not been present, he might have laughed uncontrollably. The scroll he had obtained earlier was called Wings of the Eagle, an exceedingly rare flying combat skill. He had experienced the might of such skills numerous times through the dark wings of Hun Ruoruo, and it was impossible not to feel envious. The opportunity to fly was a windfall beyond measure. This expedition into the relics had proven to be immensely fruitful. Upon hearing this, the little healer pouted, letting out a soft huff, and remarked, "You are always so secretive. I have no ability to steal anything from you, so why be so cautious?" When she realized he still refused to divulge more, she shook her head in resignation. "Well, time is of the essence. Let us finish opening the last stone box. I must depart quickly. If I linger too long, my whereabouts will easily be exposed." Although she found the handsome youth intriguing and enigmatic, she understood that their encounter was merely a fleeting one, and after this adventure, they might not have another opportunity to meet. Thus, his wariness towards her was entirely expected. "All right," he replied with a smile. Just as he was about to continue opening the third stone box, his keen hearing detected the sound of rustling footsteps outside the cave. "Though it has been said, it seems someone has come to fetch you," he remarked, his gaze growing slightly frosty as he discreetly observed the reaction of the young healer beside him. Upon hearing this, the young healer's expression shifted to one of astonishment and doubt. "Impossible." Chapter 90, Judgment. Xiao Yan swiftly opened the third stone box, neglecting to examine its contents, and hastily stuffed it into his spatial ring. Having completed this task, he fixed his gaze on the young healer, attempting to glean clues from her expression. The young healer displayed a mix of surprise and suspicion, and only when she beheld the dozen figures emerging from the cave did her countenance darken. "Muli, have you been following me?" Muli? This individual was the son of the captain of the Wolf Head mercenary group, one of the three major mercenary factions in Qingshan town. Thus, it seemed he had little connection to the myriad medicinal shop where the young healer resided. With this thought, Xiao Yan's expression softened considerably. Although he held scant trust in the young healer, he did not wish for this rare goodwill to be squandered. In response, the man known as Muli chuckled. "To say I was following you is rather harsh. I learned of this cave's circumstances a few days ago, but was merely unaware of its precise location. This matter was only discussed with my assistant, Liffy. Did you bribe her?" the young healer demanded angrily. Muli shrugged, noncommittal. "To share information about such treasures is rather bold of you, young healer. Your confidence is quite remarkable." "Huh, so, you have a wild lad by your side. Is he your helper?" As Muli spoke, the most formidable mercenaries in the vicinity surged forward, encircling the young healer and Xiao Yan with mocking expressions. One mercenary stepped forward, and upon noticing the heavy weapon on Xiao Yan's back, could not suppress a derisive laugh. "Young captain, I know this fellow. He is the newcomer from Qingshan town, burdened with that gaudy contraption. He probably struggles to even walk." Upon hearing this, several mercenaries nearby erupted into malicious laughter, clearly amused by Xiao Yan's eccentric attire. "Oh," Muli scoffed, "it appears your chosen helper has quite the popularity among my brothers, young healer." From the initial concealment to the subsequent ambush, the young healer reflected that, had their roles been reversed, she would never have allowed Xiao Yan a share in her fortune. Yet, his previous gesture of gifting her the poison manual had genuinely surprised her. Now, due to her own predicament, he found himself ensnared in danger. Out of both sentiment and reason, the young healer could not repay kindness with malice. Quietly grasping the poison powder in her hand, she slightly turned to Xiao Yan and whispered, "Your demonstrated strength is indeed impressive, but they are numerous and all rank as mid-tier fighters. They are unaware of your true capabilities. When the moment arises, you should retreat to the cliff and seek out those from the myriad medicinal shop. Just mention my name and the allure of the treasure, and they will send assistance." "Hey, young healer, what are you and that little brat discussing?" Muli, witnessing the little healer's fervent defense of Xiao Yan, felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy, barely restraining himself as he declared, "Surrender the treasure, and I may spare his life." In his heart, he had long regarded the little healer as his destined partner, unwilling to tolerate the proximity of a youthful dandy to her. At this moment, had he not feared for the little healer's safety, he would have undoubtedly resorted to violence. Thus, while his words spoke of restraint, his hands, hidden behind him, made a gesture to the mercenaries, signaling them to prepare for a beheading, eliciting knowing expressions among them, their eyes glinting with malice. Observing the tense standoff, Xiao Yan chuckled at the little healer, saying, "If I were to flee, wouldn't you fear I might not call for help from the Wanyaozhai?" The little healer, taken aback, had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could still jest at such a critical moment. Frustration and anger surged within her, and she shot him a glare, thinking, this rogue should know better than to jest in such circumstances. "Let us return to the matter at hand," she urged. Shaking her head, Xiao Yan then revealed an innocuous smile, stating, "Actually, not only are they unaware of my true strength, but you should also be quite uncertain. No sooner had he spoken than a burly man at the forefront emitted a sudden, muffled groan, white foam bubbling at his lips before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his body convulsing as if he had endured unspeakable agony. Care is dead. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Mu Li's expression twisted in horror as he bellowed. This lad is a threat. Attack together now? At Mu Li's command, the previously fearful crowd forced grim expressions, launching themselves at Xiao Yan, seeking to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Attack together. This boy is slow. He cannot withstand our assault. The aura of their fighting spirit surged, with various attributes of energy melding into a formidable display. As the onslaught approached, Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, drawing forth the xuanzhong from his back, executing his movements with remarkable steadiness as he unleashed a blinding arc of power. Clang! The heavy weapon swung, producing a thunderous wind that collided with the mercenaries' attacks, shattering their weapons like fragile glass, sending chunks of flesh and torrents of blood flying. With a single strike, all the mercenaries who had charged forward met their demise. What manner of monster are you? Paralyzed by terror, Mu Li crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the gruesome scene before him. As he noticed the young man wielding the heavy weapon approaching, he trembled uncontrollably, the stench of fear permeating the air. Halting his advance, Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy. And he sneered, "Didn't your subordinates inform you? A newcomer just arrived." With that, the heavy weapon came crashing down, leaving a gruesome mark upon Mu Li's head. Once he confirmed that the little healer had exited the cave, Xiao Yan summoned a black-golden, malevolent flame in his palm, sweeping it over the scene to incinerate and consume all remains of the corpses and blood. Despite not fearing the so-called mercenary group's retribution, it is still preferable that the matter of the relic be known to as few as possible. After completing the necessary tasks, Xiao Yan strolled to the mouth of the cave, gazing at the distant view where the little physician was lost in contemplation. It was evident that the ropes they had prepared earlier had already been severed by Mu Li and others, making it impossible to ascend using them. Seemingly sensing Xiao Yan's thoughts, the little physician took out a bamboo flute from her bosom and began to play a gentle melody. Shortly thereafter, a magnificent eagle, resplendent in pale blue, appeared before them. "This is a flying magical beast I have tamed, named Xiaolon." The little physician waved at it with a smile and inquired, "We have shared our hardships together, yet I still do not know your name." "Xiao Yan," he replied. "Well then, Xiao Yan, although you possess mysterious abilities, I assume you have yet to experience flight. Would you like me to give you a ride?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan grinned and said, "To be honest, someone has flown me a few times, but the experience was not particularly pleasant." As he spoke, his initially steady steps turned cautious, and only when he stood firmly on the back of the magical beast did his expression relax somewhat. "Could it be that you are referring to that villain you mentioned earlier?" The little physician, bending down to stroke Xiaolon, cast a curious glance at Xiao Yan, causing him to appear somewhat uneasy. "I suppose so," he mumbled, scratching his nose dismissively. Chapter 91. The Method to Restore the Spirit-Devouring Flame. Rarely experiencing a flight that was not heart-wrenching, the young man's mood was evidently buoyant at this moment. "I am not as weak as you claim. If I were to get serious, you might not even be my match," the little physician retorted, a slight blush gracing her cheeks, clearly recalling the embarrassment from their encounter with the rock serpent. "In that case, I shall proceed with caution." Understanding the little physician's blend of softness and strength, Xiao Yan took her jest in stride. "It's all right. Given my relationship with Wan Yao Zhai, they would not dare to harm me." At this, a fleeting shadow crossed the little physician's eyes, but she quickly replied with a smile. "Hee, why do you no longer refer to yourself as a solitary individual?" Xiao Yan chuckled, evidently amused by her previous declarations in the cave. "You are quite annoying, always nitpicking others' words," she huffed, pulling out a vial of medicine she had retrieved from the relic and clattering it down before Xiao Yan. "You promised to take the larger share. Here it is for you to choose from. You are also knowledgeable about herbs, so do not accuse me of taking advantage." Noticing this, Xiao Yan felt a warmth in his heart. Regardless of the circumstances, the relic was something she had discovered, and taking the lion's share without disclosing the incomplete map seemed overly greedy. After much contemplation, he randomly picked a few vials of the least valuable potions before producing a quaintly designed storage ring with a flash of light from his palm. Gathering the remaining high-value medicinal vials, Xiao Yan placed them into the spatial ring and handed it to the little pharmacist. "Since your arms are already filled with flutes and vials, let me gift this to you. Do not refuse. It is of little worth compared to the treasures I have acquired." Having spoken, he cast a curious glance at the little pharmacist's slender waist, clearly intrigued by how she could maintain such a delicate figure despite carrying so many items. "Mind your own business." Noticing the implication in Xiao Yan's gaze, the little pharmacist's cheeks flushed deeper. She snatched the ring from his hand, clutching it tightly. "I must take my leave. May we meet again by fate. With a playful smile, Xiao Yan glanced at the pale light of dawn breaking across the horizon, waved goodbye to the little pharmacist, and set off alone towards the Beast Mountain range. Xiao Yan truly is an oddity. As the vice leader of the Wolfhead mercenary group, Mu Li knew that once his disappearance was discovered, the little pharmacist would find it far from simple to handle. Even if she was the face of the 10,000 Medicine Pavilion, at its core, their relationship was merely one of employment and mutual benefit, a fact she was acutely aware of. Are you feeling the disparity in strength too great to bear? He teased. If I continued conversing with you, this training would hardly be a challenge and might turn into a leisurely excursion instead. Now, hurry and find a cave to establish your dwelling. Yes, you are right. Observing that magical beasts roamed infrequently, Xiao Yan leaped into a long-sought cave and, with a push of his hands, employed the fire-blowing palm to disperse the dust that had settled within. Once the environment was tidied, Xiao Yan addressed the ring. Master, may I summon you now? I still have yet to comprehend what I am to experience in the Beast Mountain range. Is it merely combat with magical beasts? Impatient are we? A moment later, the figure of the medicine elder gradually materialized before Xiao Yan. He surveyed Xiao Yan's current state and remarked, your cultivation has gradually approached the level of a 9-star Do fighter. The minor skirmishes in Qingshan town pose no threat to you. However, if you maintain such a relaxed mindset in the Beast Mountain range, you may find yourself in for a harsh awakening. Perhaps sensing Xiao Yan's demeanor was overly lax, the medicine elder took it upon himself to deliver a gentle admonition. Noticing that Xiao Yan exhibited no signs of defiance, he nodded inwardly and continued. The reason for your journey to the Beast Mountain range, aside from battling magical beasts, lies in the magical cores you obtain, which are of utmost importance. With a wave of his hand, the various magical cores stored within Xiao Yan's spatial ring instantly appeared in his palm. With the aid of the flames of 10,000 beasts, Xiao Yan's hunting progress had reached an extraordinary level. Upon a rough count, he found he had amassed several dozen magical cores. Though they were merely first-tier cores, they still represented a significant fortune. Master, is the function of the magical cores related to the restoration of the void spirit devouring flame? Xiao Yan inquired, sensing a nascent intuition regarding the matter. Elder Yao remarked, the potency of your void spirit devouring flame, which is inferior to that of the original void child fire, can be attributed not only to the detrimental effects of its initial feebleness during absorption, but also to the immaturity of the myriad beast flames within. Consequently, the merged void spirit devouring flame must forcibly allocate a portion of its efficacy to sustain the existence of these myriad beast flames, resulting in a diminished power. However, the remedy is not overly complicated. The myriad beast flames, drawn from the spirits of beasts, can be nurtured with items such as magic cores, enabling them to surpass the void child fire and attain even greater strength. Although the void spirit devouring flame currently appears weak, Elder Yao perceives this not as a misfortune. The ability to evolve through the absorption of beast spirits and magic cores indicates that the void spirit devouring flame has the potential to grow alongside the burning art. Even for one as seasoned as Elder Yao, this realization was astonishing, bordering on the fantastical. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression grew somewhat bitter, given his current strength. Confronting second-tier magical beasts was not overly challenging, yet it would still require considerable effort, even with the continual differentiation of myriad beast flames to maintain suppression. He could hunt no more than a dozen second-tier magical beasts in a day. Thus, calculating the time required for the void spirit devouring flame to exhibit power surpassing that of the void child fire, it would seem an eternity away.